everyone, and welcome to the weird, scary and horrible parts of humanity. Yes, I know it has been quite a long time, but I did spend quite a bit of time preparing this video, which I guess is going to be a bit like a magnus opus, given the amount of detail that we are going to go into. Jonestown, the People's Temple, Jim Jones, Guyana, don't drink the Kool-Aid. Those words can evoke umpteen emotions for people, and for the 85 survivors of Jonestown, anger, fear, loss, sadness, there really aren't words in the English language to do justice to their emotions. Yes, even though, other than 9/11, this was the largest loss of American life in peacetime, we don't think about who exactly the 918 people were who died of the People's Temple Agricultural Project or Jonestown on the 18th of November 1978. And ever since I started this channel, I've really wanted to do a video on Jonestown, but couldn't quite think of an angle that was unique from which I could explore Jonestown and the People's Temple, because there was already so much great information out there. So in both one of the longest and saddest videos I have ever done on this channel, I will look at every one of the 918 people who died at Jonestown, excluding Jim Jones, because that fucker doesn't deserve anything, and Congressman Leo Ryan, because an entire video could be done on him. And while many will see these individuals as mere numbers, and also, as has been described on the Mark Thompson show, in response to making Jonestown a tourist site, sad, lost and pathetic souls, they were human beings, and I truly hope, that this video gives every one of them the justice that they deserve and allows us to understand more about them and why they took a decision few of us could fully comprehend. But then again, we are all vulnerable to joining a cult. I also wanted this to be a historical record of everyone who died at Jonestown, as this is the only video analysing everyone who died at Jonestown. I also owe a huge amount to alternative considerations of Jonestown and People's Temple for their records. And I want to clarify one thing. This wasn't a mass suicide, at least of a vast majority of people there on the 18th of November 1978. It was a mass murder propagated by a megalomaniac in Jim Jones. And with that, let's begin. Stephen Michael Addison was born on the 4th of May 1944 in Webster Groves in St. Louis County in Missouri. He was the son of Robert Irwin Addison, who passed away in 1969, and Virginia Rose Aarons nee Coulter, who passed away in 1979. He had one brother, Timothy Lee Addison, who died in 1960, and one other brother, Philip Addison, who was alive at the time of Jonestown. Addison worked as a psychiatric technician at Mendocino State Hospital in Talmadge, California, until the hospital closed down in 1972. He then worked numerous odd jobs, including as a clerk, accountant, supervisor of cerebral palsy patients, and in nursing. He previously resided in Santa Rosa, California. He joined the People's Temple, entering Jonestown on the 18th of July 1977. He moved with his partner Mary Nathaniel Morton and her daughter Gloria Victoria Parker, who went by Vicky Morton. He lived in Cottage 24. While in Jonestown, he was among the medical staff overseeing the medical records. Ida Marie Al-Buddy was an African-American lady born on the 26th of August 1906 in Waverly, Missouri. She was previously a nurse's aide and also worked in the kitchen and was a gardener. She entered Jonestown on the 27th of July 1977. Previously, she had lived in San Francisco, California. In Jonestown, she lived in Dorm 5. Al-Buddy was in farm management in Jonestown, overseeing crops and the tool shed. Lillian Boyd Alexander was born on the 17th of February 1906 in Cleveland, Ohio. She was the daughter of Henry Boyd and Adeline Bunton. In the US, she worked as a mechanical engineer as well as a packer, sewer, and in a laundry. She had one daughter, Jacqueline Stubbs, 2 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren, all of whom remained in the US. She moved to Jonestown on the 8th of August 1977, lived in Dorm 5, and was a cook in Jonestown. Linda Sharon Amos was born Linda Sharon Silverstein on the 4th of July 1936. She was the daughter of Lawrence Silverstein and Sylvia G. Green and had one sister, Robin Silverstein. In 1955, she would marry Sharon Harris. However, he did not join the People's Temple. They would have one daughter, Leanne Harris, born on the 27th of November 1956 in San Francisco, California. With the pair divorcing, she would then enter a relationship with Danielle Amos, and they would have two children, Martin Lawrence Amos and Wayborn Krista Amos. While in the United States of America, she was a psychologist and a social worker, residing in Redwood Valley, California. She would move to Jonestown on the 13th of September 1977, living in Cottage 46, and was a psychologist and social worker in Jonestown. However, she was one of Jones' most ardent followers. Indeed, the Jerusalem Post would describe her as a confidant in 2023. And she was also a part of a planning commission overseeing the arrival of Congressman Leo Ryan and media representatives, family members, and defectors to Jonestown. After the murder of Congressman Leo Ryan while in Georgetown, people in Lamar Gardens were given orders to kill themselves, and Amos, being a fervent believer in Jones, went through with it, killing her 3 children as well as herself. While there were 46 people in Georgetown, Guyana on the 18th of November 1978, the 4 would be the only people to die in Georgetown. Perhaps the New York Times would summarize it best, stating, "A cult mother led children to death." Her first husband, Sharon Harris, would pass away on the 11th of January 2016 in Haywood County in North Carolina. Martin Lawrence Amos was born on the 19th of April 1968 in Ukiah, California. He was the son of Danielle Amos and Linda Sharon Amos. He had one sister, Krista Amos, and one stepsister, Leanne Harris. Prior to moving to Jonestown, he lived in Redwood Valley, California. He entered Guyana on the 27th of August 1976, living in Cottage 36. He was murdered by his mother in Georgetown, Guyana, on the directions of Jim Jones. Wayborn Krista Amos was born on the 3rd of July 1967 in Albany, California. She was the daughter of Danielle Amos and Linda Sharon Amos. She had one brother, Martin Lawrence Amos, and one stepsister, Leanne Amos. Prior to moving to Guyana, she lived in Redwood Valley. The entire Amos family was in the temple, with Krista Amos arriving in Guyana on the 23rd of August 1977. Amos lived in Cottage 29 and was a student in Jonestown. Her mother would kill her directly in the People's Temple headquarters in Georgetown, Guyana. Jerome Dwayne Anderson was born on the 30th of October 1960 in Los Angeles, California. He was the son of Lee Hera Anderson and Richardelle Evelyn Anderson, nee Perkins. He had 7 siblings: James Jerome Anderson, Tommy Lee Anderson, Marcus Anthony Anderson, Maurice Saint Martin Anderson, Laqueta Lashun Franklin, and Carlos Lee Bell Jr. James Jerome Anderson had passed away prior to Jonestown. Only his father would not be in Jonestown. He entered Guyana on the 13th of November 1977, previously living in San Francisco, California. While in the US, he was a student as well as a teacher and youth group leader. In Jonestown, he worked in public utilities and by day worked in security as well as overseeing the general needs of temple members. He lived in Cottage 6 in Jonestown. Marcus Anthony Anderson was born on the 29th of July 1963. He was named after his uncle. He was the son of Lee Hera Anderson and Richardelle Evelyn Anderson, nee Perkins. He had 7 siblings: James Jerome Anderson, Tommy Lee Anderson, Jerome Dwayne Anderson, Maurice Saint Martin Anderson, Laqueta Lashun Franklin, and Carlos Lee Bell Jr. James Jerome Anderson had passed away prior to Jonestown. Previously living in San Francisco, California, he entered Guyana on the 13th of November 1977 and lived in Jonestown in Dorm 1 and was a student. Maurice Saint Martin Anderson was born on the 22nd of July 1962 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Lee Hera Anderson and Richardelle Evelyn Anderson, nee Perkins. He had 7 siblings. However, one sibling, James Jerome Anderson, had passed away prior to Jonestown. Only his father was not in Jonestown. He previously lived in San Francisco. He entered Guyana on the 1st of August 1977. In Jonestown, he lived in Cottage 24. In Jonestown, he was a field worker and supplies inspector in addition to being a student. Aurelia Anderson Nee Walker was born on the 8th of June 1910. She was born in Pleasant Hill, Louisiana. Her husband was Herbert Anderson and she had 3 daughters, Eula Lee Pickett, Joan Anderson and Betty Williams. She previously lived in Los Angeles where she worked as a seamstress. She entered Guyana on the 10th of August 1977, residing in Dorm 4 in Jonestown. Anderson was the only member of her family who entered Jonestown. Samuel Moses Anderson was born on the 12th of April 1911 in Lauderdale, Mississippi. He previously lived in Oakland, California and was a carpenter. He moved to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 9. He was buried in Chapel of the Chimes Memorial Park in Hayward, California. Chantrell Akpon Anderson was born on the 7th of November 1971 in Los Angeles. He had one sister, Monique Backen. He lived in San Francisco, California. Entering Guyana on the 14th of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 33 in Jonestown. Tommy Lee Anderson was born on the 25th of December 1959 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Lee Hera Anderson and Richardelle Evelyn Anderson nee Perkins. He had 7 siblings: James Jerome Anderson, Marcus Anthony Anderson, Jerome Dwayne Anderson, Maurice St. Martin Anderson, Laquetta LaShawn Franklin, and Carlos Lee Bell Jr. James Jerome Anderson had passed away prior to Jonestown. Only his father was not in Jonestown. While in the US, he was a student, cook and a tutor and lived in San Francisco. Entering Guyana on the 13th of November 1977, he lived in Cottage 28. During that time, he worked night shift in the kitchen. Luberta Arnold, who went by Birdie, was born in Timpson, Texas on the 27th of February 1907. She was the daughter of George Arnold Sr. and Luzinia Randall. She was previously married to Ivory Osaya. She previously lived in Los Angeles and worked as a practical nurse. Entering Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977, she lived in the Senior Citizen Center. She was buried in Paradise Memorial Park in Santa Fe Springs in California. Linda Teresa Arterberry nee Jones was born on the 6th of December 1948 in Los Angeles, California. She was the daughter of Naomi Esfer Williams Johnson. Her stepfather was Donald Robert Bauer. Her sister was Verna Lisa Johnson. She was married to Ricardo David Arterberry Sr., who was not in Jonestown. She had 3 children: Ricardo David Arterberry, Traytees Lynette Arterberry, and Clarence Edward Moore. All of her children moved with her to Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide as well as a baker and a seamstress. On the 17th of June 1977, she moved to Guyana and worked in the kitchen in food preparation. Ricardo David Arterberry was born on the 15th of January 1968 in Los Angeles, California. He was the daughter of Ricardo David Arterberry Sr. and Linda Teresa Arterberry. He had 2 siblings, Traytees Lynette Arterberry and Clarence Edward Moore Jr. Everyone in his family except for his father moved to Jonestown. He entered Guyana on the 29th of May 1977, living in Dorm 1. Traytees Lynette Arterberry was born on the 6th of April 1971 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Ricardo David Arterberry Sr. and Linda Teresa Arterberry. She had 2 siblings, Ricardo David Arterberry and Clarence Edward Moore Jr. Prior to entering Jonestown, she lived in San Francisco, entering Guyana on the 17th of June 1977, and lived in Dorm 1. Lydia Atkins, and I do apologise as there was no photo of her available, was born on the 4th of October 1948 in San Diego, California. Her husband was James Charles Atkins and she had 2 children, Raymond Atkins and Kimberly Atkins. Living in San Diego, she was a housekeeper and insurance clerk as well as a ward clerk. While in Jonestown, she lived in Cottage 31 and worked in the baby nursery. Ruth Atkins was born on the 4th of March 1904 in Dallas, Texas, and was the daughter of William and Hattie Adams. Living in San Francisco, she worked as a seamstress and a cosmetologist. On the 9th of March 1977, she moved to Guyana. She lived in Cottage 7. With her remains unclaimed, she was found in a building that housed Minos Funeral Home in Dover, Delaware, with the bodies found in 2014. She remained unidentified until this time, and on the 21st of October 2014, Her remains were placed into the memorial in the Jonestown Memorial in Oakland, California. Viola Elaine Bachman was born on the 23rd of March 1950 in Calhoun, South Carolina. Living in San Francisco, she was a food processor, hospital cook, and factory worker. She entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, lived in Dorm 4, and worked in the serving area. When her body was found, her identification was misspelled as Bachman. Monique Bacon was the daughter of Kim Jones and adopted by Annette Teresa Jones and Elton Tom Adams. She had one sister, Chantel Ackpen Anderson. She was born in Los Angeles on the 6th of April 1976 but lived in San Francisco. Entering Guyana on the 29th of July 1977, she lived in Dorm 3. Geraldine Harriet Bailey nee Creighton was born in Pratt County, Kansas. She was the daughter of Charles James Creighton and Amanda Higgins and was married to Andrew Thomas Bailey. She had one daughter, Patricia Washington, but was the only person in her family to move to Jonestown. She previously lived in San Francisco and worked as a marshal. However, by the time she moved to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, she was retired. Living in Cottage 7, she acted as a correspondent to the Life Committee. Mary Jane Bailey nee Hardaway was born on the 6th of September 1915 in Marianna, Arkansas. The daughter of Frank Hardaway and Beatrice Macbeth, she was married to Walter Bailey. However, she was the only member of her family to move to Jonestown. She lived in Los Angeles and worked in domestic work as well as in a factory. She moved to Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977 and was a senior rice sorter. James Samuel Basie Jr. was born in Los Angeles on the 15th of January 1965. He was the son of Shirley Mae Basie nee Wilson and James Samuel Basie Sr. and was named after his dad. His siblings were John Deschi Basie, Kesia Basie, Subiri Jamal Basie, Trinidette Basie, Wanda Basie, Jerry Lee Wilson Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown in addition to his mother. His cousins Sharon Fulton, Saliata Lateas Johnson, Deshron Johnson, and Gleniel Johnson, as well as his aunt Patsy Ruth Johnson, were all in Jonestown. He previously lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977, living in Cottage 21. His body was unidentified and he is believed to have been buried at Evergreen Cemetery in Oakland. John Deschi Basie was born on the 27th of September 1971 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Shirley Mae Basie nee Wilson and James Samuel Basie Sr. His siblings were James Samuel Basie, Kesia Basie, Siburi Jamal Basie, Trinidette Basie, Wanda Basie, Jerry Lee Wilson Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown in addition to his mother. His cousins Sharon Fulton, Saliata Lateas Johnson, Deshron Johnson, and Gleniel Johnson, as well as his aunt Patsy Ruth Johnson, were all in Jonestown. He previously lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977, living in Cottage 33. Kesia Basie was born on the 10th of June 1966 in Los Angeles. She was the son of Shirley Mae Basie nee Wilson and James Samuel Basie Sr. Her siblings were James Samuel Basie, John Deschi Basie, Siburi Jamal Basie, Trinidette Basie, Wanda Basie, Jerry Lee Wilson Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown in addition to her mother. Her cousins Sharon Fulton, Saliata Lateas Johnson, Deshron Johnson, and Gleniel Johnson, as well as her aunt Patsy Ruth Johnson, were all in Jonestown. She previously lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977, living in Cottage 27. Shirley Mae Basie nee Wilson was born on the 14th of January 1945 in Camden, Arkansas. She was the daughter of William Ramsey Wilson and Myrtle Leroy Pernell, and had one sister, Patsy Ruth Johnson, who moved with her to Jonestown. She was married to James Samuel Basie Jr. Her children were James Samuel Basie, John Deschi Basie, Kesia Siburi Jamal Basie, Trinidette Basie, Wanda Basie, Jerry Lee Wilson Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown. Moreover, her nieces Sharon Fulton and Saliata Lateas, as well as her nephews Deshaun Johnson and Gleniel Johnson, were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse. She was also a typist, a supervisor of children, a barmaid, a cook, and a sandwich maker. However, before moving to Jonestown, she was on welfare. Moving to Jonestown on the 19th of August 1977, she was a field worker and resided in Cottage 22. Saburi Jamal Basie was born on the 28th of June 1969 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Shirley Mae Basie, nee Wilson, and James Samuel Basie Sr. His siblings were James Samuel Basie, John Deshi Basie, Cassia Basie, Trinidad Basie, Wanda Basie, Jerry Lee Wilson Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown in addition to his mother. His cousins Sharon Fulton, Saliata Ladeus Johnson, Deshaun Johnson, and Glenniel Johnson, as well as his aunt Patsy Ruth Johnson, were all in Jonestown. He previously lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977, living in Dorm 1. Trinidad Basie was born on the 5th of August 1970 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Shirley Mae Basie, nee Wilson, and James Samuel Basie Sr. Her siblings were James Samuel Basie, John Deshi Basie, Cassia Basie, Saburi Jamal Basie, Wanda Basie, Jerry Lee Wilson Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown in addition to her mother. Her cousins Sharon Fulton, Saliata Ladeus Johnson, Deshaun Johnson, and Glenniel Johnson, as well as her aunt Patsy Ruth Johnson, were all in Jonestown. She previously lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977, living in Dorm 1. Wanda Basie was born on the 16th of September 1963 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Shirley Mae Basie, nee Wilson, and James Samuel Basie Sr. Her siblings were James Samuel Basie, John Deshi Basie, Cassia Basie, Saburi Jamal Basie, Trinidad Basie, and Jerry Lee Wilson Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown in addition to her mother. Her cousins Sharon Fulton, Salatea Ladeus Johnson, Deshaun Johnson, and Glenniel Johnson, as well as her aunt Patsy Ruth Johnson, were all in Jonestown. She previously lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977, living in Cottage 19. Eric Teron Baker was born on the 13th of April 1963 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Barbara Baker. His siblings were Jair Alexander Baker, Sean Valgen Baker, and Tariq L. Baker, and he had a cousin, Dana Michelle Lewis. All of his family were in Jonestown. He was a field worker and student in Jonestown, living in Cottage 25, having entered on the 26th of August 1977. Jair Alexander Baker was born on the 23rd of May 1959 in Los Angeles and was the son of Barbara Baker. His siblings were Jair Alexander Baker, Sean Valgen Baker, and Tariq L. Baker, and had a cousin, Dana Michelle Lewis. All of the family were in Jonestown. While in the US, he was a brickmaker. Moving into Jonestown on the 26th of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 4 and worked in the brick factory. Sean Valgen Baker was born on the 21st of April 1965 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Barbara Baker. His siblings were Jair Alexander Baker and Tariq L. Baker, and he had a cousin, Dana Michelle Lewis. All of the family was in Jonestown. Moving into Jonestown on the 26th of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 36. Tariq L. Baker was born on the 29th of October 1961 in Salinas, California. He was the son of Barbara Baker. His siblings were Eric Teron Baker, Jair Alexander Baker, and Sean Valgeri Baker, and he had a cousin, Dana Michelle Lewis. All of them were in Jonestown. Before moving to Jonestown, he lived in Pomona, California, and was a surveying trainee. He entered Jonestown on the 6th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 6, where he worked in public utilities. Tina Borg, aged 22, would survive Jonestown and at the time of Jonestown was 4 to 5 months pregnant with her son, Chad. Jonestown survivor Odell Rhodes claimed paternity for Chad, and when Chad was 5, Odell Rhodes had Tina Borg declared an unfit mother, and he won custody of Chad. As a result, Chad would take the name Chad Rhodes. Eventually, Tina claimed that Tariq Baker was the father of Chad. On the 10th of January 1999, Chad shot at police on an overpass on Interstate 580 in Oakland, California, using a high-powered rifle, killing one police officer, James Williams Jr., and severely wounding another. Pleading guilty to second-degree murder in April 2003, he was given a life sentence on the 31st of May 2003. Exactly if Tariq L. Baker was the father of Chad Rhodes remains up to debate and is unknown. Mary B. Baldwin nee Tompkin was born on the 8th of April 1926 in Macon, Mississippi, the daughter of Joe L. Tompkin and Allie Mae Smith. She had one sister, Georgia Mae Tompkin. She would marry Edward Baldwin. However, she had no family in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she worked in housekeeping and received veterans assistance. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown, but she was a senior rice sorter. Rory Lavette Bargerman was born on the 21st of June 1961 in Boynton Beach, Florida. He was the son of Dorothy Williams McCon, who went by Dee Dee, and Larry Bargerman. He had one sibling, Terence Vere Bargerman, who went by Terry. His parents would divorce in 1968, and his mother would marry William Dino McCon. He was residing in San Francisco when he moved to Jonestown, entering Guyana on the 6th of August 1977. He would live in Cottage 4. Terence Vere Bargerman, who went by Terry, was born on the 3rd of November 1962 in Houston, Texas, the daughter of Larry Bargerman and Dorothy Williams McCon, who went by Dee Dee. Living in San Francisco, she worked numerous odd jobs, including as an agricultural trainee, a nurse trainee, a seamstress trainee, and cashier trainee. She loved poetry and ceramics. Her parents would divorce in 1968, and her mother would marry William Dino McCon. Entering Jonestown on the 6th of August 1977, she worked in the sewing department and was also a field worker and part of the peanut crew. She lived in Cottage 5. Becky Ann Barrett was born on the 8th of March 1974 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Kathy Ann Stoll Barrett and Benny Franklin Barrett. Much of her family, in addition to her parents, including cousin Maya Lisa Lung, aunts Judy K. Lung, Judy Stall, Robin Stall, Betty Jean Tachetta, Bonnie Lynn Stahl, uncles Alfred Richmond Stahl Jr., Norman Joseph Lang, and her grandfather Alfred Richmond Stall Sr. moved to Jonestown. Living in Ukiah, California, she would enter Guyana on the 15th of March 1978 and lived in Cottage 41. Benny Franklin Barrett, who went by Ben, was born on the 18th of November 1934 in Dallas, Texas. He was the son of Frank Woodson Barrett and Lola Beatrice Collins. In his first marriage to Blanc M. Arnold, he had one child, Ben Barrett Jr. He worked as a police officer in California, living in Ukiah. He would then become a store manager and was a private pilot. He ended up marrying Kathy Ann Barrett in East Stall in 1973 and had one daughter, Becky Ann Barrett, and along with his niece Maya Lisa Lang, all would move to Jonestown. He arrived on the 15th of March 1978. He lived in Cottage 45 and was a field worker and also worked in the warehouse. Unlike most Jonestown corpses, which were mass buried in Evergreen Cemetery in Oakland, his body was buried in Mount Tamalpais Cemetery in San Rafael, California. His parents would outlive him, with his father Frank Barrett dying on the 14th of February 1980 in Bellingham, Whatcom County, Washington, while his mother Lola Barrett passed away on the 2nd of September 1988 in Butte County, California. Kathy Ann Barrett in East Stall was born on the 30th of March 1953 in Indianapolis, Indiana. She was the daughter of Mary Alice Stoll Tachetta, who went by McCrow, and Alfred Richmond Stoll Sr. Growing up in Ukiah, California, she attended Anderson Valley High School in Boonville, California, graduating in 1968. Her siblings were Alfred Richmond Jr., Judith K. Lang, and Judy Stall. Her half-siblings were Bonnie Lynn Stall, Robin Stall, and her adopted siblings were Betty Jean Tachetta. The entire family would move to Jonestown, and the only person to survive was Alfred Richmond Stall Jr. In 1973, she would marry Benny Franklin Barrett, who went by Ben. They had one child, Becky Ann Barrett. Living in Ukiah, she was a waitress. Moving to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978, she worked in the kitchen, in the sewing department, and as a server, residing in Cottage 45. Alfred Richmond Stall Jr., who went by Ricky, would pass away on the 15th of March 1998 in Boys Hot Springs in Sonoma County in California. Jack Darlington Barron was born on the 9th of November 1921 in Wilmington, Delaware. In the US, he was a chemical engineer, machine operator, and rancher. He entered the People's Temple to see what was going on, and in him joining the People's Temple, his daughter-in-law, Karen Saul, noted that he completely abandoned his family thereafter. As part of the People's Temple in Redwood Valley, he worked on the ranch, particularly working with developmentally disabled adults. He was described by former People's Temple member Don Beck as a responsible hard worker with a big smile. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1974, he was one of the first construction workers to arrive there. with he and 10 others driving to Miami, Florida, and preparing for a voyage aboard the People's Temple boat, the Cujoe, to get to Guyana. In many ways, he was seen as a pioneer for Jonestown. His grandsons would state that most of his first letters were incomprehensible ramblings. In his last letter, he talked about his family back in the US, including his granddaughter Sarah, and warned that a global war was going to break out. He lived in Cottage 24 and worked in farm management, including overseeing crops, bricks and sorrel, agriculture and livestock commission, as well as overseeing pyramid research, brick development, and manufactured soap. Christine Ella May Bates was born on the 22nd of March 1905 in Victoria, Texas. She had one brother, George Wesley Epps Sr., who died in 1951. She had one son, Charles Daniel Wade. In the US, she lived in Ukiah and worked as a masseur, cleaner, and nurse. Moving into Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977, she worked in daytime security as well as in the Senior Citizen Center, living in Dorm 5. Her mother, Maggie Edith Epps, near Washington, would outlive her and die on the 1st of May 1984 in Los Angeles. Geneva Mattia Beale was born in Wiggins, Mississippi on the 4th of September 1920. She was previously married to James Atkins. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and worked as a cook and in canning. However, by the time she moved to Jonestown, she began receiving Social Security, receiving supplemental security income, and Social Security disability insurance. She moved to Jonestown on the 2nd of August 1977, residing in Dorm 2. In a tape released from Jonestown, Beale would state that Jim Jones had cured her from cancer in her brain, which doctors had given up on. He had also saved her from heart attacks, strokes, and saved her daughter from being raped. She would state that Jesus Christ lives through Jim Jones and that he was a miracle worker. Eleanor Marie Beam was born on the 5th of March 1961 and was the daughter of Reviana Wilson Beam and Jack Lovell Beam. Her siblings were Jack Arnold Beam, Joyce Ann Parks, and her adopted sibling was Diane K. Motton and Joseph Leo Heller III. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 27th of November 1976, residing in Cottage 48, and she worked in the tower in security. She was buried in Cherokee Memorial Park in Lodi, California. Jack Lovell Beam was born on the 25th of November 1923 in Louisville, Kentucky. He was married to Reviana Wilson Beam, with both marrying in 1942. His children were Jack Arnold Beam, Eleanor Marie Beam, Joyce Ann Parks, and the adopted children were Diana K. Motton and Joseph Leo Heller III. In the US, he lived in Ukiah, California, and was a maintenance engineer. Moving to Jonestown on the 19th of February 1978, he worked on the Agricultural Committee, oversaw farm management and construction management. He lived in Cottage 35. He was buried in Cherokee Memorial Park in Lodi, California. Reviana Beamney Wilson was born on the 15th of August 1924 in Millwood, Kentucky. She was the daughter of Vernon Wilson and Maudie Ray Wilson, nee Raymer. She had one sister, Gilda May Minton nee Wilson. She was married to Jack Lovell Beam and both would marry in 1942. Her children were Jack Arnold Beam, Eleanor Marie Beam, Joyce Ann Parks, and her adopted children were Diana K. Motton and Joseph Leo Heller III. She was a practical nurse and made household products as well as running a family care home in Ukiah. However, she was on welfare when she moved her family to Guyana. She lived in San Francisco. Moving to Guyana on the 17th of September 1977, she worked in procurement, management and soap manufacturing. According to the FBI, she was on the Planning Commission in Jonestown. She was buried in Cherokee Memorial Park in Lodi, California. It was while in Jonestown that her father died on the 24th of October 1977 in Caneyvale, Kentucky. Her mother would outlive her and pass away on the 5th of January 1989 in Louisville, Kentucky. Her sister passed away on the 15th of July 2018 in Louisville. Daniel James Beck was born on the 15th of May 1966 in Chico, California. An adopted mixed-race child, his adopted parents were Bonnie Beck and George Donald Beck. He was fostered to them in 1971 and adopted in 1973. Prior to entering Guyana, he lived in Redwood Valley. Entering Jonestown on the 28th of July 1977, he lived in Cottage 21. Donald Beck would survive Jonestown. Rebecca May Bikeman nee Kramer was born on the 29th of November 1940 in Indianapolis. She went by Becky. She was the daughter of William Seward Kramer and Reverend Gertrude Fern Wesley, who was known by Trudy. Her partner was Charles Edward Bikeman, who went by Chuck, and they would marry in 1956. Her children were Thomas Bikeman, who she had in 1956, and Ronald Lamont Bikeman, who was born in 1966. She was described as a simple country girl who loved God and wanted to be a missionary. She joined the People's Temple in Indiana and was a strong believer. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a seamstress and a kindergarten teacher. On the 20th of December 1974, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 3, where she worked as a teacher. She was buried at New South Park Cemetery in Martinsville in Indiana. Her husband, Charles Bikeman, who was illiterate, was the only person besides Larry Layton to be charged for Jonestown. It was alleged that he had caused the deaths of Sharon Amos and her children in the People's Temple house in Lammermuir Gardens, Georgetown. He would serve 5 years in a Guyanese prison before being released in 1983. He would pass away on the 29th of January 2001 in Clarkville, Indiana. Her father, William Sode Kramer, outlived her and passed away on the 29th of September 1987 in Martinsville, Indiana. Her mother would pass away on the 11th of June 2007 in Greenfield, Indiana. Ronald Lamont Bikeman was the son of Charles Edward Bikeman and Rebecca May Bikeman. His brother was Thomas Charles Bikeman. He was born on the 7th of July 1966 in Ukiah, California. Entering Guyana on the 18th of December 1974, he lived in Cottage 21. Alfred Bell was born on the 12th of March 1909 in Bowie, Arkansas. His partner was Elise Bell nee Ingram at the time of Jonestown. However, he was previously married to Alberta Bellafane. He married Elise in 1951. His children were Beatrice Claudine Bell, Bernard Berry, and he had two grandchildren, Rory Lynette McCann and Daniel Bernard McCann, who went by Danny. Living in San Francisco, he was a mechanic. In Jonestown, he was a gas engine mechanic, moving there on the 3rd of December 1977. Beatrice Claudine Bell was born on the 3rd of February 1955 in Dermot, Arkansas. She was the daughter of Elsie Bell nee Ingram and Alfred Bell. Her children were Rory Lynette McCann and Daniel Bernard McCann, who went by Danny. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and was an information operator and a dietitian student. She moved to Guyana on the 7th of August 1977 and oversaw diets in the serving area. There she was in College 45. Carlos Lee Bell Jr. was the son of Richard L. Evelyn Perkins and Pinky Perkins. His birth father, Carlos Lee Bell Sr., after whom he was named, was not in the People's Temple. His siblings were James Jerome Anderson, Jerome Dwayne Anderson, Marcia Perkins, Marcus Perkins, Tommy Lee Anderson, and Laquetta LaShawn Franklin. In Jonestown, he oversaw public utilities and lived in Cottage 12. He previously lived in San Francisco before moving to Jonestown on the 13th of November 1977. His father, Carlos Lee Bell Sr., would pass away on the 6th of January 2009. Elisa Bell nee Ingram was born on the 11th of June 1918 in Edora in Chillicothe County, Arkansas. She had a permanent paralysis on her face. Her partner was Alfred Bell, and she had one daughter, Beatrice McCann nee Bell, and two grandchildren, Daniel McCann and Rory Lynette Bell Madden. Prior to Jonestown, she lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977. In the US, she was a cook, domestic worker, and sewer, and in Jonestown, she worked in the library, living in Dorm 1. Ethel Mathilda Belle was born on the 13th of April 1890 in Montserrat. She was the daughter of Lilia A. Hopper and married to George Belle. She had two daughters, Ethel Belle and Olga Belle. In the US, she worked in childcare, caning and farming. She entered Jonestown on the 8th of October 1977, living in Dorm 4. At the age of 88, she was the eldest victim of Jonestown. Lena Mae Mary Camp Benton was born on the 24th of November 1909. She was the daughter of Essie Brown and Zoe Brown. She had a sister, Barbara Douglas Nee Jacobs, and a brother, Charles Jacobs. Born in Tyler, Texas, she lived in Los Angeles, working domestic work as well as a welder, animal husbandry, and as a teacher and a seamstress. In 1931, she would marry her husband, Aaron Camp. Her father passed away on the 14th of September 1946, while her mother passed away on the 26th of July 1926. Moving to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977, she worked in vegetable preparation, living in Dorm 4. Her husband died in his native Tyler, Texas on the 22nd of February 2000. Yolanda Patrice Berkeley was born on the 22nd of July 1973 in Los Angeles. She was the child of Wanda K. Sauder and Stephen Cecil Berkeley, and had one sister, Delicia Janet Sauder. In California, she lived in West Pittsburgh. On the 15th of March 1978, she moved to Jonestown and resided in Cottage 23. Daniel Bernard Berry was born on the 24th of February 1975 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Beatrice Claudine Bell and Alfred Bell. He had one sibling, Rory Lynette Bell Maiden. Previously, he lived in San Francisco. On the 28th of July 1977, he would enter Jonestown, where he resided in Cottage 41. Ronnie Berryman was born on the 26th of February 1952 in Berkeley. His mother was Florence Sanders, and his father was Houston Horace Berryman. He previously lived in Los Angeles and worked numerous odd jobs, including in construction as a janitor and as a dishwasher, as well as a security guard on the weekend. Entering Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978, he lived in Cottage 47 and worked in preschool program, sanitation, the baby nursery, and the service area. In a recorded tape talking about what members would do in the event of a white night and death by revolutionary suicide, Berryman stated that he would like to get back to a KKK leader in Redwood Valley for trying to make him talk about the church and demanding that he had to talk in getting close to his face. He also said he wanted to get back at people like the KKK leader. Julia Berkeley was born on the 25th of July 1909 in Mobile, Alabama. Living in Los Angeles, she was a homemaker. She moved to Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 4. Mary Love Black was born on the 2nd of November 1921 in Washington, D.C. She had one sister, Ethel Stroman, and a brother, Henry Lewis. In the US, she worked in physical therapy and as a typist. Her date of entry into Guyana and Jonestown is unknown. However, she lived in Dorm 2 and worked in letter writing and as a lab supervisor. Odell Blackwell was born on the 13th of January 1910. He was born in Madison, North Carolina, and lived in Los Angeles working as a custodian and in an animal husbandry looking after pigs. Moving to Jonestown on the 30th of March 1978, he worked in the agricultural department overseeing large animals, pigs, and public utilities. He also continued to receive Social Security payments, which went to him while in Jonestown. Ernestine Lovada Blair Nee Hines was born on the 9th of August 1917 in Pulaski County, Arkansas. She had one brother, Bernell Maurice Hines, who was also in Jonestown. She had a sister, Elise Catherine Moore Nee Mullen. Blair was the daughter of Lovada Anita Ferguson Nee Sims. Living in Los Angeles, she worked in a machine assembly plant as a test machine mechanic and also managed a furniture store. On the 26th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in farm management overseeing crops and insecticide sprayers, living in Dorm 1. Her mother would outlive her and passed away on the 10th of February 1988 in Fairfield, Solano County, California. Her sister, Elisa Catherine Moore Nee Mullen, died on the 9th of December 2006 in Sacramento County, California. Noriah Blair Nee Quinn was the daughter of Ruth May Quinn and was born on the 3rd of July 1972 in Los Angeles, California. Moving into Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, she resided in Dorm 1. Marilee Faith Bogue was born on the 31st of March 1959 in Etna, California. She was the daughter of Edith Elizabeth Bogue and James Ernest Bogue. Her siblings were Tina Turner, Thomas James Bogue, and Janita Jane Bogue. Her partner was Cardell Neal. The entire family was in Jonestown and indeed would follow Jim Jones from his beginning in Indiana. However, her family survived Jonestown by departing with Congressman Leo Ryan, but she and Neal would remain in Jonestown, taking their lives. In the US, she was a student. In Jonestown, she worked in the nursery and amongst the medical staff. Selika Glodine Bordonave was born on the 10th of July 1918 in Pass Christian, Mississippi. She had one son, Barry Bordonave. Living in San Francisco, she worked as a nurse and as a tailor inspector. Moving into Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977, she worked at farm management overseeing crops as a housing inspector, and by July 1978, based on photographic evidence, seems to have been on the veterinary committee. Claudia Jo Burkett Nee Norris was born on the 1st of May 1956 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Violette Esfer Dillard and Charles Felix Norris. She was married to Pierre Brian Bouquet, who she married in 1976, and had two siblings, Karen Yvette Carr and Timothy Ball Jones. Her mother, husband and two siblings were all in Jonestown. In the US, she worked a number of jobs, including as an electrical apprentice, a practical nurse, a dietitian assistant, a cook, a singer, and a hairstylist. On the 15th of March 1978, she moved to Jonestown, residing in Cottage 27. In Jonestown, she was part of the electrical crew. Pierre Brian Bouquet was born on the 20th of July 1953 in Fort Ord, California. He was the son of Clara Virginia Pope and Pierre Francis Bouquet. He had a sister and two brothers who would grow up in Burlingame, California. When his parents divorced, he had a strained relationship with his father, leading him to start attending the People's Temple in 1978, which his mother would describe as the desire for a father in his life. In 1976, he would marry Claudia Jo Burkett Nee Norris. Living in Burlingame, California, he worked in construction and was a musician. On the 11th of March 1978, he and his wife would move to Jonestown, and he was a carpenter, oversaw public utilities, and was in the band playing the saxophone. And yes, that did include playing the saxophone during the performance of That's the Way for Congressman Leo Ryan. Clarice Dennis Boudet was born on the 12th of March 1959 in San Francisco. In the US, she was a clerk and typist. Her partner was Mark Boudet, with whom she went to Jonestown. Arriving in Jonestown on the 28th of July 1977, she was among the medical staff as a clinical specialist and lived in Cottage 23. She is buried in St. Clair Cemetery in Shepherd, Texas. Mark Anthony Boutet was born on the 14th of April 1957 in San Francisco. His foster mother was Emma Jugado, with whom he moved to Jonestown. His birth parents were Frank James Boutet and Mary Dolores Boutet Nee Coronado, and he had two sisters, Phyllis Boutet and Margaret Ann Boutet. None of them were in Jonestown. His partner was Clarice Dennis Boutet Nee Conley, with whom he went to Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he was a custodian, mechanic and electrician. Entering Jonestown on the 12th of August 1977, he worked in the milling woodshop and was also a supervisor in the sawmill tent. He lived in Cottage 23. He was cremated with his ashes put out to sea. Donald Robert Bower was born on the 3rd of February 1927 in Susanville, California. His first wife was Betty Jean Bower, to whom he had two children, Gregory Thomas Bower and Sarah Ann Bower, none of whom were in Jonestown nor members of the People's Temple. Living in Oakland, he was a biologist. However, he would marry Naomi Esfer Johnson and had two stepchildren, Linda Arterberry and Shawantiki Johnson. His grandchildren through his stepchildren were Clarence Edward Moore Jr., Ricardo David Arterberry, and Traties Lynette Arterberry. The entire family was in Jonestown. Arriving into Guyana on the 22nd of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 9 and worked as a biologist and animal scientist. Anthony Bauman was born on the 7th of February 1964 in Los Angeles. His mother was Dolores Bauman and his father was Charles Douglas Henderson. In addition to his mother, his grandmother Edna May Bauman, Aunt Patricia Ann Henderson, and Uncle Joe Bowman, as well as his cousin Charles Gary Henderson, were all in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, it is unknown when he moved to Jonestown. He was buried at the Angels Abbey Memorial Park in Compton, California. Dolores Bauman was born on the 23rd of September 1949, the daughter of Edna May Bauman and Joe Bauman. She was born in Louisiana. Her sister was Patricia Ann Henderson. In 1964, she gave birth to her only son, Anthony Bauman. In addition, her nephew Charles Gary Henderson were all in Jonestown together. It is unknown what she did for work in both Jonestown and the US, nor the date that she entered Jonestown, but she did live in Los Angeles in the US. However, Herbert Newell recorded bringing her to Jonestown just 2 weeks before the massacre. Edna Bay Bauman Nee Jackson was born on the 10th of November 1930 in Locust Ridge, Louisiana. Her partner was Joe Bauman. She had two children, Dolores Bauman and Patricia Ann Henderson, and 2 grandchildren, Anthony Bowerman and Charles Gary Henderson. The entire family was in Jonestown. However, it is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown and what she did for work in Jonestown. Regina Michelle Bowser was born on the 1st of April 1963 in Los Angeles. Her mother was Viola Bell Duncan Fawkes, however, who her father was is unknown. Her siblings were Tammy Cheryl de la Huzaye, Michael Donald Felton, and George Edward Phillips III. In addition to her mother and siblings, her grandmother, Corrie Duncan, they would all move to Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, on the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana. She lived in Cottage 20 in Jonestown. She was a field worker student, part of the Peanut crew, and among the medical staff. Georgianne Patricia Brady was born on the 23rd of December 1965 in Long Beach, California. She was the daughter of George Vincent Brady and Michael Ann Patricia Brady nee Edwards. While her father was not a member of the People's Temple, nor her mother, in addition to her aunts Maureen Cynthia Fitch nee Talley, Marlene Diane Wheeler nee Talley, and Christian Shannon Bowers nee Talley, her uncle Ronald Wayne Talley, and her sister Michelle Margaret Brady, as well as her cousins Doris Daniel Wheeler and Jeff Wheeler, all moved to Jonestown. The family resided in San Francisco, and all of the family joined the People's Temple in the early 1970s. On the 17th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown. She lived in Cottage 29 in Jonestown. Her father, George Vincent Brady, would pass away on the 7th of October 2009 in Sun City in Riverside County, California. Michaeline Patricia Brady nee Edwards was born on the 14th of May 1943 in Long Beach, California. She was the daughter of Elizabeth Lenore Riley and Oland Hubert Edwards. In 1964, she married George Vincent Brady, who was the only family member who would not join the People's Temple. Her 2 daughters, Georgianne Patricia Brady and Michelle Margaret Brady, were born in 1965 and 1966 respectively. In addition, her siblings Ronald Wayne Talley, Maureen Cynthia Fitch nee Talley, Marlene Diane Wheeler, and Christian Bowers nee Talley would all be in Jonestown. Initially living in San Francisco, she was a beautician. The family would join the People's Temple in the 1970s. Moving to Guyana on the 29th of July 1977, she continued to collect her Social Security benefits. While in Jonestown, she worked in security. She was often separated from her children in Jonestown and was punished frequently for what was interpreted as acting out in Jonestown, and according to notes from a People's Rally in December 1977, she was happy to be off the heavy medications. Michelle Margaret Brady was born on the 2nd of December 1966 in Long Beach. She was the daughter of George Vincent Brady and Michaeline Patricia Brady nee Edwards. While her father was not a member of the People's Temple, her mother, in addition to her aunts, Maureen Cynthia Fitch nee Talley, Marlene Diane Wheeler nee Talley, and Christian Shannon Bowers nee Talley, her uncle Ronald Wayne Talley, and her sister Georgianne Patricia Brady, as well as her cousins Doris Daniel Wheeler and Jeff Wheeler, all moved to Jonestown. The family, excluding her father, joined the People's Temple in the early 1970s while they were living in San Francisco. She moved into Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, where she lived in Cottage 27. Her father, George Vincent Brady, passed away on the 7th of October 2009 in Sun City in Riverside County, California. Avis Jocelyn Breidenbach nee Garcia was born in Stan Creek, British Honduras, now Belize, on the 5th of January 1958. Her parents were Idela Garcia nee Pratt and Norman Garcia. However, she was adopted by Luis Fontaine Breidenbach, who went by Rocky. Her birth sibling was Cleveland Desmond Garcia. However, her siblings through adoption were Melania Lee Breidenbach and Wesley Carl Breidenbach. In 1979, she would marry Wesley Carl Breidenbach. While in the US, she was a nurse's aide, cashier, and a file clerk. On the 18th of April 1977, she moved to Jonestown, living in Cottage 18, working in the baby nursery and the serving area. Her birth mother would pass away on the 27th of January 2007 in Los Angeles. Louise Fontaine Breidenbach nee Hilborn was born on the 29th of May 1928 in Durant, Oklahoma. Her parents were Methodist missionaries who had gone to Japan before and after the Second World War, and she had 4 siblings. Her partner was Philip Jacob Breidenbach Jr. Her children were Melaine Lee Breidenbach, Wesley Carl Breidenbach, Melinda Breidenbach, Sam Breidenbach, and Harlan Breidenbach. She adopted two children, Avis Jocelyn Breidenbach nee Garcia and Cleveland Desmond Garcia. Living in Redwood Valley, California, she worked as a seamstress and IBM key punch operator. Moving to Jonestown on the 25th of November 1977, she worked in the serving area and lived in Cottage 26. Wesley Carl Breidenbach was born on the 15th of September 1959 in Walnut Creek, California. She was the son of Louise Fontaine Breidenbach, who went by Rocky, and Philip Jacob Breidenbach Jr. His siblings were Melaine Lee Breidenbach, Holland Breidenbach, and Sam Breidenbach. His adoptive siblings were Cleveland Desmond Garcia and Avis Jocelyn Breidenbach nee Garcia, who he would marry in 1976. Attending Opportunity High School in Cobra, he would go on to become a mechanic. He arrived in Jonestown on the 24th of April 1977 and lived in Cottage 33. While in Jonestown, according to Temple Records, he was part of the unloading crew, the truck transportation crew, and oversaw the PA. However, according to the FBI records, he would lead the radio room, operated the boat, and was designated to shoot down aeroplanes approaching the Guyanese jungle. Dorothy Ann Brewer was born on the 24th of October 1938 in Lufkin in Angelina County in Texas. Living in San Francisco, she was a secretary. Entering Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 3 and was a teacher in the Jonestown School. Kimberly Louise Bresto was born on the 25th of August 1955 in Millbrae in San Mateo County in California. She was the daughter of Fred Joseph Bresto and Sondra Dale Bresto nee Dickinson. Her siblings were Mark, Earl, Dale, and Julia. Living in San Francisco, she was a carpenter. Arriving in Jonestown on the 27th of September 1977, she worked in construction as a carpenter and constructed cabinets. She lived in Cottage 16. Her father would outlive her and pass away in 2002. Miller Bridgewater was born on the 11th of February 1908 in Hill County, Texas. Living in Palo Alto, he was a farmer, cook, and tailor. On the 7th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and was a butcher and cook. Juanita Jean Bright was born on the 8th of December 1967 in Torrance County. Her father was Lawrence George Bright II and her mother was Ruby Jean Bright. In addition to her parents, her sister Stephanie Katrina Chacon and her brother Lawrence George Bright II and her cousins Tanya Ran Rena Cox Garcia and Tiffany Latrice Garcia were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she entered Guyana on the 15th of March 1978 and lived in Cottage 27. Lawrence George Bright III was born on the 18th of October 1965 in Torrance, California, the son of Ruby Jean Bright and Lawrence George Bright II. His sisters were Juanita Jean Bright and Stephanie Katrina Chacon. In addition to his parents and siblings, his cousins Tanya Rena Cox and Tiffany Latrice Garcia moved to Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he entered Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, living in Cottage 21. Ruby Jean Bright nee Foster was born on the 12th of February 1947. She was the daughter of Kelly Mae Mitchell nee Petty and was born in St. Louis, Missouri on the 12th of February 1947. She had three sisters, Vera Jean Chacon, nee Foster, Barbara Ann Foster, and Shirley Ann Foster, none of whom were part of the People's Temple. She would go on to marry Lawrence George Bright II in 1964, and both would join the People's Temple in addition to her children, Juanita Jean Bright, born in 1967, Lawrence George Bright III, born in 1965, and Stephanie Katrina Chacon, born in 1960. Her mother and children would all join the People's Temple in addition to her nieces, Stephanie Katrina Chacon, Tanya Rena Cox Garcia, and her great niece Tiffany Latrice Garcia. Living in San Francisco, she worked in hospital housekeeping. She moved into Jonestown on the 14th of March 1978 and lived in Cottage 22. There she looked after toddlers and supervised sewing. Her husband, Lawrence George Bright II, would die on the 28th of January 2015 in Los Angeles. Amanda Denise Brown was born on the 13th of October 1966 in Ventura County, California. She was the daughter of Rosalie L. Brown, nee Satfield, and Marcio Brown, none of whom would be in Jonestown. Her mother would pass away on the 8th of October 1975 in Ventura County, California. However, she was overseen by her grandmother, Rosina Dickerson, in addition to her siblings, Jaros Keith Brown, Mattisai Brown, and Yolanda Delane Brown, all of whom would move to Jonestown. Her father, Marcio Brown, would pass away in Los Angeles on the 17th of February 2002. Jaros Keith Brown was born on the 8th of May 1970 in Port Hueneme, California, the son of Marcia Brown and Rosalie Brown, nee Sutfield, both of whom were not in Jonestown. His mother would pass away on the 8th of October 1975 in Ventura County, California. However, he was overseen by his grandmother, Rosina Dickerson, who, in addition to his siblings Amanda Denise Brown, Massadine Brown and Yolanda Deline Brown, were all in Jonestown. His father, Marcia Brown, would pass away in Los Angeles on the 17th of February 2002. Joyce Marie Brown, who went by Joyce Polk, was born on the 8th of February 1960 in Indianapolis, becoming one of the first to follow Jim Jones, along with her aunt Lucy Crenshaw, brother Edie Jones Hallman, and first cousin Tiquan Raymond Hallman. She was previously married to Charles Edwin Brown Sr., who went by Charlie. Moving with Jim Jones to San Francisco, she worked as a server at a restaurant. Moving to Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, she worked in the bakery, residing in Cottage 33. Her creative English writing teacher, Judy Bibelar, would describe her as a lovely girl and with a beautiful spirit. Charles Brown would die in Austin, Texas on the 19th of April 2009. Luella Brown Nee Holmes was born on the 1st of June 1919 in Waterproof, Louisiana. She was previously married to Walter Brown. Living in Redwood Valley, California, she was a nurse's aide, moving to Jonestown on the 29th of July 1977. There she lived in Dorm 1 and worked in inspections. She continued to receive welfare from the government of the United States of America. And now we come to the first person who died who was not a member of the People's Temple cult. Robert Brown was born on the 8th of February 1942, a cameraman for NBC News in Los Angeles. He worked there for 12 years and accompanied Congressman Leo Ryan into Jonestown. He did not volunteer to accompany NBC anchorman Don Harris, but was recruited to be part of the NBC crew. He was scared and believed that going to Jonestown would result in his death. However, he captured history in filming the insanity of Jonestown, reported Don Harris interviewing Jim Jones and members of Jonestown, as well as defectors expressing their desire to leave. He even kept his camera rolling as he, defectors, and Congressman Leo Ryan were being shot. He was murdered at Port Kaitumu airstrip on the 18th of November 1978. The Bob Brown Memorial Scholarship for Journalists at San Francisco State University was established in his honor. He was buried at Holy Cross Cemetery in Culver City, Los Angeles County, California. Rouletta Brown, who went by Rouletta Paul, was born on the 26th of December 1953. She was the daughter of Florence Brown. Her sibling was Jocelyn Carter Nee Brown. Her partner was Robert Paul, with both having married earlier in 1978. She had 3 children, Marcus Dwight Rhodes Jr., Isaac Jerome Rhodes, and Robert Paul Jr., the latter the son of Paul. In addition to her niece, Kaiwana Mai Carter, all were in Jonestown. In the US, she was a seamstress and lived in her native San Francisco. Moving to Jonestown on the 28th of February 1978, she worked in incesticide and was a field worker living in Cottage 3. On the 18th of November 1978, her husband defected. According to survivors, she was the first to drink the cyanide and gave it to her infant son, Robert Brown Paul Jr. However, Jim Jones had gone through so many white knight drills that we will probably never know if she truly believed that they were going to die, or if she thought it was another trial and test run, and if she wanted to show her loyalty to Jim Jones. Her husband Robert Paul would pass away on the 17th of July 2010 in New Iberia, Louisiana. Yolanda Deline Brown was born on the 22nd of July 1963 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Marcia Brown and Rosalie Satfield. His mother would pass away on the 8th of October 1975 in Ventura County, California. However, he was overseen by her grandmother, Rosina Dickerson, who, in addition to his siblings, Amanda Denise Brown, Massadine Brown, and Jerose Keith Brown, would all move to Jonestown. Entering Jonestown on the 29th of July 1977, he lived in Dorm 1 and worked as a field worker student and was a beginner in sewing. Her father, Marcia Brown, would pass away in Los Angeles on the 17th of February 2002. Lucius Bryant was born in Waldo, Arkansas on the 23rd of June 1925. His first marriage took place in 1952 when he married Elizabeth Agnes Bryant Nee Ferguson, who died on the 21st of March 1969 in Los Angeles County. Living in Los Angeles, he was a painter, plumber, and heavy machine operator. His partner was Lois Agnes Ponce, who also moved with him to Jonestown. He then moved to Redwood Valley to be closer to the People's Temple. He was known as one of the most helpful members and was always glad to help others. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, he lived in Cottage 32. There he was a field worker, oversaw bananas, and was a teacher in the Jonestown school. Priscilla Bryant Nee Wright was born on the 12th of October 1912 in Brinkley, Arkansas. She was the daughter of Nelson Bryant living in Los Angeles. She was a nurse and cosmetologist and loved gardening. In Jonestown, she was a senior rice sorter. Christopher Calvin Buckley was born on the 28th of May 1966 in Jackson, Mississippi. He was the son of Minnie Luna Mae Buckley nee Morale and Cassie Buckley Jr. He had 5 siblings: Dorothy Helen Buckley, Frances Elizabeth Buckley, Laurie Arthur Buckley, and Odessa Buckley, as well as Curtis Buckley. The entire family would move to Jonestown except for Curtis Buckley, who died in San Francisco before the family moved to Jonestown in 1973. On the day of his death, he was seen carrying a case of money to the People's Temple. It is believed that he may have been murdered. On the 22nd of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 1. He was described as a resourceful and creative kid with a great sense of humour. Dorothy Helen Buckley, who went by Helen, was born on the 17th of August 1961 in Forest Scott County, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Minnie Luna Mae Buckley nee Murrell and Cassie Buckley Jr. She had 5 siblings: Christopher Calvin Buckley, Frances Elizabeth Buckley, Laurie Arthur Buckley, and Odessa Buckley, as well as Curtis Buckley. The entire family would be in Jonestown except for Curtis Buckley, who died in San Francisco before the family moved to Jonestown in 1973. Living in San Francisco, she attended Opportunity for Second High School. On the 22nd of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 1. She worked in the nursery and was a field worker, and was also a student. In a recording, she would tell Jim Jones, when asked what she would do if there was a final white night, she stated, "I would fight on, go to Georgetown and get the big cats. If I had to, I would sacrifice my ego and have sex." Frances Elizabeth Buckley was born on the 18th of November 1964 in Jackson, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Minnie Luna Mae Buckley nee Murrell and Cassie Buckley Jr. She had 5 siblings: Christopher Calvin Buckley, Dorothy Helen Buckley, Laurie Arthur Buckley, and Odessa Buckley, as well as Curtis Buckley. The entire family would be in Jonestown except for Curtis Buckley, who died in San Francisco before the family moved to Jonestown in 1973. On the 22nd of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 5. In Jonestown, she worked in the vegetable and children's garden and was also a field worker and was also a server. Laurie Arthur Buckley was born on the 16th of July 1957 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Minnie Luna Mae Buckley nee Murrell and Cassie Buckley Jr. She had 5 siblings: Christopher Calvin Buckley, Dorothy Helen Buckley, Frances Elizabeth Buckley, and Odessa Buckley, as well as Curtis Buckley. The entire family would be in Jonestown except for Curtis Buckley, who died in San Francisco before the family moved to Jonestown in 1973. In the US, she was living in Ukiah, California, attending Ukiah High School, one of only a handful of African Americans to attend the school, and was a carpenter. Minnie Luna Mae Buckley nee Murrell was born on the 6th of May 1941. She was the daughter of Minnie Lee McDuffie and Dave Murrell. She was born in Forest, Mississippi. She was married to Cassie Buckley Jr. She had 6 children: Christopher Calvin Buckley, Dorothy Helen Buckley, Frances Elizabeth Buckley, Laurie Arthur Buckley, and Odessa Buckley, as well as Curtis Buckley. The entire family would be in Jonestown except for Curtis Buckley, who died in San Francisco before the family moved to Jonestown in 1973. In the United States of America, she worked in Ukiah, California, and worked as a nurse's aide and as a waitress. Moving into Jonestown on the 22nd of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 3. In Jonestown, she worked as a supervising nurse under the medical staff but continued to get welfare. Odessa Buckley was born on the 30th of November 1962 in Jackson, Mississippi, the daughter of Minnie Luna Mae Buckley nee Murrell and Cassie Buckley Jr. She had 5 siblings: Christopher Calvin Buckley, Dorothy Helen Buckley, Frances Elizabeth Buckley, and Laurie Arthur Buckley, as well as Curtis Buckley. The entire family moved to Jonestown except for Curtis Buckley, who died in San Francisco before the family moved to Jonestown in 1973. She moved to Jonestown on the 22nd of August 1977 and resided in Dorm 5. She was described as a shy child but had great charm and natural beauty, and was also peaceful and helpful. Rosie Lee Bergines was born on the 7th of November 1953 in Little Rock, Arkansas, the daughter of Lottia Bergines Cardwell, residing in Los Angeles. She worked numerous odd jobs, including as a cleric and receptionist, as well as a cashier. Moving to Jonestown on the 9th of March 1978, she lived in Cottage 46 and was a teacher in Jonestown School, overseeing kids with special needs. William Paul Sean Bush, who went by Billy, was born on the 4th of November 1964 in Oakland, California, the son of Beverly Marie Livingston nee Geraldoyd. He and his mother and stepsister Kim Dutra Livingston would move to Jonestown. He lived in Ukiah, California. On the 29th of May 1977, he entered Jonestown. In Jonestown, in addition to being a student, he was also a baker. Ruthie Mae Kane was born on the 30th of September 1940 in Mississippi. Her child was Noira Blair in Jonestown, and a second child, Tracy Klein, was not in Jonestown. Living in California, she was an interior decorator, worked in a vacuum food storage, cosmetologist, worked in croquet, sewing and knitting. Moving to Jonestown on the 31st of January 1978, she lived in Cottage 13 and worked in the sewing department, insecticide, preserving area and barrel storage, including storing wheat and beans. She continued to receive VA benefits while in Jonestown. In 1986, Tracy Kane would murder Modena Shores Galloway and William Jefferson Galloway in a robbery gone wrong. He was sentenced to death by the Supreme Court of California. However, in 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom of California placed a moratorium on capital punishment. He would tell The Guardian, "Hopefully the powers that be will deem me worthy of a real second chance." He remains on death row. Bianca Rena Cameron was born on the 17th of October 1970. She was the daughter of Mary Alice Johnson and Eugene Cameron. Her siblings were James Douglas Johnson, Felawanta Tyus Finley, Lucreta Yvette Finley, and Orlando Demetric Robinson. The entire family was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she moved into Jonestown on the 29th of July 1977, living in Dorm 1. Ronald Ray Campbell Jr. was born on the 27th of May 1972 in San Francisco. He was the son of Rochelle Dawana Hulkman. On the 17th of August 1977, he entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 33. Mary Frances Canada was born on the 20th of January 1901 in Mer Rouge, Louisiana. She was married to Ollie W. Canada. Living in Pittsburgh, California, she worked in farm work. She was a big believer in the People's Temple and would commute 50 miles to attend services. On the 30th of March 1978, she moved to Jonestown, residing in Cottage 10. Thelma Doris Mattie Cannon nee Ross was born on the 29th of July 1930 in Houston, Texas. She was married to Henry Frank Cannon and had two children, Henry Frank Cannon Jr. and Vitius Rochelle Cannon. Living in San Francisco, she was a waitress. She would move to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5. She continued to receive welfare while living in Jonestown. While she and her children would die in Jonestown, her husband Henry Cannon survived Jonestown as he was in Lamar Gardens House, the temple's headquarters in Georgetown. She was described as a wonderfully sweet and loving person who took great care of her children and was kind to other children. Vitius Rochelle Cannon was born on the 3rd of November 1962 in Los Angeles, the daughter of Femma Doris Mattie Cannon nee Ross and Henry Frank Cannon. She had one brother, Henry Frank Cannon Jr. She loved crafts and small animals. On the 18th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 2. There she was a field worker, student and a cook. Jeffrey James Carey was born on the 12th of December 1960 in Flint, Michigan. He was one of the first people to join Jones, joining him in Illinois. In the US, he was a machinist and resided in Redwood Valley. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1974, he was a teacher in the Jonestown School, worked in the night shift kitchen, and oversaw refrigeration and small appliances. He was among the first to arrive in Jonestown from Florida aboard the Cujoe. Karen Yvette Carr was born on the 18th of July 1963 in San Francisco, the child of Violet Esper Dillard nee Batty and Earl Carl. Her siblings were Timothy Bowl Jones and Claudia Jo Bouquet, all of whom were in Jonestown. On the 29th of May 1977, she moved to Jonestown, where she lived in Dorm 5. There she was a field worker as well as a student. D'Artagnan Angelino Carroll was born on the 7th of August 1976 in Berkeley, California. He was the son of Don Carroll and Betty J. Carroll. In addition to his parents, his grandmother Ruby Jewel Johnson Carroll and Aunt Joanne Carroll, as well as his uncles John Lawrence Gardner and Rupert Keefe Johnson, would all move to Jonestown, as well as his cousins Rondell Jerome Carroll, Randall Dwayne Smith Carroll, Randall Earl Carroll, and Michael Peniel Owens. He had one sibling, Dante Augustine Carroll III. On the 17th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and was a student. Augustine Dante Carroll III was born on the 28th of August 1974 in San Francisco. He was the son of Don Carroll and Betty J. Carroll. In addition to his parents, his grandmother, Ruby Jewel Johnson Carroll, and Aunt Joanne Carroll, as well as his uncles John Lawrence Gardner and Rupert Keefe Johnson, would all move to Jonestown, as well as his cousins Rondell Jerome Carroll, Wagnall Dane Smith Carroll, Randall Earl Carroll, and Michael Peniel Owens. He had one sibling, D'Artagnan Angelino Carroll. On the 11th of August 1977, he moved to Guyana, living in Cottage 41. Randall Earl Carroll was born on the 16th of July 1974 in San Francisco. He was the son of Joanne Carroll. In addition to his mother, he would move to Jonestown with his grandmother Ruby Jewel Johnson Carroll, Aunt Betty J. Carroll, uncles Don Carroll, John Lawrence Gardner, and Robert Keefe Johnson, as well as his siblings Rondell Jerome Carroll, Wangel Dwayne Smith Carroll, Michael Peniel Owens, and his cousins D'Artagnan Angelino Carroll and Dante Augustine Carroll III. He entered Jonestown on the 12th of August 1977, living in Cottage 41. Rondell Jerome Carroll was born in San Francisco on the 6th of August 1971. He was the son of Joanne Carroll. In addition to his mother, he would move to Jonestown with his grandmother Ruby Jewel Johnson Carroll, Aunt Betty J. Carroll, uncles Don Carroll, John Lawrence Gardner, and Robert Keefe Johnson, as well as his siblings Randall Earl Carroll, Wangel Dwayne Smith Carroll, Michael Peniel Owens, and his cousins D'Artagnan Angelino Carroll and Dante Augustine Carroll III. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, he lived in Dorm 1. Ruby Jewel Carroll Nee Johnson was born on the 10th of June 1937 in Caldwell in Burleson County, Texas. She was the daughter of Earl Johnson and Ruby Lee Patterson. Her children Betty J. Carroll, Joe Ann Carroll, John Lawrence Gardner, and Robert Keefe Johnson were all in Jonestown. Moreover, her grandchildren, Rondell Jerome Carroll, Wangel Dwayne Smith Carroll, Randall Earl Carroll, D'Artagnan Angelino Carroll, Dante Augustine Carroll III, and Michael Peniel Owens were all in Jonestown. In the US, she was a seamstress and lived in San Francisco. Moving to Guyana on the 8th of October 1977, she lived in Cottage 39 and worked in family services, shoe repair, as a sewing supervisor, oversaw housing, and was a new arrivals inspector. She was described by former People's Temple member Don Beck as a good person and a hard worker. She was buried in an unmarked grave in Pasco Cemetery and Crematory in Pasco in Contra Costa County, California. Wangel Dwayne Smith Carroll was born on the 25th of June 1976. He was the son of Joanne Carroll. His grandmother Ruby Jewel Johnson Carroll and Aunt Betty J. Carroll, as well as his uncles Don Carroll, John Lawrence Gardner, and Robert Keefe Johnson were all in Jonestown, as were his cousins Randall Earl Carroll, Rondell Jerome Carroll, Michael Peniel Owens, and his cousins D'Artagnan Angelino Carroll and Dante Augustine Carroll III. Previously living in San Francisco, he entered Guyana on the 19th of July 1977, living in Dorm 3. Gloria Maria Carter was born on the 23rd of March 1952 and lived in Santa Barbara, California. She was the daughter of Gregorio Rodriguez and Aurora Rodriguez ni Martinez. She would move to Jonestown with her partner, Timothy James Carter, who would survive Jonestown. She also moved with her child, Malcolm Carter, and her niece, Aurora Mae Stewart, Lisa Ann Vittmer, Kaiwana Mae Carter, and her nephews Terry Frederick Stewart Jr. and Chayoke Warren Jones. In the US, she was a clerk and typist. In Jonestown, according to Temple records, she was a field worker and worked in the bakery. However, according to FBI records, she was a secretary as part of the Agriculture and Livestock Commission and was in the radio room. She arrived into Guyana on the 1st of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 26. Her partner would say that her son Malcolm James Carter died beside her. Her father, Gregorio Rodriguez, died on the 25th of April 2006, while her mother, Aurora Rodriguez, died on the 28th of April 1996 in Alameda County, California. Jocelyn Carter Nee Brown was born on the 10th of April 1958 in San Francisco. She was Jewish. She was the daughter of Florence Brown. She had one sibling, Rouletta Brown, and her partner was Michael Julian Carter. Her daughter was Kaiwana Mae Carter, in addition to her nephews Cheoke Warren Jones, Malcolm J. Carter, Marquess Dwight Rhodes Jr., and Isaac Jerome Rhodes, and Robert Paul Jr. all moved to Jonestown. In the US, she was a housewife. She moved to Guyana on the 3rd of April 1977 and lived in Cottage 37. There she worked in farm management and was a field worker and undertook beginning sewing. Kaiwana Mae Carter was born on the 10th of May 1977 in Georgetown, Guyana. She was the daughter of Michael Julian Carter and Jocelyn Carter Nee Brown. Her parents were in Jonestown in addition to her aunts Gloria Maria Carter, Mary Teresa Carter Jones, and Rouletta Brown, as well as her cousins Cheoke Warren Jones, Malcolm Carter, Marcus Dwight Rhodes Jr., Isaac Jerome Rhodes, and Robert Paul Jr. In Jonestown, she lived in dorm 3. Malcolm J. Carter was born on the 10th of August 1977 in Georgetown. He was the son of Gloria Maria Carter and Timothy James Carter. In addition, her grandmother, Aurora Rodriguez, and his aunts, Mary Teresa Carter Jones, as well as Jocelyn Carter and his uncles, Michael Julian Carter and his cousins Aurora Mae Stewart, Lisa Ann Whitmer, Terry Frederick Stewart, and Kaiwana Mae Carter all lived in Jonestown. He lived in dorm 3. His father, Timothy James Carter, survived Jonestown and said that he saw him die next to his mother. Maurice Chauncey Carter was born on the 30th of August 1973 in San Francisco. He was the son of Betty Ann Daniel and had two siblings, Steve Nathaniel Daniel III and Marcus Emily Morgan, all of whom were in the People's Temple. It is unknown when he arrived in Jonestown and where he lived. Patricia Ann Cartmell nee Charles, who went by Patty, was born on the 31st of July 1929 in Columbus, Ohio. She was the child of Arthur Bryce Charles and Pauline Haywell, both of whom were not part of the People's Temple. However, her partner Walter Clayton Cartmell, who she married in 1952, as well as her children, Michael Bryce Cartmell, Patricia Pauline Cartmell, and her adopted child, Tyrone James Cartmell, were all part of the People's Temple. She kept the People's Temple going when Jim Jones went to Brazil in 1962 and 1963. Living in San Francisco, it is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Cottage 26. According to Temple records, she worked in procurement as part of outreach management and the business department. However, according to FBI records, she was in the Inner Corps and was on the Planning Commission. Her remains were collected and she was buried at sea. Pauline Patricia Cartmell, who went by Tricia, was born on the 3rd of July 1954 in Columbus, Ohio. She was the daughter of Patricia Ann Cartmell and Walter Clayton Cartmell. Her siblings were Michael Bryce Cartmell, and her adopted sibling was Tyrone James Cartmell. Living in San Francisco, she was a carpenter. On the 8th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 17 and was a carpenter and worked in the business department. Tyrone James Cartmell was born on the 8th of July 1970 in Mississippi. He was adopted by Patricia Ann Cartmell and Walter Clayton Cartmell, and thereby his adopted siblings were Patricia Pauline Cartmell and Michael Bryce Cartmell. On the 29th of March 1977, he moved to Guyana. Walter Clayton Cartmell was born on the 15th of May 1928 in Van Lear, Kentucky. In 1952, he married Patricia Ann Cartmell. His children were Patricia Pauline Cartmell, Michael Bryce Cartmell, and he adopted Tyrone James Cartmell. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a carpenter, worked in construction, was a sawyer, and worked in landscaping. On the 29th of March 1977, he moved to Jonestown. Living in Cottage 26, he worked in construction as a carpenter, oversaw large animals, and worked in the piggery. He was described as a man of few words and could be subdued instantly. According to Edith Roller's journals, he was in the remedial reading class while in Jonestown. Sophia Lauren Casanova was born on the 9th of August 1967 in Long Beach, the daughter of Mary Ann Touche, née Duffin, and Henry Joseph Casanova, both of whom were in the People's Temple. Her siblings were Donald Eugene Scheid Jr., Diane Elizabeth Scheid, Diane Casanova, and Angelique Marie Scheid. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977. Her mother was not in the People's Temple and died on the 28th of April 2022 in Los Angeles. Mary Frances Castillo was born in Baltimore, Maryland. While most records say that she was born on the 7th of January 1920, one record of the People's Temple said that she was born on the 6th of January 1920. Living in Los Angeles, she was a Goodwill supervisor and babysitter, as well as a childcare worker and a shipping clerk. She was in a relationship with William Richard Castillo. Moving to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 27 and worked in inspections and the baby nursery. William Richard Castillo was born on the 19th of February 1944 in Brownwood, Texas. His partner was Mary Frances Castillo, a laborer and working in Goodwill. He lived in Los Angeles. He moved to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 25, working as a field worker. Georgia May Cutney was born on the 26th of September 1919. However, her passport noted a birth date of the 26th of October 1917. She was born in Little Rock, Arkansas. She was the daughter of Nancy Kelly and William Mack, none of whom were in the People's Temple, and indeed she was on her own in the People's Temple besides her aunt Viola Kelly. Living in Redwood Valley, she did numerous jobs, including working as a domestic worker, working in a pickle factory, as a cook, a housekeeper, and as a chauffeur. On the 26th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in the sewing department and as a night rover. Stephanie Katrina Chacon was born on the 27th of May 1960 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Vera Jean Foster Chacon and Robert Duke Chacon, both of whom were not in the People's Temple. Her aunt, Ruby Jean Bright, great-aunt, Callie Mae Mitchell-Nee Petty, cousins Juanita Jean Bright, Lawrence George Bright III, Tanya Rena Cox Garcia, and Tiffany Latrice Garcia were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Berkeley, she moved to Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, lived in Dorm 2 and was a field worker and a student. David Lee Chaikin was born on the 21st of January 1963 in Los Angeles. He was the child of Phyllis Alexander Chaikin and Eugene Bernard Chaikin, and his sibling was Gail Stephanie Chaikin, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he entered Guyana on the 5th of April 1977 and lived in Cottage 9. Despite being aged 15, he was a field worker in Jonestown as well as a student. Eugene Bernard Chaikin was born in Los Angeles on the 18th of December 1932. He was the son of Frida May Rivkin and David Wolf Chaikin, both of whom were not part of the People's Temple. His wife was Phyllis Alexander Chaikin, who he married in July 1972. In addition, his children Gail Stephanie Chaikin and David Lee Chaikin were all part of the People's Temple. Working in farming and as a lawyer for the People's Temple, having quit his legal job, it is unknown when he moved to Jonestown, but he lived in Cottage 52. He worked in the ACAO, farm management, experimental science as part of smokehouse processing, oversaw the nursery and orchids, and was an attorney. However, according to FBI records, he was part of the Inner Core and was on the Planning Commission. He was described as a sweet person. It is speculated that he was hospitalized and drugged to keep him quiet during the visit of Congressman Leo Ryan, and kept in the hospital section so that he did not speak to Congressman Ryan regarding the conditions of Jonestown. Gail Stephanie Chaikin was born on the 26th of February 1961 in Los Angeles, the daughter of Phyllis Alexander Chaikin and Eugene Bernard Chaikin. She was born Jewish. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a student. Moving to Jonestown on the 5th of April 1977, she lived in Cottage 22 and worked in the sewing department, was a field worker, a student, and a preschool teacher. She was described by former classmates of her high school in Los Angeles as a feisty girl who liked to play around and have fun. Phyllis Alexander Chaikin was born on the 6th of May 1939 in Los Angeles. She was born Jewish. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a nurse with a specialization in cardiology as well as a coronary care nurse. She was also a preschool teacher. In Jonestown, she would be a healthcare administrator. It is unknown what date she arrived in Jonestown, but she lived in Cottage 43. When talking about revolutionary suicide, she told Jim Jones that she might be willing to slit people's throats in order to see it happen, and said she only trusted Jones. Josie Eveline Chambliss was born on the 30th of June 1902 in Jerusalem, Southampton County, Virginia, although Temple records showed her birthplace as Franklin, Virginia. She was the daughter of Carrie Lucy Chambliss, nee Turner, who died on the 19th of October 1958 in Franklin. She had one sister, Eva Hornshaw, nee Chambliss, and one brother, Jesse Lee Chambliss. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and continued to receive Social Security payments while in Jonestown. It is unknown the date that she arrived in Jonestown. Jesse Lee Chambliss would pass away in Franklin on the 15th of November 2001. Eva Hanshaw passed away in Franklin on the 7th of June 2010. Loretta Diane Chavez was born on the 1st of April 1955 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Lula Mae Hudson Smith and James Chavez, along with her parents and her aunt Jane Hudson. Were all members of the People's Temple, but nobody else in her family was in Jonestown. In the US, she was a nurse's aide. She entered Guyana on the 19th of August 1977. In Jonestown, she lived in Dorm 5 and worked in the family services, overseeing childcare in the infant nursery, and also worked in the sewing department. Robert Louis Christian was born on the 10th of September 1947 in Pineville, Louisiana. His wife, Vernetta Carolyn Christian, nee Brown, who he married in 1969, as well as his two children, Tina Rayette Christian and Robert Louis Christian II, were all in Jonestown and would pass away. Living in San Francisco, he was a civil engineer. Arriving into Jonestown on the 1st of July 1977, he worked in construction and transportation as well as political engagement, supervised public utilities, was on the Public Utilities Committee and worked in a security tower. He resided in Cottage 35. Robert Louis Christian II was born on the 9th of November 1970 in Houston, Texas. He was the son of Robert Louis Watson Christian I and Vernetta Carolyn Christian nee Brown. Along with his sibling Tina Rayetta Christian, the entire family was in Jonestown. He lived in San Francisco and entered Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977, where he lived in Cottage 33. Tina Rayette Christian was born on the 1st of September 1969 in Houston. She was the daughter of Vernetta Carolyn Christian nee Brown and Robert Louis Watson Christian, along with her brother Robert Louis Christian II. The entire family would move to Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she entered Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977, living in Dorm 1. On the 1st of March 1978, she was subjected to a meeting after her parents sent a note to Jim Jones complaining that she was being treated too harshly on the learning crew. Her dad disagreed, and Jim Jones damned him for criticizing the learning crew. Vernetta admitted that she couldn't see the faults of her own child, but gave her daughter a spanking. Her father then admitted to being arrogant and asked for 2 weeks on the learning crew, which Jim Jones denied. Vernetta Carolyn Christian nee Brown was born on the 25th of December 1944 in Houston. She married Robert Louis Watson Christian in 1969 and had 2 children, Robert Louis Christian II, born in 1969, and Tina Rayette Christian, born in 1970. Living in San Francisco, she was a secretary. Moving to Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977, she lived in Cottage 35. There she had numerous roles, including working as part of the healthcare center, was an auditor of supplies, was a general administration secretary, and on the Living Sterling Committee, the Judicial Committee, was a typist in the business department and an inspection secretary. Mary Louise Clancy nee Meyer, who went by Mary Lou, was born on the 16th of April 1954 in San Francisco. However, Temple records said that her birthplace was Burlingame, California. She was the daughter of Ronald Oliver Meyer and Barbara Mary Meyer nee Kennedy, none of whom were in the Temple. Her husband was Timothy Logan Clancy, who was in Jonestown. In the US, she was a community health worker and lived in Redwood Valley. Her best friend, Christian Kravitz, would describe her as a real hoot. She moved to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 46. There, she was a censor and on the Judicial Council Relations Committee. Joyce Ellis Clark was born on the 28th of October 1911 in Houston, the daughter of Beulah Smith and Joey Ellis, previously married to Tommy Allison. She would marry Joe Clark Jr., who would join the People's Temple with her. Living in San Francisco, she was a domestic worker and entered Guyana on the 10th of August 1977, living in Dorm 2. She received SSI and SSA benefits, which she continued to gain while in Jonestown. Leola Laverne Clark was born on the 29th of July 1909 in Brinkley, Arkansas. She had no family members in Jonestown when she arrived in Jonestown, and where she lived in Jonestown is unknown. However, she continued to receive numerous benefits while in Jonestown, including SSA, DSI and SSI benefits. Nancy Clark was born on the 26th of May 1909 in Henderson, Texas. Her children were Aline Jackson, Johnny May Henderson, and Lorenzo Howard. She had one granddaughter, Ollie Wilderman Smith, and one great-grandson, Martin Luther Smith, both of whom lived in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a waitress. She arrived in Guyana on the 8th of April 1977 and lived in Dorm 2 and worked as a sandwich maker, continuing to receive her SSA and retirement benefits. Ida Mae Klipsney Pleasant was born on the 4th of December 1917 in Curo, Texas. She had one brother, Leroy Pleasant, and had a husband, Johnny Joseph Clips, neither of whom were members of the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and worked as a janitor. Moving to Jonestown on the 26th of August 1977, she worked in the laundry but continued to receive her SSA, SSI and DIB benefits. In a police informant tape recorded in Jonestown, she would state, referring to her husband, "Call them to Johnny Joseph Clips, 54, 'cause he come home and tried to jump on me, 1954. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Heaven's Acre Cemetery in Sinton, Texas. Brenda Carroll Cobb was born on the 4th of September 1963 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Christian Cobb and James Cobb Sr., who went by Jim. Both were divorced in 1968, and her stepfather was Guy Young. Her siblings were James Cobb Jr., Teresa Ann Cobb, Avia Pennis Jones, Joel Raymond Cobb, Johnny Cobb, John Cobb Jones, Sandra Yvette Cobb Jones, Ramona Lamonfort Young, and Mona Cobb. In addition to her siblings and parents, her nieces Stephanie Brown, Jamil Morgan, Marshall Jacole Jones, Monielle Marlene Jones, and nephew Marshawn Cobb were all in the People's Temple. Previously living in San Francisco, she entered Guyana on the 17th of August 1977 and resided in Cottage 14. Her brother Jim Cobb Jr. was one of the concerned relatives who visited the family in Jonestown, along with Congressman Leo Ryan, and attempted to persuade the family to leave Jonestown, but nobody left with him. He survived the shooting at Port Kaituma airstrip. She was buried in Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, California. Her father died in Alameda County, California on the 10th of January 1990. Eloise Christian Cobb, nee Eccles, was born on the 29th of March 1928. She was the daughter of Anna Mae Eccles, nee Harris, who passed away on the 30th of July 1969 in Indianapolis. She had one brother, Robert Alford, who was known as Big Al. She previously married to James Cobb Sr., who went by Jim. The two divorced in 1968, and she married Guy Young. Her children were Brenda Carroll Cobb, James Cobb Jr., Teresa Ann Cobb, Ava Phoenix Jones, Joel Raymond Cobb, Johnny Cobb, John Cobb Jones, Sandra Yvette Cobb Jones, Ramona Lamonfort Young, and Mona Cobb. In addition, her grandchildren Stephanie Brown, Marshall Jacole Jones, Monielle Marloine Jones, and Marshawn Cobb were all in the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and worked as a psych technician. On the 2nd of March 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 43, where she was a counsellor and among the medical staff, as well as oversaw public utilities. However, her FBI records also showed that she was on the Judicial Committee. She would never see her husband again. Her eldest son, Jim Cobbs Jr., was one of the concerned relatives who visited the family in Jonestown along with Congressman Leo Ryan, and attempted to persuade the family to leave Jonestown, but nobody left with him. He survived the shooting at Port Kaituma airstrip. She was interviewed by Don Harris and expressed her satisfaction at being in Jonestown and insisted that she did not want to leave. She was buried in Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, California. Her first husband, Jim Cobb Sr., died in Alameda County, California California on the 10th of January 1990. Her brother passed away on the 19th of June 1993 in Indianapolis. Joel Raymond Cobb was born on the 2nd of February 1965 in Indiana and went by Jojo. He was the son of Christian Cobb and James Cobb Sr., who went by Jim, both divorced in 1968, and his stepfather was Guy Young. His siblings were James Cobb Jr., Teresa Ann Cobb, Ava Penice Jones, Brenda Carol Cobb, Johnny Cobb, John Cobb Jones, Sandra Yvette Cobb Jones, Ramona Lamontford Young, and Mona Cobb. In addition to his siblings and parents, his nieces Stephanie Brown, Jamel Morgan, Marshall Jacole Jones, Monielle Mylene Jones, and nephew Marshawn Cobb were all in the People's Temple. On the 17th of August 1977, he entered Jonestown. Despite being a minor, he was a supplies inspector and lived in Cottage 14. His brother Jim Cobb Jr. was one of the concerned relatives who visited the family in Jonestown, along with Congressman Leo Ryan, and attempted to persuade the family to leave Jonestown, but nobody left with him. He survived the shooting at Port Country Arrest Strip. He was buried in Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, California. His father died in Alameda County, California on the 10th of January 1990. Sharon Rose Cobb was born on the 31st of August 1948 in Springfield, Ohio, growing up in South Charleston, Ohio. She was the daughter of Maxine Swaney, nee Morningstar, and Nathaniel Brown Swaney. Her siblings were Stephen Swaney and Larry Wade Swaney. She was married to James Cobb Jr., along with her sisters-in-law Linda Dunn Swaney, Doxy Paris Swaney, and cousin Gerald Parks, as well as her nieces Stephanie K. Swaney, Stephanie Brown, Marshall Jacole Jones, Monielle Marloine Jones, and her nephew Marshawn Cobb. All were in the People's Temple. Previously living in Redwood Valley, California, she was a registered nurse specializing in pediatrics and geriatrics. Her mother died on the 22nd of January 1976 in Redwood Valley. Her mother had planned to leave the People's Temple and was a passenger in a car accident with her husband Nathaniel Brown Sweeney, who would survive. She arrived into Jonestown on the 17th of July 1977. There she was a paediatric nurse and part of the medical staff residing in Cottage 43. Her brother Larry Wade Swaney would pass away on the 7th of June 1996 in San Francisco. Arlanda Cole was born on the 22nd of December 1906 in Meriden, Mississippi. He was previously married to Betty Cole. He had two children, Alberta Cole and Arlanda Cole Jr. Neither of them were in Jonestown. However, his second wife, Arvella Cole, was in Jonestown. He was a long-term member of the People's Temple in Jonestown. In the US, he lived in San Francisco and was a launderer and oversaw dry cleaning. On the 17th of September 1977, he moved to Guyana, living in Cottage 3. There he was a senior rice sorter and continued to receive SSA benefits. He was buried in Olivet Memorial Park in Colma, California. Arvella Cole was born on the 28th of September 1906 in Collins, Mississippi. She was married to Arlanda Cole. She was a long-term member of the People's Temple. In the US, she was a seamstress living in San Francisco. On the 17th of September 1977, she moved to Jonestown, living in Cottage 3, and worked as a senior rice sorter. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Mary Coleman was born on the 23rd of July 1894 in Burleson County, Texas. She was the daughter of Oscar S. Coleman and Susan Nakasa Harris. However, she was alone in Jonestown. She lived in San Francisco and was a farmer and seamstress. On the 11th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana, living in Com B, and continued to receive her SSA benefits. Ruth Virginia Coleman nee Marshall was born in Jackson, Mississippi on the 3rd of January 1920. She was the daughter of LaSala Marshall and Placia Schall. She was married to Ernest Coleman. However, she was alone in Jonestown. She lived in Los Angeles and oversaw housework. She was a quilter and nurse's aide. She regularly attended the People's Temple. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown or where she lived there, but she was a cook and among the medical staff. Susie Collins nee Lee was born on the 20th of July 1900 in Harrison County, Texas. She was the daughter of Silas Lee and Elizabeth Lee and had one brother, Walter Lee. She was married to Reuben Collins. She had one daughter, Dorothy Saxton Willis nee Collins, born in 1934 in Mooringsport in Caddo Parish, parish in Louisiana. However, she was the only member of her family in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a retired house worker. She was described as having no education. She entered Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 5. Working in the laundry, she continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Her daughter passed away on the 9th of September 2010 in Shreveport in Louisiana. Inez Corinna Coleman Conedy Nee Strickland was born on the 5th of March 1909 in Wabaseka, Arkansas. She was the daughter of William Edward Strickland and Annie B. Fitzpatrick. Her brothers were Alonzo Strickland and Alfonso Strickland. She was previously married to Christopher Coleman and Langford Conadere. She lived in Palo Alto, California, and was a tailor and a secretary. On the 27th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown, living in Dorm 2, and oversaw kitchen and food preparation and was a rice worker. She continued to receive her SSA benefits. Angela Maria Conacero, who went by Angie, was born on the 8th of June 1974 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Vessia Lee Conacero Nee Perkins. Her stepfather was Thomas Joseph Partak, who went by Tom. In addition, her grandmother Lenora Martin Perkins, auntie Betty Jewel Fountain, and cousins Jewel Lynn Fountain, Nee Tinny, and Frankie J. Fountain were all in the People's Temple. She moved to Guyana on the 17th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 23. Bertha Pearl Cook was born on the 12th of December 1912 in Parrott, Alabama. Living in Los Angeles, she was a seamstress and tailor and manicurist. She did security at the temples of the People's Temple in San Francisco and Los Angeles. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown, and there she was in the band, but it is unclear what role she played in the band. She was also a tailor and worked in the serving area, and was also part of the counseling team C. Mary Ella Cook was born on the 26th of January 1914 in Pleasureville, Missouri. However, One Temple Records stated that she was born in Pleasant Hill, Missouri. She was the daughter of Charlie Cook and Betty Ella Evans. Her siblings were Lawrence Cook and Myrtle Jones. She had one son, Charles Richards. However, she was alone in Jonestown and the only person in her family who was a member of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a seamstress. On the 15th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown and lived in Dorm 5. Barbara Jean Cordell Nee Marshall was born on the 14th of August 1938 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was the daughter of Elmer John Marshall and Kathleen Ann Marshall Nee Straub. She was married to Richard William Cordell Sr., with both marrying on the 20th of November 1958 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Her sister was Arlene E. Brand Nee Marshall. While her husband was a member of the People's Temple, he was not in Jonestown. Her children were Julie Renee Cordell, Richard William Cordell Jr., Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, and her adopted child was Jamal Redina Lawrence. She was ward to Natasha Lana Cordell. All were in Jonestown. Moreover, her nieces Candace K. Cordell and Cindy Lynn Cordell, as well as Mabel Joy Cordell and her nephews James Joseph Cordell and Chris Mark Cordell, were all in Jonestown. She lived in Redwood Valley. In the US, she was a nursery attendant. Moving to Guyana on the 17th of July 1977, she lived in Cottage 18 and was a sewing supervisor and a seamstress. While she was in Jonestown, her father, Elmer John Marshall, passed away on the 29th of September 1977 in Phoenix, Arizona. Her mother passed away in Shelbyville, Michigan on the 31st of October 1980. Her husband Richard William Cordell passed away in Puyallup, Pierce County, Washington on the 16th of December 1983. Her sister passed away in Kent County, Michigan on the 11th of April 1999. Candace K. Cordell was born on the 7th of November 1960 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Loretta May Cordell and Harold Ernest Cordell Jr. Her siblings were Chris Mark Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, James Joseph Cordell. Her siblings and her mother were all in Jonestown, while her father was a member of the People's Temple, but not in Jonestown. Her cousins Julie Renee Cordell, Richard William Cordell Jr., Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, Jamil Regina Lawrence, and second cousin Natasha Lana Cordell, as well as her uncle Richard William Cordell Sr., Aunt Barbara Jean Cordell, and great aunt Edith Excel Cordell were all members of the People's Temple, living in Redwood Valley in a very small, modest three-bedroom rancher with a tin roof. She was moved to Jonestown Jonestown on the 29th of May 1977 and lived in Cottage 20. Chris Mark Cordell was born on the 13th of September 1957 in Indianapolis. He was the daughter of Loretta May Cordell and Harold Ernest Cordell Jr. His siblings were Candace K. Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, James Joseph Cordell, and his siblings and mother were all in Jonestown, while his father was not in Jonestown but a member of the People's Temple. His cousins Julie Renee Cordell, Richard William Cordell Jr., Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, Jamil, Regina Lawrence, and second cousin Natasha Lana Cordell, as well as his uncle Richard William Cordell Sr., Aunt Barbara Jean Cordell, and great aunt Edith Excel Cordell were all members of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he worked as a painter and was a student. He moved to Guyana on the 29th of May 1977, where he worked in the unloading crew, but according to FBI records, he worked in security. He resided in Cottage 24. Cindy Lynn Cordell was born in Indiana on the 8th of December 1959. She was the daughter of Loretta May Cordell and Harold Ernest Cordell Jr. Her siblings were Candace K. Cordell, Chris Mark Cordell, James Joseph Cordell, and her siblings and mother were all in Jonestown, while her father was a member of the People's Temple but not in Jonestown. Her cousins Julie Renee Cordell, Richard William Cordell Jr., Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, Jamil, Regina Lawrence, and second cousin Natasha Lana Cordell, as well as her uncle Richard William Cordell Sr., Aunt Barbara Jean Cordell, and great aunt Edith Excel Cordell were all members of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, living in Cottage 15. It is unknown what she did in Jonestown for work. Edith Excel Cordell was born in Indianapolis on the 6th of February 1902, the daughter of Richard and Brene Maud Cordell. Her siblings, Harold Ernest Cordell Sr., as well as her adopted children, Carol Ann Cordell McCoy, Eugene Cordell, and her nephew, Harold Ernest Cordell Jr., all moved to Jonestown. Her family expressed concerns about her being a member of the People's Temple when she joined in the mid-1950s, having purchased 2 monkeys from Jim Jones. They were crapping all over the house, and her house was a mess. Living in Redwood Valley, she worked in childcare, moving to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978. She lived in Cottage 10 but continued to receive SSA benefits. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in New Crown Cemetery in Indianapolis. James Joseph Cordell, who was known as Jim Starlin, and that's not a good nickname, was born on the 28th of October 1964 in Indianapolis, the son of Loretta May Cordell and Harold Ernest Cordell Jr. His siblings were Candace K. Cordell, Chris Mark Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, and his siblings and mother were all in Jonestown, while his father was a member of the People's Temple, but not in Jonestown. His cousins Julie Renee Cordell, Richard William Cordell Jr., Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, Jamil Regina Lawrence, and second cousin Natasha Lana Cordell, as well as his uncle Richard William Cordell Sr., Aunt Barbara Jean Cordell and great-aunt Edith Excel Cordell were all members of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, living in Cottage 1. In Jonestown, despite being aged 14, in addition to being a student, he was a field worker and server. Julie Renee Cordell was born on the 28th of July 1961 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Barbara Jean Cordell and Richard Cordell. Her siblings were Richard William Cordell Jr., Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, and Jamil Regina Cordell. Her aunt was Loretta Cordell. Her nieces were Natasha Lana Cordell, and her cousins were Candace K. Cordell, Chris Mark Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, James Joseph Cordell, and Mabel Joy Cordell. All were in Jonestown. Living in Redwood Valley, she moved to Guyana on the 21st of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 7, working in preschool education despite being aged 17. Her father, Richard William Cordell, died on the 16th of December 1983 in Puyallup, Pierce County, Washington. Loretta May Cordell Nikuma was born on the 8th of November 1937 in Indiana. She was the daughter of Powers Kumar, who went by Boss, and Mabel Kumar. Her mother died in Liberty Township, Indiana on the 10th of May 1959. She had one sibling, Paul Monroe Kumar, who died on the 16th of August 1963 in Indianapolis. Her former partner was Harold Ernest Cordell Jr., who was a member of the People's Temple. Her children were Candace K. Cordell, Chris Mark Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, James Joseph Cordell, and Mabel Joy Cordell, all of whom were in Jonestown. Her nieces Julie Renee Cordell, Rita Diane Cordell, and nephews Richard William Cordell Jr., Mark Nathan Cordell, Jamil Regina Lawrence, and great niece Natasha Lana Cordell were all in Jonestown. She would become romantically involved with Dana K. Wilkinson, with homosexuality only having been legalized in 1976 in California. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a bookkeeper. As part of a People's Temple, she played the Hammond P3 organ during temple meetings. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 13, the same cottage as Deanna K. Wilkinson, working in family services, overseeing kitchen and food preparation. Her father outlived her and died on the 1st of July 1998 in Renton, King County, Washington. Mabel Joy Cordell was born on the 14th of March 1962 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Loretta May Cordell and Harold Ernest Cordell, both of whom were part of a People's Temple. Her siblings were Candace K. Cordell, Chris Mark Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, and James Joseph Cordell. In addition, her great aunt Edith Excel Cordell and aunt Barbara Jean Cordell, as well as her uncle Richard William Cordell Sr., and her cousins Julie Renee Cordell, Richard William Cordell Jr., Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, Jamil Regina Lawrence, and her second cousin Natasha Lana Cordell were all part of a People's Temple. She lived in Redwood Valley. On the 4th of June 1977, she arrived into Jonestown and lived in Cottage 22. Natasha Lana Cordell was born on the 17th of August 1976 and was the daughter of Teresa Vian Cordell and Mark Nathan Cordell. In addition to her parents, her grandmother Barbara Jean Cordell and her grandfather Richard William Cordell and her aunts Julie Renee Cordell, Rita Diane Cordell, and her uncle Richard William Cordell Jr. were all part of Jonestown. She entered Guyana on the 17th of July 1977. Richard William Cordell Jr. was born on the 2nd of September 1964 in Indiana. He was the son of Barbara Jean Cordell and Richard Cordell. His siblings were Julie Renee Cordell, Rita Diane Cordell, Mark Nathan Cordell, and Jamil Regina Lawrence. In addition, his great aunt Edith Cordell, aunt Loretta Cordell, cousins Candace K. Cordell, Chris Mark Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, James Joseph Cordell, and Mabel Joy Cordell, as well as his niece Natasha Lana Cordell, were members of the People's Temple. In the US, he lived in San Francisco, entering Guyana on the 17th of July 1977. Living in Cottage 22. His father would outlive him and died on the 16th of December 1983 in Puyallup, Pierce County, Washington. Rita Diane Cordell was born in Indianapolis on the 18th of September 1962, the child of Richard Cordell and Barbara Jean Cordell. Her siblings Julie Renee Cordell, Richard William Cordell Jr., Mark Nathan Cordell, and Jamil Regina Lawrence, as well as her aunt Loretta Cordell, great aunt Edith Cordell, cousins Candace K. Cordell, Chris Mark Cordell, Cindy Lynn Cordell, James Joseph Cordell, Mabel Joy Cordell, and niece Natasha Lana Cordell were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she entered Guyana on the 17th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 13, and despite being aged just 16, she worked in the baby nursery. Her father would outlive her and died on the 16th of December 1983 in Puyallup, Pierce County, Washington. Teresa Lavrine Cordell was born on the 11th of March 1958. Her partner was Mark Nathan Cordell and her child was Natasha Lana Cordell. Living in San Francisco, she entered Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and worked in the field as well as in the baby nursery. Her body was claimed and she was buried in Jones Cemetery, Coweta County in Georgia. Carrie Lee Corey was born on the 12th of January 1934 in Washington, North Carolina. She was the daughter of Bessie Williams. She had one child, Richard Anthony Corey, who was part of the People's Temple. However, her other children, Edward Smith, Margie Corey, Louis Vay Corey, and Brenda A. Corey, were not part of the People's Temple. In the US, she was a dietitian and lived in San Francisco. Moving to Jonestown, she was a senior vice sorter and a medical receptionist. Ricky Anthony Corey was born on the 9th of September 1961 in Miami, Florida, the son of Carrie Lee Corey. It is not known when he arrived in Jonestown or where he lived, but he was a field worker and part of a wood crew. Mary Mady Cottingham Capers was born on the 30th of November 1899 in Florence, South Carolina. She was the daughter of Florence Wiles and Charles Capers. Her first husband was Jesse Washington. However, none of them were members of a People's Temple. Her children, Florence Edith Hafney Washington and Grover Washington, as well as her granddaughter, Mary Nathaniel Morton, and her grandson, Michael D'Angelo Heath, and great-granddaughter, Gloria Victoria Parker, were all members of a People's Temple. She lived in Pittsburgh, California, and was a food processor. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of February 1978, she got SSA benefits. Her remains were collected, and she was buried in Fair Lawn Cemetery in Fair Lawn, New Jersey. Lucy Crenshaw was born on the 1st of January 1925 in Memphis, Tennessee. Her child was Edie James Hullman, and her grandchild, Tikan Raymond Hullman, as well as her niece, Joyce Mary Brown, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was an accountant, receptionist, file clerk, typist, and worked in shipping and receiving. Moving to Jonestown on the 15th of February 1978, she lived in Cottage 34 and worked amongst the administrative triumvirate staff, was a bookkeeper, and undertook clerical work. She was a typist and did secretarial work and also oversaw laundry work. Millie Cunningham, near Steon, was born on the 25th of December 1904 in Houston. She was married to Cleve Cunningham, but he was not part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a cashier. She was a member of a choir in the People's Temple and was described as a hard worker. She entered Guyana on the 24th of July 1977 and was a senior baker living in Dorm 2. Betty Ann Leon Daniel was born on the 4th of May 1951 in Tatum, Texas. She had 3 children, Maurice Chante Carter, Steve Nathaniel Daniel III, and Marcus Emile Morgan, all of whom were in Jonestown. She lived in San Francisco. However, it is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown, what she did for work, and where she lived in Jonestown. She was buried in Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, California. Steve Nathaniel Daniel III was born on the 18th of November 1974. He was the son of Steve Nathaniel Daniel II and Betty Ann Leon Daniel. In addition, his half-brothers Maurice Chante Carter and Marcus Emile Morgan, as well as his cousin Sharon Denise Johnson and second cousin Ebony Patrice Duncan, and uncles Melvin Johnson and Charles Wesley Williams were all in the People's Temple. It is unknown when he arrived in Jonestown or where he lived in Jonestown. Michael Daniels was born on the 14th of June 1964 in Los Angeles, the son of Adele Morgan, who was not in the People's Temple. However, he was in Jonestown with his aunt, Annie Mae Harris. He was born on the 15th of March 1978 and went to school in Long Beach before moving to Los Angeles with his grandmother. He then moved to San Francisco. He arrived in Guyana on the 15th of March 1978 and lived in Dorm 1. Naja Dance, who was known by Nashaquanda Janiel Brand, was born in San Leandro, California on the 21st of September 1970. He was the son of Velma Lee Dance nee Robertson, who went by Najuandrienne Dance. His siblings were Roy Page II, Rhonda Rochelle Page, Ollie B. Dance II, and Circe Lillian Dance, who were all in Jonestown. He moved to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 29. Despite only being aged 8, according to Temple records, he was among the medical staff and took care of seniors' hair in Jonestown. Nwanda Renele Dance nee Wilker was born on the 14th of November 1959 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Velma Lee Dance nee Roberts, who went by Najuandiene Dance. In addition, her siblings Roy Page II, Rhonda Rochelle Page, Naja Dance, Ollie B. Dance II, and Circe Lillian Dance were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide. Arriving in Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 5 and worked in the wood crew and internal security. Ollie B. Dance II, who went by Elondwainion John Rente Dance, was born on the 29th of October 1967 in San Francisco. He was the son of Velma Lee Dance nee Robertson, who went by Najunagadine Dance. In addition, his siblings Roy Page II, Rhonda Rochelle Page, Naja Dance, Nwanda Renale Dance, and Circe Lillian Dance were all in Jonestown. He arrived into Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 31. Circe Lillian Dance, who went by Branoshansky Apodeoson Dance, was born on the 21st of April 1962 in San Francisco. He was the son of Velma Lee Dance Nee Roberts, who went by Nujradine Dance. In addition, his siblings Roy Page II, Rhonda Rochelle Page, Naja Dance, Ollie B. Dance II, and Noyawanda Renilea Dance were all in Jonestown. Living in Santa Rosa, he moved to Jonestown on the 27th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 47. Despite being a minor at the age of 16, he worked in the wood crew. Velma Dance was born on the 29th of April 1936 in New Orleans, Louisiana. Her children were Naja Dance, Nayawanda Grenile Dance, Ollie Dance, Circe Lillian Dance, and Rhonda Rochelle Page, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Santa Rosa, she worked as a nurse's aide and moved to Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977. Living in Cottage 34, she continued to receive her SSA benefits. Hazel Frances Dashiell was born in Charleston, Rhode Island on the 16th of December 1899. She was a member of the Narragansett Indian tribe of Rhode Island and was one of 8 children. However, when she was 15, her family decided that they were no longer Native Americans and the reservation land was sold except for a few acres on which the old Indian church sits. Her family was described as very proud. She lived in San Francisco and was a nurse, but was retired by Jonestown, receiving SSA and pension benefits, which she continued to receive while in Jonestown. She arrived in Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977 and lived in Dorm 5. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Lyman Perry Lot in Charleston, Washington County in Rhode Island. Barbara Marie Davis nee Monroe was born on the 3rd of October 1925 in Houston, Texas, the child of David Monroe and Fanny Jones. She was married to Joseph Davis. However, she was the only person of her family in Jonestown and in the People's Temple. She was a receptionist and file clerk and lived in Los Angeles. She moved to Jonestown on the 19th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5, where she worked as a receptionist amongst the medical staff. Brian Andrew Davis was born in Pasco, Washington on the 19th of July 1962 and was the child of Marietta Frances Bunny Davis, Nee Bundy, and Robert Edwin Davis, all of whom were part of the People's Temple. However, his mother left the temple and did not move to Jonestown. The family would join the People's Temple in the early 1970s. His favourite movie was the creature feature movies, and his favourite TV shows were The Twilight Zone and Night Gallery. He loved skateboarding and playing the saxophone. He grew up in Burlingame, California, and entered Guyana on the 28th of May 1977, living in Cottage 47. Despite being age 16 and officially a minor and a student, FBI records showed that he worked in security and practiced with weapons. However, he hated living in Jonestown and being part of the People's Temple and wanted to be with his mum. He schemed with a fellow teenager, Thomas Bourguer, a plan to escape Jonestown and return to the United States of America, but was caught. When Congressman Leo Ryan visited Jonestown, his friend Thomas Bourguer defected with his family and asked Davis to go, but in line with his staunch and loyalist father, he was forced to shake his head regretfully and told Bourguer and Congressman Ryan that he couldn't leave. Bourguer would describe the look as, "I want to go with you, but they won't let me," and he would say that he would always miss him in an interview in 2013. His mother would die on the 7th of June 2003 in Lewiston, Nez Perce County, Idaho. Celeste Maria Davis was born on the 21st of November 1967 in Pennsylvania, the daughter of Margaret Virginia Davis nee Romano and James Vento. Her siblings were Gerina Maxine Davis, Joanna Danielle Davis, Margarita Yvette Romano, and Renee Sylvia Romano, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977. A student, she lived in Cottage 10. Cynthia Maria Davis was born in Port Arthur, Texas on the 3rd of December 1949. Her mother, Frances Benedetta Davis nee Blackwell, was part of the People's Temple. However, her father, Emmanuel Davis III, was not part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a typist, entering Guyana on the 1st of August 1977, living in Cottage 15. There she worked in construction and transportation as part of a tools and parts shop and in the business department. Darren Cante Davis was born on the 14th of January 1977 in San Francisco, the son of L.C. Davis and Michelle Renee Fitch. In addition, his stepfather Donald Kirk Fitch, uncles Thomas Ray Fitch and Mark Stacy Wagner, grandmother Michelle Renee Davis, and Aunt Leslie Monique Wagner, as well as his cousins Dawanier Fitch and Jacati Lafayette Wilson were all in Jonestown. It is unknown when he arrived in Jonestown and where he lived. Frances Bernadette Davis nee Blackwell was born on the 14th of March 1928 in Port Arthur, Texas. She was the child of Frank Blackwell and Mary Cecilia Handear and was married to Emmanuel Davis III. She had one child, Cynthia Marie Davis. However, only she and her child were in Jonestown. Emmanuel Davis III was not in Jonestown. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown or where she lived or what she did there. Jelena Maxine Davis was born on the 3rd of January 1977 in San Francisco, the daughter of Margaret Virginia Davis nee Romano. In addition to her mother, her siblings Celeste Davis, Johanna Daniel Davis, Margarita Yvette Romano, and Renee Sylvia Romano were all in Jonestown. She entered Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, aged just over 7 months. She lived in Dorm 3. Isabella Davis was born on the 14th of December 1906. In the US, she was a domestic worker but was retired by Jonestown and was receiving SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown, but she lived in Cottage 10. Isabel Minier Davis was born on the 23rd of December 1925 in Oakland, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Major Monier Davis and Cecilia Cohens, none of whom were in the People's Temple. She had one child, Clinton Davis, who died in 1976. In the US, she was a hotel maid and nurse's aide. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there, but she was a senior rice sorter and a senior center nurse. Joanna Daniel Davis was born on the 16th of September 1974 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was the daughter of Margaret Virginia Davis nee Romano, and her siblings were Celeste Davis, Jelena Maxine Davis, Margarita Yvette Romano, and Renee Sylvia Romano, all of whom were members of the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 23. Lexi Dora Lee Davis nee Smith was born on the 22nd of September 1909 in Jasper, Texas, the child of Richard Smith and Rosie Wilson. Her husband was Lester Davis. However, no one in her family was in the People's Temple. She lived in Los Angeles and was a nurse. She moved to Guyana on the 27th of July 1977 and worked in the sewing department but received SSA and SSI benefits. She lived in Dorm 2. Her body was collected and she was buried in Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Beaumont, Texas. Margaret Virginia Davis nee Romano was born on the 10th of January 1950 in Philadelphia. She was the daughter of Joseph Romano and married to Larry Davis, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. Her children, however, were in Jonestown, and these were Celeste Davis, Jelena Maxine Davis, Joanna Danielle Davis, Margarita Yvette Romano, and Renee Sylvia Romano. Living in San Francisco, she received welfare, but was also a gardener, cook, secretary, and typist. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she worked in farm management and was also a teacher, living in Dorm 5. Robert Edwin Davis, who went by Bob, was born on the 27th of April 1936 in Pasco, Washington, the son of John Raymond Davis and Ruth Geneva Horton, neither of whom were part of the People's Temple. His ex-wife was Marietta Frances Davis nee Bonet, who left the temple, both married in 1958. He had one son, Brian Andrew Davis, born in 1962, who was with him in Jonestown. Living in Ukiah, California, he worked in construction. Entering Guyana on the 7th of January 1978, he lived in Cottage 28. There he worked in construction as a carpenter, was in the band, and worked in a sawmill tent. He was also in security. He was described as a fervent supporter of Jim Jones. While in Jonestown, he would foster a relationship with Mafia Ann Hicks. His parents would outlive him, with his father dying in Beaver Creek, Clackamas County, Oregon, on the 9th of March 1995, while his mother died in Oregon City, Oregon, on the 5th of April 1994. His ex-wife and mother to his child, Marietta Frances Davis Tari Dawson nee Bundy, died in Lewiston, Nez Perce County, Idaho, on the 7th of June 2003. Beatrice Dawkins was born on the 31st of August 1918 in Shaw, Mississippi. She joined the People's Temple based on the racial equality that the church preached. She was an African-American woman. Living in Los Angeles, she was a cook and domestic worker. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 2 and was a senior rice sorter and worked in the night shift kitchen, continuing to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Derek Dawson, and I do apologise as we do not have a photo of him, was an anomaly amongst the Jonestown victims as he was born in Barima Waini, Guyana in 1963. The son of Iris Williams Dawson and Aloysius Gay. However, his exact date of birth is unknown and was estimated by his mother. However, Finder Grave notes that his date of birth was the 18th of November 1978. His remains were never identified. If I had to hazard a guess, he was abandoned by his parents at the entrance to Jonestown, which was not unheard of, with many Guyanese seeing living in Jonestown as better for their children than living in other parts of Guyana. Lovia Hatian de Pina was born on the 18th of October 1900 in Jefferson, South Carolina. She was the daughter of Hattie Crawford, née Jordan, and Charles Crawford. Her siblings were Robert, Adam, John, James, Lila, Emma, Effie, Laura, Marty, Martha, and Benny. Her partner was Miguel de Pina, and she had numerous children: Michael Woodward, Anthony, Evelina, Caroline Francis, and she had 2 grandchildren, Norma Bowen and Monica Woodward Fortin. However, only her partner was in Jonestown. Living in Ukiah, California, she was a housewife, entering Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and was a senior kitchen worker living in Cottage 15. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Her body was collected and she was buried in Sunnyside Memorial in Long Beach, California. Berger Lee Dean was born in Hope, Arkansas. On the 14th of November 1916, the daughter of Josephus Dean and Georgia Cox, living in Los Angeles, she worked as a packer. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown, living in Cottage 7. There she oversaw letter writing, cross-checking of all communication leaving Jonestown, and worked in inspections. Tammy Cheryl de la Usayer was born on the 28th of September 1966 in Pasadena, California, the daughter of Viola Bennett Duncan Fawkes, who was with her in Jonestown. In addition, her siblings Regina Michelle Bowser, Michael Donnell Delton, and George Edward Phillips III, as well as her grandmother Corrie Duncan, were in Jonestown. She previously lived in San Francisco, moving to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, living in Dorm 5. Edith Fredonia Delaney was born on the 23rd of December 1909 in Graham County, Texas. She was the daughter of Leonard Delaney and Gertie Delaney, and had 1 brother, Frank Delaney. However, she was on her own in Jonestown. She lived in Ukiah, California, and worked as a nurse's aide. Moving to Jonestown on the 2nd of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 5, was a seamstress, and received SSA benefits. Her body was collected and she was buried in Fairmount Cemetery in Denver, Colorado. Eddie Lee Dennis was born on the 4th of July 1928. However, his driver's license stated that he was born in 1930 in Minden, Louisiana. His partner was Orde Dennis, and he had 4 children: Gabrielle Dennis, Ronnie Dennis, Eliue Dennis, and 1 adopted child, Kenneth Bernard Reed, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, he was a tractor driver, a forklift driver, a press operator, and a foreman. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, he lived in Cottage 9 and oversaw large animals and the piggery. Eliue Dennis was born on the 2nd of August 1948 in Oak Ridge, Louisiana, the son of Orde Dennis and Eddie Dennis. His siblings were Gabrielle Dennis and Ronnie Dennis, and he had 1 adopted brother, Kenneth Bernard Reed. His partner was Carol Ann Cordell McCoy. The entire family was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he was a mechanic. Entering Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, he lived in Cottage 2 and was a diesel mechanic. However, according to FBI records, he was a tractor driver. Gabrielle Dennis was born on the 22nd of August 1968, the son of Orde Dennis and Eddie Dennis. His siblings were Ronnie Dennis and Eliue Dennis, and his adopted sibling was Kenneth Bernard Reed. The entire family was in Jonestown. Moving to Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977, he lived in Cottage 31. Orde Dennis, née Goldsboy, was born on the 31st of October 1932 in Oak Ridge, Louisiana. She was the daughter of Thorny Goldsboy and Elvia Borner. She was married to Eddie Lee Dennis and had 1 daughter, Evelyn Dennis. However, her other children, Eddie Dennis Jr., Evelyn Dennis, Gabrielle Dennis, Ronnie Dennis, Eliue Dennis, and her adopted child, Kenneth Bernard Reed, were all in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, she worked in the herbal kitchen. Ronnie Dennis was born on the 20th of December 1961 in Los Angeles, California. He was the son of Eddie Dennis and Orde Dennis. His siblings were Gabrielle Dennis, Eliue Dennis, and his adopted sibling was Kenneth Bernard Reed. The entire family would die in Jonestown. He entered Guyana on the 24th of October 1976 and resided in Cottage 13. The FBI noted that he worked in security and that he was one of the airstrip shooters who shot at the NBC news crew, defectors, and Congressman Leo Ryan at Port Kaitumo airstrip. Aquinetta Evan Devers nee Robertson, who went by Anita, was born on the 16th of May 1954 in Wichita Falls, Texas. She was the child of Nina Belair Downs. She had one sibling, Darlene Rudelfa Newman. Her partner was Daryl Odwin Devers. Her child was Alicia Yvette Winston. The entire family, in addition to her niece, Kenya Lakia Henderson, and nephews Luigi Lemoyene Newman, were in Jonestown. She lived in Los Angeles and was an accountant, agricultural worker, salesperson, and nursing aide. Arriving in Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 3 and was a field worker, a new arrivals inspector, as well as a medical staff supervisor. Daryl Odwin Devers was born on the 6th of December 1955 in Carbondale, Illinois, the son of Gloria Dean Devers. His partner, Aquinetta Evan Devers, known as Anita, as well as his mother, were both in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, he was a cabinet maker. On the 9th of March 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 8. There he was on the Agriculture Committee, a farm assistant manager, and was a cooking supervisor. Letters were released from his mother to him in 2023, requesting that he write back to her, and she had written 5 letters to him and had not heard back from him. Rosiana Erita Dickerson nee Smith was born on the 26th of March 1917 in Pointe Coupé, Louisiana. She was the daughter of Willie Smith and Nancy Greed. She was married to Israel Dickerson, and her children were Rosiella Satterfield and Charles Joseph Satfield. However, she was the only member of her family to be in Jonestown and a member of the People's Temple. Living in Richmond, California, she was a shop operator. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown and where she lived there, but she got SSI benefits. Bessie Lee Dixon was born on the 4th of February 1914 in Marshall, Texas. She lived in Los Angeles and was a cook. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 2 and was a cook, but continued to receive SSA benefits. Violet Esfer Dillard was born Esfer Faye Betty on the 16th of September 1927 in Dallas, Texas. She was the daughter of John Beatty and Ernestine Galloway, both of whom were not part of the People's Temple. Her children were Claudia Jo Bouquet, Karen Yvette Carr, and Timothy Ball, all of whom were part of Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was an inspector. On the 18th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana, living in Dorm 2, and worked amongst the medical staff in the Special Care Unit. Catherine Marcia Dominic was born in Victoria, Texas on the 27th of October 1894. She was married to Joseph T. Dominique and had one son, Liberty J. Dominique, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. She had one cousin, Kristen Bates, who was in the People's Temple. Previously living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress. On the 2nd of August 1977, she moved to Guyana, living in Cottage 34 in Jonestown. She continued to receive SSA benefits. Despite having a son and a husband, her remains were abandoned and were only identified in an abandoned funeral home, the Miners Funeral Home in Dover, in August 2013, with her remains released, albeit never claimed by her family, in September 2014. Joyce Lallard Douglas was born on the 3rd of April 1958 in Bainbridge, Georgia, the daughter of Alicia Williams. Her mum and her brother Calvin Douglas were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a teacher's aide and moved to Jonestown on the 6th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 17, working in the laundry. Farned Douglas was born in Pittsburgh, Texas on the 10th of September 1910. Her husband was William Douglas. Her children were Gloria Dawn Volker, Nee Douglas, Faye Ann Douglas, William Douglas, Phyllis Douglas, Wilma Jean Douglas, and Clarence Douglas. However, only Gloria Dean Walker was in the People's Temple. In addition, her grandchildren, Derek Dean Walker and Tony Gerard Walker, were in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker and a cook helper. Moving to Jonestown on the 17th of August 1977, she was a cook but continued to receive SSA benefits. She resided in Cottage 9. Nana Belle Downs nee Robertson was born on the 22nd of April 1928 in Point, Texas. She was the daughter of Fred Donnell and Delarma Ree Murdoch. She had one sister, Maple Walker. She was previously married to Leroy Robertson and Denver Downs. However, her husbands were not part of the People's Temple. Additionally, her infant child, Catherine Patricia Donnell, was not part of the People's Temple. However, her other children, Darlene Rudelfa Newman, Aquinta Evans, Evan Devers, and her grandchildren Kenya Lakia Henderson, Lonnie Alexander Newman, Luigi Lemoyone Newsman, and Alicia Yvette Winston were all in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she had numerous odd jobs, including as a clerk for the US Postal Service, a bindery worker, a cook, a baker, worked in the laundry, and was in sales. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown. She lived in Dorm 4 and worked in the library and was a teacher in the Jonestown School. Exia Marie Duckett was born in Los Angeles on the 20th of January 1945. Her partner was Robert Louis Rankin. Her children were Jeanette Blugiena Duquette, Janet Harrell, Ronald Charles Duquette, Nawab Lawrence, and Jamil Regina Lawrence, all of whom were in Jonestown. She lived in San Francisco and was a cook. On the 29th of May 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 16. There she worked in the healthcare center, family services, and public utilities. However, according to FBI records, she was on the archery team as part of security, a teacher, and was a maintenance inspector. Jeanette Blugina Duquette was born on the 31st of December 1963 in Los Angeles. She was the child of Exia Maria Duquette and Maria Rankin. Her siblings were Ronald Charles Duquette and Jamel Regina Lawrence, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, living in Cottage 16, where she was a field worker and student. Ronald Charles Duquette was born on the 14th of October 1962. He was the son of Exia Maria Duquette and Marie Rankin. His siblings were Jeanette D.D. Lawrence, Jamil Regina Lawrence, and Narab Lawrence, all of whom were in Jonestown. A drafting trainee, he lived in San Francisco and moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, where he worked in public utilities. Corrie Duncan was born on the 6th of November 1906 in Tyler, Texas. Her children, Viola Bella Duncan Fawkes, Regina Michelle Bowser, Tammy Sherelle Della Usaye, George Edward Phillips III, and her grandchildren, Michael Donald Felton, were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a domestic worker. Moving to Guyana on the 8th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 5 and was working in the sewing department. Ebony Patricia Duncan was born on the 7th of July 1978, and I do apologise as I do not have a picture of them. She was born in Guyana. Her mother was Sonia Regina Duncan and her father was Jackie Colbert. Her grandmother, Verdella Duncan, grandfather Walter Duncan, uncle Tyrone Duncan, first cousins Verdella Duncan, Charles Wesley Williams, Melvin Johnson, Steve Nathaniel Daniel Jr., and great-uncle Peter Holmes, as well as their second cousins Sharon Denise Johnson and Steve Nathaniel Daniel III, were all in Jonestown. Sonia Regina Duncan was born on the 29th of March 1964 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Verdella Duncan and Walter Duncan Jr. She was in a relationship with Jackie Colbert and had one child, Ebony Patricia Duncan. In addition, her uncle Peter Holmes and her cousins Tyrone Duncan, Richard Brown, Charles Wesley Williams, Melvin Johnson, and Steve Nathaniel Daniel Jr. were all in Jonestown. She arrived in Guyana on the 31st of March 1978 and lived in Cottage 48. Verdella Duncan nee Box was born in Kaufman, Texas on the 20th of May 1924. She was the daughter of Mattie Lee Thompson and Willie Box. Only one of her siblings, Dorothy Box Daniel, was in the People's Temple. Her other siblings, James Box, Uriel Box, Willie Box, Pattersy Box, Jewel Box, Barbara Jean Box, Rosetta Box, and Vieta Box, were all not part of the People's Temple. Her partner was Walter Duncan, and her children were Tyrone Duncan and Sonja Regina Duncan, while her grandchild was Ebony Patrice Duncan, all of whom were in Jonestown. Her mother would pass away in San Francisco on the 28th of November 1970. Living in San Francisco, she was a beautician. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown, where she lived, or what she did there for work. Hélène Louise Kearns DuPont nee Peterson was born on the 13th of November 1930 in Mesa, Arizona. She was the daughter of Sylvester Oren Peterson and Dolly Ellen Mason. Her first husband was Rollins F. Kearns, and her second husband was Donald A. DuPont. She was previously in a relationship with Andy Silver, and her children were Jeanette Kearns, Philip Kearns, Ruth Kearns, and Carol Ann Kearns, all of whom were in the People's Temple. However, only Carol Ann Kearns would die in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a secretary. On the 1st of August 1977, she entered Guyana. Living in Dorm 1, she was a typist. Florine Dyson was born on the 6th of December 1890 in Virginia. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and was a homemaker. She moved to Jonestown on the 4th of June 1978 and lived in Dorm 5, continuing to receive her Veteran Affairs benefits. Her remains were collected and she was buried at the Long Island National Cemetery in East Farmingdale, New York. Irene Edens was born in Washington, Arkansas on the 4th of January 1902. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook. Arriving in Jonestown on the 29th of March 1978, she lived in Combe and worked at the Senior Citizen Center, continuing to receive SSA benefits. Irene Gladys Edwards nee Bell was born on the 23rd of July 1921 in Grand Bay, Alabama. She was the daughter of Martha Bell. Her siblings were Christina Bell, Maudina Belton, Mildred Womack, Edna Beaver, and Ethel Beaver. However, only her partner James Edwards was in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress. On the 3rd of April 1977, she arrived in Jonestown. Living in Trulli too, she worked in the family services and prepared food and worked in the kitchen, cooking, and was also in the sewing department. Isaac Edwards Jr. was born on the 9th of June 1972. He was the child of Shirley Ann Edwards. In addition to his mother, his aunts Jennifer Newell and Hattie Newell and grandmother Hazel Maria Newell, as well as his uncles Alan Newell, Christopher Newell, Cleveland Newell Jr., Herbert Newell, Carl Newell, Otis Newell and his grandfather Cleveland Newell were all in the People's Temple. Growing up in San Francisco, he moved to Jonestown on the 12th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 33. James Edwards, who also went by Reverend Edwards, was born on the 28th of November 1920 in Biloxi, Mississippi. He was the son of Louisa Pichon Edwards and Simon Edwards. His siblings were Mary Evans, Rosie Johnson, Henry, Jimmy Edwards, Henry Edwards, Ophelia Edwards Robinson and Samuel Edwards. However, only he and his partner, Irene Edwards, were in Jonestown. Working in construction, he was a blacksmith, plumber and electrician. Arriving in Jonestown on the 4th of March 1977, he lived in Trulli too, working as an agriculture coordinator and a cook. Shirley Ann Edwards nee Newell was born on the 14th of December 1951 in Blanton, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Hazel Maria Newell and Cleveland Newell. Her siblings were Alan Newell, Christopher Newell, Cleveland Newell Jr., Herbert Newell, Jennifer Newell, Carl Newell, and Otis Newell. In addition, her aunt Onita Jones and her cousins Gloria Faye Warren, Janice Marie Warren, Brenda Ann Warren, and Camille Griffith were all in Jonestown. Her partner was Ronald D. Val James, and her child was Isaac Edwards Jr. Living in Los Angeles, she was a cook, moving to Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977, living in Cottage 48 and working in security as a dispatcher. Zipporah Edwards was born on the 27th of May 1905 in Wilsonville, Alabama. Her sibling, Hyacinth Frash, was also in Jonestown. She was a former nurse and lived in San Francisco. Moving to Jonestown on the 24th of July 1977, she worked in Central Supply and continued to receive her SSA and SSI benefits. Erin Jana Eichler was born on the 13th of March 1960 in Burbank, California, the daughter of Tish Leroy and Charles Edward Eichler. Her father was not part of the People's Temple, while her mother was part of the People's Temple. Her sibling Evelyn Marie Eichler was also part of Jonestown, as was her partner Theodora Davanulios McMurray, who went by Teddy. Living in Redwood Valley, she moved to Guyana on the 9th of September 1977, living in Cottage 15. There she worked in procurement in Georgetown in the church's headquarters and was in farm management. She was cremated and her remains were scattered at sea. Evelyn Marie Eichler nee Leroy was born on the 19th of August 1955 in Burbank. She was the daughter of Trish Leroy and Letitia Marie Eichler. Her siblings were Aaron Jana Eichler, Aaron Leroy, and Aaron Leroy Watkins. Her niece was Takaya Shanae McMurray and Sebastian R.C. McMurray. The entire family was in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, California, she was a secretary. On the 5th of April 1977, she entered Jonestown, where she worked in procurement and the church's headquarters in Georgetown and was a typist and secretary. She lived in Cottage 28. Ever rejoicing, birth name Amanda Poindexter, was the oldest person in Jonestown, born on the 9th of October 1881 in Pittsylvania County, Virginia. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a cook and a seamstress. She moved to Jonestown on the 30th of December 1977, moving alone. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Tinetka Ladeus Fane was born on the 8th of November 1958 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Brian Fane, who was not a member of the People's Temple, and Joanelle Louise McGee Smart, a member of the People's Temple, albeit not in Jonestown. Her siblings were Aldred Lofton Smart, Scott Cameron Smart, and Terry Lynn Smart. In addition, her grandmother, Enola Marfenia Nelson, and her great-uncle, James Nelson McElvain, and her nephew Derek Damone Johnson were all in Jonestown, along with her partner Gary Dartes Johnson. She lived in Los Angeles and was a seamstress. She entered Guyana on the 18th of April 1977, working in day security, living in Cottage 25. Her father passed away on the 26th of August 2019 in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona, while her mother passed away on the 22nd of April 2024. Amanda Fair Nee Creighton was born on the 10th of December 1908 in Tishomingo, Oklahoma. She was the daughter of Amanda Creighton Nee Higgins, who died on the 26th of April 1930 in Kansas, and Charles Creighton. Her partner was Sylvester Clarence Fair, and her sibling was Geraldine Bailey Nee Creighton, both of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a farmer. On the 28th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown, where she lived in Dorm 3, working in banking, and was also a new arrivals inspector. She continued to receive SSA benefits. Sylvester Clarence Fair was born on the 9th of March 1908 in Austin, Texas. However, one record said that he was born in Oklahoma. He was the son of Arelivus Fair and Willie Fair. His first wife was Carrie Jones, and his child was Ellie Fair. None of these individuals were in the People's Temple. However, his second wife, Amanda Fair, was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he was an electrician. Entering Jonestown on the 28th of July 1977, he lived in Dorm 3 and was a senior rice sorter and a cook, continuing to receive his SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Barbara Louise Farrell was born on the 5th of October 1933 in Longersport, Indiana. She was the daughter of Omer Glenn Easterly and Nora Mae Easterly Nee Summers, with her father passing away on the 1st of July 1941, while her mother passed away on the 9th of May 1925. She had three siblings: Paul Emerson Easterly, Elwood Leo Holt, and Wayman Boyd Easterly, who went by Red. Her daughter Rebecca Ann Flowers, her step-great-niece Corinne May Flowers, who went by Rennie, and step-great-great-niece Eileen Renee Jackson, were all in Jonestown. Her brother Paul Emerson Easterly died on the 24th of February 1943 in Cass County, Indiana. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide. Entering Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977, she lived in Cottage 25 and was in the medical staff as a pharmacist. Less than 1 month after Jonestown, her brother Elwood Leo Holt died on the 16th of December 1978 in Fairfield in Solano County in California. Her brother Waymond Boyd Easterly died on the 22nd of April 1981 in Flint, Michigan. Marshall Farris was born on the 5th of August 1907 in Camden, Arkansas. He was married to Magnolia Harris. Living in San Francisco, he was a supervisor. Moving to Jonestown on the 29th of July 1977, he lived in Cottage 32 and worked in construction and transportation, and was also a carpenter, butcher, and worked in public utilities. He continued to receive his pension and SSA benefits. Michael Donnell Felton was born on the 1st of October 1973 in Pasadena, California. He was the child of Viola Belleforts Nee Duncan. His grandmother was Corrie Duncan. His siblings were Regina Michelle Bowser, Tammy Cheryl De La Usaye, and George Edward Phillips III. The entire family was in Jonestown. On the 1st of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown, residing in Cottage 37. James Donald Fields was born on the 4th of June 1932 in Buffalo, New York. He was married to Shirley Ann Fields, who he married in 1963, and had two children, Laurie Beth Fields and Mark Evan Fields. The entire family was in Jonestown. He lived in Northbridge, California, and was a pharmacist. On the 23rd of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown, working in the healthcare center as a pharmacist, living in Cottage 52. Laurie Beth Fields was born in Panorama City, California, on the 6th of December 1965, the daughter of Shirley Ann Fields and James Donald Fields, and had one brother, Mark Evan Fields. The entire family was in Jonestown. She lived in Northbridge, California, and entered Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, living in College 17. Despite being aged only 12, she was a field worker. Mark Evan Fields was born on the 22nd of March 1967 in Panorama City, California, the son of Shirley Ann Fields and Donald James Fields. She had one sister, Lori Beth Fields. The entire family was in Jonestown. Living in Northridge, California, he entered Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977 and lived in College 21. Shirley Ann Fields Nee Miller was born on the 15th of December 1937 in Bay City, Michigan. She was married to James Donald Fields and had two children, Lori Beth Fields and Mark Evan Fields. She lived in Northridge and was a pharmacy assistant. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, she lived in Dorm 2. There she oversaw farm management, including crops and herbal gardens, was a field worker, nutritionist and typist. Felawanta Tyus Finlay was born on the 17th of March 1969 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Mary Alice Johnson nee Dowden. Her siblings were James Douglas Johnson, Bianca Renee Cameron, Lucretia Yvette Finlay, and Orlando Demetrique Robinson. The entire family was part of the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco, entering Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, living in College 29. Lucretia Yvette Finlay was born on the 19th of January 1967 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Mary Alice Johnson nee Dowden. Her siblings were James Douglas Johnson and Bianca Renee Cameron, Felawanta Tyus Finlay, and Orlando Demetrique Robinson. The entire family was part of the People's Temple. It is unknown when she entered Guyana, but she previously lived in San Francisco. Casey Nakaya Finlay was born on the 15th of July 1959 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Mary Lee Harden and Dan Finney and had one sister, Robin Love, none of whom were in Jonestown. However, her cousins Diana McKnight, Ray Anthony McKnight and Raymond Anthony McKnight were all in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she entered Jonestown on the 18th of November 1977, 18 days after her mother died. She was described as very young and naive. In Jonestown, she lived in College 22. Berry Jean Fitch nee Bender was born on the 2nd of June 1955 in San Francisco. Her partner was Thomas Ray Fitch, and she had one child, Raymond Xavier Futch. Both of them, along with her niece, Darwinielle Fitch, were in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she worked in insurance. On the 29th of November 1977, she moved to Jonestown, resided in College 3 and was a teacher in the Jonestown School. Darwinielle Fitch was born on the 4th of September 1974 in Ukiah, California. She was the son of Michelle Renee Fitch and Donald Kirk Fitch. Her sibling was Darren Kentay Davis. In addition, her grandmother, Michelle Renee Davis, aunts Leslie Monique Wagner, Betty Jean Bender Fitch, uncles Thomas Ray Fitch, Mark Stacy Wagner, Joseph Lafayette Wilson, and cousins Jacques Lafayette Wilson and Raymond Xavier Fitch were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 1st of July 1977, living in College 41. Donald Kirk Fitch was born on the 15th of April 1946 in Nashua, New Hampshire. His brother Thomas Ray Fitch, as well as his partner Michelle Renee Fitch nee Wagner, and his child Darwinielle Fitch, as well as his nephews Raymond Xavier Fitch and Jacques Lafayette Wilson, were all in the People's Temple. He lived in Redwood Valley, California. A master mechanic, he was also a welder and carpenter, as well as a heavy equipment operator and a bus driver. Moving to Jonestown, he worked in metal fabrication and welding, and according to the FBI records, he was possibly in security. He arrived in Guyana on the 27th of September 1977, residing in College 21. His remains were claimed, and he was buried in Riverside Cemetery, Milford, New Hampshire. Maureen Cynthia Futch nee Talley was born on the 13th of June 1949 in Long Beach, California. She was the daughter of Elvin Alfred Talley and Elizabeth Lenore Riley. Both were not in the People's Temple. Her siblings were Ronald Wayne Talley, Michaeline Patricia Brady nee Edwards, Marlene Diane Wheeler, and Christian Shannon Bowers nee Talley, all of whom were in the People's Temple, along with her nieces Georgiana Patricia Brady, Michelle Margaret Brady, and her nephews Darius Daniel Wheeler and Jeff Wheeler. Living in Ukiah, California, she was an accountant. She moved to Guyana on the 26th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 2. She was a bookkeeper, typist, secretary, and worked in the nursery while in Jonestown. Michelle Renee Fitch nee Wagner was born on the 18th of May 1954 in Los Angeles, the daughter of Inez Jeanette Wagner. Her siblings were Mary Stacy Wagner and Leslie Monique Wagner. She also had a half-sibling, John Owens Wesley, who died at the age of 4 months on the 24th of August 1945 in Los Angeles. Her husband was Donald Kirk Futch, and her children were Darren Kentay Davis and Daniela Fitch. In addition to her nephew, Jacari Lafayette Wilson, the entire family was in the People's Temple. In the US, she worked as a purchasing secretary, bus driver, and a typist. It is unknown when she entered Jonestown or where she lived, but she was on the farm crew. Her father, Richard Clayton Wagner, outlived her and died on the 24th of September 1982 in Oceanside, San Diego County, California. Raymond Xavier Fitch was born on the 11th of September 1976 in San Francisco. He was the son of Betty Jean Fitch and Thomas E. Fitch. In addition to his aunts Michelle Renee Wagner and uncle Donald Kirk Fitch, his cousin Daniela Fitch were all members of the People's Temple. On the 23rd of July 1977, at the age of 1, he entered Jonestown and lived in Dorm 3. His body was unidentified. Thomas Ray Fitch was born on the 17th of May 1949 in Springfield, Massachusetts. His brother was Donald Kirk Fitch. His partner was Betty Jean Fitch, nee Bender, and his son Raymond Xavier Fitch, in addition to his niece Daniela Fitch, were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he was a mechanic, heavy equipment operator, and a bus driver. Arriving in Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, he worked in metal fabrication and welding, living in Cottage 3. His remains were claimed and he was buried in Riverside Cemetery in Milford, New Hampshire. Rebecca Ann Flowers was born on the 7th of July 1953 in Logansport, Indiana, the daughter of Barbara Louise Farrell. Her sister was Helena Flowers. Her stepniece was Corinne May Flowers Keys, and her step-great-niece was Eileen Renee Jackson. The entire family was in the People's Temple. She was a lab technician. On the 22nd of August 1977, she entered Jonestown, living in Cottage 17, where she worked as a laboratory technician and in farm management, overseeing crops and citrus. Toy Fonzel was born on the 17th of January 1955 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Gwendolyn Virginia Fonzel, nee Morton, who died in Los Angeles on the 9th of August 1958. Her partner was Carol Henry Barnett, and her child was Tanny Claudine Ledesse Holiday, both of whom were in Jonestown. She lived in Los Angeles and was a telephone operator and bookkeeper. Moving to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977, she was a secretary of the Agriculture and Livestock Committee and was an analysis secretary in farm management, a field worker, and oversaw public utilities. Anthony Lamar Ford was born on the 16th of April 1963 in San Bernardino, California. He was the son of Mary Lee Ford and had two brothers, Edward Lee Ford and James Wadee. He was a trainee surveyor and student living in San Francisco. Moving to Guyana on the 29th of July 1977, he lived in Cottage 4 and worked in public utilities and agriculture, overseeing bananas. In an undated note while in Jonestown, he would state, "The upper class in the States wanted us to fight against each other, so we wouldn't realise that they were our enemy. Gangs killed us off so the upper class wouldn't have to. Anyway, an organisation is always destroyed from the inside, so get to the tough guy attitude. We're going to fight the enemy to the end." Edward Lee Ford was born on the 23rd of June 1965 in San Bernardino, California. He was the son of Mary Lee Ford and had one brother, Anthony Lamar Ford. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Guyana on the 29th of July 1977, living in Cottage 36. Fanny Ford was born on the 9th of January 1934 in Coffeyville, Mississippi. Living in Los Angeles, she was a waitress. Arriving in Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977, she worked in the sewing factory and lived in Dorm 4. Mary Lee Ford, nee Jones, was born on the 2nd of November 1929 in Mississippi. She had 3 children, Anthony Lamar Ford, Edward Lee Ford, and James Wade, who were all in the People's Temple. She lived in Los Angeles and was a domestic worker. She entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and was a preschool educator, but continued to receive welfare benefits. Viola Belle Fawkes nee Duncan was born on the 13th of January 1934 in Trupp, Texas, the daughter of Corey Duncan. Her children were Regina Michelle Bowser, Tammy Sherelle de la Usayer, Michael Donnell Filton, and George Edward Phillips III, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in Berkeley, Berkeley, California, she was a nurse's assistant. Entering Guyana on the 10th of August 1977, she worked at the night shift kitchen and lived in College 5 but continued to receive welfare. Hue Ishi Fortson Jr. was born on the 22nd of September 1974. He was the child of Rhonda Denise Fortson and Hugh Fortson. Living in Los Angeles, he moved to Guyana on the 17th of July 1977, living in College 41. However, his father was the associate pastor of the People's Temple in Los Angeles and did not pass away during Jonestown. Rhonda Denise Fortson Nee Wright was born on the 26th of August 1954 in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Her husband was Hue Ishi Fortson, who was the associate pastor of the People's Temple in Los Angeles and did not pass away during Jonestown. Her son was Hue Ishi Fortson Jr., who was with her in Jonestown. She was the daughter of Frank Wright, who was not a member of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a waitress and secretary, arriving in Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and was on the entertainment committee. Beulah Foster was born on the 14th of September 1903 in Brookhaven, Mississippi. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. She arrived in Jonestown on the 2nd of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5, receiving her SSA and SSI benefits. Betty Jewel Fountain Nee Perkins was born on the 14th of August 1949 in Tacoma, Washington. She was the daughter of Lenora Parkins Nee Martin and Clarence Jesse Lee Parkins. Her father was not a member of the People's Temple. Her sister was Versi Lee Conacero Nee Perkins. Her partner was Walter Lee Fountain, who she married in 1973, and she had 3 children: Jewel Lynn Fountain, who went by Tiny, Frankie J. Fountain, and David Anthony Sanders. And in addition to her niece Angela Maria Conacero, they were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a nurse's aide, a PBX switchboard operator, and worked in data processing. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown or where she lived there. However, she worked in the baby nursery. Walter Lee Fountain passed away in Los Angeles on the 1st of January 1980. Frankie J. Fountain was born on the 19th of April 1973 in California. He was the son of Walter Lee Fountain and Betty Jewel Fountain. His sibling was Jewel Lynn Fountain, who went by Tiny. In addition, his grandmother Lenora Martin Perkins and aunt Versi Lee Conacero Nee Perkins, as well as his cousin Angela Maria Conacero, were all in the People's Temple. Walter Lee Fountain passed away in Los Angeles on the 1st of January 1980. Jewel Lynn Fountain, who went by Tiny, was born on the 11th of April 1974 in California. She was the daughter of Walter Lee Fountain and Betty Jewel Fountain. In addition, her brother Frankie Lee Fountain, cousin Angela Maria Conacero, grandmother Lenora Martin Perkins, and aunt Versia Lee Conacero Nee Perkins were all in the People's Temple. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown and where she lived. Walter Lee Fountain passed away in Los Angeles on the 1st of January 1980. Christopher Darnell Franklin was born on the 30th of December 1975 in San Francisco, California. He was the son of Johnny Franklin and Tommy Charlene Rochelle. In addition, his aunt Jackie Rochelle and siblings Kim Dwight Rochelle, Anthony Eugene Rochelle, and cousin Yvonne Renee Stanley were in Jonestown. He lived in Dorm 4, but it is unknown when he entered Jonestown. Laquetta LaShun Franklin was born on the 7th of October 1970 in Culver City. She was the daughter of Richard L. Evelyn Perkins. Her siblings were James Jerome Anderson, Jerome Dwayne Anderson, Marcia St. Martin Anderson, Marcus Anthony Anderson, Tommy Lee Anderson, and Carlos Lee Bell Jr., all of whom were members of the People's Temple. She entered Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977 and lived in College 22. Her body was unidentified. Robert Eddie Lee Franklin Jr. was born on the 17th of June 1958 in Kansas City, Missouri, the son of Shirley Franklin, and had 2 brothers, Gary Franklin and Ricky Franklin, all of whom were in the People's Temple. He lived in Oakland and entered Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and worked in a sawmill tent. During a People's Rally in Jonestown, he was cascaded by Jones for taking a piss where the cut lumbers stacked was, even though the toilets were nearby. He allegedly pissed on the wood. He had to thank both Jonestown member Johnny Moss Brown, who reported him, and Jones after he was chastised in public. Constance Jeanette Fromm, who went by Connie, was born in Houston, Texas on the 9th of February 1955. She was the daughter of Ernest Leon Fromm. She lived in Redwood Valley, California, and was a mechanic. Moving to Guyana on the 27th of September 1977, she was a machinist trainee in construction and lived in College 21. Her father died in Houston on the 9th of January 2002. Sharon Fulton was born on the 31st of March 1967 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Patsy Ruth Johnson Johnson, and her siblings were Deshawn Johnson, Glenille Johnson, and Salieta Lataeus Johnson. In addition, her aunt, Shirley May Wilson, and cousins James Samuel Basie Jr., John Deshi Basie, Cassia Basie, Siburgi Jamal Basie, Trinidad Basie, Wanda Basie, and Jerry Lee Wilson Jr. were all members of the People's Temple. She moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 27. Kimberly Ann Fire was born on the 10th of December 1959 in Seattle, Washington. She was the daughter of Genevieve Sheik and Theodora Harlan Fye. Living in Ukiah, California, she attended Opportunity High School. She moved to Guyana on the 10th of August 1977 and worked at the sewing department, living in Dorm 2. She was on her own in Jonestown. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Sunset Hills Memorial Park in Bellevue, King County, Washington. Her father, Theodore Harline Fye, died on the 14th of December 2009 in Salt Lake City, Utah. Borth William Galea was born on the 22nd of October 1973 in Petaluma, California, the son of Sue Ellen Williams, a member of Jonestown. Living in Redwood Valley, he moved to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. Cleveland Desmond Garcia was born on the 26th of May 1960 in Belize, which was then British Honduras. His adoptive parents were Idella Clark and his father was Louis Fontaine Breidenbach. His siblings were Avis Jocelyn Garcia Breidenbach, and his adopted parents were Wesley Carl Breidenbach and Melian Lee Breidenbach. His partner was Tanya Rena Cox Garcia, and his child was Tiffany Latrice Garcia. He lived in Los Angeles and was a student in the arts and crafts, having attended Opportunity High School. It is unknown when he entered Guyana, but he was a field worker and lived in Cottage 24. His remains were collected and he was buried in Roosevelt Memorial Park in Gardena, California. Mary Helen Garcia Nee Kirkpatrick was born on the 19th of September 1938 in Laredo, Texas. She was the daughter of James Kirkpatrick and Julia Ochoa. She was previously married to Richard Garcia and had two children, Anthony Garcia Jr. and Susan Garcia. However, only Susan Garcia was in the People's Temple. Residing in Los Angeles, she was an educational assistant. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown, where she lived and what she did in Jonestown. Susan Garcia from Los Angeles, California, was born on the 16th of November 1962. She was the daughter of Richard Garcia and Mary Helen Garcia and had one brother, Mark Anthony Garcia. However, only her mother was in Jonestown. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown, what she did there and where she lived. Tanya Rena Cox Garcia was born on the 10th of September 1958 in Los Angeles, California. She was the daughter of Barbara Ann Goster and had one brother, Jared L. Banks. Her great-aunt, Kelly Mae Mitchell Nee Petty, aunt Ruby Bright, cousins Juanita Jean Bright, Lawrence George Bright III, Stephanie Katrina Chacon, as well as her partner, Cleveland Desmond Garcia, and her child, Tiffany Latrice Garcia, were all part of a People's Temple. In the US, she was a student and cook. Arriving in Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, she lived in Dorm 2 and worked in farm management, overseeing crops, was a field crew co-supervisor and a field worker. Tiffany Latrice Garcia was born on the 21st of December 1974 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Tanya Rena Cox Garcia and Cleveland Desmond Garcia. In addition, her great-aunt Ruby Jean Bright, great-great-aunt Sadalia Mae Mitchell Nee Petty, and first cousins Juanita Jean Bright, Lawrence George Bright III, and Stephanie Katrina Chacon were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. John Lawrence Gardiner was born on the 20th of September 1960 in San Francisco. His siblings were Betty Carroll, Joe Ann Carroll, and Robert Keith Carroll, as well as his nephews Dr. John Angelino Carroll, Dante Augustine Carroll III, Rondell Jerome Carroll, Wagnall Dwayne Smith Carroll, Randall Earl Carroll, and Mishkal Peniel Owens were all in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, he moved to Jonestown on the 24th of October 1976 and resided in Cottage 24 and was part of the unloading crew. He was buried in Hidden Valley Memorial Park in Pacheco, California. Daniel Godfrey was born on the 2nd of August 1965 in Gary, Indiana. Her parents were Beverly Ann Mitchell and Kenneth Leroy. Godfrey, who went by Mac, who was not in Jonestown. Her stepfather was Guy Edgar Mitchell. In addition, her grandmother, Ruby Neal Johnson, aunt Jacqueline Newsom, great aunt Ida King, cousin Wanda Bonita King, and Keith Newsom, as well as her siblings, Dawn Francine Godfrey, Dominique Godfrey, and Kenneth Darren Godfrey, were all part of a People's Temple. Her stepbrother, Anthony Moore, was not in Jonestown. Previously living in San Francisco, on the 6th of December 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 17. Her father would pass away in Gary on the 6th of October 2006. Dominique Godfrey was born on the 29th of January 1971 in Chicago, Illinois. Her parents were Beverly Ann Mitchell and Kenneth Leroy Godfrey, who went by Mac, who was not in Jonestown. Her stepfather was Guy Edgar Mitchell. In addition, her grandmother, Ruby Neal Johnson, aunt Jacqueline Newsom, great aunt Ida King, cousin Wanda Bonita King, and Keith Newsom, as well as her siblings, Dawn Francine Godfrey, Danielle Godfrey, and Kenneth Darren Godfrey, were all part of a People's Temple. Her stepbrother, Anthony Moore, was not in Jonestown. Previously living in San Francisco, on the 22nd of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 50. Her father would pass away in Gary, Indiana on the 6th of October 2006. Kenneth Darren Godfrey was born on the 29th of January 1971 in Chicago. His parents were Beverly Ann Mitchell and Kenneth Leroy Godfrey, who went by Mac, who was not in Jonestown. His stepfather was Guy Edgar Mitchell. In addition, his grandmother, Ruby Neal Johnson, aunt Jacqueline Newsom, great aunt Ida King, cousin Wanda Bonita King, and Keith Newsom, as well as his siblings Dawn Francine Godfrey, Danielle Godfrey, and Kenneth Darren Godfrey, were all part of a People's Temple. His stepbrother Anthony Moore was not in Jonestown. Previously living in San Francisco, on the 6th of December 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 33. Shonda Mary Gaylor was born on the 17th of June 1968 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Shirley Thompson, and her grandmother and guardian was Emma May Hill. All were members of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 1. Herman W.G. was born on the 27th of March 1897 in Groesbeck, Texas. Living in Oakland, California, he lived on his own in Jonestown, but it is unknown when he moved there and what he did there and where he lived in Jonestown. David George was born an anomaly, as he was born in Guyana and adopted by a family in Jonestown, with many Guyanese perceiving that the American community in Jonestown could give their children a better life than in Guyana. It is unknown exactly where and when he was born, but he was age 17 at the time of Jonestown. His birth sister was Valletta George, who was not in Jonestown, while of his other birth siblings, Philip George and Gabrielle George, were all in Jonestown. His adopted parents were Carol Joyce Touchette and Charles E. Touchette, who were in Jonestown. In addition, his grandmother, Helen Beatrice Sweeney, grandfather, Cleve Lonzo Sweeney, uncle, Timothy Morris Sweeney, and aunt, Wanda Shirley Werner, as well as his adoptive siblings, Albert Ardell Touchet, Michael John Touchet, Michelle Elaine Touchet, Mickey Touchet, Neil Shane Wilcombe, and his cousin, Darren Eugene Werner Sweeney, were all in the People's Temple. He lived in Cottage 12 and worked in construction as a carpenter in the unloading crew and was a field worker and a tractor driver. Gabriel George was born in Guyana. His date of birth is unknown, but he was 11 at the time of Jonestown. His birth siblings were Philip George and David George, both of whom were in Jonestown, and his sister, Valletta George, was not in Jonestown. It is unknown who adopted him or if he was abandoned at Jonestown. He lived in Cottage 18. Philip George was born in Guyana. His date of birth is unknown, but he was 9 at the time of Jonestown. His birth siblings were Philip George and David George, both of whom were in Jonestown, and his sister Valletta George was not in Jonestown. It is unknown who adopted him or if he was abandoned at Jonestown. He lived in Cottage 31. Eugenia Gerard Nee Staggs was born on the 12th of March 1923 in Roswell, New Mexico. She lived in San Francisco and was a nurse. In 1967, she married Philip Frederic Gerard, who died on the 8th of November 1968. She moved to Guyana on the 22nd of October 1977 and lived in Trolley 4, working as a medical staff receptionist. She continued to receive Veteran Affairs, SSI and SSA benefits while in Jonestown. However, she lived on her own in Jonestown. Maddie Gibson was born on the 24th of December 1905. She had one child, Eugene Erskine Smith, who was part of the People's Temple. She would move from Detroit to rural Arkansas to California following the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco on the 23rd of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown, where she worked as a rice sorter and lived in Dorm 2. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Eugene Smith survived Jonestown and wrote the book Back to the World: A Life After Jonestown, which was published in 2021. Jason Gaig was born on the 21st of January 1975 in Ukiah, California. He was the son of Renee Elaine Gaig, nee Spriggs, and Robert Wendell Gaig. In addition, his aunt Deborah Curtin Evans and uncles Clifford Allen Gaig, Stanley Bryan Gaig, and Danny Curtin were all in the People's Temple. On the 23rd of June 1977, he moved from San Francisco to Jonestown and resided in Cottage 37. Ruth Elaine Gaig, nee Spriggs, was born on the 9th of June 1955 in San Francisco. Her partner was Robert Wendell Gaig, who she married in 1973, and her son was Jason Gaig. Both were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 11th of August 1976, living in Cottage 16. In Jonestown, she worked in the baby nursery. Robert Wendell Gaig was born on the 25th of July 1951. He was the son of Lloyd Wendell Gaig and Violanda Gaig, nee Bright. Both were not members of Jonestown. His siblings Clifford Allen Gaig, Daniel Bryan Gaig, and half-siblings Danny Curtin and Deborah Evans, as well as his child Jason Gaig, were all part of the People's Temple. He would marry Renee Elaine Gaig in 1973. However, in Jonestown, he had an additional wife, Karen May Harms. Both of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he was a mechanic, carpenter, painter, and stonemason. On the 10th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown, living in College 19, where he worked in farm management and construction, overseeing mechanics. His father, Lloyd Wendell Gaig, would pass away on the 6th of January 2013 in Concord, Contra Costa County, California, and Violanda Gaig, his mother, died in Fairfield, Solano County, California, on the 16th of June 2021. Stanley Bryan Gaig was born on the 10th of January 1959 in Walnut Creek, California. He was the son of Lloyd Wendell Gaig and Violanda Gaig, who were not part of the People's Temple. His siblings Clifford Allen Gaig, Robert Wendell Gaig, and half-siblings Danny Curtin and Deborah Evans, as well as his nephew Jason Gaig, were all part of Jonestown. Living in San Francisco on the 9th of March 1977, he moved to Jonestown, living in Cottage 24, where he was a diesel mechanic, driver, backhoe mechanic, and operator. However, according to FBI records, he was a truck driver, boat operator, and an airstrip shooter working in security. He allegedly drove the tractor containing the shooters to Port Kaituma, where defectors, media personnel, and Congressman Leo Ryan were killed. His brother Clifford Gaig called him a true believer of Jim Jones and believed that he was murdered. In 2008, he would tell McCarthy Washington Bureau that he was shot, but I was unable to find any evidence beyond this. His remains were found and he was cremated with his ashes scattered at sea. Betty Jean Gill was born on the 16th of July 1960 in Chicago, Illinois. She was the daughter of Josephine Frances Miaka, who was not part of Jonestown. Her aunt, Bessie Johnson, grandmother-in-law, Irma Lee Gill, stepfather, James Gill, Uncle Joe Johnson Jr., cousins Karma, Lisa Johnson, and Maisha Danica Johnson were all in the People's Temple. Living in California, she was a seamstress. On the 7th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked as a cook and lived in Cottage 16. Irma Lee Gill was born in Arkansas on the 5th of February 1912. Her children, Bessie Marie Jance Johnson, and her grandchildren, Betty Jean Gill, Joe Johnson Jr., Karma Lisa Johnson, and Maisha Danica Johnson were all part of a People's Temple. However, her grandchildren, Robert Johnson, Van Johnson, Ray Johnson, Billy Johnson, and David Johnson, were all not part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a bank teller, farmer, laundry worker, and a cook. In Jonestown, she worked in the laundry and continued to receive SSA benefits. James Gill, who went by Jimmy, and I do apologise as I couldn't find any photos of him, was born in Port Kaituma, Guyana on the 14th of November 1962, the son of Vivian Gibson and John Gill. Viola May Gottschalk was born on the 10th of February 1921 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Jewel Varney and Lillian Varney nee Beckham. She was married to Raymond Gottschalk Jr. Living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress. Her mother died on the 17th of June 1956 in Los Angeles, and her father died on the 3rd of April 1977. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, where she worked there, and when she moved there. However, she continued to receive SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Henry Lee Gomez nee Logan was born on the 12th of September 1938 in Arkansas. She was the daughter of Ethel Lee McGill and had one child, Wanda Denise Gomez, both of whom were part of the People's Temple. In the US, she was a childcare worker, nurse's aide, and also a sewer and cook. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Cottage 16 and worked in preschool education. Wanda Denise Gomez was born on the 1st of August 1972 in Los Angeles, the daughter of Henry Lee Gomez nee Logan, who was also part of Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she attended the Los Angeles Temple. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there. Claude Goodspeed was born on the 13th of June 1905 in Texas. His wife was Louette Demple Goodspeed, also in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, he was a truck driver. On the 27th of July 1977, he moved to Guyana and was a senior rice sorter and lived in Cottage 30. While there, he received SSA and retirement benefits. Lou Goodspeed nee Dimple was born on the 3rd of January 1907 in Marshall, Texas. She was married to Claude Goodspeed, also a member of the People's Temple, living in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she moved to Guyana on the 27th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 30. There she was a letter writer and designated correspondence for life and received her SSA benefits while in Jonestown. David Lee Goodwin was born in Los Angeles on the 28th of August 1965. He was the son of Mona Satterwhite and Charles Douglas Henderson. His stepmother was Joni Goodwin. In addition, his grandmother Alvery Satterwhite, great-aunt Leonie White, great-grandmother Ulvine McGowan, first cousins Alisa Lavette, Keith Arnold Wright and Stanley Glenn Wright, as well as the grandson of Leonie Wright, Charles Gary Henderson, were all part of the People's Temple. On the 29th of May 1977, he moved to Guyana, and despite being aged 13 at the time of Jonestown, he worked in public utilities. From meeting notes on the 5th of August 1978, he was an analyst member at the analysts' meeting as part of the Agriculture and Livestock Department, taking meeting minutes. Mark Hartley Gosney was born on the 28th of November 1973 in Walnut Creek, California. He was the son of Vernon Dean Gosney and Cheryl Georgette Gosney nee Wilson, both of whom were members of the People's Temple. However, only his father was in Jonestown, and his mother was left brain dead due to an overdose of anesthesia during a cesarean section delivery of Mark Hartley Gosney. Living in Redwood Valley, California, on the 15th of March 1978, he moved to Guyana and he lived in Cottage 10 in Jonestown. His father, Vernon D. Gosney, was one of the defectors and left him believing that he would be safer in Jonestown as a biracial child than in the United States of America, and that he would be able to return to him in Jonestown. It was Vernon D. Gosney who passed NBC reporter Don Harris a note saying that he wanted to leave Jonestown, and when shown the note, Jim Jones would state, referring to Murray Hartley Gosney,
"Well, that's who we're talking about. He wants to leave his son here. If Jonestown's such a bad place, why does he want to leave his son here? He's the one that I'm just talking about. Yeah, this is talking about. This is the man that wants to leave his son here.
His mother passed away on the 1st of February 1981 in Santa Rosa in Sonoma County, California. Vernon Dean Gosney died in Honolulu, Hawaii on the 31st of January 2021. Willie James Grady was born in Wynne, Arkansas on the 4th of July 1954. He lived in Los Angeles and was a computer programmer, musician and a music teacher. On the 15th of March 1978, he arrived in Jonestown and lived in Cottage 28 where he was a teacher. Willie Lee Graham nee Bowie was born on the 9th of February 1907 in Trees, Louisiana. Her grandson was Kenneth Bernard Bowie, who was also in the People's Temple. Residing in Los Angeles, she was a cook and domestic worker as well as a shoemaker. On the 17th of September 1977, she moved to Guyana, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. She continued to receive SSA benefits. Juanita Green was born on the 5th of September 1916 in Oklahoma. Living in Oakland, California, she was a nurse's aide. She moved to Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977 and worked in a sewing factory and lived in Dorm 2, receiving SSA benefits. Anita Rochelle Green was born on the 8th of January 1961 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Lawrence Jackson, and in addition her siblings Darrell, Dwayne, Martin Jackson and Richard Stewart Jackson were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she moved to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 48, where she was a field worker. Armando Griffith was born on the 10th of March 1960 in San Francisco, the son of Mary Magdalene Griffith and Emmett Alexander Griffith Sr., both of whom were members of the People's Temple. However, his father died in Jonestown prior to the mass murder and was one of 6 people to die prior to the 18th of November 1978 in Jonestown, but it is unknown exactly what date in November 1977 he died in Jonestown. In addition, his siblings Marion Louise Griffith, Emmett Alexander Griffith Jr., Carnella Truss, and children Dana Danielle Truss and his niece Camilla Griffith were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he worked as a janitor. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 6 and worked in the unloading crew. In Jonestown, she would receive SSA and SSI benefits. Camilla Griffith was born in Jonestown in the Jonestown Medical Clinic on the 29th of October 1977. She was the first child born in Jonestown. She was the daughter of Gloria Faye Warren and Emmett Alexander Griffith Jr. In addition, her grandmothers Mary Magdalene Griffith, Anita Jones, great aunt Hazel Mary Newell, aunts Carnella Truss, Marion Louise Griffith, Brenda Ann Warren, Janice Mary Warren, and cousin Shirley Ann Newell Edwards, Hattie Newell, and Jennifer Newell, as well as her grandfather Emmett Alexander Griffith Sr., Uncle Armando Griffith, first cousins Cleveland Newell Jr., Herbert Newell, Alan Newell, Christopher Newell, Carl Newell, and her cousins Dana Danielle Truss and Isaac Edwards Jr. were all in Jonestown. She lived in Dorm 3 in Jonestown. Emmett Alexander Griffith Jr. was born on the 11th of July 1958 in San Francisco. He was the son of Mary Magdalene Griffith and Emmett Alexander Sr. In addition to his parents, his siblings Armando Griffith, Marion Louise Griffith, Carnella Truss, and partner Gloria Faye Warren, and niece Dana Danielle Truss, as well as his daughter Carmela Griffith, were all part of the People's Temple. He would marry Gloria Faye Warren in 1977, living in Redwood Valley. He was an equipment operator. Moving to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 2 and worked in land clearing as a cat operator. But according to FBI records, he was a Caterpillar driver and worked in security. Based on her passport, May Catherine Griffith was born in Texas. However, an FBI document prepared in December 1978 noted that she was born in Oklahoma City. She was born on the 26th of December 1941. Her mother, Estella May Railback, was part of Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a secretary. On the 14th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana, living in Cottage 19. Marianne Louise Griffith was born on the 13th of September 1961 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Mary Magdalene Griffith and Emmett Alexander Griffith Sr. Her siblings were Armando Griffith, Emmett Alexander Griffith Jr. and Carnella Truss, all of whom were in the People's Temple. In addition, her nieces Dana Daniela Truss and Camilla Griffith were in the People's Temple. She attended Opportunity High School. On the 14th of July 1976, she entered Jonestown but continued to receive SSA benefits. Mary Magdalene Griffith was born on the 28th of January 1927 in Louisiana. Her partner was Emmett Alexander Griffith. Her children were Marianne Louise Griffith and Armando Griffith and Emmett Alexander Griffith, as well as Carnella Truss. Her grandchildren were Camilla Griffith and Dana Danielle Truss. The entire family was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a senior attendant, home care manager and practical nurse. On the 5th of July 1977, she moved to Guyana and worked in the field sewing department and was a rice sorter. Frankie Lee Grigsby was born in Harris County, Texas on the 17th of May 1926. She was the daughter of Frank Smith and Alice Wyatt. However, she was the only member of her family in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook and dietitian. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of November 1977, she lived in Dorm 4 and worked in the baby nursery. Ronald Wendus Grimm was born in San Rafael, California on the 16th of January 1937. He was the son of Harry Walter Grimm and Marianne Grimm. and had two siblings, Ronald and Donald, who were twins. However, none of them were members of a People's Temple. His partner Susan Grimm, nee Simon, as well as his child Tina Lynn Grimm, and his nephew Alvin Harold Simon Jr., and nieces Crystal Michelle Simon and Summer Renee Simon were all part of a People's Temple. He would marry Susan Luella Grimm, nee Simon, in 1959. Living in San Rafael, he was a janitor and was described as a hands-on worker. He was a champion boxer. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of June 1978, he lived in Cottage 34 and worked in the piggery. His remains were claimed and he was buried in Lower Lake Cemetery in Lower Lake in Lake County, California. His father passed away on the 23rd of March 1988, while his mother passed away in September 2011. The three were all buried together. Susan Luella Grimm, nee Simon, was born on the 4th of March 1941 in Middleton, California. She was the daughter of Josie Simon and Caroline Simon, nee Lowell, and had one sibling, Alvin Harold Simon Sr. However, her mother passed away on the 2nd of August 1969 in Middleton, in Lake County, California. In 1959, she married Ronald Windus Grimm. In addition, her nephews Tina Lynn Grimm, Alvin Harold Simon Jr. and nieces Crystal Michelle Simon and Summer Renee Simon were all in the People's Temple. Other than her mum, the entire family was in Jonestown. She lived in San Rafael, California, and was a drapery seamstress and a clerk and a kitchen worker. Moving to Jonestown on the 7th of October 1977, she lived in San Rafael and worked in the library, living in Cottage 34. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Simon gravesite in Middleton in Lake County, California. Tina Lynn Grimm was born on the 9th of March 1960 in St. Helena, California. She was the daughter of Susan Grimm and Ronald Windus Grimm. In addition, her siblings Alvin Harold Simon Jr., Michelle Simon, cousin Summer Renee Simon, aunt Bonnie Jean Simon, uncle Alvin Harold Simon, and grandfather Josie Simon were all in Jonestown. Living in San Rafael, California, she attended Laurel Dell School. She moved to Jonestown on the 4th of June 1978, residing in Cottage 25, and was a field worker and worked in the baby nursery. There is speculation that she may have been kidnapped by Jim Jones, as her intention in going to Jonestown was to visit her mother, and she was engaged to Stephen Lucas, who contacted his Congressman John Burton in August 1978, stating that, "I have good reason to believe that she has been forced to stay against her will. It has been 2 months now, and this is my last resort." Pauline Groot was born on the 30th of May 1950 in Richland, Washington. She attended Niskayuna High School in Schenectady, New York, and was described as a quiet and intellectual individual. In the US, she worked in physical therapy and was a nurse's aide, and was also an IBM computer operator. She lived in Santa Rosa, California. Living in Dorm 4, she moved to Guyana on the 10th of December 1977. And she worked in chemical engineering as a mathematician and scientist and was on the medical staff. However, based on FBI documents, she was in the Explosives Committee, was an electrical engineer and oversaw the chemical analysis of plants and conducted research in the medical department. Clark Andrew Grubbs was born on the 17th of January 1967 in Garden Grove, California. He was the son of Tom Grubbs and Cecilia Elaine Grubbs. In addition, his siblings Kelly Grubbs, Kevin Grubbs, and Uncle Kevin Norton were all in the People's Temple. He arrived in Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, living in Cottage 8. Gerald Richard Grubbs, who went by Ken Norton, was born on the 15th of February 1945 in Bremerton, Washington. He was the son of Nelda Lavon Grubbs, nee Hendricks, and Lemuel Thomas Grubbs, and his sisters were Deanna McConnell, nee Grubbs, and Patricia Persicott, nee Grubbs. However, none of them were in Jonestown. His brother, Lemuel Thomas Grubbs II, as well as his children, Kelly Franklin Grubbs, Clark Andrew Grubbs, Andrew Smith, and nephews Kevin and Deanne Smith were all in Jonestown. He previously served in the US Navy. Living in Los Angeles, he was a carpenter. On the 1st of March 1978, he arrived in Guyana. In Jonestown, he was a carpenter, cabinet maker, heavy equipment operator, photographer, and worked in the Alaskan sawmill. However, according to FBI records, he was in the archery team as part of security. He lived in Cottage 25. His remains were claimed and he was buried in Fort Rosicans National Cemetery in San Diego. His father, Lemuel T. Grubbs, died on the 26th of January 1995. Kelly Franklin Grubbs was born on the 14th of January 1964 in Garden Grove, the son of Lemuel Thomas Grubbs II and Sylvia Lane Grubbs. In addition, his siblings Clark Grubbs, Kevin Grubbs, and uncle Gerald Richard Grubbs were in the People's Temple. Living in San Diego, he moved to Guyana on the 29th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 52. Kevin Grubbs was born on the 21st of May 1961 in Garden Grove. He was the son of Lemuel Thomas Grubbs II and Sylvia Elaine Grubbs. In addition, his siblings Kelly Grubbs and Clark Grubbs and uncle Gerald Richard Grubbs were all in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, he entered Jonestown on the 20th of December 1977 and lived in Cottage 30. Sylvia Elaine Grubbs was born on the 10th of November 1938 in Long Beach, California. She was the daughter of Evan Bell. She was married to Lemuel Thomas Grubbs II, who went by Tom, and both married in 1967. However, she was also in a relationship with Donald Edward Sly, who went by Dom. Her children were Kelly Franklin Grubbs, Clark Andrew Grubbs, and Kevin Deanne Grubbs, all of whom were in Jonestown. She lived in Ukiah, California, and was a medical secretary. On the 22nd of October 1977, she entered Guyana and lived in Cottage 3 in Jonestown, where she worked in the healthcare centre and oversaw records and was also a typist and secretary and worked in administration. Evan Bell would pass away in Las Vegas, Nevada on the 16th of May 1994. Lemuel Thomas Grubbs II, who went by Tom, was born on the 20th of November 1941 in Bremerton, Washington. He was the child of Nelda Lavon Hendricks Grubbs and Lemuel Thomas Grubbs, and had two siblings, Deanna McConnell Nee Grubbs and Patricia Pesico Nee Grubbs. None of them were in the People's Temple. However, his brother Gerald Richard Grubbs was in the People's Temple. In 1967, he married Sylvia Elaine Grubbs. His children were Kelly Franklin Grubbs, Clark Andrew Grubbs, and Kevin Deanne Grubbs, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, he was a teacher and worked as a special education therapist for children with learning disabilities. He was described by students as a great teacher. On the 17th of June 1976, he moved to Jonestown and was the principal and a teacher in the Jonestown School and also worked in shoe repair. However, according to FBI records, he was an archery teacher. He was described as a persuasive and charming person, but was a thorn in the side of Jim Jones, as he always questioned things. Patricia Lee Gurnett was born on the 25th of November 1941 in Glendale, California. She lived in Redwood Valley and was a bilingual teacher. She moved alone to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 3 in Jonestown. She worked in family services and childcare, looking after special children and special training classes, and was a social worker and a teacher in the Jonestown School. Mercedes Mavis Claire Guidry was born on the 6th of September 1908. According to FBI records, she was born in Los Angeles. However, other records noted that she was born in Louisiana. She lived in Los Angeles and worked in childcare. Moving to Jonestown on the 19th of March 1978, she lived in Cottage 5 and worked as a cook. However, she continued to receive her Veterans Affairs and SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Jan Elizabeth Gurvich was born on the 5th of November 1953 in New Orleans, Louisiana. She was the daughter of Louis Sheldon Gurvich Sr. and Paula Holland Gurvich, and had one brother, Louis Sheldon Gurvich Jr., none of whom were in the People's Temple. She lived in Berkeley, California, and was a law clerk. On the 22nd of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and was on the legal committee, a typist and secretary, a teacher in the Jonestown School, teaching high school students in language, arts, social studies, maths, and black history, and also taught high school students on the subject of women's revolutionary socialist movement. She taught students aged 14 to 19. She resided in Cottage 22. Her remains were claimed by her family, and she was buried in Metairie Cemetery in New Orleans. Her father had dedicated his efforts to getting her out of Jonestown and considered hiring mercenaries in 1977 to kidnap her from Jonestown. He flew to Guyana 2 days after Jonestown to discuss his own investigation and look for his daughter. In 1979, he was interviewed for the documentary Deceived, the Jonestown Tragedy. Her father died on the 20th of August 1986. Her mother, Paula Gurvich, died on the 27th of June 2003 in New Orleans. Brian Guy was born on the 8th of September 1966 in Chicago, the son of Otti Guy nee Messer. His siblings were Keith Lee John Guy, Kimberly Denise Guy, Furman Guy III, and Charita Renee Guy, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Guyana on the 6th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 36. Keith Lee John Guy was born on the 12th of September 1967 in Chicago, Illinois. He was the son of Otti Guy nee Messe. His siblings were Brian Guy, Kimberly Denise Guy, Freeman Guy III, and Sharita Renee Guy, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Guyana on the 6th of August 1977. He lived in Cottage 21. Kimberly Denise Guy was born on the 29th of July 1971 in Chicago, Illinois. She was the daughter of Otti Guy nee Messe. Her siblings were Brian Guy, Keith LeJohn Guy, Freeman Guy III, and Sharita Renee Guy, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, it is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown and where she lived there. Otti Messe Guy was born on the 8th of June 1944 in Quitman County, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Louis Veffer Davis nee Pegram, who died on the 20th of November 1986 in San Francisco. Her children were Brian Guy, Keith LeJohn Guy, Kimberly Denise Guy, Freeman Guy III, and Sharita Renee Guy, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, it is unknown when she moved to Jonestown or where she lived there, but she was a field worker and worked in preschool education. Despite having a family that was not in Jonestown, her remains were not collected and her remains were found abandoned at the abandoned Miners Funeral Home in Dover, Delaware in August 2004, with her names released in September 2014. Sharita Renee Guy was born on the 12th of February 1974 in Chicago. She was the daughter of Otti Guy nee Messe. Her siblings were Brian Guy, Keith LeJohn Guy, Freeman Guy III, and Kimberly Denise Guy, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, it is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown and where she lived there. Freeman Guy III was born on the 2nd of December 1962 in Chicago, Illinois. He was the son of Otti Guy nee Messe. His siblings were Brian Guy, Keith LeJohn Guy, Sharita Renee Guy, and Kimberly Denise Guy, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Jonestown on the 6th of August 1977 and resided in Cottage 12. While in Jonestown, despite being aged just 15, he worked as a field worker and was also a student. Rochelle Dewana Hulkman was born on the 30th of September 1952 in Louise, Missouri, the daughter of Jewel Lee Wilson nee Pitts. Her sister was Yvonne Paris Hayden. Her partner was Aaron Arthur Hendricks, and her child was Ronald Ray Campbell Jr. All were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide and a key punch operator. On the 23rd of July 1977, she arrived in Guyana, residing in Cottage 50. She was on the Judicial Council, worked in counselling, housing, the laundry, and was amongst the medical staff. She continued to receive welfare while in Jonestown. Carl Gloucester Hall was born on the 16th of March 1904 in Los Angeles. His partner was Heloise Janice Hall, and both were in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, he was an aircraft mechanic. He arrived in Guyana on the 22nd of October 1977, lived in Cottage 32 and worked as a rice sorter, but continued to receive SSA and retirement benefits. Heloise Janice Hall was born in Independence, Kansas on the 7th of December 1911. She was married to Carl Gloucester Hall, who was also in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a real estate broker and general office clerk. She played the organ in the People's Temple in Los Angeles. On the 22nd of October 1977, she moved to Jonestown, lived in Cottage 32 and was a medical file clerk, continuing to receive SSA benefits. Eddie James Hallman was born on the 6th of April 1955 in Indianapolis, Indiana. He was the son of Lucy Crenshaw. In addition, his cousin Joyce Marie Polk Brown and child Tegan Raymond Hallman were in Jonestown. His partner was Francis Hallman, nee Crenshaw, who was with him in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he was a truck driver. On the 22nd of October 1977, he moved to Guyana, living in Cottage 33. According to records of the People's Temple, he worked in truck transportation. However, according to FBI records, in addition to working in truck transportation, he worked in security and was a shooter on the airstrip in Port Khartoum, targeting Congressman Leo Ryan, defectors and journalists. Francine Renita Hallman was born on the 21st of November 1954 in San Francisco. Her partner was Eddie James Hallman, and she had one child, Tyken Raymond Hallman. Living in San Francisco, she was a secretary. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown, living in Cottage 33 and worked in Central Supply. Deacon Raymond Hellman was the son of Francine Hellman and Eddie James Hellman. In addition, his grandmother Lucy Crenshaw and aunt Joyce Marie Polk Brown were all in Jonestown. He was born on the 26th of February 1977 in Los Angeles. Entering Guyana on the 17th of August 1977, he lived in dorm 3. His body was never identified. Hassan Ali Hanley was born on the 28th of July 1969 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Barbara Ann Smith. His siblings Yolanda Smith and Deirdre Renee Murray, as well as Stephanie Mary Smith, were all in Jonestown. On the 23rd of July 1977, he entered Jonestown, but it is unknown where he lived. Karen Marie Harms was born on the 14th of June 1958 in New Bern, North Carolina. She was the daughter of Beverly Harms, nee Garrett, and Richard Harms, neither of whom were in Jonestown. She was described as being sad and upset from a young age. In either 1973 or 1974, she joined the People's Temple in Los Angeles. Her partner, Robert Wendell Guyeg, was also in Jonestown. Living in Ukiah, California, she worked as a child's aide. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she worked as a cook and lived in Cottage Atoy. She would tell her aunt Janet Arnold that Jim Jones was her god prior to moving to Jonestown. Artie Harper was born on the 28th of January 1910 in Minden, Louisiana. She was alone in Jonestown but had one child, Charles White, who was not a member of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 4 and worked as a cook. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. On the 7th of June 1978, Charles White contacted the US Embassy in Georgetown, noting that he was concerned for his mother, requested a welfare check, and had not heard from her for approximately 1 year. Ollie Harrington was born on the 7th of November 1940 in Mississippi. Living in Los Angeles, she was a cook. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she worked in family services overseeing kitchen and food preparation, was in the night kitchen and was on the Judicial Council and worked in counselling. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Annie Mae Harris was born on the 22nd of January 1904 in Caledonia, Arkansas. Her nephew Michael Daniels was also in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles on the 15th of March 1978, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 5, working as a rice sorter. However, she continued to receive SSI and SSA benefits. Now we arrive at Don Harris, another casualty in the Port Kaituma airstrip shooting, who was not a member of Jonestown, but Harris's intrepid journalistic integrity and gumption gave us integral footage of Jonestown and showed the delusions and insanity manifesting around Jonestown. Harris was born on the 8th of September 1936 under the name Roy Darwin Humphrey in Valladolid, Georgia. He was the son of William Roy Humphrey and Sally Eliza Humphrey nee Morris, and had one brother, Arlen Wayne Humphrey, who went by Wayne. He began working for WVOP radio in Valladolid, Georgia, before delivering weather reports in North Carolina. From 1964 until 1968, he worked at WTVT, the then CBS affiliate in Tampa, Florida, as a staff announcer and morning show producer. For 1 year, he worked for the then CBS affiliate WTOP in Washington, D.C., before moving to work for the ABC affiliate WFAA TV in Dallas, Texas, where he stayed until 1973. He then moved to the NBC affiliate in Los Angeles, KNBC, and was then promoted to network news staff at NBC and covered the fall of Saigon, now Ho Chi Minh City, and reported from the trenches in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, feigning the name Mr. Lucky because he dodged bullets and avoided landmines. He won a total of 4 Emmys and a DuPont Award. He lived with his wife Shirley and daughters Claire and Lauren and son Jeffrey. However, his family was not worried about him going to Jonestown since he had been in war zones, but colleagues at NBC tried to talk him out of going. He was buried in Ferguson Cemetery in Heagston, Georgia. His father died on the 29th of September 1989 in Montgomery County, Georgia. His mother died on the 6th of February 1998 in Pooler, Georgia, and his brother died on the 21st of January 2014 in Gaffney, South Carolina. Dorothy Lechinier Harris was born on the 17th of January 1961 in Atlanta, Georgia. She was the daughter of Willie Maud Harris. In addition, her brother Benjamin O'Neill Robinson, cousins Sakira Lashina Solomon, who went by Tiny, Doris Henry Solomon, Juquiz Shawantrea Turner, and Aunt Dorothy Pearl Solomon nee Shawana were all in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, she was a welder and a student. She moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 1, working in security. She received SSA benefits. Josephine Harris was born on the 24th of December 1907 in Clarksdale, Mississippi. She lived in Los Angeles and was a nurse's aide. Living in Dorm 4, she entered Guyana on the 7th of August 1977. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Leanne Harris was born on the 27th of November 1956 in San Francisco, California. She was the daughter of Linda Sharon Amos, nee Silverstein, and Sherwin Harris. She had two siblings, Martin Lawrence Amos and Krista Amos. Prior to moving to Guyana, the family lived in Redwood Valley. She moved into Jonestown with her mother and two step-siblings and arrived on the 8th of March 1977, living in Cottage 20, and was an assistant teacher in Jonestown. She was killed by her mother in Georgetown, Guyana. She was buried in Hills of Eternity Memorial Park in Colma, San Mateo County, California. Her father, Sherwin Harris, would pass away on the 11th of January 2016 in Haywood County in North Carolina. Magnolia Costella Harris was born in Arkansas on the 11th of December 1916. She had one brother, Roy Harris, who was not part of a People's Temple. Her husband, Marshall Harris, was part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a postal worker. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown, where she was a medical staff receptionist but continued to receive a pension. Nevada Harris Nee Young was born on the 21st of January 1910 in Atlanta, Texas. Living in Los Angeles, she was a cook. On the 6th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown, where she lived in Dorm 4 and was a pastry baker. Willie Maud Harris was born on the 27th of November 1932 in Atlanta. Her sibling, Dorothy Pearl Solomon, as well as her children, Dorothy Lashnier Harris, Benjamin O'Neill Robinson, daughter-in-law Shirley Ann Robinson, niece Sakria Lashiana Solomon, nephew Soros Henry Solomon, and great-niece Juquiz Shawantrea Turner were all part of a People's Temple. In the US, she lived in Ukiah and was a teacher's aide. On the 4th of September 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 4, working in the sewing factory, laundry and central supply. She continued to receive SSA and VA benefits. Yvonne Paris Hayden was born on the 8th of September 1959 in San Francisco, the daughter of Julie Wilson nee Pitts. She had one sibling, Rochelle Dawana Hultman, and one nephew, Ronald Ray Campbell Jr., who were all part of a People's Temple in addition to her mother. Living in San Francisco, she was a secretary. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 45, working in security. She received DIB benefits while in Jonestown. Florence Edith Heath nee Washington was born in Florence, South Carolina on the 8th of May 1928. She was the daughter of Mary Mayday Cottingham nee Capers, a member of Jonestown. Her brother, Grover Washington, was part of a People's Temple, as was her partner, Leon Perrier, and her children, Michael D'Angelo Heath, Mary Nathaniel Morton, and her granddaughter, Gloria Victoria Parker, were all part of a People's Temple. However, her former husband, Nathaniel Alexander, and children, Nathaniel Alexander, Betty Alexander, Bobby Alexander, and Lavinia Alexander, were all not part of a People's Temple. Living in Pittsburgh, California, she was a home care nurse. On the 4th of February 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 4 and was among the medical staff but continued to receive SSI benefits. Michael D'Angelo Heath was born on the 25th of April 1964 in Martinez, California. He was the son of Florence Edith Heath. In addition, his stepfather, Leon Perry, grandmother, Mary Mayday Cottingham, uncle, Grover Washington, sister, Maya Nathaniel Morton, and niece, Gloria Victoria Parker, were all in the People's Temple. He lived in Pittsburgh, California, and was described as a kind and bright individual. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of February 1978, he resided in Cottage 36 and was a field worker despite only being aged 14. He got AFDC benefits while in Jonestown. Heavenly Love was born on the 6th of November 1900 in New York. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and was in letter writing as part of Correspondence for Life, living in Dorm 5. Joseph Leo Heller was born on the 6th of June 1950. He was born in Woodland, California. He was the son of Jesse Beagle, who was not a member of the People's Temple but was adopted by Reviana Wilson Beam and Jack Lovell Beam, both of whom were part of the People's Temple. His siblings were Jack Arnold Beam, Joyce Beam Parks, Eleanor Mary Beam, and Deanna K. Wilkinson, with the latter two adopted. He lived in San Francisco in the West House at Redwood Valley, one of the largest communal houses of the People's Temple. He had a paralytic condition in his legs. On the 15th of March 1978, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 2, working in the library. While in Jonestown, he received SSA, SSI, and DIB benefits. Beatrice Mattie Henderson was born on the 22nd of August 1903 in Ardmore, Oklahoma. She lived in San Francisco and was a cook and a hotel worker. On the 5th of May 1978, she entered Jonestown and lived in Dorm 5, continuing to receive her SSI benefits. Charles Douglas Henderson, who went by Chucky, was born on the 8th of March 1960 in San Francisco. He was the son of Leonie Wright and Valerie Blufford nee Galles. His father was in the People's Temple, but his mother was not in the People's Temple. In addition, his aunt Alvery Sater-White, grandmother Aluvine McGowan nee Sarchel, sister Alisa Lavette Wright, who went by Lisa, brothers Keith Arnold Wright and Stanley Glenn Wright, as well as his cousin Johnny Goodwin, nephew Anthony Bowman, and cousin David Lee Goodwin were all in Jonestown. He was married to Patricia Ann Henderson and had one child, Charles Gary Henderson. In the US, he was a cook and a woodcutter. It is unknown when he entered Guyana, but he lived in Dorm 3 in Jonestown and worked on the night shift kitchen. His mother died on the 17th of December 2018 in Lancaster, Los Angeles County, California. Charles Gary Henderson, and I do apologise as I couldn't find any pictures of him, was born in Jonestown on the 11th of September 1978 and would only live for 2 months. He was the son of Charles Douglas Henderson and Patricia Ann Henderson. In addition, his aunts are Lisa Lavette Wright, Dolores Bowman, grandmothers Leonie Wright, Edna Mae Bowman, great-aunt Alvery Saterwater, cousin Johnny Goodwin, great-grandmother Olivine McGowan, uncles Keith Wright and Stanley Wright, and grandfather Joe Bowman, as well as cousin Anthony Bowman and great-cousin David Lee Goodwin were all in Jonestown. Charles Gary Henderson was the youngest person to die in Jonestown. Kenya Lakia Henderson was born on the 27th of July 1977 in San Francisco. She was the child of Caesar Henderson and Darlene Rudolpha Newman. In addition, her aunt Aquinta Even Devers, grandmother Nina Bella Downs, siblings Leonie Alexander Newman and Luigi Lemoyone Newman, as well as their cousin Alizia Yvette Winston, were all in the People's Temple. Entering Guyana on the 7th of January 1978, she lived in Dorm 3. Patricia Ann Henderson nee Bowman was born in Louisiana on the 1st of September 1957. She was the daughter of Edna Mae Bowman and Joe Bowman and had one sibling, Dolores Bowman. Her partner was Charles Douglas Henderson and she had one child, Charles Gary Henderson. In addition to her nephew Anthony Bowman, the entire family were members of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a teacher's aide. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Dorm 3 and worked in the baby nursery. Nina Herring nee Davidson was born on the 15th of January 1906 in Sparta in Bienville Parish in Louisiana. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and was a housekeeper. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 4, continuing to receive her SSA and SSI benefits. She was alone in Jonestown and had no family members who were part of the People's Temple. Anthony Allen Hicks was born on the 4th of March 1966 in Detroit, Michigan, the son of Maphia Ann Hicks. In addition, his cousin Romaldo Benjamin Hicks and aunt Shirley Pat Hicks were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Guyana on the 23rd of September 1977 and lived in Cottage 36. Maphia Ann Hicks was born on the 22nd of May 1935 in Detroit, Michigan. Her partner was Robert Edwin Davis, and in addition her sibling Shirley Pat Hicks and child Anthony Allen Hicks, as well as her nephew Romaldo Benjamin Hicks, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 7th of January 1978 and lived in Dorm 2, working in inspections and public utilities. Romaldo Benjamin Hicks was born in Detroit, Michigan on the 6th of November 1965, the son of Shirley Pay Hicks. In addition, her aunt, Maphia Ann Hicks, and cousin Anthony Allen Hicks were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco on the 23rd of September 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 8. Despite being aged only 13, he was an agriculturalist analyst. Shirley Pat Hicks was born Shirley Guyeg on the 14th of March 1943 in Detroit. Her sister Mafia Ann Hicks, as well as her child Ramando Benjamin Hicks and nephew Anthony Allen Hicks, were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a musician. She was described as a firebird who was always inclusive and feisty. Moving to Guyana on the 23rd of September 1977, she lived in Cottage 19 and continued to receive AFDC benefits. However, she undertook numerous roles, including as part of the ACAO, oversaw family services, and was a singer in the Jonestown Band, the Jonestown Express, and was a supervisor in public utilities and was in day security. Emma Mae Hill was born on the 5th of December 1915 in Cameron, Texas. She was the daughter of Preston Hill, who died in Pineville, Bell County, Kentucky on the 10th of October 1941, and Mary Jane Hill, who died on the 1st of June 1935 in Whitley County, Kentucky. She had 6 siblings, all of whom were not part of a People's Temple. Only one, Luther D. Hill, would outlive her, dying on the 7th of March 1987 in Fayette County, Kentucky. In 1916, she married John Spencer Jones, who was not part of a People's Temple. Her child, Shirley Thompson, and her granddaughter, Shonda Marie Gaylor, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977 and was a rice sorter living in Dorm 4. Her husband, John Spencer Jones, died in Jellicoe, Campbell County in Tennessee on the 27th of July 1980. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Highland Cemetery in Williamsburg in Whitley County in Kentucky, where her husband was buried with her in 1980. Osceola Hilton was born on the 4th of January 1894 in Magnolia, Arkansas. Her husband was Hobart Alexander Hilton, who died in 1970 but was never part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she entered Jonestown on the 19th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 4. Bernal Maurice Hines was born on the 12th of August 1914 in Little Rock, Arkansas. Her partner was Mabel Ellen Hunes nee Walker, and his sibling was Ernestine Blair nee Hilnes, both of whom were in Jonestown. Living in San Bruno, California, he was a ship fitter, carpenter, worked in maintenance and was a welder. Receiving SSA benefits, it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown and when he moved there. Mabel Ellen Hines nee Walker was born in Leach, Oklahoma on the 29th of December 1912 and was married to Bermal Morris Hines. In the US, she worked in maintenance. It is unknown when she entered Guyana and where she lived, but she continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Rosa Mae Hines was born on the 25th of September 1908 in Corsicana, Texas. Living in Los Angeles, she was a maid in a coffee shop and hotel and worked in a laundry. She loved crochet. Moving to Jonestown on the 17th of August 1977, she continued to get her SSI benefits and worked as a rice sorter living in Dorm 4. Tanai Claudine Ladez Holiday was born on the 17th of March 1976 in Los Angeles. She was a child of Toy Fonzella and Caesar Henderson, all of whom were in the People's Temple. On the 18th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 3. Pete Holmes Jr. was born on the 31st of July 1932 in Memphis, Tennessee. He was married to Jewel Box and his children were Shalefa Holmes, Philip Holmes, Mark Holmes, Sharon Holmes, Lonnie Shelton Holmes, none of whom were part of the People's Temple. However, his niece, Sonia Regina Duncan, and nephews Tyrone Duncan, Charles Wesley Williams, and Melvin Johnson, as well as Steve Nathaniel Daniel Jr., as well as his in-laws, Walter Duncan and Verdella Duncan, nee Box, were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Oakland, California, he moved to Jonestown on the 21st of March 1978, living in Cottage Sucks. He worked in health, education and science pathology and was a lab technician, worked in the herbal kitchen and was a supervisor, and was part of a senior gardens committee as well as the band. Hazel Horner nee Lark was born on the 25th of June 1915 in Rayville, Louisiana. She lived in Los Angeles and was a seamstress. Arriving in Guyana on the 11th of August 1977, she worked as a cook and lived in Dorm 5. She received SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Judy Lynn Houston was born on the 9th of December 1964 in San Francisco. She was a child of Phyllis Diane Houston and Bob Houston. However, her father defected from Jonestown and was found dead under suspicious circumstances on the 5th of October 1976 in Potrero Hill in San Francisco County in California. In addition, her grandparents, Nadine Houston and Sam Houston, as well as her aunt, Carol Boyd, and her sister, Patricia Diane Houston, were in Jonestown, moving to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977. She lived in Cottage 17, and in addition to being a student, despite being aged 14, she was in the banana crew and worked in the bakery. Don Harris interviewed her, and she expressed her satisfaction at being in Jonestown and said that she did not want to leave. Patricia Diane Houston, who went by Patty, was born on the 2nd of October 1963 in San Francisco. She was the child of Phyllis Diane Houston and Bob Houston. However, her family defected from Jonestown, and they were found dead under suspicious circumstances on the 5th of October 1976 in Potrero Hill in San Francisco County in California. In addition, her grandparents Nadine Houston and Sam Houston, as well as her aunt Carol Boyd and her sister Judy Lynn Houston, were in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 20. Despite only being aged 15, she was a field worker, part of a banana crew, and was a preschool teacher. Phyllis Diane Houston Nee Tuttle was born on the 26th of March 1944 in San Diego, California. She was the daughter of Roy Gilbert Tuttle Jr. and Sybil Nellie Tuttle Nee Wally, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. Her mum died on the 8th of March 1960 in San Mateo, California. In 1963, she married Robert Hasquet Houston Jr. However, Houston's father defected from Jonestown and was found dead under suspicious circumstances on the 5th of October 1976 in Potrero Hill in San Francisco County, California. She had two children, Patricia Diane Houston and Judy Lynn Houston, both of whom were in Jonestown. Living in Ukiah, she was a lumber gardener. She only arrived in Jonestown a few days before the massacre in November 1978, but it is unknown exactly when she arrived, where she lived in Jonestown, or what she did there. Her father outlived her and died on the 5th of March 2000 in Mokelumne Hill in Calveras County in California. Doris Helen Howard was born on the 27th of January 1922 in Los Angeles, the daughter of Venia Thompson. Her mum and her great-nephew Garnet Blake Johnson were all in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. She moved to Guyana on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5. There she was a cook but continued to receive SSI benefits. Barbara Faye Hoyer was born on the 21st of September 1948 in Bethesda, Maryland. She was the daughter of Reverend George William Hoyer and Dorothy Hoyer nee Resemaya, attending Bethel Lutheran School in Clayton, Missouri, as well as Lutheran North High School in St. Louis, Missouri. A social worker and drama teacher, she lived in San Francisco. It is unknown when she arrived in Guyana and where she lived in Jonestown, but she was a social worker and worked in the preschool education. In communication with her friend Martin Shalaman, she said that Jonestown was so wonderful and that nobody ever wanted to return to the United States of America. But it was without doubt that the communication was cross-checked before leaving Jonestown and was faked. Her father died in Holden, Worcester County in Massachusetts on the 1st of May 2011, and her mum died on the 28th of February 2002. Judith K. E. James was born on the 6th of December 1949 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Alfred Richmond Stale Sr. and Mary Alice Stale Tishetta nee McRoy. Her siblings were Alfred Richmond Stale Jr., Kathy Ann Barrett nee Stale. Half-siblings were Robin Tishetta nee Fay, Betty Jane Tishetta, and her adoptive sibling was Bonnie Lynn Stale. Her nieces were Becky Ann Barrett, and her nephews were Thomas Curtis E. James and James Brandon Moore. Her partner was Norman Joseph E. James, with both marrying in 1968, and her child was Maya Lisa E. James. The entire family was in Jonestown. She attended Manual High School in Indianapolis, and the entire family was some of the first converts in Indiana to Jim Jones. Living in Calpella, California, she was a licensed vocational nurse. She moved to Guyana on the 22nd of July 1977, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. She was on the Planning Commission, the Education and Housing Committee, a nurse, a new arrivals inspector, and a health teacher. She delivered children in Jonestown, including Camilla Griffith, the first child born in Jonestown. Her husband was not in Guyana at the time of the massacre and survived. He died in a plane crash on the 1st of November 1980 in Venezuela. Mayor Lisa E. James was the daughter of Judith K. E. James and Norman Joseph E. James, and born in Ukiah, California on the 8th of September 1969. In addition, her grandmothers, Rosie E. James and Mary Ella Stale Tashetta, Nee McRoy, aunts Kathy Ann Stale Barrett, Bonnie Lynn Stale, Robin Faye Tashetta, Betty Jean Tashetta, Annetta Christine E. James Kelly, Vicky Moore, Deborah Ruthie James Touchette, grandfathers Alfred Richmond Stowell Sr. and Archie James, as well as her uncles Betty Franklin Barrett, Alfred Richmond Stowell Jr., Michael John Touche, and cousins Becky Ann Barrett, Thomas Courtesy James, and James Brandon Moore were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 12th of June 1977 and lived in Cottage 29. Her father was not in Guyana at the time of the massacre and survived. He died in a plane crash on the 1st of November 1980 in Venezuela. Alice Lorraine Ingram was born on the 24th of September 1936 in Lindale, Texas, the wife of Jimmy Ingram, and had only one child, Ava Gillon Ingram, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in Redwood Valley, she was described as a wise and caring soul, as well as a hard worker. On the 12th of May 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 44. There she worked in warehousing, was a baggage inspector and a new rivals inspector, and was a supervisor in Central Supply. Prior to moving to Jonestown, a list of her needs was provided on the 26th of March 1978. This included Vicine eye drops, marine eye drops, lots of Nicardamia, shampoo, soap, alcohol, dental floss, and contraceptive foam. Ava Gillon Ingram was born on the 25th of July 1963 in San Francisco, the daughter of Alice Lorraine Ingram and Jenny Ingram. She lived in Redwood Valley, California. Living in Cottage 22, she entered Guyana on the 17th of June 1977 and worked in the sewing department despite being only aged 15 at the time of the massacre, and based on temple records was not a student. Beatrice Alberta Jackson was born on the 22nd of December 1896 in Navasota, Texas. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Jonestown on the 27th of July 1977 and lived in Dorm 2. She continued to receive her SSA and SSI benefits. Beatrice Mazel Jackson was born in Alabama. It is unknown what her birth date was, but she was 35 at the time of the massacre. Her husband was James Edward Burl, and she had 3 children, Jennifer Lorraine Burl, Bradford William Burl, and James Edward Burl Jr. However, none of them were members of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown or when she moved there, but she was a senior rice sorter. Despite having family, her remains were not collected, and she was buried at the Evergreen Cemetery in Oakland. Darrell Dwayne Martin Jackson was born on the 6th of January 1965 in Los Angeles, the son of Lawrence Jackson. His siblings were Richard Stewart Jackson and Anitra Rochelle Groin. All of them were part of a People's Temple. He moved to Guyana on the 17th of July 1977 and previously lived in San Francisco. He lived in Cottage 8. David Betts Jackson was born on the 1st of December 1892 in Louisiana. His nickname was Pop. His wife was Lavinia Jackson, whose nickname was Mum. His children were Leon Jackson, Ada Jackson, Charles Etta Jackson, John Etta Jackson, Mattie Lee Jackson, David Jackson, and Lee Jackson, none of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, he was a machinist. On the 27th of June 1974, he moved to Guyana, where he lived in Trolley 1, and despite being aged 85, he worked in construction, building chairs and stools. He continued to receive his SSA benefits. Donald Francis Jackson was born on the 13th of July 1944 in New Orleans, Louisiana. He was described as a quiet and gentle individual. He was married to Thelma Jackson, and his sibling was C.J. Jackson, both of whom were members of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he was a photographer. Moving to Guyana on the 26th of October 1977, he resided in Cottage 47 and was a printer, and also worked in night education and as a language teacher. He continued to receive his SSA benefits. Elaine Renee Jackson was born on the 2nd of June 1965 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of C.J. Jackson and Corinne May Kais Nee Renee. In addition, her aunt, Thelma Jackson, step-great-aunt, Rebecca Ann Flowers, step-great-grandmother, Barbara Louise Esther Lee Farrell, Uncle Donald Jackson, stepfather, Robert Edward Kais, were all in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she entered Guyana on the 28th of July 1977, residing in Cottage 20. Despite being aged 13, she worked in the sewing department and was a field worker in addition to being a student. Gladys Margaret Jackson was born on the 6th of July 1919 in Queen City, Texas. She was married to Danielle Jackson, but went alone to Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was an office worker. On the 28th of July 1977, she entered Jonestown and lived in Dorm 2. It is unknown what she did for work in Jonestown. Jonathan Jackson was born on the 7th of May 1978 in Jonestown, Guyana, the son of Catherine Denise Jackson and Ralph Edward Jackson. And I do apologise as I couldn't find a picture of him. It is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. Catherine Denise Jackson Nee Grauman was born on the 24th of September 1952 in Modesto, California. She was married to Ralph Edwin Jackson and had one child, Jonathan Jackson. Living in Fairmont, she was a lab tech. On the 23rd of February 1978, she arrived in Guyana, living in Jonestown in Dorm 3. She worked in the healthcare centre, was a lab tech, sandwich maker and a cook. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Eversole Mortuary Mausoleum in Ukiah, California. Letitia Lynn Jackson was born on the 9th of February 1970 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Rosa Lee Jackson and Leroy Jackson. However, her father was not part of the People's Temple. Her mother and her stepfather, Ernest Thomas, were part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, California, she moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 29. She received SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Lawrence Jackson was born on the 26th of December 1941 in Louisiana. Her children were Darrell Dwayne Martin Jackson, Richard Stewart Jackson and Anita Rochelle Green, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a domestic worker. On the 4th of August 1977, she entered Guyana and was a cook. Living in Cottage 16, she continued to receive welfare while in Jonestown. Lavinia Jackson, who went by Mum, was born on the 5th of July 1897 in Herbeville Parish in Louisiana. She was married to David Betts Jackson, who went by Pop, with whom she lived in Jonestown. Her children were Leon Jackson, Ada Jackson, Charles Etta Jackson, John Etta Jackson, Mattie Lee Jackson, David Jackson, and Lee Jackson, all of whom were not in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she arrived in Jonestown on the 27th of June 1974, living in Trolley 1. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Pauletta Karen Jackson Nee Kelly was born in Birmingham, Alabama on the 17th of February 1951. She was the daughter of William Kelly and Erline Scott, both of whom were not members of Jonestown. She was previously married to Cleveland Adolph Jackson, who died in 1978. Julie Ann Runnels was her court-adopted guardian. Living in San Francisco on the 19th of March 1978, she entered Jonestown. She lived in Cottage 4. She worked in toddler care, oversaw the preschool program, and was a new arrivals inspector. According to survivor Staniel Clayton, she held Julie Ann Runnels as Annie Moore, Jim Jones's nurse, attempted to pour the cyanide into her mouth. Spitting it out 5 times, they started to beat her. They then covered her mouth and nose and forced her to swallow it. Ralph Edwin Jackson was born on the 9th of June 1952 in Oakland, California. His partner was Catherine Dennis Jackson Nee Grauman, and he had one child, Jonathan Jackson, both of whom were part of the People's Temple. Living in Fremont, California, he was a house painter and carpenter. He moved to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978 and lived in Dorm 3, but it is unknown what he did for work. Richard Stewart Jackson was born on the 22nd of May 1973 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Darrell Dwayne Martin Jackson and Anita Rochelle Green. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. Rosa Lee Jackson was born on the 21st of October 1939 in Tullahoma, Tennessee. She was the daughter of Roosevelt Brown and Harry May Brown Nee Tolley. She was one of 13 children. Her first husband was Leroy Jackson. None of these individuals were in the People's Temple. However, her partner, Ernest Thomas, and her child, Letitia Lynn Jackson, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a food processor. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked as a server in rice sorter. She continued to gain SSA benefits and lived in Dorm 2. Thelma Jean Jackson Nee Grims was born in Lisbon, Culliborn Parish in Louisiana. She was the child of Jimmy Grims and Eula L. Washington. Her first husband was Edward White. However, none of these people were part of Jonestown. Her partner was Donald Francis Jackson, and she had one child, Jackie Colbert Jr. Living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress and EKG machine and X-ray and lab operator, as well as a medical assistant. Moving to Guyana on the 5th of May 1978, she was a treatment nurse among the medical staff and lived in Cottage 16. Lavana James was born on the 26th of February 1904 in Coolidge, Texas. She lived in Los Angeles and entered Guyana on the 18th of November 1977, residing in Dorm 5 and worked at the soap factory. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Margaret James was born on the 27th of February 1918 in Jackson, Mississippi. She had one cousin, Aaron Arthur Hendricks, who was in the People's Temple. A nurse, she lived lived in San Francisco. She entered Jonestown on the 17th of July 1977 and was part of a medical staff. She lived in Trolley 4. Ronald DeVal James was born on the 1st of November 1955 in San Francisco. He was the son of John James Sr. and Dorothy James. His siblings were Shonda Michelle Oliver, Sylvia Harrell, and John James. His partner was Shirley Ann Edwards, nee Newell. The entire family was part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he was a carpenter. Moving to Jonestown on the 22nd of August 1977, he worked in construction and lived in Cottage 45. The FBI would note that he was an airstrip shooter at Port Kaituma. Tony Denise James, nee Jones, was born on the 21st of July 1959 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Eddie Mae Griffin James and Charles James. Her siblings were Donetta James, Paris James, Preston James, Michael James, Guy James, and Henry James. Living in Los Angeles, she was a typist, waitress, and a nurse's aide. She would enter Guyana on the 11th of June 1978. Living in Dorm 5, she was a field worker. Darren Richard Gennaro was born on the 1st of May 1964 in Panorama City, California. He was the son of Claire Elaine Gennaro and Richard Mario Gennaro. His sibling was Maury K. Gennaro and his guardianship brother was Marvin Wesley Sellers. Living in Redwood Valley, he moved to Guyana on the 6th of April 1977. He lived in Cottage 12. His parents were not in Jonestown, as on the 18th of November 1978, his mother was in Georgetown on business while his father was aboard the Kujoe boat. His father died in Sherman Oaks, Los Angeles County on the 15th of March 2003. Maury K. Gennaro was born on the 20th of November 1962 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Claire Elaine Gennaro and Richard Mario Gennaro. Her sibling was Darren Richard Gennaro and her guardianship brother was Marvin Wesley Sellers. Living in Redwood Valley on the 4th of August 1977, she entered Guyana, living in Dorm 5 in Jonestown. Her parents were not in Jonestown on the 18th of November 1978. Her mother was in Georgetown on business while her father was aboard the Kujoe boat. Her father died in Sherman Oaks, Los Angeles County on the 15th of March 2003. Eatus Jeffrey was born on the 18th of February 1913 in Longview, Texas. His partner was Margrethe Jeffrey. Living in Los Angeles, he moved to Guyana on the 1st of August 1977 and worked in farm management, overseeing crops and peanuts, smokehouse processing, and was a field worker. He continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Margrethe Jeffrey was born on the 4th of September 1913 in Santa, Texas. Her husband was Eatus Jeffrey. Living in Los Angeles, she was a beautician. She entered Guyana on the 1st of August 1977 and worked in letter writing as part of a Correspondence for Life. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. She was cremated and she was scattered at the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Breda Truss Johnson, who went by Birdie, was born on the 2nd of April 1892 in Mississippi. Living in Los Angeles, she entered Guyana on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5. She worked at the sewing factory and continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Bessie Marie Janice Johnson, nee Martin, was born on the 26th of March 1936. She was the daughter of Irma Lee Gill. Her siblings Robert Johnson, Van Johnson, Ray Johnson, Billy Lee Johnson, and David Johnson were not in Jonestown. However, her mother, as well as her children, Joe Johnson Jr., Carmelisa Johnson, Maisha Danica Johnson, and her niece, Betty Jean Gill, were all in the People's Temple. She had one child, Ray Johnson, who was not in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 19, but continued to receive SSI benefits. Betty Jean Guy Beard Johnson was born on the 23rd of November 1954 in Seattle, Washington. Her husband was Charles William Johnson. However, in Jonestown, her partner was also Robert Stroud. At 21, she moved from Cleveland, Ohio to Los Angeles to help an aunt raise 3 young children. She loved reading. Her child was Joya Tenesia Johnson. It is unknown when she entered Jonestown or where she lived there, but she continued to receive AFDC benefits. It is unknown what she did for work in Jonestown. Carmelisa Johnson was born on the 25th of July 1968 in Kansas City, Missouri. Her mother was Bessie Marie Janice Johnson. In addition, her brothers Joe Johnson Jr., sister Maiska Danica Johnson, cousin Betty Jean Gill, and grandmother Irma Lee Gill were in the People's Temple. Her siblings Robert Johnson, Van Johnson, Ray Johnson, Billy Johnson, and David Johnson were not in the People's Temple. Residing in San Francisco on the 4th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. Her body was unidentified. Clara Johnson Nee Lanier was born on the 24th of November 1932 in Austin, Texas. Her mother was Eloise Williams Sneed. In addition, her partner Thomas William Johnson Jr., her aunts Mabel Williams Medlock, Soyola Williams Turner, and her children Gwendolyn Joyce Johnson, Janice Arlene Johnson Nee Clayton, Willa Joanne Johnson, and Thomas William Johnson III were all in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she worked numerous jobs, including as a teacher, librarian, apartment manager, service club hostess, seamstress, file clerk, and interior decorator. On the 9th of March 1978, she entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 44. According to FBI records, she was a teacher, but Temple records noted that she was a co-administrator in the Jonestown School. Derek Damone Johnson was born on the 21st of February 1970 in San Francisco. His mother was Ira Jean Johnson, and his father was Gary D'Artez Johnson, who went by Poncho. In addition, his grandmother, Mary Johnson Rogers, Aunt Tinetra Ladess Fain, and Uncle Ted Holliday were in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco on the 22nd of July 1977, she entered Guyana and lived in Cottage 31. Deshaun Johnson was born on the 26th of February 1973 in Los Angeles. His mum was Patsy Ruth Johnson. His siblings were Sharon Fulton, Glenille Johnson, and Saleta Latias Johnson. In addition, his aunt Shirley Mae Basie and his cousins James Samuel Basie Jr., John Deshi Basie, Cassia Basie, Siburi Jamal Basie, Trinidete Basie, Wanda Basie, and Jerry Lee Wilson Jr. were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco on the 19th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown. He lived in Cottage 41. It is unknown what he did for work while in Jonestown. Earl Lucius Joseph Johnson was born on the 2nd of January 1912. It is believed that his birthplace was Eufaula, Oklahoma. A farmer and mechanic, he lived in Los Angeles. On the 22nd of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown and was a field worker and also worked in agriculture. He continued to receive SSA and welfare benefits. Garnett Blake Johnson was born on the 30th of November 1963 in Omaha, Nebraska. His mother was Fannie Mae Johnson Nee Winters, and in addition, his grandmother, Vennie Thompson, and aunt, Doris Helen Howard, were in the People's Temple. However, his mother passed away on the 11th of January 1968 when he was 4, leaving his grandmother to take care of him. Entering Guyana on the 24th of October 1976, he lived in Cottage 4. Despite being only aged 14, he worked in the piggery and continued to receive SSA benefits. Gary D'Artez Johnson, who went by Poncho, was born in Colfax, Louisiana on the 5th of October 1959. He was the son of Mary Johnson Rogers. Two of his siblings, Ira Jean Johnson and Ted Holliday, were in the People's Temple, while one brother, Bennett Rogers, was not in the People's Temple. In addition, his partner, Tinetra Ladez Fain, and his nephew, Derek Damon Johnson, were in the People's Temple. Entering Guyana on the 6th of December 1976, he lived in Cottage 25 and worked in public utilities and security during the day. He was officially the bodyguard for Marceline Jones, the wife of Jim Jones. He was ordered to execute the People's Temple attorneys, Charles Gary and Mark Lane, but allowed them to escape into the jungle. He tried to intervene with Marceline Jones in an attempt to stop the killing, but this did not come to pass, and he was forced to drink the poison. Gerald Dayuan Johnson was born on the 17th of January 1961 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Florida Mae Johnson Nee Smith, who was also in the People's Temple. Residing in Los Angeles, she entered Guyana on the 7th of August 1977. Residing in Cottage 12, she worked in the family services, overseeing kitchen and food preparation, woodcutting and security. Glenille Johnson was born on the 1st of June 1971 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Patsy Ruth Johnson. His siblings, Sharon Fulton, Deshaun Johnson, and Salieta Latias Johnson, were all in the People's Temple in addition to his mum. His aunt Shirley Mae Basie and his cousins James Samuel Basie Jr., John Deshi Basie, Kissia Basie, Saburi Jamal Basie, Trinidete Basie, Wanda Basie, and Jerry Lee Wilson Jr. were all in the People's Temple. On the 19th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 33. Gwendolyn Joyce Johnson was born on the 19th of February 1962 in Compton, California. She was the daughter of Clara Lanier Johnson and Thomas William Johnson Jr. Her siblings were Janice Lloyd Johnson and Willa Joanne Johnson and Thomas William Johnson III. Her great-aunts Mabel Williams Medlock and Sorella Williams Turner, as well as her grandmother Eloise Williams Snoyd, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 5, working as a field worker and as a student. Her body was unidentified. Helen Johnson was born on the 25th of November 1927 in Kiln, Mississippi. She was one of 3 children. Her sister Mumia Johnson died on the 25th of October 1973, and her brother Herman Johnson, who went by Sonny, would outlive her and die on the 17th of December 2002. Living in Los Angeles, she was a housekeeper. On the 24th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in the pharmacy amongst the medical staff and continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. She lived in Dorm 2. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Pacayune Cemetery in Pacayune, Mississippi. Ira Jean Johnson was born on the 8th of July 1952 in Colfax, Louisiana. She was the daughter of Mary Johnson Rogers. She had 2 brothers in the People's Temple, Gary Daggett Johnson, who went by Poncho, and Ted Holliday, and one brother, Bennett Rogers, who was not part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a child care supervisor and administrator. On the 31st of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 48, working as an infant nurse and in the preschool education. She was cremated, however her remains were abandoned and found in a building that housed Minnis Funeral Home in Dover, Delaware, with the bodies found in 2014. Her remains were returned to her family. James Douglas Johnson was born on the 22nd of June 1962 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Mary Alice Johnson, who went by Ali. His siblings were Bionica Renee Cameron, Felawanta Tice Finlay, Lucreta Yvette Finley, and Orlando Demetric Robinson. On the 1st of August 1977, he entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 4. He was a field worker and a student. Janice Arlene Johnson was born in El Paso, Texas on the 29th of May 1960. She was the daughter of Clara Lenore Johnson and Thomas William Johnson Jr. Her siblings, Gwendolyn Joyce Johnson, Willard Joanne Johnson, and Thomas William Johnson III, were all in the People's Temple in addition to her parents. Moreover, her grandmother Eloise Williams Sneed and great-aunts Mabel Williams Medlock and Sorella Williams Turner were all in the People's Temple. Her partner was Stanley Clayton. Living in Los Angeles, she entered Guyana on the 14th of August 1977. She worked in construction and oversaw electrics and was a cook. Her father would pass away in Las Vegas, Nevada on the 4th of January 1997. Jessie Ann Johnson was born in Ashdown, Arkansas on the 17th of September 1900. Living in Los Angeles, she was a housewife. On the 10th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown and worked as a senior ice sorter. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Joe Johnson Jr. was born on the 12th of July 1957 in Kansas City, Missouri. His mother was Bessie Marie Janes Johnson. In addition, his sisters Carmen Lisa Johnson and Misha Danica Johnson, as well as his cousin Betty Jean Gill and grandmother Irma Lee Gill, were in Jonestown. However, his siblings Robert Johnson, Van Johnson, Ray Johnson, Billy Johnson, and David Johnson were not part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco and a custodian, he moved to Guyana on the 23rd of February 1978. Living in College 47, he was a custodian, field worker, student, oversaw insecticide control and electrical construction. Koya Tanesia Johnson was born on the 5th of June 1976 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Betta Jean Beardney Guy and Charles William Johnson. Both were members of the People's Temple. However, her mother would pass away in Jonestown. Malaya Johnson Nee Caton was born on the 5th of June 1910 in Upshur County, Texas. She was married to Sedalia Johnson, who went by Yankee Boy, and had one child, Jessie Donnell Johnson. However, she was the only part of her family that was in the People's Temple. Her husband died in Mount Pleasant, Titus County, Texas, on the 9th of September 1971. Living in Los Angeles as a domestic worker, she moved to Guyana on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 2 and worked as a sandwich maker and a rice sorter. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Crossroads Cemetery in Brumley, Texas. Her child passed away in Fontana, San Bernardino, California on the 5th of August 2002. Maisha Danica Johnson was born in San Francisco on the 28th of December 1976. She was the daughter of Bessie Mae Jance Johnson nee Martin. Her grandmother Irma Lee Gill, cousin Betty Jean Gill, and siblings Carmen Lisa Johnson and Joe Johnson Jr. were all in Jonestown. However, her brothers Robert Johnson, Van Johnson, Raya Johnson, Billy Johnson, and David Johnson were not on the People's Temple. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 3. Mary Ellie Johnson nee Darden was born on the 22nd of February 1947 in Los Angeles, the daughter of Clarence Johnson and Ali Sturgeon, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. Her children, James Douglas Johnson, Bianca Renna Cameron, Felawanta Thais Finlay, Lucretia Yvette Finlay and Orlando Demetrique Robinson were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a teacher and a shipping clerk. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown or where she lived there or what she did for work there. Mary Johnson was born on the 20th of October 1927 in West Virginia. A domestic worker, she entered Guyana on the 4th of November 1977 and was a rice sorter living in Dorm 5. Naomi Esper Johnson was born on the 15th of October 1928 in Chicago, Illinois. Her partner was Donald Robert Bauer. In addition, her children, Linda Teresa Arterberry, Verna Lisa Johnson, Clarence Edward Moore Jr., and grandchildren, Ricardo David Arterberry and Tratis Lynette Arterberry, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a medical secretary and an elementary school teacher. Moving to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 5 and was a teacher in Jonestown. Patsy Ruth Johnson was born on the 3rd of August 1950 in Los Angeles. Her siblings Shirley Mae Basie, as well as her nephews Sharon Fulton, Deshaun Johnson, Glenniel Johnson, Sayalata Latias Johnson, James Samuel Basie Jr., John Deshe Basie, Siburi Jamal Basie, Jerry Lee Wilson, and nieces Wanda Basie, Wanda Wilson, Trinidad Basie, and Cassia Basie were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress and medical assistant. On the 19th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 22. She worked as a treatment nurse and was in security. She continued to receive welfare while in Jonestown. Richard Lee Johnson, who went by Ricky, was born on the 3rd of August 1958 in Charleston, West Virginia. He was the son of Francis Johnson, also in Jonestown. Growing up in Daly City, California, he moved to Guyana on the 27th of July 1977 and lived in the sawmill, working amongst the wood crew and in construction. Robert Johnson was born in Mississippi on the 8th of December 1903. He was married to Ruby Lee Jones Johnson, but uniquely divorced while in Jonestown. He lived in Ukiah, California and was a rubber-clad worker and longshoreman. On the 27th of April 1977, he moved to Jonestown and was a rice sorter living in Combe. Robert Keith Johnson was born on the 2nd of April 1966 in Los Angeles, California. He was the son of Ruby Jewel Johnson Carroll and had 3 siblings, Betty J. Carroll and Joanne Carroll, as well as John Lawrence Gardner, all of whom were in the People's Temple. In addition, his nephews, Datajan Angelino Carroll, Dante Augustine Carroll III, Rondell Jerome Carroll, Rangel Dwayne Smith Carroll, Rondell Errol Carroll, and Michelle Peniel Owards were all in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, he moved to Guyana on the 27th of November 1976 and lived in Cottage 21. Ruby Lee Johnson was born in Texas on the 16th of December 1921. Her husband was Robert Johnson, and uniquely they divorced in Jonestown. She was living in San Francisco and on the 22nd of October 1977 moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 17. She was a nurse's aide and worked in the Senior Citizen Center. She continued to receive DIB, welfare, SSI and SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Saliata Latias Johnson, and I do apologize as we do not have a picture of her, was born on the 22nd of August 1969 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Patsy Ruth Johnson, and in addition her aunt Shirley Mae Basie and her siblings Sharon Fulton, Deshaun Johnson, Glenniel Johnson, and her cousins James Samuel Basie Jr., John Deshe Basie, Cassia Basie, Zaburi Jamal Basie, Trinidad Basie, Trinidad Corner, Wanda Basie, and Jerry Lee Wilson Jr. were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 19th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 22. Her body was unidentified. Samuel Lee Johnson was born in Martinez, California on the 5th of May 1952. He was the son of Mary Rollins, who was not in Jonestown. His sister Dorothy Lee Rollins was in Jonestown. He lived in Richmond, California and was an auto mechanic. He entered Jonestown on the 12th of April 1978, lived in Cottage 6 and was in the wood crew. Sharon Denise Johnson was born on the 25th of October 1961 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Melvin Johnson and her stepmother was Wanda Kais Johnson, both of whom were in the People's Temple. However, her father was not in the People's Temple. Her aunt, Betty Ann Leon Daniel, first cousin Sonja Regina Duncan and Tyrone Duncan, and second cousin Ebony Patris Duncan, as well as her uncles Charles Wesley Williams and Steve Nathaniel Daniel Jr., as well as her cousin Steve Nathaniel Daniel III and her second cousin Patrice Duncan, were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco on the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 16 and was a field worker and teacher in the Jonestown School, despite being aged 17. Thomas William Johnson III was born on the 8th of November 1956 in Travis County, Texas. He was the son of Thomas William Johnson Jr. and Clara Lenore Johnson, both of whom were in the People's Temple. In addition, her grandmother, Eloise Williams Snoyd, great aunts Mabel Williams Medlock and Soyola Williams Turner, as well as her siblings Gwendolyn Joyce Johnson, Janice Arlene Johnson and Willa Joanne Johnson, as well as her stepchild Tass Schroeder, were all part of the People's Temple. Her partner was Deborah Faye Schroeder Nee Jensen, who went by Debbie, and her son was Tad Schroeder. Moving to Guyana on the 11th of January 1975, she lived in Cottage 47 and was a guard and was also part of a band. Her father was not in Jonestown and died on the 4th of January 1997 in Las Vegas. Verna Lisa Johnson was born on the 30th of November 1958 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Naomi Esper Johnson, and her stepfather was Donald Robert Bauer. In addition, her sister Linda Teresa Arterberry and niece Tritis Lanetta Arterberry and nephews Ricardo David Arterberry and Clarence Edward Moore Jr. were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco and a nurse's aide, she moved to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 43 and was a new arrivals inspector. Willa Joanne Johnson was born on the 22nd of May 1959 in El Paso, Texas. She was the daughter of Clara Lenore Johnson and Thomas William Johnson Jr., both of whom were in the People's Temple. In addition, her siblings Gwendolyn Joyce Johnson, Janice Arlene Johnson and Thomas William Johnson III, as well as her grandmother Louise Williams Sneed and her great-aunts Mabel Williams Medlock and Soriola Williams Turner, were all in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she moved to Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977, where she worked in preschool education. And now we move on to the Joneses. And Jesus Christ, there's 29 of them. Adeline Jones, who went by Annie, was born on the 18th of August 1908 in Union County, Arkansas. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Dorm 2 and worked in the serving area and continued to receive SSI benefits. Agnes Pauline Jones was born on the 14th of February 1943. She was the first child adopted by Marceline May Jones, nee Baldwin and Jim Jones, when she was 11 years old in 1954 in Indiana. It is believed, albeit not proven, that she was the daughter of a Native American or a prostitute. Formerly in a relationship with William Dillon Doyne, who she married in 1963, he was not in Jonestown. However, by Jonestown, she was in a relationship with Forrest Ray Jones, who she married in 1969. Her children were William Dillon Dean Jones, James Arthur Bishop Jones, who went by Kibbo, Stephanie Jones, and Michael Ray Jones. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and was a nurse and administrator in a convalescent home. She was known for her happy, creative, and free spirit and enjoyed reading, listening to music, and being in nature. Moving to Guyana on the 10th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 1 and was a healthcare nurse. William Arthur Elvin Bishop would die on the 20th of March 1998 in Edgar County, Illinois. Her remains were collected by her adopted grandmother's family, and she was buried in Elham Cemetery in Richmond in Wayne County, Indiana. Annetta Teresa Jones was born on the 25th of February 1926 in Waukegan, Illinois. Married to William Bruce Jones, her children were Kim Jones, Kwamaru Amaka Jones, and her two grandchildren were Chantel Anderson and Monique Bacon. She was in Jonestown with her children and grandchildren. She lived in Los Angeles and was a typist, a file clerk, a seamstress, and a postal worker. On the 14th of August 1977, she would enter Jonestown and resided in Dorm 2, working in the library. Ava Penice Jones was born on the 6th of August 1951 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Christine Cobb and Jim Cobb. Her stepfather was Guy Young. Her siblings were James Cobb Jr., Teresa Ann Cobb, Brenda Carroll Cobb, Joel Raymond Cobb, Johnny Cobb, John Cobb Jones, Sandra Yvette Cobb Jones, Yvette Cobb, Ramona Lamoffair Young, and Mona Cobb. Her children were Stephanie Brown and Marshall Jacolaire Jones. Her partner was John Moss Brown Jones. In addition, her nephews William Dillon Dean Jones, James Arthur Bishop Jones, Michael Ray Jones, Chayoka Warren Jones, and Marshwan Cobb, as well as her nieces Stephanie Jones and Monielle Mylene Jones, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was an administrator and youth counsellor. Moving to Jonestown on the 17th of June 1977, she was an administration coordinator, typist, counselor, and worked in the preschool. However, according to FBI records, she was in the Planning Commission, worked in the radio room, and was on the Judicial Council as well as an Education and Housing Officer. Brenda Yvonne Jones, nee Brown, was born on the 13th of December 1948 in Houston, Texas. She had one child, Lerna Veshuan Jones, living in San Francisco. She was a hospital maintenance manager. It is unknown when she entered Jonestown or where she lived, but she worked in preschool education and was a security dispatcher. Chayoke Warren Jones was born on the 4th of April 1977 in Georgetown, Guyana. He was the son of Lou Eric Jones and Mary Teresa Carter Jones. He lived in Dorm 3. Ernest Jones was born on the 7th of September 1922 in Wiggins, Mississippi. His partner was Jesse Wayana Jones. In the US, he lived in Los Angeles and was a truck driver. Moving to Guyana on the 5th of February 1978, he lived in Cottage 30. There he was a construction worker. However, the FBI deducted that he was one of the airstrip shooters at Port Kaituma. Elisa Jones, nee Mitchell, was born on the 25th of June 1910 in Brookside, Alabama. Her husband was Albert Jones. In addition, her daughter Barbara Alberta Kemp and her granddaughters Melanie Denise Kemp and Rochelle Annette Kemp were in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, California, she was a cook. Moving to Jonestown on the 18th of November 1977, she lived in Dorm 5 and worked in the sewing factory. Oversaw inspections and worked in security in the bathroom and showers. She continued to receive SSA and DIB benefits while in Jonestown. Forrest Ray Jones was born on the 12th of December 1936 in Monticello, Kentucky. He was the son of Odia Venable Jones and Edith Jones, nee Doss. Both were not in the People's Temple. His partner was Agnes Pauline Jones, who he married in 1969. His children, James Arthur Bishop Jones, who went by Jimbo, Michael Ray Jones, and Stephanie Jones, were in Jonestown. However, his children, Forrest V. Jones and Sandra Jones, were not part of the People's Temple. In addition, his nephews, William Dillon Dean Jones, Chayoke Warren Jones, and his nieces, Stephanie Brown, Monielle Mylene Jones, and Marshall Jacqueline Jones, were in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, he was a plumber. Moving to Jonestown on the 21st of July 1977, he lived in Cottage 24 and worked in construction and transportation and supervised refrigeration and small appliances. His father died on the 15th of December 2003, while his mother died on the 1st of January 2004. James Arthur Jones was born on the 25th of November 1964. Where he was born was debatable. However, FBI records say that he was born in Ohio, while records of the People's Temple say that he was born in Los Angeles. He was the son of Agnes Pauline Jones and Forrest Ray Jones. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Guyana on the 18th of June 1977 and lived in Dorm 1. And now we have the most controversial figure of the entire saga, the Reverend James Warren Jones, Jim Jones. And all I can say is fuck him. Fuck that egotistical megalomaniac hard in the arse. I ain't going to have nothing to do with him. If you want to know anything about that fucker, there's plenty of resources available online. Jessie Wayana Jones was born on the 3rd of March 1924 in Shreveport, Louisiana. Her partner was Ernest Jones. Living in Los Angeles, she was a custodian at a housing inspector. Moving to Jonestown on the 5th of February 1978, she lived in Cottage 30 and worked in inspections. John Moss Brown Jones was the child of Johnny Moss Brown Sr. and Joan Hortense Blackully, none of whom were part of the People's Temple. His partner was Ava Phoenix Jones. It is unknown when he moved to Jonestown, but he lived in Cottage Sucks and was on the Planning Commission, a security coordinator, an administration communicator, and according to the FBI report on Jonestown, was a close confidant to Jim Jones. Juana Rio Amarca Jones was born on the 3rd of September 1968 in La Mesa, California. She was the daughter of Annette Teresa Jones. In addition, her siblings Kim Jones, her nephew Chantel Akpon Anderson, and her niece Monique Bacon were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 27. Her body was unidentified. Larry Darnell Jones was born in Glaveston, Texas on the 14th of January 1953. He was the son of Arthur Walter Jones and Rebecca Pollard, both of whom were not members of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he was a porter. On the 15th of March 1978, he moved to Guyana, where he worked amongst the wood crew. Lerna Vashon Jones was born on the 19th of January 1969 in Houston, Texas, the daughter of Brenda Yvonne Jones. She lived in San Francisco and entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 20. Lou Eric Jones was born on the 23rd of November 1956 in Seoul, South Korea, and was adopted by Marceline May Jones, nee Baldwin, and Jim Jones. He was married to Mary Teresa Carter Jones, who went by Terry, and had one child, Chayoka Warren Jones. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a mechanic. Moving to Jonestown, he worked in the band as a drummer and in the bakery. However, according to the FBI report, he was, quote, likely to carry out an assassination plot, end quote. But this was not elaborated upon, and he was not among the shooters at the Port Kaituma airstrip. Nor did he attempt to assassinate Congressman Leo Ryan while he was in Jonestown. He was also in security. He was found lying dead next to his wife. His remains were buried at the Elham Cemetery in Richmond in Wayne County, Indiana. Marceline May Jones, née Baldwin, was the daughter of Charlotte Baldwin and Walter Baldwin, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. She was born in Indiana on the 8th of January 1927, one of 3 children, with 2 sisters, Eloise Clingham née Baldwin and Sharon L. Mills née Baldwin, neither of whom were members of the People's Temple. She was the wife of Jim Jones. Her adopted children were Stephanie Jones, Suzanne Jones, Agnes Pauline Jones, Stephen Gundy Jones, and James Warren Jones Jr., Lou Eric Jones, and Timothy Glenn Tupper Jones. Her grandchildren, William Dylan Dean Jones, James Arthur Bishop Jones, Stephanie Lynn Bishop, Michael Ray Jones, Stephanie Brown, Chayoka Warren Jones, Moniele Myloin Jones, and Marshall Jacqueline Jones. All of them were part of the People's Temple. However, Stephanie Jones died in 1959 in a car accident. One adopted daughter, Suzanne Honkiano née Jones, left the People's Temple in 1973. She would attempt to leave Jim Jones early in their marriage. However, when she tried to leave Jim Jones, he would always threaten to take her life. And she believed him, because he did have the capacity and capabilities to do this. Living in Redwood Valley, California, she was a registered nurse. She would live in Trolley Sucks and was on the medical committee and worked in the healthcare services. She was known by members as a mother and was described as a kind and caring individual. On the 18th of November 1978, survivors noted that she protested Jim Jones' White Knight, stating that she couldn't and shouldn't poison and kill everyone, while Jim Jones was heard over the audio tapes of a mass murder stating, "Mother, mother, please," referring to his wife, attempting to cease her protests.
Mother, 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 please. Mother, please, please, please. Don't do this. Don't do this. Lay down your life with your child, but don't do this.
Her only natural child, Stephen Gandy Jones, and 2 adopted sons, James Warren Jones Jr. and Timothy Tupper Glenn Jones, were both in Georgetown and survived, returning to California. Suzanne Honkiano née Jones died on the 22nd of November 2006 of colon cancer in South San Francisco, in San Mateo County in California. Her parents would outlive her, and her father died on the 17th of January 1993 in Richmond in Wayne County, Indiana, and her mother died on the 15th of July 1992 in Richmond. The trio were buried in Elham Cemetery in Richmond, Indiana. Her sister Eloise Clingham née Baldwin died in 1982, while her other sister Sharon L. Mills née Baldwin died on the 13th of June 2012. Marcella Jacqueline Jones was born in Jonestown on the 14th of February 1978. She was the daughter of Ava Phineas Jones and John Moss Brown Jones. She lived in Dorm 3. Mary Teresa Jones née Carter, who went by Terry, was born on the 3rd of October 1954 in Helena, Montana. She was the daughter of Francis Emmett Carter and Betty Koblenz. Neither of her parents were in the People's Temple. She had 2 siblings, Michael Julian Carter and Timothy James Carter. Her partner was Lou Eric Jones. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 26th of March 1977 and lived in Cottage 37. However, according to Jonestown records, she undertook clerical work and was among the medical staff, but based on FBI records, she worked in the radio room. Michael Ray Jones was born on the 7th of June 1971 in Ukiah, California. He was the child of Agnes Pauline Jones and Forrest Ray Jones. He entered Guyana on the 17th of July 1977. Moniele Myloin Jones was born on the 14th of February 1978 in Guyana. However, it is unknown where in Guyana she was born. She was born to native Guyanese parents, and it is unknown who her birth parents were. She was most likely abandoned at the site of the People's Temple. She was adopted by Sandra Yvette Cobb Jones and Timothy Jones née Tupper. She lived in Dorm 3. Her body was not identified. Nancy Mae Jones was born on the 5th of May 1901 in Tiller, Arkansas. She lived in Pittsburgh, California and was a cook and seamstress. Arriving in Guyana on the 9th of March 1978, it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Despite being aged 77, she still worked in the sewing factory. She continued to receive her SSA and pension benefits. In an undated group talk at the pavilion, she would state, "They need to be killed, my relatives and her relatives and everybody else's." Sandra Yvette Cobb Jones, who went by Sandy, was born on the 16th of November 1956 in Indianapolis. She was the child of Eloise Christian Cobb and Jim Cobb Sr. Her partner was Timothy Tupper. Her child was Monielle Mylene Jones. She attended Ukiah High School. Living in San Francisco, she was a lab tech. Entering Guyana on the 29th of March 1977, she worked in the healthcare centre as a lab tech, childcare, and the preschool program and was a typist amongst the medical staff. However, according to FBI records, she was in the Planning Commission and worked in the radio room. Her father, James Clyde Cobb Sr., died on the 10th of January 1990 in Alameda County, California. Stephanie Lynn Jones, née Bishop, was born in Ohio on the 20th of December 1963. She was the daughter of Forrest Ray Jones and Agnes Pauline Jones. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 18th of May 1977, living in Dorm 4. Despite being aged 14, she was a teacher in the Jonestown School. Timothy Boral Jones, who went by Tim Knight, was born on the 3rd of June 1959 in California. He was the child of Violet Esper Dillard, and his siblings were Claudia Jo Bouquet, née Norris, and Karen Yvette Carr, all of whom were part of Jonestown. He entered Guyana on the 9th of March 1977 and lived in College 33. As well as being a student, he worked in night security. Valerie Yvette Jones was born in Houston, Texas on the 20th of November 1958. Living in San Francisco, he was a public health aide. Moving to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978, he worked in internal security and lived in College 33. Villastane Jones was born on the 3rd of September 1926 in Arkansas. In the US, she was a seamstress and lived in San Francisco. Entering Guyana on the 11th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 5. There she worked in security and overseeing the cassava mill, bore security, and was in the sewing factory. William Dillon Dean Jones III was born in Indiana on the 30th of August 1961, the son of William Dillon Dean II and Agnes Pauline Jones. His stepfather was Forrest Ray Jones. Entering Guyana on the 6th of December 1976, he was a field worker and a student. Yvette Louise Jones, née Muldrow, was born on the 23rd of October 1958. Her partner was James Warren Jones Jr. and she had one sibling, Sandra Evans, both of whom were part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a student and typist. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana, residing in College 14, where she oversaw housing and the baby nursery. Desi Jones Jordan was born on the 1st of June 1908 in Hermitage, Arkansas. She lived in San Francisco and was a domestic worker. Moving to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 7 and was a rice sorter. Fanny Alberta Jordan was born on the 6th of August 1913 in Alexandria, Louisiana. Living in Los Angeles, she was a seamstress. On the 25th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown. She was a supervisor in the herbal kitchen and lived in Dorm 2. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Lula Elizabeth Jordan was born on the 25th of November 1907 in Joliet, Texas. A nurse's aide and working in a child and rest home, she lived in San Francisco. She moved to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5, continuing to receive SSI benefits. Emma Jane Jurado was born on the 20th of December 1908 in DeKalb, Mississippi. Her partner was Plicard C. Norris. She had two foster children, Mark Boutte and Misty Boutte. The entire family was in the People's Temple. In the US, she was a gardener and she lived in San Francisco. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there. In Jonestown, she was a rice sorter. Maria S. Katsaris was born on the 9th of June 1953 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She was the daughter of Stephen Katsaris and had one brother, Anthony Katsaris, and one sister, Elaine Constance Launa née Katsaris. She attended high school in Belmont, California. During the 1960s, her father stated that she became emotionally disturbed. Working as a teacher's aide at Trinity School in Ukiah, she attended the College of the Redwoods and Sonoma State University, dropping out in 1973. In August 1973, her father was called to be a guest speaker at a late-night meeting of the People's Temple, just for him, with Maria Katsaris in attendance. After Stephen Katsaris had finished his speech, the family left, with Jones denouncing the Greek Orthodox Church and denounced Stephen Katsaris, but expressed an interest in Maria Katsaris joining the People's Temple. Helping with letter-writing campaigns, she rose up the ranks and took a major role in the Planning Commission, with her father stating that she was one of the three most powerful people in Jonestown. She was sexually involved with Jim Jones. Living in Redwood Valley, it was found that she was part of an unrealized plot to hijack a commercial airliner and crash it. As a result, in 1975, she attended the Sierra Academy of Aeronautics in Oakland and got a private pilot's license. On the 17th of June 1977, she moved to Guyana. There she worked in banking and was the charge person of the radio, the bookkeeper, and part of the Georgetown Personnel Exchange. She was still on the Planning Commission and remained one of the highest ranking and most powerful people in Jonestown and in turn the People's Temple. Her father was the chief organizer of a concerned relatives group which pressured Congressman Leo Ryan, as well as her dad and brother, to travel to Guyana. While her father stayed in Georgetown, her brother went to Jonestown. Katsaris was interviewed with her brother Anthony by her side, and she told journalist Don Harris that she was happy in Jonestown. However, her brother expressed reservations, stating that it was difficult to know if the words weren't coming from someone else's mouth. She had witnessed and signed the last will and testament of Marceline Jones and Carolyn Layton. Shortly before the mass murder, she ordered Tim Carter and Mark Carter to flee Jonestown and deliver $1 million to the embassy of the Soviet Union in Georgetown, Guyana. During the death tape, a woman stated, "You have to move, and the people that are standing there in the aisle, go stand there. So everybody get behind the table and back this way, okay? There's nothing to worry about, so everybody keep calm and try and keep your children calm. And the oldest children can help love the little children and reassure them. They're not crying from pain. It's just a little bitter tasting, but they're not crying out of any pain. Annie McGowan, can I please see you back?"
You have to move, and the people that are standing there in the aisle go stay in the radio room yard, but everybody get behind the table and back this way, okay? There's nothing to worry about. Everybody keep calm and try and keep your children calm. And the older children can help love the little children and reassure them. Aren't crying from pain. It's just a little bitter tasting, but they're not crying out of any pain. Annie McGowan, can I please see you back?
It is widely believed that this woman was Katsaris. Indeed, her friend Jan Flynn would state at best in April 2024, telling Medium she not only drank the Kool-Aid, she brewed it and served it. She would die through cyanide poisoning, but died in Jim Jones's cabin. Her body was buried in Potter Valley, California. Her brother survived the Port Kaituma airstrip shooting and became a teacher. Rosa Lorenda May Keaton Nee Wood was born on the 20th of February 1907 in Harrell, Arkansas. She was the daughter of William Bruce Wood, who died in 1950, and Mary Wood, who died in 1936. Her husband, Tommy Shepard Keaton Sr., was also in Jonestown. They married in 1972. She lived in Los Angeles and was a mill operator. On the 27th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 30, and worked on letter writing, but continued to receive SSA benefits. Tommy Shepard Keaton Sr. was born on the 8th of December 1940 in Amarillo, Texas. In 1972, he married Rosa Lorenda May Keaton Nee Wood. Living in Los Angeles, he moved to Jonestown on the 27th of July 1977 and lived in College 30. There he worked in banking, procurement, oversaw the chicory and small animals, and was a senior rice sorter. He continued to receive SSA benefits. Elaine Rosalind Keller, who went by Pat, was born on the 8th of May 1944 in the Bronx, New York. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and worked in the animal husbandry. She was described as wild and crazy, but appeared to be unhappy in Jonestown. In early 1972, she joined the People's Temple. It is unknown when she entered Jonestown or where she lived there, but she worked in the piggery. Darrell Eugene Keller was born on the 21st of July 1949 in Eureka, Montana. His partner Cheryl Darnell McColney Parker was in Jonestown. He lived in Oakland, California, and worked in roofing and carpentry. He entered Guyana on the 23rd of February 1978 and worked in public utilities, living living in Cottage 13. Anita Christine Kelly nee James was born in Indianapolis. On the 15th of March 1950, she was the daughter of Rosie E. James and Archie E. James. Her siblings were Vicky Moore, Deborah Ruth Touche E. James, and Norman Joseph E. James, as well as her niece Maya Lisa E. James and her nephews Thomas Curtis E. James and James Brandon Moore. All were in the People's Temple in addition to her parents. Living in Ukiah, she was a student pilot. She entered Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 8. She was a nurse. She was also in the singing group in Jonestown. Her mother died in Florida on the 15th of December 1984, while her father, Archie Jerome James, died on the 30th of May 1993 in Hayward, Alameda County, California. Her brother, Norman Joseph E. James, died in a plane crash in Venezuela on the 1st of November 1980. Viola B. Kelly was born on the 13th of December 1906 in Lilly in Union Parish in Louisiana. Her sisters, Thelma Campbell and Nancy Kelly, were not part of a People's Temple. However, her niece, Georgia May Catney, was part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, California, it is unknown when she moved to Jonestown or where she lived there. However, she continued to gain SSA and SSI benefits. Barbara Alberta Kemp was born in Birmingham, Alabama on the 4th of November 1941, the daughter of Elsa Jones. She had two children, Melanie Denise Hemp and Rochelle Annette Kemp, all of whom were in Jonestown. Living in Ukiah, she was a seamstress. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 16 and was a field worker. She continued to receive SSI and welfare benefits. Melanie Denise Kemp was born in Los Angeles on the 13th of August 1964. Her mother, Barbara Alberta Kemp, her grandmother, Elisa Jones, and sister, Rochelle Annette Kemp, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, she migrated to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, residing in Cottage 5. Despite being only 14, she was a field worker and on the peanut crew in addition to being a student. Rochelle Annette Kemp was born on the 28th of April 1968 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Barbara Alberta Kemp. In addition, her grandmother Elisa Jones and her sibling Melanie Denise Kemp were all in Jonestown. Living in Ukiah, she arrived in Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 23. It is unknown what she did for work. Elfrida Kendall was born on the 30th of October 1909 in Wharton, Texas. Living in Los Angeles, she was a factory inspector, a factory assembler, postal clerk, and a hotel maid. Moving to Jonestown on the 9th of March 1977, she was a senior ice sorter and lived in Dorm 5. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Emma Adi Kennedy was born on the 28th of October 1911 in Macon, Georgia. She lived in Los Angeles and was a seamstress, as well as a power machine operator. On the 6th of August 1977, she entered Guyana. Living in Dorm 4, she worked in letter writing. She continued to receive SSI and SSA benefits. Carol Ann Kearns was born in Norfolk, Virginia on the 28th of April 1958. She was the daughter of Rollins F. Kearns, who was not part of a People's Temple. However, her mother, Ellen Louise Kearns DuPont Pedersen, who went by Penny, as well as her siblings Jeanette Kearns, Philip Kearns, and Move Kearns, were all in the People's Temple. Her brother, Philip, was not part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a key punch operator and telephone operator. On the 27th of July 1977, she entered Guyana and lived in Cottage 5. She worked in the baby nursery. Her brother wrote the book, The People's Temple, The People's Tomb. Her sister, Ruth Ellen Reinhardt nee Kearns, who was not in Jonestown, died on the 21st of January 2006 in Boulder, Colorado. Corinne May Kais nee Flowers, who went by Rainer, was born on the 11th of March 1945 in Logansport, Indiana, the child of Mary Flowers Moore nee Weaver and J.C. Flowers, with her father passing away in 1948 in Logansport, Indiana. Her mother would remarry Jules C. Moore in 1956, who died on the 15th of May 1976. She had three sisters, Melba Smith, Betty McDaniel, and Wanda Flowers, and one brother, Fred Flowers, who was not part of the People's Temple. However, her step-aunt, Rebecca Ann Flowers, and her step-grandmother, Barbara Louise Esterly Farrell, and her partner, Robert Edward Kais, who went by Bob, were in the People's Temple. She had one daughter, Eileen Renee Jackson, born in 1965. She would marry Kais in 1975. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a librarian and worked as a nursing home care operator. Moving to Guyana on the 26th of October 1977, she lived in Cottage 15. She worked in the healthcare centre, was a new arrivals inspector and nurse. The FBI would note she was on the medical board and in a job which entailed handling drugs. Her mother passed away in Logansport in Cass County, Indiana on the 2nd of September 2017. Robert Edward Keiss, who went by Bob, was born on the 4th of January 1948 in Eureka, California. His uncle Thomas David Keiss and his cousin Thomas David Keiss II were all in the People's Temple. He was in a relationship with Corinne May Keiss, née Flowers, who went by Renee, and the pair would marry in 1975. He had one stepchild, Eileen Renee Jackson, both of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a mechanic. He moved to Guyana on the 26th of October 1977 and worked in daytime security. He was one of the shooters at the Port Kaituma airstrip, according to the FBI. David Thomas Keiss II, who went by Tommy, was born on the 14th of January 1966 in Ukiah, California. He was the son of Wanda Keiss and Thomas David Keiss, along with his half-brothers Wayne Piatilla and Danny Piatilla, and his cousin Robert Edwards Keiss, all were in the People's Temple. His father was with him in Jonestown. Living in Redwood Valley, he entered Guyana on the 24th of October 1976. On the 21st of November 1978, his mother would tell the New York Times how her husband and son had been murdered by a cult controlled by fear and that she was in a walking nightmare. Thomas David Keiss Sr., who went by Tom, was born on the 18th of November 1935 in Garden City, Missouri. His partner was Wanda Keiss, and he had one child, Thomas David Keiss II. Both were in the People's Temple along with his nephew Robert Edward Keiss. However, his wife was not in Jonestown and he had formed a relationship with Gloria Dawn Walker, née Douglas. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a production foreman. He arrived in Jonestown on the 25th of December 1974, where he worked in construction and transportation, was a daytime patrol security, a part-time tower security worker, and a master carpenter. He lived in Cottage 52. According to the FBI, he was one of the airstrip shooters in Port Kaituma. Charlotte King was born in Selma, Alabama on the 26th of October 1897. She lived in San Francisco and was a domestic cook. Arriving in Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977, she continued to receive SSA benefits and resided in Com B. She lived alone in Jonestown. Leola King was born in Moreville, Louisiana on the 2nd of April 1913. Living in San Francisco, she worked in vegetable preparation and was a domestic worker and worked in the laundry. Entering Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, she lived in Dorm 4 and was a cook, continuing to receive SSI benefits. She was identified by thumbprint on a driver's license from California and was on her own in Jonestown. Teresa Lynn King was born in Plainview, Texas on the 11th of January 1947. She was the daughter of Albert Ward King and Ethel Sybil Durham, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. She was previously studied at the University of Arizona but dropped out when her boyfriend won a chemistry fellowship at Stanford. She got a job at Kepler's bookstore at Melno Park. She joined the temple in 1975. Living in San Francisco, she was a file clerk and worked in housekeeping. Moving to Guyana on the 10th of August 1977, she worked in family services and in the library, residing in Cottage A, Toyne. In May 1978, she spoke in favour of revolutionary suicide and described herself as having been one of capitalism's casualties, stating, "I didn't have anything to live for, but since I've been here, love has given me something to live for. And I've seen this happen in the lives of everybody here. I've been able to see that communism is what is necessary to bring this about." Wanda Bonita King was born in Gary, Indiana on the 14th of July 1939. She was the daughter of Ida King. Along with her mum, her aunt, Ruby Neal Johnson, cousins Beverly Ann Mitchell, Jacqueline Newsom, second cousins Danielle Godfrey, Dawn Francine Godfrey, Dominic Godfrey, Kenneth Darren Godfrey, and Benjamin Keith Newsom, all were in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, California, she was a social worker and nurse. She was also a greeter before services at the People's Temple in Los Angeles and San Francisco between 1974 and 1976. On the 4th of February 1978, she entered Guyana, residing in Cottage 17 and working as a supervisor nurse amongst the medical staff. Her remains were found in a building that housed Miners Funeral Home in Dover, Delaware, with the bodies found in 2014. She was then buried in Evergreen Cemetery in Oakland, California. Carol Ann Kirkendall née Thomas was born on the 3rd of December 1949 in Gregg County in Texas. Her partner Chuck Robert Kirkendall and her child Lavone Chanel Thomas were all in the People's Temple. However, only her son was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a secretary. Moving to Jonestown on the 24th of March 1978, she worked in the Acao and was an agricultural secretary, and also worked in the toy factory. Sharon Jean Kislingbury was born on the 16th of October 1956 in San Mateo, California. She was the daughter of Dorothy Bellen Killingsburg, nee Bauer, and Graham Townsend Killingsbury, both of whom were not in the People's Temple. She attended Mills High School and lived in Burlingame, California, before moving to San Francisco. In the US, she was a bank file clerk, gardener, and worked in an animal husbandry. Entering Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, she lived in Dorm 5 and was a field worker, worked in the serving area and oversaw the growth of bananas. Her father would pass away on the 20th of May 1984 in Palo Alto, Santa Clara County in California, while her mother passed away in California on the 17th of October 2014. April Heather Klingham was born on the 7th of April 1973 in Ukiah, California. She was the child of Martha Ellen Klingham and Michael Klingham. Her siblings were Clarence Elmer Klingham, Clarence Jackson, Matthew Todd Klingham, and William Arnold Klingham. The entire family was in the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco. She entered Guyana on the 18th of May 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. Clarence Elmer Klingham was born on the 11th of August 1963 in Sacramento, California. She was the daughter of Martha Ellen Klingham and Clarence Elmer Cole II. Her siblings were Matthew Todd Klingham, William Arnold Klingham, and April Heather Klingham. Living in Ukiah, she moved to Jonestown on the 29th of May 1977 and lived in Cottage 9. Despite being aged 15, she was a horticulturalist as well as a high school student living in Jonestown. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Fort Leonard Wood Post Cemetery in Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri. Her father passed away in Tacoma in Pierce County in Washington on the 13th of April 1996. Martha Ellen Klingham was born on the 9th of May 1946 in Ukiah, California. She was a child of William A. Reed, who went by Bill, who died on the 3rd of December 1958, and Florence Lucille McClary nee Rose. She was previously married to Clarence Elmer Cole II, who she married in 1962. Both divorced, and she married Michael Klingham. Her children, Clarence Elmer Klingham, Clarence Jackson, Matthew Todd Klingham, William Arnold Klingham, April Heather Klingham, and Kenneth Bernard Bowie, were all in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, California, she was an accountant. Moving to Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977, she worked in the bakery, was a bookkeeper and a teacher in the Jonestown School. According to FBI records, she was a gym teacher. Her mother passed away on the 16th of June 1995 in Forest Hill in Placer County, California. Her father passed away in Tacoma in Pierce County in Washington on the 13th of April 1996, while her brother died on the 7th of March 2009 in Auburn, Placer County, California. Matthew Todd Klingham was the son of Martha Ellen Klingham and Clarence Elmer Cole II, born on the 12th of November 1967. He was born in Ukiah, California. His siblings were Clarence Elmer Klingham, Clarence Jackson, William Arnold Klingham, and April Heather Klingham. He lived in San Francisco. He moved to Jonestown on the 29th of June 1977 and lived in Cottage 8. His father passed away in Tacoma in Pierce County in Washington on the 13th of April 1996. William Arnold Klingham was born on the 13th of January 1965 in Sacramento, California. He was the son of Martha Ellen Klingham, nee Reed, and Clarence Elmer Cole II. His siblings were Clarence Elmer Klingham, Clarence Jackson, Matthew Todd Klingham, and April Heather Klingham. Living in San Francisco, he entered Guyana on the 21st of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 8. His remains were claimed and he was buried in Fort Leonard Wood Post Cemetery in Fort Leonard Wood in Pulaski County in Missouri. Demosthenes Koutulas, who went by Dan and Danny, was born on the 20th of February 1927 in San Francisco. He grew up in a tight-knit Greek-American family in San Francisco. He was married to Edith Koutulas nee Capais, who was in the People's Temple. However, they divorced in 1976. Living in Redwood Valley, California, he was a bus driver. He entered Guyana on the 28th of April 1977 and lived in Cottage 9. He was on the AACOM, a safety steward, and oversaw crops and was part of a banana crew. His first cousin, Judy Koutulas, wrote the book After Aquarius Dawned, How the Revolution of the 60s Became the Popular Culture of the 70s. Edith Cutulas Nicapes was born on the 8th of December 1929 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Henry Capellas, who died on the 12th of July 1953. She would marry Demosthenes Cutulas, who went by Dan, and Danny, who was also a member of the People's Temple and Jonestown. They divorced in 1976. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a practical nurse specializing in geriatrics and worked in animal husbandry and was also a typist. She entered Guyana on the 4th of February 1978 and lived in Dorm 5. There she looked after small animals and was a special care nurse. Donna Louise Lacey was born on the 15th of November 1962 in San Francisco. She was adopted by Georgia Lee Lacey, along with her adoptive mother, her adopted siblings, Tony Linton Lacey and Tommy Oscar Linton Jr., all in Jonestown. Living in Redwood Valley, she worked in Jonestown as part of a banana crew, a security dispatcher, and at 16 was a student. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown, but she arrived in Guyana on the 18th of April 1978. Georgia Lee Lacey was born on the 9th of February 1910 in Seagoville, Texas. She adopted Donna Louise Lacey, Tony Linton Lacey, and had one ward child, Tommy Oscar Linton Jr., all of whom were in Jonestown. She lived in Redwood Valley and arrived in Jonestown on the 18th of April 1978, working in the rice field. However, it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Tony Linton Lacey was born on the 10th of February 1964 in San Francisco. His guardian mother, Georgia Lee Lacey, and his adopted sister, Donna Louise Lacey, were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she attended Redwood Valley School in Redwood Valley. He was described as a student who played with everyone and was very bright-eyed and sometimes mischievous. He entered Guyana on the 18th of April 1978. He lived in Cottage Sucks and was a field worker, agricultural analyst, and at the age of 14 was a student. Pearl Land was born in Alto, Texas on the 29th of July 1902. She had one sister, Ella Moody, who was not part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook. But while in Jonestown, she continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. On the 17th of April 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 4, working as a senior rice sorter. Lucia Mai Lang was born on the 16th of February 1904 in Texas, although the exact city where she was born in Texas is unknown. Living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress. She lived in Dorm 4 and arrived in Jonestown on the 6th of August 1977. She was a senior but continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Carriola Langston was born on the 10th of February 1923 in DeRidder, Louisiana. Her partner was George McGowan, and both were in the People's Temple. In the US, she lived in Richmond, California, and she had a lot of odd jobs, including working in upholstery, as a hotel maid, as a chauffeur, as a seamstress, as a clerk, as a domestic worker, as a housekeeper, and a care home operator. Moving to Guyana on the 9th of November 1977, she lived in Cottage 34 and worked amongst the medical staff in the senior centre. In a note of thanks to Jim Jones, she would state, referring to Jones as Dad, Dad, I haven't changed my mind about dying. I will give my life any time for this cause. I don't want to live to get so old that I can't do for myself. I have always felt this way from childhood up to now. You have given me the best days of my life. Thank you, Dad. Marianita Langston was born on the 10th of December 1955 in San Francisco. Her sibling, Zoretti Jennifer Langston, was also in the People's Temple. Living in Richmond, she was an EKJ technician. She entered Guyana on the 30th of December 1977 and lived in College 50, where she worked amongst the medical staff in the laboratory. Zoretti Jennifer Langston was born on the 25th of July 1959 in San Francisco. Her sister, Marianita Langston, was also in Jonestown. In the US, she lived in Richmond, working as a typist and was a dental student. Moving to Jonestown on the 17th of August 1977, she worked in family services, overseeing childcare and the infant nursery, as well as preschool education. Jamel Regina Lawrence was the daughter of Exia Maria Duquette. Her guardians were Barbara Jane Cordell and Richmond Cordell. Her siblings were Jeanette Blugina Duquette, Ronald Charles Duquette, and Nawab Lawrence. The entire family was in Jonestown. Living in Cottage 23, she entered Jonestown on the 17th of July 1977. Nawab Lawrence was born on the 20th of November 1967 in Culver City, California. He was the son of Exia Maria Duquette. His siblings were Jeanette Blugina Duquette, Ronald Charles Duquette, and Jamil Regina Lawrence. All of them were in the People's Temple. They entered Guyana on the 24th of October 1976 and lived in Cottage 35. While in Jonestown, Lawrence was subjected to numerous punishments, including being taken to a dry well with a rope placed under her arms and tied. He was also thrown into a dark hole while adults played monster and grabbed at his arms and legs. Carlyon Louise Moore Layton was born on the 13th of July 1945 in Sacramento, California. She was the daughter of Barbara Ann Moore and John V. Moore. Her siblings were Anne Elizabeth Moore and Rebecca Elaine Moore. Her father was a Methodist minister and a contentious objector during the Second World War. Her mother was a homemaker and a supporter of the peace movement. In 1946, the family moved to Youngstown, Ohio, and they began attending Himrod Avenue Baptist Church, where her father was a pastor. On the 24th of December 1947, her father was hospitalized due to complications of an ectopic pregnancy, leading her to move in with her grandparents for 6 months, leading to separation anxiety. In 1949, the family returned to California and moved across California, living in Del Paso Heights, Haywood, and Chico. In high school, she identified as a communist. She worked as an elevator operator in San Francisco before joining UC Davis, majoring in international relations and spending her junior year in Bordeaux, France. She was briefly engaged to a French citizen, Alexandre. However, this disintegrated and she returned to the United States of America, having decided to study philosophy in France to be closer to Alexandre. Once back, she was introduced to Larry Layton, and the pair married in 1967. She then started working as a student teacher at Vacaville High School before teaching at Potter Valley High School, and then taught French at Ukiah High School, with the two moving to Potter Valley. They then began church shopping, and within 2 months ended up joining the People's Temple, and she began to show extreme adoration for Jim Jones. Larry Layton then went on to Reno, Nevada to facilitate a quick divorce, and it was alleged that her family found her with a black eye and she kept sleeping with a rifle next to her bed. She then became the mistress of Jim Jones and claimed in letters to family that he was the reincarnation of Vladimir Lenin, and she was the reincarnation of Lenin's mistress, Inessa Amand. Her child was Jim John Prokes, who went by J. Kim Op, the son of Jim Jones, who was born on the 31st of January 1975. In the same year, she married Michael Prokes. Her sister Anne Elizabeth Moore would also join the People's Temple and died at Jonestown. She became one of the highest members of the People's Temple and had access to the assets, and was responsible for moving thousands of dollars into offshore accounts, making real estate investments, and setting up dummy business fronts. Moving to Guyana on the 6th of July 1977, she was part of the administrative triumvirate, administrative staff secretary, a bilingual French teacher, and youth counsellor. However, according to FBI records, she played a much deeper role in the running of Jonestown as part of the inner core, was in the radio room, the planning commission, in addition to being a member of the administrative triumvirate, supervising the activities of the 8 department heads. Indeed, she would divide her time between Georgetown and Jonestown as a shortwave operator. She was also aware of Jones's drug abuse. She is believed to have been the author of a final memo entitled An Analysis of Future Prospects, which detailed several options for the people of Jonestown to die, including a final stand involving the deaths of the entire population. She was found dead in Jones's cabin, with her body one of only 7 that was autopsied from Jonestown. She was buried in Davis Cemetery in Davis in Yolo County, California, with her son Provokes arrested by Guyanese police and returned to Modesto, California, committing suicide following a press conference when he defended Jim Jones on the 13th of March 1979. Her mother died on the 21st of June 2004 in El Cajon in San Diego County, California. Her father died on the 27th of July 2019 in Friday Harbor, Washington. Karen Lee Layton Toa was born on the 10th of August 1947 in Long Beach, California. She was the daughter of Truman Ezra Tower and Latrice Joy Toa Bates. Her siblings were Karen Lee Layton Toa, who was also in the People's Temple, and her partner was Larry Layton, living in Ukiah. She was a teacher. Moving to Jonestown on the 26th of August 1977, she was an administrator, typist, executive secretary, youth counsellor, part of a Georgetown personal exchange, and according to the FBI, was part of the inner core planning commission and was in the radio room. At the time of her death, she was 5.5 months pregnant with Larry Layton's child. Her father died on the 13th of June 1985 in Paradise, California, while her mother died in Paradise on the 22nd of December 2001. Daisy Stroud Lee was born on the 5th of December 1956 in San Francisco. Her partner was Robert Stroud. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook. On the 9th of September 1977, she moved to Guyana. In Jonestown, she lived in Cottage 30 and worked in the sewing department. Karen Mary Lendo was born on the 15th of October 1960 in San Francisco. Her mother was Anne Lendo. She had one sister, Sharon Lendo. Living in San Francisco, she was a college student. She moved to Jonestown on the 16th of October 1977. She worked in the sewing area and in the laundry. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Tish Leroy was born on the 14th of September 1930 in Washington State. Her children, Elwin Marin Eichler, Erin Janach Eichler, and Erin Leroy were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was an accountant, business consultant, and office administrator. Moving to Guyana on the 22nd of September 1977, she was a secretary on the Agriculture and Livestock Commission, analyst secretary within Farm Management Accounting Committee, and a typist. However, according to FBI records, she played a far more important role as she was on the Planning Commission and head of the accounting department. It is speculated that she was part of the inner circle. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. On Jim Jones's body was a single sheet of paper on which was written a note of farewell to him. It was described by the FBI as a piece of lined notebook paper approximately 6 inches by 8 inches, and it was saturated with blood fluids. The letter was signed off by Tish, and it is believed to have been written by Tish Leroy. The letter read, "Dad, I see no way out. I agree with your decision. I feel only without you the world may not make it to communism. Tish, for my part, I am more tired of this wretched, merciless planet and the hell it holds. So many masses of beautiful people. Thank you for the only life I've known." She was cremated and her ashes were scattered at sea. Adrienne Gotchan Lewis was born on the 10th of July 1966 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Doris Lewis and Freddie Lee Lewis. Her siblings were Alecha Julianne Lewis, Barry Eugene Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Freddie Lee Lewis Jr., Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis. While her father was not part of the People's Temple, her mother and siblings, in addition to her aunt, Ferry Lee Norwood, and her great-aunt Leamoy Rightney McGowan, were part of a People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and was a student. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there. Her father would pass away on the 14th of May 2003. Alexa Julianne Lewis was born on the 23rd of August 1969. She was the daughter of Doris Lewis and Freddie Lee Lewis. Her siblings were Adrienne Gotchan Lewis, Barry Eugene Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Freddie Lee Lewis Jr., Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis. While her father was not part of a People's Temple, her mother and siblings, in addition to her aunt, Ferry Lee Norwood, and great-aunt, Leamoy Rightney McGowan, were part of a People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and was a student. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there. Her father would pass away on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Barry Lee Lewis was born in San Francisco on the 4th of July 1964. His siblings were Adrienne Rochan Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Freddie Lee Lewis Jr., Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis. While his father was not part of a People's Temple, his mother and siblings, in addition to his aunt, Ferry Lee Norwood, and great-aunt, Leamoy Rightney McGowan, were part of a People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco and was a student. It is unknown when he moved to Jonestown and where he lived there. His father would pass away on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Cassandra Florence Lewis was born on the 8th of September 1970. She was the daughter of Doris Lewis and Freddie Lee Lewis. Her siblings were Adrienne Rochan Lewis, Barry Eugene Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Freddie Lee Lewis Jr., Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis. While her father was not part of a People's Temple, her mother and siblings, in addition to her aunt, Ferry Lee Norwood, and great-aunt, Leamoy Rightney McGowan, were part of a People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and was a student. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there. Her father would pass away on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Dana Michelle Lewis was born on the 25th of March 1970 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Chris Lewis. Her aunt was Barbara Barker. Her cousins were Eric Tyrone Barker, Jerry Alexander Barker, Sean Valgren Barker, and Tariq Earl Barker. The entire family was part of a People's Temple. She was described as an exuberant child. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Cottage 29. Doris Jane Lewis was born on the 12th of October 1940 in Muskogee, Oklahoma. Her husband was Freddie Lee Lewis. However, her husband was not part of the People's Temple. Her children were Adrienne Roshan Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Barry Eugene Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Freddie Louis Lewis Jr., Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis. Living in San Francisco, she worked in the post office and home care nursing. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown or where she lived there, but she was a server. Her husband would pass away on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Freddie Lee Lewis Jr. was born on the 27th of February 1963 in San Francisco. He was the daughter of Dora Lewis and Freddie Lee Lewis. His siblings were Adrienne Roshan Lewis, Barry Eugene Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis. While his father was not part of a People's Temple, his mother and siblings, in addition to his aunt, Ferry Lee Norwood, and great-aunt, Leamoy Wright, nee McGowan, were part of a People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco and was a student. It is unknown when he moved to Jonestown and where he lived there. However, he worked in the bakery. His father would pass away on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Karen Scott Louise Lewis was born on the 23rd of October 1959 in Muskogee, Oklahoma. She was the daughter of Doris Lewis and Freddie Lee Lewis. Her siblings were Adrienne Roshan Lewis, Barry Eugene Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Freddie Lee Lawrence Jr., Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis. While her father was not part of a People's Temple, her mother and siblings, in addition to her aunt, Ferry Lee Norwood, and great-aunt Leonie Wright, nee McGowan, were part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide, typist secretary, garden supervisor, and worked in a warehouse. She moved to Guyana on the 12th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 11. She worked in the sewing department, was a field worker, and part of a peanut crew. Her father would pass away on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Lisa Michelle Lewis was born on the 2nd of February 1962 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Doris Lewis and Freddie Lee Lewis. Her siblings were Adrienne Roshan Lewis, Barry Eugene Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Freddie Lee Lewis Jr., and Karen Lewis. While her father was not part of a People's Temple, her mother and siblings, in addition to her aunt, Ferry Lee Norwood, and great-aunt, Leonie Wright, nee McGowan, were part of a People's Temple. It is unknown when she arrived in Jonestown and where she lived there. She was a student and worked in the sewing department. Her father would pass away on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Louis Esther Lewis was born on the 21st of April 1930 in Ruston, Louisiana. Her children were Terrence O'Keefe Wade and Lisa Renee Williams. Both would die in Jonestown. She lived in Los Angeles and was a teacher. Moving to Jonestown on the 3rd of December 1977, she was a senior vice sorter. It is unknown where she lived there. Beverly Marie Geraldine Livingston, nee Dutra, was born on the 15th of April 1932 in Oakland. She was the daughter of Frank Futra and Eva Bertha Dutra nee Souza. She had 4 siblings. Her partner was Jerry Dwight Livingston, and her children were William Paul Sean Bush, who went by Billy, and Kim Dutra Livingston. She married Jerry in 1969, and the entire family was in Jonestown. Living in Orkia, she was an antique store manager, a manicurist, a medical receptionist, and a server. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she worked in family services and was in the warehouse and central supply. Jerry Dwight Livingston was born on the 11th of November 1941 in Antioch, California. He had 4 siblings. He was previously in the army and sent to West Germany. He went to college for a year and dropped out, eventually moving to Ukiah, California, working at the Masonite plant. He was described as a lost and depressed individual before moving to Ukiah, where he joined the People's Temple. His partner was Beverly Marie Geraldine Livingston, who he married in 1969. His child was Kim Dutra Livingston. The entire family was in Jonestown. Arriving in Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1974, it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown, but he worked in the sawmill tent. Gordon Everett Lockett was born on the 23rd of September 1918. He lived in Oakland, California and worked in maintenance and was a janitor. On the 23rd of February 1978, he moved to Jonestown. Berry lived in Cottage 23 and was a senior vice sorter. However, he continued to receive VA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Carolyn Sue Luman was born in Canton, Ohio on the 7th of July 1943. She was the daughter of Chester Richard Luman and Henrietta Clara Hanson and had 2 brothers, David Luman and John Luman. However, none of these people were part of the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco, where she was an administrative assistant. Moving to Jonestown on the 18th of July 1977, she was a teacher in the Jonestown School and lived in Dorm 3. Her remains were claimed by her family, and she was buried in Forest Hill Cemetery in Canton, Ohio. Vincent Lopez Jr. was born on the 26th of February 1963 in Oakland. His parents were Gloria Apodaca and Vincent Lopez. However, his guardian was Walter Jones, as he was fostered out following the death of his mother on December January 1970. He moved to Guyana on the 15th of June 1976 and lived in Cottage 24. He was buried next to his mother in Hoy Sepulchre Cemetery in Hayward in Alameda County in California. Lower Love Life was born Georgia Belle Owens on the 2nd of December 1888 in Kansas City, Missouri. She was the daughter of George Owens and Sally Knox. In 1921, she married Richard Lowe, and they divorced in 1927. In the 1930s, she became a follower of Father Divine and a member of the International Peace Mission movement. In 1940, she moved to Los Angeles. She was a teacher. After the death of Father Divine, his widow, Mother Divine, took over the Peace Mission movement. Jim Jones tried to take over the religion, announcing himself as Father Divine reincarnated. However, she was excommunicated by Mother Divine, and Jim Jones managed to convert her to the People's Temple, with between 20 and 40 people from the Peace Mission movement joining the People's Temple. She then moved to Redwood Valley. On the 10th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown and was in the Senior Citizens Center. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Magdalene Joy Love was born on the 18th of December 1891 in Cherokee Nation Territory in Arkansas. Previously living in San Francisco, where she was a cook, she entered Guyana on the 11th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5. There she worked at the Senior Citizen Center. Ruth Whiteseed Lowry was born on the 26th of April 1921 in Knoxville, Tennessee. She lived in Los Angeles and was a medical records clerk, an IBM key punch operator, a nutritionist, a secretary, and PBX operator. Entering Guyana on the 25th of November 1977, she worked at the healthcare center and was a senior vice sorter. Lovey Jean Morton Lucas was born on the 16th of November 1903 in Nashville, Tennessee. She was a beautician and lived in San Francisco. She moved to Guyana on the 17th of July 1977 and worked in the serving area, but continued to receive SSA benefits. She lived in Trolley 5. Christine Renee Lucientes was born on the 22nd of January 1952 in Sacramento, California. She was the daughter of Jose Lucientes and Gail Lucientes and had one brother, David Lucientes, and a sister, Diane Cooper. However, none of her family was in the People's Temple. She was described by her brother David as a tomboy growing up. Living in Redwood Valley, she attended Redwood Valley Elementary and Ukiah High School. She was a practical nurse and a secretary. Moving to Guyana on the 17th of July 1977, she was on the Planning Commission, on the Judicial Commission, on the Judicial Council, and an inspector, and according to FBI records, was a teacher. She lived in Cottage 46. She will be buried on her family's property in Williams, California. Diane Lundquist was born on the 31st of December 1946 in San Francisco. She was described as a very gentle individual. Her mother was Marilyn Pusley. Her siblings were Cynthia Pusley and Joanne Pusley. Her partner was Carol Anthony Patterson, who went by Pat. Her children were Antonio Jamal Patterson and Dov Mario Lundquist. The entire family was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a teacher. She moved to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. There she worked in family services, looking after childcare and toddlers, and also worked in housing. Dov Mario Lundquist was born on the 29th of March 1967. While his passport said that he was born in Mexico, all other records said he was born in California. His mother was Diane Lundquist, and his brother was Antonio Jamal Patterson. In addition, his aunt Cynthia Pursley and Joanne Pursley, as well as his grandmother Marilee Pursley, were in Jonestown. Living in Redwood Valley, California, he moved to Jonestown on the 23rd of October 1976 and lived in Cottage 35. In an undated tape recording, Jones was talking about Guyana, warning Namibia not to allow its freedom and independence. He put his hand up to say why this would take place, and he said the reason was because the US will use it as a satellite country, which Jones described as a wise statement. Minnie Magdalene Lyles Nee Williams was born on the 28th of February 1928 in Houston, Texas. She was the daughter of Scott Williams and Minnie Williams. She had 3 siblings, all of whom had died by the time of Jonestown. She was formerly married to Joseph Prims and Arthur B. Lyles, but was single at the time. Her children were Gloria Yvonne Rossa and Furman Rael Rossa, and her grandchild was Carmaria Rossa. Other than her parents and siblings, her entire family was in the People's Temple. Her father died on the 4th of December 1961 in Houston, while her mother died on the 8th of December 1944. Living in San Francisco, she was a janitor, domestic worker, and hospital maid, and also worked in a laundry. She moved to Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977, and it is unknown where she lived there. She worked in security. Dorothy Williams McCon, who went by Dee Dee, was born on the 17th of July 1954 in Houston, Texas. She was previously married to Larry Bargerman and both divorced in 1968. She then married William Dino McCon. Her children were Roy LaViette Bargerman and Terrence Vare Bargerman, who went by Terry. In the US, she lived in Redwood Valley and was a housekeeper. She moved to Guyana on the 6th of August 1977, and she was a nurse and worked in the piggery as well as in the medical staff as an administrator. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Rory Lynette Bell Madden was born on the 2nd of May 1973 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Beatrice Claudine Bell. She had one sibling, Daniel Bernard Bell. In addition, her grandparents, Alfred Bell and Elise Ingram Bell, were all in Jonestown. She entered Guyana on the 29th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. Lillian Malloy was born on the 10th of August 1905 in Maxton, North Carolina. She lived in San Francisco and was a nurse's aide, nutritionist, and a domestic worker. On the 6th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Willie Lovell Malone was born on the 14th of November 1963 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Catherine Malone, who was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco on the 29th of May 1977, he entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 12. Despite being aged just 15, he was in the band and worked in the public utilities. Tapes discovered by the FBI found that Malone was beaten 3 times during a meeting and taunted by Jim Jones after he insulted his wife, Marceline. Alfred Shield March II was born on the 10th of September 1964 in San Francisco. He was the son of Ernestine March and had a twin, Alfreda Suzette March, and a sister, Anita Elaine March. He lived in Cottage 11 and entered Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977. Despite being aged 14, in addition to being a student, he was a field worker and a machinist. Alfreda Suzette March was born on the 10th of September 1964 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Ernestine March and had a twin, Alfred Shaila March II, and a sister, Anita Elaine March. In the US, she was a high school student, veterinary trainee, violinist, herbalist, and worked in ceramics. Living in Cottage 15, she moved to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977. Despite being aged 14, she was a field worker and part of a peanut crew in addition to being a student. Anita Elaine March was born on the 10th of January 1962. She was the daughter of Ernestine March and had 2 siblings, Alfred Shelley March II and Anita Elaine March. She undertook numerous jobs in the US as a college student, receptionist, switchboard operator, clerical trainee, teacher's aide, carpenter, ceramics, leatherwork, agriculture, and a veterinary trainee. On the 23rd of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 16. There she was a field worker, part of a peanut crew, a server, and a student. Ernestine Thomas March was born on the 29th of June 1930 in Lufkin, Texas. Her children were Alfreda Suzette March, Alfred Shield March II, and Anita Elaine March. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse and secretary. On the 23rd of July 1977, she moved to Guyana and worked in the herbal kitchen as a part-time supervisor and was a herbalist. She lived in Cottage 20. Charles William Marshall was born on the 16th of February 1957 in San Antonio. His mother was Horace Marshall Noyes and his partner was Shirley Marshall. His siblings were Danny Leon Marshall and Deanna Laverne Marshall, and he had one child, Shante Marshall. He lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 6th of August 1977, where he worked in farm management as part of a banana crew, was a field worker and worked in the sawmill tent. According to FBI records, he was also in security. Danny Leon Marshall was born on the 24th of December 1954 in San Antonio. His mother was Horace Marshall Noyes, and his siblings were Charles William Marshall and Deanna Laverne Marshall. His partner was Vicky Lynn Marshall, and his niece was Shante Marshall. He lived in San Francisco and was a janitor, gardener, and a bus driver. On the 10th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown, living in Cottage 15. He worked in security. Deanna Laverne Marshall was born on the 28th of February 1959 in San Antonio, Texas. She was the daughter of Horace Marshall Noyes, and her siblings were Danny Leon Marshall and Charles William Marshall. And she had one niece, Shantae Marshall. She lived in San Francisco and was a student, worked in childcare as well as sewing. On the 29th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in the sewing department and preschool education, living in Cottage 20. Shantae Marshall was born on the 11th of April 1978 in Guyana. Her mother was Shirley Marshall and her father was Charles William Marshall. In addition, her aunts Diana Lavraine Marshall, Lynn Dover Marshall, and Uncle Danny Leon Marshall and grandmother Horace Marshall Noyes were all in the People's Temple. Vicky Lynn Marshall was born in South Bend, Indiana, on the 20th of January 1958. Her grandmother was Nettie Jones and her partner was Danny Leon Marshall. In addition, her niece Shantae Marshall was also in the People's Temple. She lived in Redwood Valley, where she was a practical nurse and senior citizen caretaker. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Dorm 5. She worked in the ACAO, oversaw large animals, worked in the piggery, served snacks, and worked in the night shift kitchen. Irene Mason was born on the 15th of November 1892 in Pine Hill, Alabama. She was a farmer and previously a cook. She lived in Los Angeles. Moving to Jonestown on the 26th of August 1977, she lived in Com B and worked in the Senior Citizen Center. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Her remains were unclaimed and she was found in a building that housed miners' funeral home in Dover, Delaware, with the bodies found in 2014. She remained unidentified until this time, and on the 21st of October 2014, her remains were placed in the memorial in the Jonestown Memorial in Oakland, California. Mary Meshack was born Mary Johnson in Shreveport, Louisiana on the 20th of July 1905. Her former partner was Preston Meshack and the pair divorced in 1958. She was a cook in the US and would continue this in Jonestown, but continued to receive SSI and SSA benefits while in Jonestown. She entered Guyana on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 5. Cheryl Darnell McCall, née Parker, was born in Corrigan, Texas on the 31st of December 1947. Her mother was Darrell Eugene Keller and she had one child, Donald Wayne McCall. However, her husband, Donald Eldridge Briscoe, was not part of Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a secretary, practical nurse, geriatric specialist, and a real estate broker. Moving to Guyana on the 21st of July 1977, she lived in Cottage 34 and worked in farm management, was a part-time field worker and a treatment nurse. Donald Wayne McCall was born on the 18th of November 1966 in Harris County, Texas. His grandmother was Charlie Darnell née Parker, who was in Jonestown, as was his grandmother Estelle Dunn McCall. However, his father, Donald Eldridge Briscoe, was not in the People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 18th of February 1977 and lived in Cottage 8. Estelle Dunn McCall was born on the 7th of October 1930 in Honey Island, Texas. She had been married twice, once to Clementine Parker and again to Joseph Caesar McCall, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. Her child, Cheryl Darnell McCall née Parker, and her grandson Donald Wayne McCall were all in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a practical nurse and a bail bond solicitor. She moved to Guyana on the 18th of May 1978 and lived in Dorm 5. There she worked in the sewing department and as a seamstress. She wrote a letter to Jim Jones stating, "Dear Dad, I am grateful for what you are doing for all of us to save our children and give us the dignity we have never had before. This is such a beautiful place that you have provided for us here. Dad, I am sorry, and I am feeling very guilty for not doing what I should have and not being here sooner. It was only because of my selfishness and wanting to do my own thing. I am here and ready to do all I can and whatever you want me to do to fight for freedom of all our people. Thank you, Dad, for such a wonderful and beautiful place to live. I know that I belong with you, Dad. I felt good when we arrived in Georgetown and saw our people in full control with dignity. I love you, and this caused so much that I will never be able to repay for your love and concern you've given me all these years. Thank you, Dad. S. Estelle McCall." Elaine Kelly McCann was born in Northbridge, California on the 28th of January 1960. She was the daughter of Betty McCann. Her partner was Theodore Devonolius McMurray, who went by Teddy, and she had only one child, Takia Chani McMurray. She lived in San Francisco and moved to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 27. In the US, she was a student and worked in food prep. In Jonestown, she was a cook and worked in the serving area. Maria Louise McCann was born on the 27th of October 1952 in Flushing, New York. She was the daughter of Antonio Gugliero and Margaret Clemente. She had three sisters, Catherine Ruggiero, as well as Elizabeth Ruggiero and Rosine Ruggiero, with the latter two part of the People's Temple. Her partner was Paul McCann, and her child was Michelangelo McCann. Living in San Francisco, she was a bookkeeper. However, in Jonestown, she was in the sewing department, a typist, and also a bookkeeper. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown or where she lived there. She continued to receive AFDC and welfare benefits while in Jonestown. In a letter to Jim Jones, referring to him as Dad on the 17th of February 1978, she stated, "Dear Dad, I would like to thank you for yesterday's experience with death. I'm glad I got to feel what it's like to be so close and then have to come back. It was a disappointment in some ways to me. As far as my thoughts after I drank the solution, I was trying not to think at all. I just wanted it to be over with. I thought about all the years in this cause and how it was coming to an end. I kept looking at you and I was grateful you have come into my life. I forced myself not to think of Michael." That was Angelo McCann, her son, "because I knew I would cry and I didn't want to. It is so amazing to me how we live here from one day to another. One day we are drinking a death potion, and the next day we're producing in the fields as though we have a long life before us. It's really incredible and is building super strength in us. I'm still a coward as to seeing my comrades spread all bloody on the field. I prefer revolutionary suicide, but how do we know exactly when to do it? These crises have made me stronger, Dad. I know I'm very family-oriented and I still think of my relatives in the States, but not as much as before. Even if we die today, I feel grateful for the time we had with you, which made our lives worth living. I feel very stupid because I don't let your teaching sink in my head. Sometimes I can sit through a whole service and not even remember one thing that happened. There's no excuse for this, and I'm working on it. You try your goddamnedest to teach us, and I felt very ashamed when you said yesterday you felt like a failure. You're not, Dad. Just because of a few ignorant assholes like myself are too self-centered to make ourselves listen and learn does not mean you failed. It means we failed. As far as wasting in the States, I used to ask for unnecessary needs, money, plus spend my money on junk food instead of what I asked for. When my mum gave me money, I would spend it instead of turning it in. Also, a few weeks before I came here, I started smoking cigarettes with Maureen O'Dell. Dad, I don't understand why you told us to feel good about ourselves yesterday when we drank the potion. I don't feel good about myself at all. Shouldn't I die thinking about all my guilt and not anything good I did, if any? Thank you, Dad. Maria Gulgerio McCann. Michelangelo McCann was born in Van Nuys in California on the 6th of April 1974, the son of Maria Louise McCann née Ruggiero and Paul McCann. His aunts Rosine Ruggiero and Elizabeth Ruggiero were all part of the People's Temple. He lived in Cottage 41 and entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977. Ali McLean, whose full name was Alice, was born on the 25th of June 1890 in Ingalls, Arkansas. She was the child of Joseph Callum and Elizabeth Ingram, and her husband was Jesse McLean. However, none of these people were in the People's Temple. She had 3 children, Leonard McLean, Minnie Altorilla McLean, née Trotter, and Theophilus McLean. She was a seamstress and worked on a farm living in Los Angeles. Her son, Leonard McLean, died on the 13th of September 1967 in Chicago. She moved to Guyana on the 18th of August 1977. In Jonestown, she worked in a sewing factory but continued to receive SSA benefits. It is not known where she lived in Jonestown. Her son, Theophilus, died on the 26th of September 1988 in Arkansas. Her daughter, Minnie Altorilla Trotter, née McLean, died on the 4th of December 2011 in Pasadena in Los Angeles County, California. Carol Ann Cordell McCoy was born in Indianapolis on the 9th of September 1945. Her parents were George Andrew McCoy and Dolores Vestal. Her adoptive siblings were Harold Ernest Cordell Jr. Her husband was Lowell F. McCoy Sr., with both marrying in 1962. However, he was not in the People's Temple, and her partner was Eloyette Dennis. Her children were Leandra Gane McCoy, Laurel Francis McCoy II, Diane McCoy, and Perry Ann McCoy. Living in Redwood Valley, place, she was a housewife and a waitress. On the 9th of November 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 2. She was a secretary, was on the Agriculture and Livestock Committee, and was in the sewing department and a bookkeeper as well as a typist and secretary. She continued to receive AFDC and welfare benefits. Her remains were claimed by her family and she was buried in New Crown Cemetery and Mausoleum in Indianapolis. Her husband died on the 29th of September 2018 in Lebanon, in Boone County, Indiana. Leandra Ghanay McCoy was born on the 16th of February 1969 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Carol Ann Cordell and Lowell McCoy. However, her father was not part of the People's Temple. Her grandmother, Edith Excel Cordell, was part of the People's Temple. Her siblings were Laurel Frances McCoy II, Marcenda Diane McCoy, and Patty Ann McCoy. Living in Redwood Valley, she moved to Jonestown on the 1st of August 1977. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Laurel Frances McCoy II was born on the 18th of August 1966 in Fort Wayne, Indiana. He was the son of Carol Ann Cordell and Lowell McCoy, with his father not in the People's Temple. In addition, his grandmother, Edith Excel Cordell, was in the People's Temple. His siblings were Leandra Ghanay McCoy, Markendra Diane McCoy, and Patty Ann McCoy, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, it is unknown when he arrived in Guyana and where he lived in Jonestown. His father would pass away in Lebanon, Boone County, Indiana, on the 29th of September 2018. Marcenda Diane McCoy was born on the 16th of October 1970 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Carol Ann Cordell and Laurel McCoy, with her father not in the People's Temple. In addition, her grandmother, Edith Excel Cordell, was in the People's Temple. Her siblings were Leandra Ghanay McCoy, Laurel Frances McCoy II, and Patty Ann McCoy, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she entered Guyana on the 1st of August 1977. However, it is unknown where she lived there. Her father would pass away in Lebanon, Boone County, Indiana, on the 29th of September 2018. Patty Ann McCoy was born on the 6th of October 1964 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Carol Ann Cordell and Lowell McCoy, with her father not in the People's Temple. In addition, her grandmother, Edith Excel Cordell, was in the People's Temple. Her siblings were Leandra Ghanay McCoy, Laurel Frances McCoy II, and Patty Ann McCoy, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she entered Guyana on the 1st of August 1977. She lived in Cottage 23. Her father would pass away in Lebanon, Boone County, Indiana, on the 29th of September 2018. James Nelson McIlvaine was born in San Antonio, Texas, on the 13th of April 1932. He was the son of Maishtar Emmett McIlvaine and Emma Wright, both of whom were not part of the People's Temple. His sibling, Enola Mafiana Nelson nee McIlvaine, who went by Kay, was part of the People's Temple. He had 4 other siblings, all but one of them had died prior to Jonestown. In addition, his niece, Jonelle Louise McGilly Smart, great-nieces Tinetra Lades Fain and Terry Lynn Smart, as well as his great-nephews Alfred Lofton Smart and Scott Cameron Smart, were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, he worked in community development, was a housing specialist and an office worker. He attended the Los Angeles Temple and was briefly in a relationship with Christine Miller. He was described as very knowledgeable and a very good person. He was one of the last people to arrive in Jonestown and arrived on the 15th of November 1978, 2 days prior to the arrival of Congressman Leo Ryan and the press and 4 concerned relatives to Jonestown. He was described as a true believer to the end and described as a lieutenant. Indeed, when Christine Miller tried to stand up to Jim Jones, he stepped in to neutralize her arguments and said she had no individual life and that Jim Jones had extended her life through being part of a collective.
Christine, you're only standing here because he was here in the first place. So I don't know what you're talking about, having an individual life. Your life has been extended to the day that you're standing there because of him.
Alovine McGowan nee Satchel was born in Waco, Texas on the 13th of March 1888. Her former partner Raymond McGowan died in 1967. 2 of her siblings, Leomi Wright and Alvaria Sater Wright, were part of a People's Temple. Her other sibling, Berry Satchel, was not part of a People's Temple. Her cousin, Leomi Wright and Alvarie Sater White, as well as her grandchildren, Charles Douglas Henderson, Keith Arnold Wright, Stanley Glenn Wright, Alisa Lavette Wright, Johnny Goodwin, and her great-grandchild, David Lee Goodwin and Charles Gary were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was previously a childcare worker and a housewife. She moved to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. She was in the Senior Citizen Center. Annie Jan McGowan was born on the 6th of April 1908 in Ruleville, Mississippi. She lived in Redwood Valley and was a maintenance engineer. Moving to Guyana on the 1st of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 34 and continued to receive SSA benefits. Joyce Faye McIntyre was born on the 23rd of October 1957 in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Living in San Francisco, she was a housekeeper. Moving to Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 4 and was a field worker skilled in peanuts as well as a server. Clara Mackenzie Nee Boone was born on the 26th of November 1929 in Macon, Georgia, a housekeeper and childcare attendant. She lived in San Francisco. Moving to Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977, she lived in College 34. Levatus McInnes was born on the 1st of July 1906 in Jackson, Mississippi. Living in Berkeley, he was a machine operator. Moving to Guyana on the 6th of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 9. In Jonestown, he was part of a Jonestown police working in security and continued to receive SSA benefits. Diana McKnight was born on the 9th of September 1956. Her siblings Raymond Anthony McKnight, as well as her cousin Casey Nakaya Finney and her nephew Raymond Anthony McKnight Jr. were all part of a People's Temple. She lived in Oakland and was a sales clerk. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 30. Earl McKnight was born on the 18th of February 1895 in Gloucester, Mississippi. Living in San Francisco, he was a farmer. He moved to Jonestown on the 18th of August 1977 and was a senior in the Senior Citizen Center. Ray Anthony McKnight Sr. was born on the 12th of October 1955 in Los Angeles. His partner Rose Marie McKnight Nee Vizine, who he married in 1975, as well as his children Raymond Anthony McKnight Jr., who went by Ray, and his cousins Diana McKnight and Casey Nakaya Finney, were all in the People's Temple. In the US, he was a forklift operator and heavy equipment repairman. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of February 1978, he lived in Cottage 26 and worked in public utilities at a brick factory. However, according to FBI records, he was part of security. Raymond Anthony McKnight Jr., who went by Ray, was born in Los Angeles on the 1st of June 1975. His father, Raymond Anthony McKnight, and his mother, Rosie Marie McKnight Nee Vizine, as well as his aunt, Diana McKnight, and his first cousin, Casey Nakaya Finney, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Oakland, he moved to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 10. Rosie Marie McKnight Nee Vizine was born on the 23rd of August 1953 in San Diego. She was the daughter of Leslie Charles Vizine and Donna Aflui Budagin Nui Lui, and had one brother, James Edward Vizine, none of whom were part of a People's Temple. Her partner was Raymond Anthony McKnight, who she married in 1975, and she had one child, Raymond Anthony McKnight Jr., who went by Ray. In the US, she lived in Oakland and was a nurse. On the 11th of November 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 26 and was a field worker, worked in the herbal kitchen and was a cook. Deirdre Renee McMurray was born on the 22nd of January 1961 in Heidelberg, Germany. She was the daughter of Dolores Dupré, and her siblings were Sebastian R.C. McMurray and Theodore Devanolius McMurray, who went by Teddy. In addition, her niece Takaya Chain McMurray were all part of a People's Temple. However, her father, Albert Carl McMurray, was not part of a People's Temple. Her dad was a first sergeant based in what was West Germany, and her parents separated when she was between 3 and 4 years old, and her mother would remarry, and she never saw a lot of her father. Living in Berkeley, she moved to Jonestown on the 23rd of September 1977, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. She was a server. At the time at Jonestown, her father was based in South Korea on military deployment. Sebastian R.C. McMurray was born in Fort Hood, Texas on the 2nd of March 1955. His siblings, Deirdre Renee McMurray, as well as Theodore Devanolius McMurray, who went by Teddy, as well as his niece, Takaya Shane McMurray, were all part of a People's Temple. His partner was Evelyn McMurray Eichler. Living in Berkeley, he was a farmer and moved to Guyana on the 23rd of September 1977 and lived in Cottage 47. There he worked in farm management, and according to FBI records, he worked in security. Takaya Shane McMurray was born on the 12th of March 1978 in Guyana, and I do apologise as I could not find a photo of them. Their mother was Eileen Kelly McMahon and their father was Theodore Devanulius McMurray, who went by Teddy. In addition, their grandmother, Betty M. McMahon, was part of the People's Temple. Theodore Devanulius McMurray, who went by Teddy, was born on the 7th of June 1958 in Fort Lewis, Washington. His partner was Elaine Kelly McMahon and Erin Jana Eichler. His child was Takia Shan McMurray. His siblings were Deirdre Renee McMurray and Sebastian R.C. McMurray. All of his family was in the People's Temple. Living in Oakland, he was a student, an art welder, a baker, a woodcutter, and a youth counsellor. He had previously attended Opportunity High School. Moving to Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 27 and worked in construction and metal fabrication, welding and wood crew, as well as in the bakery. Jessie Bell McNeil was born on the 19th of June 1910 in Oklahoma. Living in Los Angeles, she was a bookkeeper and secretary. It is unknown when he moved to Jonestown, but he lived in Cottage 43 and was in the agriculture department and was a bookkeeper and rice sorter. He continued to receive SSA benefits. Henry Mercer was born on the 3rd of April 1902 in Wayne County, Georgia. His wife, Mildred Ada Mercer nee Carroll, was also part of the People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco and was a mechanic. Moving to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977, it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown, but he was in the Senior Citizen Centre and was also pictured teaching students. He continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Mildred Ada Mercer nee Carroll was born on the 19th of February 1899 in Williamsburg, Virginia. She was the daughter of William Berkeley and Alice Balliau Barlow and had one sister, Blanche Muse. None of them were part of the People's Temple. She was blind. Her husband was Henry Mercer. She moved to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 13 and worked in the Senior Citizen Centre. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Virginia Middleton was born on the 25th of October 1915 in New York. She was a nurse and lived in San Francisco. She entered Guyana on the 9th of May 1978 and continued to receive SSI and SSA benefits. Christine Miller was born in Brownsville, Texas. She lived in Los Angeles and was a clerk, housing inspector, and worked in sewing. It was in Los Angeles that she attended the People's Temple and was briefly in a relationship with Jim McElvain, a fellow member of the People's Temple who was also in Jonestown. In Jonestown, she lived in Cottage 7 and worked in the sewing department, having moved into Guyana on the 3rd of January 1978. She is widely seen as a hero and contradicting Group Think, as she was the only person to openly stand up to Jim Jones during his White Night, asking if it was too late for Russia, believing that revolutionary suicide was not the way out, contending, when we destroy ourselves, we are defeated, and I feel like as long as there's life, there's hope. That's my faith.
Yes, Christine. Is it too late for Russia? Here's why it's too late for Russia. They killed. They started to kill. That's why it makes it too late for Russia. Otherwise, I'd said, Russia, you bet your life. But it's too late. I can't control these people. They're out there. They've gone with their guns, and it's too late. And once we kill anybody, at least that's the way I've always put my lot with you. If one of my people do something, it's me. Now they say I don't have to take the blame for this, but I don't live that way. They said deliver up Ujara, who tried to get the man back here. Ujara, whose mother has been lying on him and trying to break up this family, and they've all agreed to kill us by any means necessary. You think I'm going to deliver them, Ujara? Not on your life. No. No, you're not going. You're not going. You're not going. I can't live that way. I cannot live that way. I've lived for all, and I'll die for all. I've been living on hope for a long time, Christine, and I appreciate it. You've always been a very good agitator. I like agitation because you got to see two sides of one issue, two sides of a question. But what those people are going to get done, what they get through, will make our life worse than hell. Will make the Russians not accept us when they get through lying. They told so many lies between there and that truck that we are done in as far as any other alternative.
Well, I said let's make an airlift to Russia. That's what I say. I don't think nothing is impossible.
Well, how are we going to
believe it?
How are you going to airlift to Russia?
Well, I thought they said if we got in an emergency, they gave you a code to let them know.
No, they did. They gave us the code that they'd let us know of an issue, not us create an issue for them. They said if they saw the country coming down, they'd give us the code. They give us a code. You can check on there and see if it's on the code. You can check with Russia to see if they'll take us in immediately, otherwise we die. I don't know what else you say to these people. But to me, death is not a fearful thing. It's living that's treacherous. I have never seen anything like this before in my life. I've never seen people take the law and do in their own hands and provoke us and try to purposely agitate murder of children. There's no, Christine, it's not worth living like this. Not worth living like this.
I think that there were too few who left for 1,200 people to give them their lives for those people that left.
You know how many left?
20 odd. That's a small
20 odd.
Compared to what's here.
20 odd. But what's going to happen when they don't leave? I hope that they could leave, but what's going to happen when they don't leave?
You mean the people here?
Yeah, what's going to happen to us when they don't leave, when they get on the plane and the plane goes down?
I don't think it'll go down.
You don't think it'll go down? I wish I could tell you were right, but I'm right. There's one man there who blames, and rightfully so, Debbie Blakey for the murder of his mother, and he'll stop that pilot by any means necessary. He'll do it. That plane will come out of the air. There's no way you fly a plane without a pilot.
I wasn't speaking about that plane. I was speaking about the plane for us to go to Russia.
To Russia. Do you think Russia's going to want? No, not going to. We're not. You think Russia's going to want us with all this stigma? We had some value, but now we don't have any value.
Well, I don't see it like that. I mean, I feel like that as long as there's life, there's hope. That's my faith.
Well, everybody dies. Someplace that hope runs out because everybody dies. I haven't seen anybody yet that didn't die. And I like to choose my own kind of death for a change. I'm tired of being tormented to hell. That's what I'm tired of. Tired of it. 1,200 people's lives in my hands, and I certainly don't want your life in my hand. But I'm going to tell you, Christine, without me, life has no meaning. I'm the best friend you'll ever have. Once I have to pay, I'm standing with you, Jara. I'm standing with those people. They're part of me. I can detach myself. My attorney says detach myself. No. I never detached myself from any of your troubles. I've always taken your troubles right on my shoulders. And I'm not going to change that now. It's too late. I've been running too long. I'm not going to change now. Maybe the next time you get to go to Russia, the next time around. What I'm talking about now is in the dispensation of judgment. This is a revolutionary suicide council. I'm not talking about self-destruction. I'm talking about what we have no other road. I will take your call. We will put it to the Russians, and I can tell you the answer now because I'm a prophet. Call the Russians and tell them, see if they'll take us.
I said I'm afraid to die.
I don't think you are.
Means.
I don't think you are.
But I look at our babies and I think they deserve to live.
I agree.
You know?
But also they deserve, what's more, they deserve peace.
We all came here for peace.
And have we had it?
No.
I tried to give it to you. I've laid down my life practically. I've practically died every day to give you peace, and you've still not had any peace. You look better than I've seen you in a long while, but it's still not the kind of peace that I wanted to give you. So, a person's a fool that continues to say that you're winning when you're losing. Win one, lose two. What? I didn't hear you, ma'am. You have to speak up. That's a sweet thought. Who said that? Come on up and speak it again, honey. Come up and say it about, talk about. It's taken off. No plane is taken off. It's suicide. They have done it. Stone has done it. But somebody ought to, somebody, can they not talk to San Francisco? See, the Stone does not get by with this infamy. This is infamy. He has done the thing he wanted to do. To have us destroyed.
When we destroy ourselves, we're defeated. We let them, the enemy, defeat us.
Did you see I live to fight no more forever?
Yes, I saw that.
Did you not have some sense of pride and victory in that man? He would not subject himself to the will and whim of people who tell that they're going to come in whenever they please and push into our house, come when they please, take who they want to, talk to who they want to. Is that living? That's not living to me. That's not freedom. That's not the kind of freedom I sought.
But I think where they made their mistake is when they stopped to rest. If they had gone on, they would have made it. But they stopped to rest.
It's over, sister. It's over. We've made that day, we made a beautiful day. And let's make it a beautiful day. That's what
We win when we go down. Tim Stone has nobody else to hate. He has nobody else to hate. Then he'll destroy himself. I'm speaking here not as the administrator. I'm speaking as a prophet today. I wouldn't step in this seat and talk so serious if I didn't know what I was talking about. If there's any way to call back the immense amount of damage that's going to be done. But I cannot separate myself from the pain of my people. And you can't either, Christine, if you stop to think about it. You can't separate yourself. We've walked too long together.
I know that, but I still think as an individual, I have a right to...
You do, and I'm listening.
What I think, what I feel, and I think we all have a right to our own destiny as individuals.
Right.
And I think I have a right to choose mine, and everybody else has a right to choose theirs.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. I'm not criticizing. I'm not trying to... What's that? That's what I said today. That's what 20 people said today with their lives.
I think I still have a right to my own opinion.
I'm not taking it from you. I'm not taking it from you.
Lucy Jane Miller was born on the 31st of March 1913 in Grimes, Alabama. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook. She moved to Guyana on the 12th of August 1977 and worked in the sewing factory, continuing to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Cassandra Yvette Minor was born on the 15th of October 1956 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Willie Minor and Juanita Kindle, and had one brother, Willie Minor Jr., none of whom were part of the People's Temple. Her husband was Ronnie Sly, and she had one child, Kayuna Lynette Minor. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a dietitian, nurse, librarian, and teacher. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of February 1978, she lived in Cottage 43 and oversaw diets and worked in the serving area. Sayona Lynette Minor was born in Jonestown on the 30th of April 1978. She was the daughter of Cassandra Yvette Minor and Monty Sly. Annie Lee Mitchell Lee Thompson was born on the 7th of July 1930 in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Her husband was Lee Charles Mitchell. Her children were Beverly Darlene Mitchell, Tony Lavelle Mitchell, Linda Mitchell, Lawanda Jean Mitchell, and Shirley Ann Mitchell, as well as Tyrone Mitchell. Living in Los Angeles, she worked in childcare and was a factory helper. Moving to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978, she was a senior rice sorter and lived in Cottage 16 and continued to receive AFDC benefits. Beverly Ann Mitchell was born on the 19th of January 1943 in Gary, Indiana. She was the daughter of Ruby Neal Johnson. In addition, her sister Jacqueline Newsom, aunt Ida King, and cousin Wanda Benita King were part of a People's Temple. She was previously married to Kenneth Godfrey, who was not part of a People's Temple, and then married Guy Edgar Mitchell, who was part of a People's Temple. Her children were Danielle Godfrey, Dawn Francine Godfrey, Dominic Godfrey, and Kenneth Darren Godfrey. Her nephew, Benjamin Keith Newsom, was also part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a childcare director. She was described as a kind and very patient person. Moving to Guyana on the 6th of December 1977, she lived in Cottage 2. Her mother died in January 1990 in Indiana, while her first first husband died in Gary, Indiana on the 6th of October 2006. Beverly Darlene Mitchell was born on the 14th of November 1962 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Annie Lee Mitchell Nee Thompson and Lee Charles Mitchell, both of whom were in the People's Temple. Her siblings were Tony Lavelle Mitchell, Linda Mitchell, Yolanda Denise Mitchell, Lawanda Jane Mitchell, Shirley Ann Mitchell, and Tyrone Mitchell. In the US, she was an agriculture worker and a kitchen worker living in Los Angeles. On the 15th of March 1978, she entered Jonestown and was a field worker and a student. Sally Mae Mitchell Nee Petty was born on the 25th of March 1913 in Holly Grove, Arkansas. Her partner was John Mitchell. Her niece Ruby Jean Bright, her great-niece Juanita Jean Bright, Stephanie Katrina Bright, Stephanie Katrina Chacon, Tanya Renee Cox Garcia, and her great-nephew Lawrence George Bright III were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide, hotel manager, and a seamstress. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there, but she was a tailor and worked in the sewing department and continued to receive SSA benefits. Lawanda Jean Mitchell was born on the 6th of March 1964 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Annie Lee Mitchell Nee Thompson and Lee Charles Mitchell. Her siblings were Beverly Darlene Mitchell, Tony Lavelle Mitchell, Linda Mitchell, Shirley Ann Mitchell, and Tyrone Mitchell. She entered Guyana on the 15th of March 1978 and lived in Cottage 17. She continued to receive AFDC benefits in Jonestown. Lee Charles Mitchell, who went by LC, was born on the 24th of July 1931 in Mulperville, Alabama. His partner was Annie Lee Mitchell Nee Thompson. His children were Beverly Darlene Mitchell, Tony Lavelle Mitchell, Linda Mitchell, Lawanda Jean Mitchell, Shirley Ann Mitchell, and Tyrone Mitchell. Living in Los Angeles, he was a mechanic, bus driver, sawmill operator, and worked in roofing. It is unknown when he moved to Jonestown, where he lived and what he did there. Shirley Ann Mitchell was born on the 9th of March 1957 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Annie Lee Mitchell Nee Thompson and Lee Charles Mitchell, both of whom were in the People's Temple. Her siblings were Tony Lavelle Mitchell, Linda Mitchell, Yolanda Denise Mitchell, Lawanda Jean Mitchell, Shirley Ann Mitchell, and Tyrone Mitchell. Living in San Francisco, she was a student carpenter and a teacher's aide. She moved to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977 and worked in preschool education. Tony Lavelle Mitchell was born on the 15th of August 1965 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Annie Lee Mitchell Nee Thompson and Lee Charles Mitchell, both of whom were in the People's Temple. His siblings were Tony Lavelle Mitchell, Linda Mitchell, Yolanda Denise Mitchell, Lawanda Jean Mitchell, Shirley Ann Mitchell, and Tyrone Mitchell. Living in Los Angeles, he moved to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978, but it is unknown where he lived there. Anne Elizabeth Moore was born on the 12th of May 1954 in Oakland. She was the daughter of Barbara Ann Moore, John V. Moore, and had two sisters, Carol and Louise Moore Layton and Rebecca Elaine Moore, all of whom were part of the People's Temple. She attended Emerson Junior High School and Davis Senior High School in Davis, California. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse, having graduated in 1975. Moving to Jonestown on the 17th of April 1977, she lived in Cottage 50 and was on the Planning Commission. Registered nurse and was amongst the medical staff. She was the last to die in Jonestown and died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound inside Jonestown's cabin, one of only two people to die of gunshot wounds, the other being Jim Jones. She is believed to have shot Jim Jones. Indeed, while in Jonestown, she was the personal nurse of Jim Jones. The gun was near her body, and her body was blocking the door to Jim Jones's cabin. She left behind a 4-page suicide note. Betty Karen Moore was born on the 26th of April 1950 in San Francisco. She had one child, William Allen Watkins, who was part of the People's Temple. She previously lived in San Francisco and was a typist, secretary, kitchen worker, and a cook. Moving to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 10 and worked in agriculture, looking after orchids. Clarence Edward Moore Jr. was born on the 23rd of December 1973 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Linda Teresa Arterberry and had two siblings, Ricardo David Arterberry and Tratis Lynette Arterberry. In addition, his grandfather, Donald Robert Bauer, grandmother and guardian Naomi Esper Johnson, and aunt Verna Lisa Johnson were part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Guyana on the 21st of May 1977 and lived in Cottage 14. Edward Moore was born on the 26th of August 1915 in Clay, Louisiana. His partner was Annie Joyce Rosanko. He lived in Los Angeles and was a laundryman. Moving to Jonestown on the 25th of November 1977, he was a sandwich maker and senior rice sorter and lived in Cottage 28. He continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Leola Kennedy Moorhead was born on the 26th of February 1926 in Hampstead, Arkansas. He lived in Oakland and was a dairy farmer. He moved to Guyana on the 7th of August 1977 and worked in the sewing area, living in Dorm 4. Marcus Emile Morgan was born on the 5th of December 1970 in San Francisco. He was the son of Betty Ann Daniel and Jerry Brown, and had two siblings, Maurice Shante Carter and Steve Nathaniel Daniel III, all of whom were part of a People's Temple. Oliver Morgan Jr. was born on the 5th of September 1949. His partner was Lydia Atkins. He had two children, Zelma Morgan and Rochelle Morgan McGoey, who were not part of a People's Temple. He had not seen them since they were aged 7 and 8 respectively. Both only found out by accident that he was dead when they were aged 14 and 15. Living in La Palma, he was a shipping clerk and Lafayette operator, as well as a musician. Moving to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978, he was an electrician and in the Jonestown band, living in Cottage 31. Pearlie Morris was born on the 29th of January 1922 in Mississippi. Living in San Francisco, she was a practical nurse. She moved to Guyana on the 17th of August 1977 and continued to work as a practical nurse. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Eris Andrew Morrison was born on the 13th of March 1963 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Lugina Morrison and had one sister, Yvonne Morrison. In addition, his grandmother, Bertha Jones Reese, was also in the People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco and was a student. On the 4th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown, and despite only being aged 15, was a field worker as well as a student. Lugina Morrison nee Ephraim was born on the 22nd of June 1927 in Kilgore, Texas. She was the daughter of Bertha Jones Reese and had two children, Eris Andrew Morrison and Yvonne Morrison, both of whom were part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a laundry worker. Moving to Jonestown on the 6th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 2 and was a server in Senior Vice Order. She continued to receive SSA benefits. In a letter to Jim Jones regarding self-criticism on the 7th of November 1978, she wrote, "Dear Dad, it's hard for me to face my elitism. It's even sickening. When I think of 3 out of 4 babies going to bed hungry every night, I just can't see how I think I should eat as much as I want to and have the nerve to criticize the food if it doesn't suit my taste. I should just be thankful that we have plenty of food and none of our babies are going to bed hungry. Yes, I even think of McDonald's hamburgers, fish and chips, ice cream and big bottles of Pepsi Cola. That's a sick fascist elitism. I considered myself all of that, but after hearing the news daily and each day you mention of how blacks, brown and all minority are being tortured and murdered behind the taxes that come from these items, the memory of bourgeoisie luxuries are fading away. I think without news, the study, what's happening in the world around us, our minds would go back to that elitist state instead of following the examples of Jim Jones, our leader." By the way, over loudspeakers, while his slaves worked, Jones used to read what he alleged were from newspapers in the United States of America, but in realities were mere falsifications of reality by a madman, talking about the rise of the Ku Klux Klan and the persecution of minorities in the United States of America. Yvonne Morrison was born on the 12th of October 1959 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Lugina Morrison and had one sister, Eris Andrew Morrison. In addition, her grandmother, Bertha Jones Reese, was part of a People's Temple. She previously lived in Los Angeles and moved to Jonestown on the 6th of August 1977. She was a field worker student, worked in the piggery and was a server. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Pirtle Methodist Cemetery in Pirtle, Texas. Mary Nathaniel Morton was born on the 24th of January 1942 in Florence, South Carolina. She was the daughter of Florence Edith Heath and had one brother, Michael D'Angelo Heath. In addition, her grandmother, Mary Maid Cottingham, and her uncle, Grover Washington, were in the People's Temple. Her husband was Stephen Michael Addison, and her child was Gloria Victoria Parker. Living in Pittsburgh, she was a clerk typist. Moving to Guyana on the 2nd of April 1978, she was a field worker and was skilled in bananas. Eura Lee Moses was born on the 12th of September 1899 in Temple, Texas. She lived in Los Angeles and was an interior decorator. She entered Jonestown on the 14th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 4. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Danny MacArthur Morton was born on the 2nd of December 1956 in San Francisco. He was a security guard and a welder. On the 10th of December 1977, he moved to Jonestown and worked in farm management, overseeing agronomy and compost, but according to FBI records was in security and was a bodyguard for Jim Jones. Glenn Motton was born on the 11th of October 1910 in Greenville, South Carolina. His wife was Viola Mae Moulton, and his children were Winifred Moulton, Russell DeAndrea Moulton, Michael Lavorina Moulton, and he had one grandchild, Lorraine Connor. All of them were in the People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco and worked in shoe repair. Moving to Guyana on the 22nd of August 1977, he worked in family service as shoe repair and was a shoe repair supervisor. He lived in Cottage 32 and continued to receive SSA benefits. His remains were collected and he was buried in Beverly National Cemetery in Beverly, New Jersey. Michael Lavornia Moulton was born on the 15th of April 1973 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He was the son of Winifred Moulton and had one sister, Lauren Connor, who was not part of a People's Temple. In addition, his uncle Russell DeAndrea Moulton and grandparents Viola Mae Moulton and Glenn Moulton were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco on the 28th of August 1977, he entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 33. Pamela Gail Moulton nee Bradshaw was born on the 17th of August 1956 in Syracuse, New York. She was the daughter of Arnold Fay Bradshaw and Virginia Olivia Henry, none of whom were in the People's Temple. Her partner was Russell DeAndrea Moulton, who she married in 1975, and she had one sibling, Sandra Lou Bradshaw, both of whom were part of a People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she was an auto and diesel mechanic. Moving to Jonestown on the 1st of March 1978, she lived in College 25 and worked as a field worker and amongst the medical staff. Her parents outlived her, with her mother dying on the 15th of November 1992 and her father dying on the 22nd of May 2010. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Upsons Corners Cemetery in Palermo in Oswego County in New York. Russell DeAndrea Moulton was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on the 2nd of March 1948. He was the son of Viola Mae Moulton and Glenn Moulton. His wife was Pamela Gail Bradshaw, who he married in 1975. In addition, his nephew Michael Lavorina Moulton was in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, he served in the U.S. Air Force during the Vietnam War. He was then an administrative specialist, farm advisor, optician, painter, and school administrator. On the 29th of June 1976, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 4. There he worked in farm management, was on the agronomy committee, was a supervisor in insecticide control and a supervisor in the herbal kitchen. He was buried in Beverly National Cemetery in Beverly, New Jersey. Viola Mae Moulton nee Clark was born on the 7th of November 1920 in West Palm Beach, Florida. Her husband was Glenn Moulton, who she married in 1939. Her children were Winifred Moulton, Russell DeAndrea Moulton, and Michael Lavorina Moulton, and her grandchild was Lauren Connor. All of them were in Jonestown. Living in Pomona, California, she was a hospital aide and sewer and enjoyed crochet. Living in Cottage 32, she moved to Jonestown on the 22nd of August 1977 and was a letter writer, overseeing correspondence for life. Esther Lillian Muller was born on the 30th of March 1902 in Indianapolis, Indiana. She was the daughter of Randall Stuck and Ella Stuck. Her brothers were Walter Stuck, Paula Stuck, and Emmett Stuck. Her former husband was Earl Frank Muller, and her son was Edward Gilbert Muller. Her husband had married another woman who went to her church. However, she was the only member of her family in Jonestown. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a seamstress. She moved to Jonestown on the 2nd of August 1977 and lived in Combe. In a letter to her family, she wrote that she was going to paradise, and she very rarely wrote to her family or stayed in contact with them while in the United States of America, as well as in Jonestown after joining the People's Temple. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Mary Murphy was born on the 8th of January 1898 in Texas. Moving to Jonestown on the 9th of March 1978, she lived in Norm 4. Deidre Renee Murray was born in Los Angeles on the 13th of April 1968. She was the daughter of Barbara Ann Smith. Her siblings were Yolanda Smith, Stephanie Marie Smith, and Hassan Ali Handler. The entire family was in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco on the 1st of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in College 50. Despite being aged 10 at the time of her death, in addition to being a student, she worked in the bakery. Jane Ellen Mutchusman was born in Racine, Wisconsin on the 27th of December 1947. She was the daughter of Paul Charles Mutchusman and Bernice Marianne Dodd, and had one brother, Charles Dodd Mutchusman. However, she was the only member of her family to be in Jonestown. Her father died on the 15th of May 1948 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Living in San Francisco, she was a trailer mechanic. On the 2nd of March 1978, she moved to Guyana and was a welder. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Gertrude Naylor was born on the 21st of March 1910 in Union Church, Mississippi. Living in Pasadena, she was a laborer and insurance secretary. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown, but she moved to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and was a senior ice sorter. She continued to receive SSA benefits. In a letter to Jim Jones, who she addressed as Dad, she stated, "Dad, I am suing you and I am willing to go and fight for the cause and also do my kindred in. My life has no purpose but to live for socialism, and I am willing to give up my life so socialism will live on." Cardell Neal was born on the 17th of December 1954 in San Francisco. His partner, Marilee Faith Berg, was also in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he was a library teacher. On the 10th of August 1977, he moved to Guyana and was a teacher in the Jonestown School. However, according to FBI records, he also worked in security. He lived in Cottage 8. Enola Mafenya Nilsson, who went by Kay Nee McKelvin, was born in San Antonio, Texas on the 9th of December 1920. She was the daughter of Meister Emmett McKelvin and Emma Wright, neither of whom were part of a People's Temple, nor was her husband Arthur McGilly. However, her brother James Nelson McKelvin, her child Jonelle Louise McGilly Smart, and her grandchildren Tinetra Lades Fain, Alfred Lofton Smart, Scott Cameron Smart, and Terry Lynn Smart were all part of a People's Temple. She had 4 other siblings, none of whom were part of a People's Temple, and 3 had passed away prior to the Jonestown Massacre. Living in Los Angeles, she was a real estate broker and during the Second World War was an arc welder. On the 9th of March 1978, she moved to Guyana, living in Cottage 44 in Jonestown. She undertook numerous roles, including as part of the ACAO, was a business manager and consultant, worked in the Kumaika store, the sewing room, was a counsellor, and was in the Georgetown Personal Exchange. However, according to FBI records, she held a far more senior role as part of a planning commission, was on the Judicial Commission, and was a business committee officer based on photographs from Jonestown. Her brother James Nelson McKelvin also died at Jonestown, while one sibling, Clarence Pierce McKelvin, outlived them and died in Los Angeles on the 15th of July 1990. Her husband, Arthur Allen Livers, died on the 18th of June 1996 in Los Angeles. Her daughter, Jonelle Louise Smartney McGilly, survived Jonestown and died in Indianapolis, Indiana on the 22nd of April 2024. Alan Newell was born in Blanton, Mississippi on the 25th of July 1964. His mother, Hazel Maria Newell, as well as his aunt, Owenita Jones, siblings Shirley Ann Edwards, Cleveland Newell Jr., Herbert Newell, Jennifer Newell, Carl Newell, Christopher Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and cousins Gloria Faye Warren, Janice Marie Warren, Brenda Ann Warren, and first cousin, once removed, Kamala Griffith, as well as his nephew Isaac Edwards Jr., were all part of a People's Temple. His father, Cleveland Newell, was not part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Jonestown on the 28th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 12. Despite being aged 14, he worked in public utilities. His father died on the 11th of November 1981 in Los Angeles. Christopher Newell was born in Blanton, Mississippi on the 10th of July 1961. His mother, Hazel Maria Newell, as well as his aunt, Owenita Jones, siblings Shirley Ann Edwards, Alan Newell, Herbert Newell, Jennifer Newell, Carl Newell, Christopher Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and cousins Gloria Faye Warren, Janice May Warren, Brenda Ann Warren, and first cousin, once removed, Kamala Griffith, as well as his nephew Isaac Edwards Jr., were all part of a People's Temple. His father, Cleveland Newell, was not part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles on the 22nd of August 1977, he attended Opportunity High School. There he played on the Opportunity High School Cobra basketball team. He moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 15, where he worked in the wood crew and as a supplies inspector. His father died on the 11th of November 1981 in Los Angeles. Hazel Marie Newell nee Garner was born on the 15th of June 1927 in Warren County, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Hattie Mae Warren. Her husband was Cleveland Newell. However, neither her husband nor her mother were part of a People's Temple. Her children, Shirley Ann Edwards nee Newell, Christopher Newell, Carl Newell, Alan Newell, Cleveland Newell Jr., Herbert Newell, Carl Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and Jennifer Newell, as well as her grandson, Isaac Edwards Jr., and her nieces, Gloria Faye Warren. Janice Marie Warren, Brenda Ann Warren, and great-niece Kamala Griffith, as well as her sister Anita Jones, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a sharecropper, and the family grew up along US 61 in rural Sharkey County. The family was described as very poor. In the late 1960s, they moved to California and settled down in Los Angeles. Entering Jonestown on the 22nd of August 1977, she lived in dorm 2 and worked in the sewing factory and as a cook. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Riverside National Cemetery in Riverside, California. Her husband, Cleveland Newell, died on the 11th of November 1981 in Los Angeles. Both would be buried together. Hattie Mae Newell died on the 20th of January 1993. Jennifer Newell was born on the 13th of January 1967 in Los Angeles. Her mother, Hazel Maria Newell, as well as her aunt, Onita Jones, siblings Shirley Ann Edwards, Ellen Newell, Herbert Newell, Cleveland Newell Jr., Carl Newell, Christopher Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and cousins Gloria Faye Warren, Janice Marie Warren, Brenda Ann Warren, and first cousin once removed Kamala Griffith, as well as her nephew Isaac Edwards Jr., were all part of a People's Temple. Her father, Cleveland Newell, was not part of a People's Temple. She arrived into Jonestown on the 22nd of August 1977 and lived in College 17. Her father died on the 11th of November 1981 in Los Angeles. Carl Newell was born on the 13th of November 1962 in Mississippi. His mother, Hazel Maria Newell, as well as his aunt, Onita Jones, siblings Shirley Ann Edwards, Alan Newell, Herbert Newell, Jennifer Newell, Christopher Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and cousins Gloria Faye Warren, Janice Mae Warren, Brenda Ann Warren, and first cousin once removed Kamala Griffith, as well as his nephew Isaac Edwards Jr., were all part of a People's Temple. His father, Cleveland Newell, was not part of a People's Temple. It is unknown when he arrived in Jonestown, but he lived in College 28, where he was a field worker, student carpenter, electrical training, insecticide control, and supplies inspector. His father died on the 11th of November 1981 in Los Angeles. Darlene Rudelpha Newman was born in Wichita Falls, Texas on the 13th of March 1948. She was the daughter of Nina Bella Downs and had one sister, Aquinta Evan Devons. Her children were Kenya Lakia Henderson, Lonnie Alexander Newman, Luigi Lemone Newman, and she had one niece, Alicia Yvette Winston. The entire family was part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a postal clerk, teacher's aide, cashier, and a bookbinder. On the 25th of November 1977, she moved to Jonestown, living in College 18, and was a teacher at the Jonestown School. Lonnie Alexander Newman was born on the 11th of January 1973 in Los Angeles. His mother, Darlene Rudelpha Newman, as well as his siblings, Kenya Lakia Henderson, Luigi Lemonnier Newman, cousin Aliza Yvette Winston, aunt Aquinta Yvonne Devers, and grandmother Nina Bella Downs were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he entered Guyana on the 24th of July 1977 and lived in College 13. Luigi Lemonnier Newman was born on the 7th of March 1969 in San Antonio, Texas. He was the son of Darlene Rudelpha Newman. In addition, his siblings Kenya Lakia Henderson, Lonnie Alexander Newman, aunt Aquinta Evan Devers, cousin Alicia Yvette Winston, and grandmother Nina Bell Downs were all part of a People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco. On the 4th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in College 31. Benjamin Keith Newsom was born in Gary, Indiana on the 28th of October 1964. His mother, Jacqueline Newsom, grandmother Ruby Neal Johnson, great-aunt Ida King, aunt Beverly Ann Mitchell, first cousin once removed Wanda Bonita King, uncle Gary Edgar Mitchell, and cousins Danielle Godfrey, Dawn Francine Godfrey, Dominic Godfrey, and Kenneth Darren Godfrey were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he entered Jonestown on the 28th of August 1977 and lived in College 36. Despite being aged 14, he was a field worker as well as a student in Jonestown. Ida Mae Nichols was born on the 31st of July 1900 in McGee, Arkansas. Living in Los Angeles, she was a farmer and a seamstress. Entering Guyana, she lived alone in Jonestown, moving to Guyana on the 2nd of March 1978, and she continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Ferry Lee Norwood was born on the 27th of January 1930 in Muskogee, Oklahoma. She was the daughter of Julia May Gale. She had one brother, Fred Lewis, one daughter, Janona Norwood, and one grandson, Edward Norwood. However, all were not in the People's Temple. However, her aunt, Leomi Wright, Nee McGowan, brother Fred Lewis, daughter, Janona Norwood, nephews Barry Eugene Lewis, Freddie Lee Lewis Jr., and nieces again Roshan Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, Lisa Michelle Lewis, and Karen Lewis were all part of a People's Temple. She was described as an exuberant, wonderful, positive, and inclusive person. She lived in San Francisco and worked as a carpet layer. On the 5th of May 1978, she moved to Jonestown and worked in the sewing area. Jainona Norwood would go on to become a priest and held the annual memorial service for Jonestown victims. Her mother, Julia May Gales, died on the 20th of May 1997. Her brother, Freddie Lee Lewis Sr., died on the 14th of May 2003 in San Francisco. Susan Jane German Noxon was born on the 25th of April 1945 in Anderson, Indiana. She was the daughter of Laura Austin Noxon, nee Richardson, who went by Lolly, who died in Clark County, Virginia on the 1st of December 1974. She lived in San Francisco before moving to Redwood Valley, where she was a licensed vocational nurse. On the 22nd of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 4. She was a field worker and medical librarian. Winnie Zylene O'Brien was born in Oklahoma on the 2nd of February 1899. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a domestic worker. She moved to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977 and was a cook and worked in the Senior Citizen Center. She continued to receive SSA benefits. Bruce Howard Oliver was born on the 18th of March 1958 in San Francisco. Also in Jonestown were his brother, William Sheldon Oliver, his partner, Shanda Michelle Oliver, nee James, who he married in 1977, and his adopted child, Kamari Rosa. His parents, Howard Eugene Oliver and Beverly E. Wilson, were not part of Jonestown. However, Beverly Oliver accompanied Congressman Leo Ryan to Jonestown and was wounded in the Port Kaituma airstrip shooting. Bruce Howard Oliver was a teacher, watch repairer, and youth counsellor. On the 27th of July 1977, he moved to Guyana. In Jonestown, he lived in Cottage Sucks and worked in the family services, watch repairs, and was in day security. In an undated letter to his parents, he stated that he spent half the morning working in the mill making bread and the other half of the day tinkering with watches or swimming. He said it was a nice place and he wanted to spend the rest of his life there, and that the people were nice and friendly. His father died on the 4th of April 2001 in Oakland. Shanda Michelle Oliver, nee James, was born on the 4th of April 1959 in San Francisco. She attended Ukiah High School. She was the daughter of Dorothy James and John James Sr. She had 3 siblings, Ronald D. Val James, Sylvia, Harold, and John James. The entire family was in the People's Temple. In 1977, she married her husband, Bruce Howard Oliver, and they had one adopted child, Kamari Rosa. Living in San Francisco, she was a dental technician. On the 27th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 41. Undertaking numerous roles, she worked in health, education, science, and the healthcare center. Dental entertainment, was in the band, oversaw the personal code, and was among the medical staff. According to FBI records, she was a dentist and was in the entertainment committee. While in Jonestown, she had a fallout with Jim Jones after refusing his sexual advances and was drugged and rendered catatonic as punishment. William Sheldon Oliver, who went by Billy, was born on the 25th of December 1959 in San Francisco. He was the son of Howard Eugene Oliver and Beverly E. Wilson, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. However, his brother, Bruce Howard Oliver, was in Jonestown. However, Beverly Oliver accompanied Congressman Leo Ryan to Jonestown and was wounded in the Port Kaituma airstrip shooting. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Jonestown on the 27th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 15. He worked in security at night. His father died on the 4th of April 2001 in Oakland. Jane Elizabeth Owens was born on the 14th of November 1920 in Little Rock, Arkansas. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook. Moving to Jonestown on the 9th of March 1977, she worked in the laundry and lived in Cottage 5. She continued to receive SSA, DIB, and SSI benefits. Minchkel Peniel Owens was born in San Francisco on the 4th of January 1973. She was the daughter of Joe Ann Carroll. In addition, her grandmother, Ruby Jewel Johnson Carroll, Aunt Betty J. Carroll, uncles Don Carroll, John Lawrence Gardner, Robert Keith Johnson, siblings Randall Earl Carroll, Rondell Jerome Carroll, Wrangell Dwayne Smith Carroll, and cousins Danton John Angelino Carroll and Dante Augustine Carroll III were all in the People's Temple. Living in Berkeley, she moved to Jonestown on the 21st of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. Rhonda Rochelle Page was born in San Francisco on the 10th of February 1954. She was the daughter of Vilma Lee Dance, nee Robertson, and Roy Page. However, her father was not in the People's Temple. Her siblings, Roy Page II, Nadja Dance, Nawanda Janelle Brandon, Ollie B. Dance II, and Circe Llewellyn Dance were all part of the People's Temple. She had one child, Ishii Forston Jr., born in 1974. Her partner was Hue Ishii Forston. Living in Oakland, she was a nurse's aide, student, sales clerk, file clerk, agriculture worker, and a teacher. On the 24th of July 1977, she entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 22. She was a teacher in the Jonestown School. Hue Fortson survived Jonestown and remarried, becoming a minister in Southern California. Beatrice Lucy Parker was born on the 27th of August 1894 in Asheboro, North Carolina. Living in San Francisco, she was a teacher and an infant nurse. On the 2nd of August 1977, she moved to Guyana. It is unknown where she lived, but she was a senior and continued to receive SSA benefits. Bethany Schwarney Parker was born on the 18th of August 1972 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Barbara Jean Walker and her siblings Jerica Racul Walker and Marlone Dietrich Porter were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Jonestown on the 6th of February 1977, but it is unknown where she lived. Gloria Victoria Parker was born on the 7th of February 1970 in Pittsburgh. She was the daughter of Mary Nathaniel Morton. In addition, her grandmother Florence Edith Heath, great-grandmother Mary Marday Cottingham, stepfather Stephen Michael Addison, great-uncle Grover Washington, and uncle Michael D'Angelo Keefe were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Pittsburgh, she moved to Jonestown on the 14th of February 1978 and lived in Cottage 29. J. Warren Parks was born on the 2nd of September 1973. He was adopted by Dale Edwin Parks and Dale Edwin Parks. In addition, his uncles by adoption, Jack Arnold Beam, Joseph Leo Heller III, and his grandfather by adoption, Jack Lovell Beam, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he entered Jonestown on the 17th of April 1977 and lived in Cottage 37. His mother escaped Jonestown while on a medical mission to Venezuela, and his father was one of the defectors, but it is unclear why he was left in Jonestown. Patricia Louise Parks Nee Chagan, who went by Patty, was born in Springfield, Ohio on the 29th of April 1934. She was the daughter of William Chaffin and Daisy F. Fulker, neither of whom were part of a People's Temple. Her partner, Gerald Eugene Parks, children Dale Edwin Parks, Brent Karen Parks, Tracy Lee Parks, and adopted grandson J. Warren Parks were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, she was a telephone operator. Moving to Jonestown on the 29th of March 1978, she lived in Cottage 30 and was a librarian according to FBI records. She was killed on the Port Kaituma airstrip attack. Her remains were claimed and she was buried at Ferncliff Cemetery in Springfield, Clark County, Ohio. Her mother died on the 27th of December 1986, while her father died on the 25th of November 1993. Her daughter Brenda Parks survived the Port Kaituma airstrip shooting and died in Ukiah on the 14th of February 2013. Her partner Gerald Eugene Parks also survived and died on the 1st of November 2022 in Ukiah. Laura B. Paris was born on the 28th of February 1910 in Gates, Tennessee. She lived in San Francisco and was a domestic worker and worked in housekeeping, caning, poultry, was a dietitian, cook, and gardener. She entered Jonestown alone on the 7th of August 1977 and had no family that was part of the People's Temple. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown, but she was a rice sorter and continued to receive SSA benefits. In an undated letter to Jim Jones, she would write, "Socialism is love and trust, and socialism, peace and sharing and living wherever our leader suggests, and loving one another and sticking together like one big family, and not breaking one rule or link. And my mind is made up to die for socialism, peace, happiness and love for everyone, if they are to accept us all. And we have the best leader in the world. I love him dearly. I would be willing to die for what he stands for, and that is socialism. Laurie B. Paris." Jim doesn't only love his family, but he loves all of us too, if you only can believe. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Sunset Memorial Lawn in Northbrook, Illinois. Thomas Joseph Partak was born on the 16th of July 1946 in Joliet, Illinois. He was the son of James and Alice Murray Partak. In the mid-1970s, he joined the People's Temple. His partner was Versi Perkins Conacero. A security guard and gardener, he lived in San Francisco. He was described as a quiet individual, a hard worker with a great smile and had a sense of humour, and was a calm person who was never ruffled. On the 14th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown. He worked in construction as a machinist trainee and in physical therapy and lived in Cottage 21. However, he struggled to adjust to Jonestown and had been on the learning crew since the middle of November 1977 due to criticisms of his work and attitude and desire to return to the United States of America. During a people's rally on the 20th of December 1977, it was noted regarding Partak, still wants to go home, works poorly. He's been on for 1 month and 1 week. He's been very self-destructive. His living area is dirty, and his clothes. He's been openly talking about homosexuality. Dad read something Partak had written that was difficult to understand. Partak told Dad when he was in counselling with Sharon, Amos, that he liked to do segments. In this, Dad was Jim Jones. In the intervening time, he wrote a letter to Jones requesting if he could go home. 5 days later, at the rally on the 25th of December 1977, it was stated, Partak. Still a problem. He thought Dad had sent his letter requesting to go back. He was upset when he found out Dad hadn't sent his letter. During his confrontation, harshness was applied and Partak answered that he would talk against the cause if he went back. Partak remains on learning crew. Jones would chastise him at the same rally, stating, "Oh, don't lie to me. I didn't read your goddamn letter, but I know what your plans are. You're nervous, aren't you, man? You don't know what we might pile on you tonight." The crowd cheered and applauded. Jones continued, "You oughta be glad they ain't all here, though." He then said an unintelligible name and stated, "Would whoop your ass." At a further rally on the 10th of March 1978, it was written in summary, Tom Partak, depressed, nostalgic for San Francisco. Jim asks him if he wants to be dead. Sometimes he says, "Tonight? No, not tonight." Jim ordered strict security on him. However, as 1978 rolled along, it was suggested that his attitude towards Jonestown had changed, and on the 6th of April 1978, it was stated, Tom Partak gets extra candy, better attitude. And on the 10th of April, he noted that he wanted to stay in Jonestown forever. However, Jones would tell Partak that his mother had died while he was in Jonestown, which seems to have changed his perception of Jonestown and made him resound to the fact that there was nothing in the US for him, stating in a letter to Jim Jones, "At one time a couple of months ago, you asked me if I could be trusted to go back to the States, do a mission, and I said, honestly, probably not. Because I thought I might get off the plane and head for Illinois and my family. But since my mum passed away, I don't have that desire much more, and I feel I could be trusted to do the job. Other people who really love Jonestown should stay here and build it up and let me go back. I know you can think up a good plan of action, and I believe I could carry it out. Respectfully, Tom Partak." However, this was a lie, and his mother didn't die until 2009. And she continued to send unanswered letters to her son throughout 1978. His remains were collected, and he was buried at St. Cyril and Methodist Cemetery in Joliet, Will County, Illinois. His mother died in Joliet on the 10th of March 2009. Antonio Jamal Patterson was born in Berkeley on the 25th of June 1969. His mother Diane Lundquist, father Carol Anthony Patterson, aunt Cynthia Pursley and Joan Pursley, as well as his grandmother Marilyn Pursley and sibling Dov Marino Lundquist, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he moved to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977. He lived in Cottage 35. Carol Anthony Patterson, who went by Pat, was born in Fort Worth, Texas on the 13th of August 1948. He was the son of Robert Anthony Patterson and Dorothy Sanderson, both of whom were not part of the People's Temple. His wife, Diane Lundquist, and his child, Antonio Jamal Patterson, were all part of a People's Temple. He was described as friendly and calm and a hard worker and conscientious. Living in Los Angeles, he was a carpenter and electrician, and on the 15th of March 1978 moved to Jonestown and worked in public utilities. Robert Paul Jr., and I do apologize as I couldn't find a picture of him, was born on the 26th of April 1977 in Louisiana. He was the son of Rouletta Brown and Robert Paul. In addition, his aunt, Jocelyn Carter, nee Brown, and uncle Julian Carter, as well as his siblings, Marquess Dwight Rhodes Jr. and Isaac Jerome Rhodes, and cousin Kaiwana May Carter, were all part of the People's Temple. It is unknown where he lived in Jonestown, but he entered Guyana on the 28th of February 1978. His father survived Jonestown and used the train tracks to escape. Lucille Estelle Payenne nee Taylor was born in Danville, Illinois on the 4th of September 1899. She was previously married to Frank Payne, who died in 1969 and was not part of a People's Temple. She was described as a friendly, fun and outspoken individual. Living in Ukiah, she was a secretary and worked in agriculture, poultry, was a housekeeper and worked in commercial law for the People's Temple. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Combe, working as a receptionist in the medical staff, and was in the senior centre. Irvin Ray Perkins Jr. was born on the 20th of November 1970 in San Francisco. He was the son of Maud Esther Gentry Perkins and Irvin Ray Perkins. In addition, his uncle Bruce Edward Turner was in the People's Temple. He entered Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 33. Lenora Martin Perkins was born in Warren, Arkansas on the 7th of April 1913. Her children were Betty Jewel Fountain nee Perkins and Versi Lee Conacero nee Perkins, both of whom were in the People's Temple. In addition, her grandchildren, Jewel Lynn Fountain, who went by Tiny, Frankie J. Fountain, and Angela Maria Conacero, were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a cook, babysitter and domestic worker. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, she worked in the baby nursery and lived in Cottage 44, continuing to receive SSA benefits. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Paradise Memorial Parks in Santa Fe Springs, California. A letter was written to Ambassador John Burke at the Embassy of the United States of America in Georgetown on the 24th of January 1978. Requesting that he and the US government and the Embassy of the United States of America not intervene in the case of Joan Stowen and the issue regarding his adoption, with Tim Stowen claiming parenthood to John, while Jim Jones claimed that he was the father of a child. This ultimately led to Congressman Leo Ryan and the families of defectors travelling to Jonestown. However, personally, I'm kind of doubtful that she wrote the letter, and I think that it was ghost-written. Maud Esther Perkins was born on the 4th of December 1949 in Wharton, Texas. Her mother-in-law was Irvin Ray Perkins, and in addition her child, Irvin Ray Perkins Jr., were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a bank teller, bank secretary, seamstress, designer and farmer. She was described as a feisty and fun person. On the 12th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 43. She was a sewing supervisor and a seamstress. Her husband managed to escape across the train tracks. He tried to find what happened to his wife's remains but was unable to find them. She was found in a building that housed Minas Funeral Home in Dover, Delaware, with the bodies found in 2014. She remained unidentified until this time, and on the 21st of October 2014, her remains were placed into the memorial in the Jonestown Memorial in Oakland, California. Irvin Ray Perkins, who at the time lived in Antioch, California, told the Associated Press that he tried to get a hold of her remains, stating, "There was so much chaos. I never got a chance to get hold of anybody who knew anything exactly, so I just sort of backed off. Somebody just got back to me 37 years later." And he described her as a wonderful wife and a beautiful person. Richard L. Evelyn Perkins nee Smith was born in Wharton, Texas on the 21st of December 1942. Her first husband, Lee Hera Anderson, second husband, Carlos Lee Bell Sr., who she married in 1967, and her third husband, Johnny Perkins, were all not part of a People's Temple. However, her children, James Jerome Anderson, Jerome Dwayne Anderson, Morris Seth Martin Anderson, Marcus Anthony Anderson, Tommy Lee Anderson, Carlos Lee Bell Jr. and Lakita Lashun Franklin were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a waitress, hotel maid, teacher's aide, babysitter, worked in the laundry and was a cafeteria worker. Moving to Jonestown on the 13th of November 1977, she lived in Cottage 16 and was a server. Her second husband died on the 6th of January 2009. Leon Perry was born in Beaumont, Texas on the 8th of August 1917. He was the son of Alexander Perry and Ruby Lee Robertson, both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. He was previously married to Ruby Alice Smith, who he divorced. However, his partner Florence Heath was part of a People's Temple. His children, Michael D'Angelo Heath, stepchild Mary Nathaniel Morton, and step-granddaughter Gloria Victoria Parker, were not part of a People's Temple. He had two children, Veronica Galen Perry and Jacqueline Lee Perry, who were not part of a People's Temple. He lived in San Francisco and was a truck driver, tractor driver, painter, and worked at construction. He was described as a hard worker and helpful and jovial. He cut off contact with much of his family in 1976, becoming convalesced in the People's Temple. On the 10th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 26. There he worked at construction and was a tractor operator. Rosa Lee Peterson was born in Nevada County, Arkansas on the 22nd of October 1900 according to her passport. However, FBI records noted that she was born on the 12th of October 1900. Living in Pasadena, she was a farmer, nurse and cook. Moving to Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 35 and was a senior receiving SSI and SSA benefits while in Jonestown. George Edward Phillips III was born in Pasadena, California on the 2nd of March 1970. He was the son of Viola Bella Duncan. In addition, his siblings Regina Michelle Bowser, Tammy Cheryl Della Usaya, and Michael Donnell Felton, as well as his grandmother Corrie Duncan, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 31. Glindia Polite Bell, who went by Glenda, was born in Texarkana, Arkansas on the 1st of August 1957. She was the daughter of John Isaac Polite and Jesse H. Turner. Living in San Francisco, she was a bank loans clerk, secretary, typist, and nurse's aide. She joined the People's Temple in 1970 and was described as a dedicated and active member. On the 23rd of February 1978, she moved to Jonestown and was on the ACAO and a supervisor of agriculture overseeing orchids. Donna Louise Ponce was born on the 17th of January 1963 in Ukiah, California. She was the daughter of Louis Agnes Ponce, and her siblings were Cynthia Beam and Wages Pitella Letterio, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, she moved to Jonestown on the 19th of August 1977 and lived in Dorm 4. Despite being aged 15, she worked in snacks and in the laundry. In an undated letter, she stated to her grandmother, in a letter which was undoubtedly doctored and faked, "Grandmother, hi, how are you doing? I hope you and everyone else are doing good. I'm doing well, and I'm really happy. I really like Guyanese life. What have you been up to? I've been mainly going to school, I made a lot of friends, and we really have a lot of fun. I've been getting good grades so far. There are a few different foods I have never heard of, like a fruit called the sorcup. It is hard to describe, but all I know is that it is delicious. It is good to eat, it fresh, and also to mash it up and put it in the freezer. It tastes like, it says here sherbet, but I'm pretty sure that was meant to be sorbet. There is also the granadilli. You use the pulp and make cobbler out of it. It tastes better than, but something like peach cobbler. I am sorry to hear that you called the radio station, but since you did, I will not be writing to you anymore. I don't know what you think. All I know is that I love it in Guyana, and I truly am happy. Yours truly, Donna." Most likely, her grandmother called a radio station to discuss the plight of her daughter and what was really going on in Jonestown. Inevitably, she was thereby forced to concoct a falsified vision of Jonestown and write to her grandmother and cut off all communication thereafter. Her remains were collected and she was buried in chapel of the Chimes Cemetery in Santa Rosa, California. Louise Agnes Ponce was born in Modesto, California on the 21st of January 1927. Her partner was Lucioes Bryant, and her children were Donna Louise Ponce and Cynthia Wages Beebe and Robin Wages Piatilla Letterino, all of whom were in the People's Temple. She was the daughter of David Glenn Thompson and Laura Carolyn Thompson, nee Udall, and she had two siblings, Ellen Lorraine Tipton, nee Thompson, and Ralph David Thompson, none of whom were part of the People's Temple. Her brother died on the 7th of January 1950 in San Diego County, California. Living in Ukiah, she was a registered nurse, worked in the ICU, and was a teacher for the People's Temple. On the 19th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 2. In Jonestown, she worked in the healthcare center and provided obstetric guidance, was a nurse, and worked in adult education. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Ukiah Cemetery in Ukiah. Her father died in Ukiah on the 13th of April 1986. Her mother died in California on the 10th of January 1998, while her sister died in Mendocino County on the 20th of February 2007. Oreen Poplin, near Cavanaugh, was born in Rockport, Texas on the 11th of October 1904. Living in San Francisco, she was an airplane mechanic and management supervisor. On the 18th of May 1978, she moved to Jonestown and was a senior, but continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown, and she was on her own in Jonestown. Marlon Dietrich Porter was born on the 20th of February 1974 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Barbara Jean Walker and adopted by Terry Bufford. He had two siblings, Bethany Shawnee Parker and Jerica Raquel Walker, with the entire family in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, he moved to Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977, but it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. Bessie Mae Probert was born in Colfax, Louisiana on the 23rd of November 1915. Living in Los Angeles, she worked in the cotton fields, was a home health aide, licensed psych and technician. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown or where she lived there, but she worked in the medical staff on the treatment table. She lived on her own in Jonestown. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Angelus Rosedale Cemetery in Los Angeles. Jim John Prokes, who went by Kimmo, was the son of Jim Jones and Carolyn Louise Moore Layton. His aunt, Anne Elizabeth Moore, half-siblings Stephanie Jones, Suzanne Jones, Agnes Pauline Jones, Stephen Gundy Jones, James Warren Jones Jr., Lou Eric Jones, Timothy Glenn Tupper Jones, Nee Day, John Moss Brown Jones, John Victor Stowen, as well as his nephews William DeLeon Dean Jones, James Arthur Bishop Jones, Michael Ray Jones, Chalker Warren Jones, and nieces Stephanie Jones, Stephanie Brown, Monielle Myloine Jones, and Marshall Jacole Jones were all part of the People's Temple. However, his sister Stephanie Jones had died in 1959, and Suzanne Jones left the People's Temple by Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, it is unknown when he arrived in Guyana or where he lived in Jonestown. His half-sibling, Suzanne Jones, died on the 22nd of November 2006 in South San Francisco. Eva Hazel Pugh was born in Hancock, Indiana on the 8th of November 1908. She was the daughter of Edward Fouty and Adeline Agnes Fouty nee Drake, who went by Adair. Her partner, James Robert Pugh, was part of the People's Temple. Both married in 1963 and had moved with the People's Temple from Indiana to California. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a cook, care home operator, worked in caning and gardening. She was also responsible for handling the finances of the People's Temple, set up many accounts, and deposited money and monitored tithing and contribution records. On the 24th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. A senior, she worked in the serving area and kitchen, but continued to receive SSA and retirement benefits. James Robert Pugh, who went by Jim, was born in Wapello, Iowa, on the 15th of March 1917. He was the child of Henry Clev Pugh and Amy Rebecca Pugh nee Watson, both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. In 1963, he married Eva Hazel Pugh, and both would move with the People's Temple from Indiana to California. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a laborer working at the Masonite plant in Ukiah, as well as a gardener, writer and a custodian. He entered Guyana on the 24th of August 1977, but it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. He worked in farm management, overseeing crops and handles for tools. Denise Elaine Purifoy nee Hunter was born on the 4th of November 1952 in Sanger, California. She was the daughter of Orville Hunter and Juanita Hunter, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she worked in healthcare, including dietary service at a hospital, and was a care home operator and a painter. Living in Cottage 22 on the 3rd of December 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in the sewing department in the serving area. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Sanger Cemetery in Sanger, California. Kathy Jean Purifay nee Richardson was born on the 27th of February 1959 in Indianapolis, Indiana. She was the child of Virginia Richardson and Joe Richardson. Living in San Francisco, she was an executive secretary and vet's assistant. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, where she lived there and what she did there. Cynthia Purslair was born on the 4th of April 1956 in Oakland. She was the daughter of Marilyn Purslair. Her siblings were Joan Pursley and Diane Lundquist. Her nephews were Jamal Patterson, Jamal Lundquist, and Dov Mario Lundquist. The entire family was in the People's Temple. She was described as a total blessing to her family and a complete delight. Living in Berkeley, she worked in a kitchen. She was developmentally disabled due to Down syndrome and didn't know how to read and write until she was 11. She moved to Jonestown 10 days before the massacre on the 8th of November 1978. It is unknown where she lived there, and she was noted as being developmentally disabled according to Temple records, but continued to receive SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Her remains were collected and she was scattered at sea. Estella May Railback was born on the 22nd of February 1904 in Telephone, Texas. And yes, that is a city. She was the daughter of Alexander Railback, who died in 1955. She had 3 siblings, one of whom, Willie David Railback, died in 1959. She had one daughter, May Catherine Griffith, who was part of the People's Temple and died at Jonestown. Moving to Guyana on the 14th of August 1977, she was a senior receiving SSA benefits and lived in Cottage 19. Her brother, Lucius Coleman Railback, died on the 26th of December 1989, and her other brother, Theodore Railback, died in 1996. Darlene Elizabeth Ramy was born on the 30th of September 1959. Her mother, Jessamine Harris, as well as her guardian, Alietta Arnold, and her partner, John Raphael Cobb, as well as her child, Marshawn Cobb, were all part of a People's Temple. Her sister, Glenda Randolph, was not part of a People's Temple. She loved dancing. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 12th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 14. In Jonestown, she was a baby nurse and worked in the bakery. Her child, Marshawn Cobb, was born in Jonestown. Robert Louis Rankin was born on the 19th of October 1939 in Jellicoe, Tennessee. He lived in Redwood Valley and was a carpenter as well as working in a forging plant, auto plant, and in construction. On the 7th of January 1978, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 35. While in Jonestown, he was subjected to tests on communism and the geopolitical situation at the time, as well as analysing the writings of Malcolm X, who he referred to as Brother Malcolm. According to Temple records, he worked in public utilities. However, according to FBI records, he was amongst the archery team as part of the Jonestown security and likely prevented people from leaving Jonestown during the White Night. Kenneth Bernard Reed was born in Shreveport, Louisiana on the 20th of April 1960. He was the son of Audrey Mae Bowie, who died when he was 2, and Nathaniel Reed. However, he was adopted by Eddie Lee Dennis and Adair Dennis, and his legal guardian was Martha Klingman. His grandmother, Willie Lee Graham, and adoptive siblings Eluette Dennis, Gabrielle Dennis, and Ronnie Dennis were all in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he moved to Jonestown on the 20th of December 1974. Living in Cottage 45 in Jonestown, he was a supplies inspector, worked in the bakery and in the Alaskan sawmill. Willie Bell Millen Reed was born on the 8th of March 1913 in Lincoln, Alabama. Her sister, Ophelia Millen Rogers, was in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. Moving to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977, she was a sandwich maker living in Dorm 5. She continued to receive SSA benefits. Bertha Jones Reese was born on the 18th of April 1909 in Texas. Her daughter, Lugina Morrison, and her grandchildren Yvonne Morrison and Eris Andrew Morrison were all in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a power machine operator and a housekeeper. Moving to Jonestown on the 25th of November 1977, she became a senior ice sorter, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Pirtle Methodist Cemetery in Pirtle, Texas. B.L. Reeves was born on the 11th of January 1889 in Mississippi. Living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress. She moved to Jonestown on the 29th of July 1977. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Asha Tabia Rhea was born on the 27th of January 1977 in San Francisco. Her father was Jerome Othello Rhee Jr. and her mother was Patricia Ann Holly Rhee. Both of them died in Jonestown. She lived in Ukiah, California and moved to Guyana on the 18th of November 1977. Jerome Othello Rhee Jr. was born on the 30th of March 1952 in Baltimore, Maryland. His wife was Patricia Ann Holly Rhea, who he married in 1976, and his daughter was Asha Tabia Rhea. Living in Ukiah, he worked in construction and was a carpenter as well as a musician. Moving to Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978, he lived in College 12. He worked in the sawmill tent in the Alaskan sawmill and was in the band playing the bass guitar. Patricia Ann Holly Rhea, who went by Pat, was born on the 18th of November 1957. In Seattle, Washington. In 1976, she married her husband, Jerome Othello Rhea Jr., and had one child, Asha Tabia Rhea. She lived in San Francisco, where she was an electrical apprentice. Moving to Jonestown on the 18th of November 1977, she was an electrician and lived in Dorm 5. She continued to receive AFD SOI and SSI benefits. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Lincoln Memorial Cemetery in Sutherland, Maryland. Isaac Jerome Rhodes was born on the 13th of July 1971 in Redwood Valley. He was the son of Rouletta Brown. In addition, his stepfather, Robert Paul, Uncle Michael Julian Carter, Aunt Jocelyn Carter, nee Brown, siblings Marquess Dwight Rhodes Jr. and Robert Paul Jr., as well as his cousin, Kaiwana May Carter, were all in the People's Temple. On the 18th of July 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 8. Marcus Dwight Rhodes Jr. was born on the 21st of August 1970 in Redwood Valley. He was the son of Rouletta Brown. In addition, his stepfather Robert Paul, Uncle Michael Julian Carter, Aunt Jocelyn Carter, nee Brown, siblings Isaac Jerome Rhodes and Robert Paul Jr., as well as his cousin Kaiwana May Carter, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco on the 18th of July 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 31. Odenia Adams Robertson was born on the 10th of March 1905 in Shreveport, Louisiana. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. On the 7th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 4. Was in letter writing as part of Correspondence for Life. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Gladys Amir Roberts was born on the 22nd of September 1900 in Tom Green County, Texas. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker and moved to Jonestown on the 19th of August 1977 and worked as a rice sorter living in Dorm 4. She continued to receive SSA benefits. Benjamin O'Neill Robinson was born on the 30th of June 1953 in Atlanta, Georgia. He was the son of Willie Maud Harris, who was part of the People's Temple. His aunts, Constance Harris Jones, Dorothy Peel Solomon, sister Dorothy Leshnier Harris, and cousins Doris Henry Solomon, Psychiera Lishina Solomon, and first cousin once removed, Jaquiz Chantre Turner, were all in the People's Temple. His partner was Shirley Ann Robinson, who was part of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, he entered Guyana on the 10th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 12. In the US, he was a musician and auto mechanic. In Jonestown, he was part of a wood crew and worked in the bakery. Gregory Allen Robinson, who went by Greg, was born on the 21st of October 1951 in Burbank. He was the son of Gail Harvey Robinson and Beverly Jane Robinson, nee Greerware. Graduating from Burbank High School, he became a photographer at the San Francisco Examiner in 1976. He traveled to Jonestown with Congressman Leo Ryan as part of the media, taking photographs of the San Francisco Examiner. He would be murdered at the Port Kaituma airstrip shooting. He was buried at Evergreen Cemetery. His father died in Burbank on the 16th of February 2006, while his mother died on the 11th of January 2003. Leocia Robinson was born on the 11th of May 1919 in Spring Ridge, Louisiana, living in San Francisco. He was a truck driver. It is unknown when he moved to Jonestown and where he lived there. Orlando Demetric Robinson was born on the 1st of August 1965 in Los Angeles. Her mother, Mary Alice Johnson, who went by Ali, as well as her siblings James Douglas Johnson, Bianca Rena Cameron, Felawanta Thaisa Finlay, and Lucretia Yvette Finlay were all in the People's Temple. On the 22nd of October 1977, she moved to Jonestown. Shirley Ann Robinson was born on the 24th of December 1955 in Jacksonville, Georgia. Her husband was Ben Robinson. In addition, her niece, Jaquise Chaudria Turner, was in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a waitress. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown. There, she was a new arrivals inspector. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Anthony Eugene Rochelle was born on the 30th of March 1972 in San Francisco. His mother, Tommy Charloine Rochelle, stepfather Johnny Franklin, aunt Jackie Rochelle, and siblings Kim Dwight Rochelle, Christopher Darnell Franklin, and cousin Yvonne Renee Stanley were all in the People's Temple. It is unknown when he moved to Jonestown or where he lived there. Jackie Rochelle Nee Franklin was born in Kansas City, Missouri on the 20th of April 1956. Her mother, Evola Jones Nee Hutton. Her sister, Tommy Charloine Rochelle, as well as her children, Yvonne Renee Stanley, Christopher Darnell Franklin, Kim Dwight Rochelle, and her nephew, Anthony Eugene Rochelle, were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a secretarial seamstress, baker, and nurse's aide. Moving to Guyana on the 15th of March 1978, she lived in Cottage Free and worked in the field sewing department, was a field worker, and worked in the orchids. She continued to receive AFDC benefits while in Jonestown. Her mother died on the 30th of May 1997. Kim Dwight Rochelle was born in Warren, Arkansas on the 6th of January 1967. His mother was Tommy Charlene Rochelle and his stepfather was Johnny Franklin. In addition, his siblings Christopher Darnell Franklin, Anthony Eugene Rochelle, aunt Jackie Rochelle, and cousin Yvonne Renee Stanley were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco on the 27th of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 8. Tommy Charlene Rochelle was born on the 28th of November 1950 in Crossett, Arkansas. Her sister was Jackie Rochelle and her partner was Johnny Franklin. In addition, her children Christopher Darnell Franklin, Kim Dwight Rochelle, and Anthony Eugene Rochelle, as well as her niece Yvonne Renee Stanley, were all in the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and was a dental assistant. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Cottage 4 and worked amongst the medical staff as a clinical specialist. Mary Flavia Rogers was born on the 16th of September 1892 in Minden, Louisiana. She lived in Los Angeles and was a seamstress. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, she was a cook and continued to receive SSA benefits. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. With her remains unclaimed, she was found in a building that housed Miners Funeral Home in Dover, Delaware, with the bodies found in 2014. She remained unidentified until this time, and on the 21st of October 2014, her remains were placed into a memorial in the Jonestown Memorial in Oakland, California. Mary Johnson Rogers was born on the 25th of January 1926 in Colfax, Louisiana. Her children, Gary D'Artes Johnson, who went by Poncho, Ira Jean Johnson, Ted Holliday, and grandson Derek Denmore Johnson were all part of a People's Temple. However, her son Bennett Rogers was not part of a People's Temple. She was described by Bennett Rogers as loving her children more than anything in the world. Living in San Francisco, having moved there to give her children a better life, she was a cook and nurse's aide. On the 14th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 5. She was a cook and continued to receive welfare and VA compensation. She was cremated and her remains were claimed by Jonestown survivor Laura Johnston Cole. Ophelia Millen Rogers was born on either the 26th of December 1920, according to her passport, or the 16th of December 1920, according to the Social Security Administration. She was born in Lincoln, Alabama. Her siblings Willie Bell Millen Reed was also in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a canner and nurse's aide. On the 11th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 5, working as a sandwich maker. Edith Frances Roller was born on the 18th of December 1915 in Mount Harris, Colorado. Living in San Francisco, she taught English in college, was a writer, public speaker, and worked in computer operation. On the 17th of January 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 48. She worked in adult education and oversaw letter writing. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. While in Jonestown, she kept a 3,000-page journal revealing much about the insanity of Jonestown, including what was discussed about during meetings, the punishments inflicted on others, including the box, and the arrival of people into Jonestown. These notes were both handwritten and typed. Dorothy Jean Rollins was born in Martinez, California on the 10th of January 1956. She was the daughter of Mary Rollins, who was not part of the People's Temple. Her brother Samuel Lee Johnson was in the People's Temple. Living in Richmond, California, she was a typist and clerical worker. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 50. There she was a field worker, particularly working in citrus and wing beans. Marguerite Yvette Romano was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on the 5th of February 1973. Her mother was Margaret Virginia Davis née Romano. Her siblings were Celeste Davis, Jelena Maxine Davis, Joanna Danielle Davis, and Renee Sylvia Romano. The entire family was in the People's Temple and would die in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 23. Renee Sylvia Romano was born on the 23rd of April 1971 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Her mother was Marguerite Virginia Davis née Romano. His siblings were Celeste Davis, Jelena Maxine Davis, Joanna Danielle Davis, and Margarita Yvette Romano. The entire family was in the People's Temple and would die in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco on the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. Gloria Yvonne Primus Rosa was born on the 12th of February 1956 in Houston, Texas. Her mother was Minnie Magdalene Loyles née Williams. In addition, her husband, Santiago Alberto Rosa, and children Furman Riley Rosa and Kamari Rosa were all in the People's Temple. It is unknown where she lived in the US, but she was a computer operator. Entering Guyana on the 6th of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 13 and worked in the Suring area. Kamari Rosa was born on the 7th of March 1978 in Jonestown. Her mother, Gloria Gavon Primes Rosa, grandmother, Minnie Magdalene Loyles née Williams, and adoptive mother, Shanda Oliver, as well as her father, Santiago Albert Rosa, and her brother, Furman Riley Rosa, were all in the People's Temple. Santiago Alberto Rosa was born in Honduras on the 2nd of December 1954. His wife was Gloria Yvonne Piemes Rosa, who he married in 1976, and he had two children, Furman Riley Rosa and Kamari Rosa. The entire family would die in Jonestown. It is unknown where he lived in the US, but he was a manager and arc welder. On the 6th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 13. Though he was a cook but continued to receive unemployment benefits. Furman Riley Rosa was born in San Francisco on the 20th of October 1976. He was the son of Gloria Yvonne Primes Rosa and Santiago Albert Rosa. In addition, his sibling Kamari Rosa and grandmother Magdalene Lyles née Williams were all in Jonestown. On the 23rd of July 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 3. Kay Rosas was born on the 19th of June 1940 in Los Angeles, living in Redwood Valley. She was a nurse's aide, kitchen helper, and housekeeper. She was disabled, but it was never identified what disability she had. Moving to Guyana on the 12th of August 1977, she lived in Dorm 1 and worked in the night shift kitchen. While in Jonestown, she was bullied relentlessly by Jones for expressing her opinions, was humiliated both mentally and physically, put into the box for punishment numerous times, including having a huge snake put on her neck when she had a fear of snakes, as well as a snake put into the box. Elsia Zilpha Ross was born on the 15th of July 1889 in Minden, Louisiana. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 2. In Jonestown, she worked in the Senior Citizen Center. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. In a letter to Jim Jones, referring to him as Dad, in May 1978, she wrote, "Dear Dad, I feel in my heart what you are going through, and if there's anything I can do, let me know. You are going through all this to save us and give us our freedom. I will die fighting and will carry someone with me. I want to take some of our traitors." Annie Joyce Lozinko was born on the 2nd of June 1924 in Cranford, New Jersey. Her husband, Vitalaire Lozinko, was not part of the People's Temple. However, while in Jonestown, she fostered a relationship with Edward Moore and had two children through Lozinko Christian Leo Lozinko and Michael Thomas Lozinko, who were both in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a seamstress and a registered nurse. On the 21st of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 18. According to records of the People's Temple, she was a supervisor nurse and worked in the special care unit. However, FBI records noted she was a registered nurse and among the medical staff. Christian Leo Lozinko was born on the 20th of May 1954 in Seattle, Washington. He was the son of Annie Joyce Lozinko and Vitale Lozinko. However, his father was not part of the People's Temple. His brother, Michael Thomas Lozinko, was part of the People's Temple. He would have have multiple partners, including Diane Louie and Marfia Hicks. Living in San Francisco, he was a construction worker. On the 21st of July 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 4. There he worked in construction and transportation, looking after the electrics, and was also an agricultural worker looking after insecticides and chemicals. Michael Thomas Lozinko was born on the 12th of September 1956 in Seattle, Washington. He was the son of Annie Joyce Lozinko and Vitale Lozinko. However, his father was not part of the People's Temple. His brother Christian Leo Lozinko was also in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a photographer and darkroom technician. On the 21st of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown, but it is unknown where he lived there. He was a part-time field worker and also worked in public utilities. However, according to FBI records, he also worked in security as part of the archery team, preventing people from leaving Jonestown, including during the White Night. Lula Ruben was born on the 1st of June 1907 in Shreveport, Louisiana. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker and worked at a cotton farm. By the time she moved to Jonestown, she was a widow. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 5. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. According to Roller's journal, she had beaten up Kay Rossas when she was overheard saying to Jones, "Goddamn, Dad, I wish I hadn't come." Elizabeth Ruggiero was born in Flushing, New York on the 8th of August 1954. She was the daughter of Antonio Ruggiero and Margaret Clemente, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. She had three sisters, Rosine Ruggiero and Mary Louise McGann, the Ruggiero, who was part of the People's Temple, and Catherine Ruggiero, who was not part of the People's Temple. Living in Eagle Rock, California, she was a registered nurse. On the 9th of March 1977, she moved to Jonestown. There she worked in the medical staff. According to the FBI, health education was in the healthcare center and worked in the pharmacy as well as a nurse. Rosine Ruggiero was born on the 12th of June 1959 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Antonio Ruggiero and Margaret Clemente, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. She had three sisters, Elizabeth and Mary Louise McGarney Ruggiero, who was part of the People's Temple, and Catherine Ruggiero, who was not part of the People's Temple. She had one nephew, Michael Angelo McGann, who was in the People's Temple. Living in Eagle Rock and working as a photographer, she moved to Jonestown on the 4th of November 1977. In Jonestown, she worked in the security in the tower and in the graphic shop. Julie Ann Runnels was born in Tarrant County, Texas on the 13th of September 1966. Her guardian was Pauletta Karen Jackson E. Kelly, as she was a foster child, with her guardian, Pauletta Karen Jackson, also dying at Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was described as a bright and curious girl. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 27. She was described by survivors as fighting and spitting out the flavor aid cyanide in a desperate attempt to survive before she was injected with the cyanide. Her aunt kept her ashes. Now, Congressman Leo Joseph Bryan won't be discussed in this video. There is some amazing content out there on him, and he deserves his own video. So please go onto one of those videos or read up on him if you want to see what the epitome of a hero is, and if more politicians were like him, and I truly do mean this, not only the world, but democracy would be a far, far better thing. Linda Kalisa Sadler was born on the 9th of March 1957 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide. On the 8th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana. She worked in the medical staff amongst administration. David Anthony Sanders, who went by Ant, was born on the 1st of May 1969 in California. He was the son of Betty Jewel Fountain Nee Perkins and had two siblings, Frankie J. Fountain and Jewel Lynn Fountain, who went by Tiny. All of them would die in Jonestown. Dorothy Jean Sanders Nee Lawson was born in Pittsburgh, California on the 10th of June 1947. Her partner was Douglas Sanders, who also died in Jonestown. Living in Bakersfield, California, she was a post office clerk. Moving to Guyana on the 16th of November 1977, she worked in childcare in the baby nursery and lived in Cottage 36. Douglas Sanders was born in Bakersfield, California on the 27th of June 1970. His partner was Dorothy Jean Sanders, who was also in Jonestown. Living in Bakersfield, he worked numerous jobs, including as an electrician, power plant operator, light crane operator, and a truck driver. On the 16th of November 1977, he moved to Guyana. He lived in Cottage 36. Based on People's Temple records, he was an electrician, truck driver, and transport supervisor. However, according to FBI records, he was an electrician and worked in security. He was considered to be on the basketball team, but was judged to be too short. court. Ironically, had he been on the basketball team, which was in Georgetown at the time of the massacre, he would have survived. Flora Bell Sanders was born on the 23rd of April 1910 in Talatouchia County in Mississippi. Her child, Florence Sanders, and grandson, Roddy Dwayne Berryman, were all part of the People's Temple. She lived in Ukiah and was a welder. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dormfui. There she was a senior and received SSI and SSA benefits. Alida Rosa Santiago was born on the 27th of March 1958 in New York. Living in San Francisco, she worked in mechanics and arts and craft. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 18, working in field work and public utilities. Lawrence Eugene Schacht was born in Houston, Texas on the 2nd of October 1948. He was the son of Elsa Leonard Schacht and Mona Kessler, neither of whom were part of the People's Temple. He had a troubled upbringing and was a former meth addict. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a doctor. On the 17th of July 1977, he moved to Guyana. According to People's Temple records, he worked in health education as a doctor and oversaw herbs and experimental medicine. However, according to FBI records, he was on the explosives committee. Indeed, he was the only doctor in Jonestown and was the individual who came up with the idea of using cyanide on the 8th of November while researching ways that everybody could commit mass suicide. He also prescribed medicines to Jones who would abuse them. At first, he tried growing cultures of toxic bacteria that caused botulism and staph infections, but he couldn't grow enough to kill everyone, leading him to resort to cyanide, stating to Jones, "Cyanide is one of the most rapidly acting poisons. I had some misgivings about its effectiveness, but from further research I have gained more confidence in it, at least theoretically. I would like to give about 2 grams to a large pig to see how effective our batch is, to be sure we don't get stuck with a disaster like would occur if we used thousands of pills to sedate the people and the cyanide was not good enough to do the job. Cyanide may take up to 3 hours to kill, but usually it is within minutes." While it was never revealed what happened to the pig, he had ordered 1 pound or 450 grams of sodium cyanide from a chemical company in California, enough to kill 1,800 people. Indeed, his former teenage girlfriend, Linda Hopkins Loie Crutchfield, would describe him as a murderer. Angelique Marie Scheid was born on the 13th of October 1965 in Long Beach, California. She was the daughter of Mary Ann Duffin Scheid, née Casanova, and Donald Eugene Scheid Sr. Her siblings were Donald Eugene Scheid Jr., Diane Elizabeth Scheid, and Sophia Lauren Casanova, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she entered Guyana on the 1st of August 1977. Her mother died in Glendale, Los Angeles on the 28th of April 2022. She was buried in All Souls Cemetery in Long Beach, California. Her sibling Diane Scheid survived Jonestown. Donald Eugene Scheid was born on the 22nd of July 1961 in Long Beach. He was the son of Mary Ann Duffin Scheid, née Casanova, and Donald Eugene Scheid Sr. His siblings were Angelique Marie Scheid, Diane Elizabeth Scheid, and Sophia Loren Casanova. The entire family was in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he entered Guyana on the 28th of April 1977, where he worked in construction and transportation, intercoms and speakers, procurement and electronics as a supervisor. He lived in Cottage 6. His mother died in Glendale, Los Angeles on the 28th of April 2022. He was buried in All Saints Cemetery in Long Beach. His sibling Diane Scheid survived Jonestown. Deborah Frey Schroeder, née Jensen, who went by Debbie, was born on the 12th of July 1949 in Long Beach. Her first husband, Ernest Schroeder, was not part of the People's Temple. However, her partner, Thomas William Johnson, and her child, Tad Schroeder, were all part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she worked in preschool education, was a gardener and sewer, worked in embroidering, woodwork, was a baker, assembly line worker, and a typist. Moving to Guyana on the 1st of August 1977, she lived in Cottage 7 and worked in family services, in miscellaneous services of a library, and was a teacher in the Jonestown School. She lived in Cottage 7. Tad Schroeder was born in Ukiah on the 27th of October 1973. He was the son of Ricky Schroeder and Deborah Faye Schroeder, and his stepfather was Thomas William Johnson III. Living in San Francisco on the 1st of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown. It is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. Pauline Scott was born on the 30th of April 1921 in St. Albans, West Virginia. Living in Los Angeles, she was a housewife. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 33 and was the supervisor of Cottage 34. She was a part-time field worker and worked in the soap factory but continued to receive SSA benefits. Marvin Wesley Sellers was born on the 9th of April 1963 in Trenton, New Jersey. His birth mother was Alta Sellers and his guardians were Claire Elaine Gennaro and Richard Mario Gennaro. And his guardian siblings were Darren Richard Gennaro and Maury K. Gennaro, all of whom were part of the People's Temple. He was described as an awesome and enthusiastic young man who lit up the room whenever he entered. On the 27th of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 52. Despite only being aged 15, he was a minor and worked as a medical staff treatment nurse. Rose Sharon was born in Virginia on the 22nd of July 1907. In the US, she lived in San Francisco and was a domestic worker. On the 14th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 4, working in a sewing factory. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Mary Louise Shavers was born in Plaquemine, Louisiana, on the 19th of October 1925. Living in Ukiah, she was a cook. On the 23rd of July 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 2, working in the laundry. Her remains were claimed by her next of kin. Rose Jartis Shelton was born on the 21st of October 1902 in St. Louis. She was the only person in her family in the People's Temple, abandoning both her husband Clement Hunter and her daughter Angela Hunter to join the People's Temple. She was the daughter of William Shelton and Sarah Shelton. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a cosmetologist. On the 3rd of April 1977, she moved to Jonestown. There she lived in the East House and worked in the sewing factory and in inspections. She continued to receive SSA benefits. She was described as the taskmaster, taking care of the things that Jim Jones needed. This included beating Laura Johnston Cole and stating in an audio tape, "How come you can't keep your mouth shut and do your work, huh? How come you can't keep your mouth shut and do your work?" In a letter to Jones, she would state, "Another fault is that I miss soda, candy pie, etc., which I shouldn't miss at all. The way I can prevent this is on agricultural Sunday work extra hard, and I think everyone else should do because this produces more. Not only for sweet stuff do we only work for, but to make our community become more advanced." Aisha Kizawanda Simon was born on the 30th of June 1976 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Melaine Wanda Simon and Michelangelo Simon, both of whom were part of the People's Temple. In addition, her grandmothers Pauline Louise Simon, nee Marby, Alina Hector, uncles Anthony Joseph Simon, Jerome Mark Simon, and grandfathers Edward Hector and Albert Simon, as well as her sibling Zatis Lena Simon, were all part of the People's Temple. However, she had two aunts, Pandora Williams and Jacinta Powers, and one uncle, Kevin Powers, who were not part of the People's Temple. On the 24th of July 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 3. Alvin Harold Simon Jr. was born on the 8th of October 1972 in San Francisco. He was the son of Bonnie Jean Simon and Alvin Harold Simon. In addition, his aunt Sue Grimm, grandfather Joseph Simon, and uncle Ronald Windus Grimm, as well as his sisters Crystal Michelle Simon and Summer Renace Simon, as well as his cousin Tina Lynn Grimm, were all part of the People's Temple. On the 17th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 13. Alvin Harold Simon Sr. was born on the 13th of January 1945 in Middleton, Ranchera, California. He was the son of Joseph Simon, who was also in the People's Temple, and had a sibling, Sue Grimm, and his partner, Bonnie Jean Simon, who he married in 1969, all of whom were in the People's Temple. His children were Alvin Harold Simon Jr., Crystal Michelle Simon, and Summer Renee Simon, and he had a niece, Tina Lynn Grimm, who were all in the People's Temple. His mother, Carolyn Simon Nee Lowell, died on the 2nd of August 1969 in Middleton, Lake County, California, and was never a member of the People's Temple. Living in Cotati, California, he was an auto mechanic as well as a heavy equipment operator, ranch operator, and carpenter. On the 17th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 45. In Jonestown, he worked in construction, heavy equipment, land clearing, part-time tower security, worked at the sawmill, and according to FBI records, was in the archery team. During speeches by Jim Jones, he made it clear that he was against revolutionary suicide, stating, "I feel all the children here should have a right to live, to carry on." He wanted to defect with the defectors and his 3 children, but his wife made an emotional plea that was recorded and rescinded his decision to leave.
You bring those kids back here! Hold on. You bring them back! One second. Don't you take my kids! Hold on a second. Wait, Bonnie, wait. You're not taking my kids!
Congressman Leo Ryan agreed to stay and clear the custody issue with Alvin Simon Jr., but was then stabbed, forcing him to leave. Equally, he couldn't find his child, Alvin Simon Jr., and he said, "I'm going to get him. I'll be right back." But he didn't return, and the party had to leave without him. Anthony Joseph Simon was born on the 22nd of July 1954 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Pauline Louise Simon, nee Marby, and Albert Simon. He had 2 siblings, Jerome Mark Simon and Michelangelo Simon, all of whom were part of the People's Temple. He had 2 nieces, Aisha Kizawanda Simon and Zitese Lena Simon. The entire family was part of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, he was a security guard. On the 18th of March 1974, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage Sucks. He was one of the first members of the People's Temple to volunteer to go to Jonestown. He was described as a very hard worker. He worked with small animals and poultry, but was amongst the airstrip shooters at Port Kaituma. Barbara Ann Simon was born on the 11th of October 1955 in San Francisco. Her twin, Marsha Ann Simon, as well as her niece, Camilla Tiffany Tom, were all part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was an upholsterer. On the 17th of January 1978, she moved to Jonestown, where she worked in farm management, was part of a new brigade in the afternoon, and worked in public utilities. Bonnie Jean Simon was born in Medina, Ohio, on the 23rd of March 1949. She was the daughter of Hilda Eudine Young, nee McNissy. Her partner was Alvin Howard Simon, who she married in 1969. Her children were Alvin Howard Simon Jr., Crystal Michelle Simon, Summer Renee Simon, and her niece was Tina Lynn Grimm. She lived in Cotati, California, and was a store clerk, bookkeeper, and bank teller. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 45. In Jonestown, she worked in the serving area and worked in security at night. Her husband wanted to defect with defectors and his 3 children, but Bonnie Simon made an emotional plea that was recorded and rescinded the decision to leave. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Simon Gravesite in Middleton, Lake County, California. Her mother died on the 7th of May 2010 in Boise, Idaho. Crystal Michelle Simon was born in San Francisco on the 1st of July 1974. She was the daughter of Alvin Harold Simon Sr. and Bonnie Jean Simon. In addition, her aunt Sue L. Grimm, grandfather Joseph Simon, and uncle Ronaldo Windus Grimm, as well as her siblings Alvin Harold Simon Jr. and Summer Renee Simon, as well as her cousin Tina Lynn Grimm, were all part of the People's Temple. On the 17th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown, living in Cottage 23. Jerome Mark Simon was born on the 17th of April 1958 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Pauline Louise Simon, nee Marby, and Albert Simon. His siblings Anthony Joseph Simon, Michelangelo Simon, and nieces Aisha Kizawanda Simon and Zatise Lena Simon were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he worked at construction. On the 15th of March 1978, he entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 4. He was a treatment nurse amongst the medical staff. Joseph Simon was born in Middleton, California on the 20th of August 1916. His children Alvin Harold Simon Sr. and Sue Grimm, as well as his grandchildren Alvin Harold Simon Jr., Crystal Michelle Simon, Summer Renee Simon, and Tina Lynn Grimm were all part of the People's Temple. He was a rancher, heavy equipment operator, and a carpenter. On the 17th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 52, working in construction, was an inspector in the agricultural department, a tractor mechanic, and worked in the sawmill. He continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. According to Reddit, Jose was to escape with Al Simon and two of his grandchildren, but Al Simon was unable to find Al Simon Jr., and he never came back, leading Jose to make his way back to the compound as the defectors left. Marcia Ann Simon was born on the 11th of October 1955 in San Francisco. Her twin Barbara Ann Simon and her partner Robert Homer Stroud, as well as her child Camilla Tiffany Tom, were all part of the People's Temple. She lived in San Francisco and was a gardener. On the 17th of January 1978, she moved to Jonestown. While in Jonestown, she made dolls. Melania Wanda Simon was born on the 7th of November 1955 in New Orleans. She was the daughter of Lena Hector and Edward Hector and had 8 siblings. She was described as a shy and carefree individual and was called Old Lady Sucky, as she was calm and reserved even as a young child. She attended Washington High School in Los Angeles and was a member of a drum and bugle team. Her partner Michelangelo Simon and children Aisha Kizawanda Simon and Zatise Lena Simon were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide. On the 24th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and was a cook. She lived in Cottage 01C01. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Paradise Memorial Park, Santa Fe Springs, California. Pauline Louise Simon, nee Marbeer, was born in Chicago, Illinois on the 6th of November 1932. Her partner was Albert Simon and her children were Anthony Joseph Simon and Jerome Mark Simon, as well as Michelangelo Simon. Her grandchildren were Aisha Kizwanda Simon and Zatise Lena Simon, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a typist. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 24 and was a teacher. Summer Renee Simon was born on the 29th of June 1976 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Bonnie Jean Simon and Alvin Harold Simon. In addition, her aunt Sue Grimm, grandfather Joseph Simon, uncle Ronaldo Windus Grimm, cousin Tina Lynn Grimm, and siblings Alban Harold Simon Jr. and Crystal Michelle Simon were all in Jonestown. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 3. Zatisa Lena Simon, and I do apologise as there is no picture of him, was born on the 13th of March 1978. He was the son of Melania Wanda Simon and Michelangelo Simon. In addition, his grandmothers Pauline Louise Simon, nee Marby, and Lena Hector, as well as his uncles Anthony Joseph Simon and Jerome Mark Simon, and grandfathers Edward Hector and Albert Simon, as well as his sister Aisha Kizwanda Simon, were in the People's Temple. Dorothy Georgina Simpson, nee Clark, was born on the 2nd of September 1922 in St. Ignatius, Montana. She was the daughter of Walter John Clark, who died on the 20th of March 1925 in St. Ignatius, Montana, and Catherine Elizabeth Dumont, nee Matt, who died in St. Ignatius on the 18th of January 1939. She had 2 siblings, Warren O. Clark, who died on the 16th of March 1971, and Olive Marie Cotton, nee Clark, who died in Spokane in Washington on the 31st of August 1983. She had 2 half-siblings, Grover Eugene Dumont, who died on the 11th of January 1994 in Polson, Montana, and Donald Peter Dumont, who died on the 16th of May 1996 in Salem, Oregon. She was previously married to Jewel James Simpson, who was also part of the People's Temple, with both marrying in 1969 but both divorced in 1972. Her daughter was Elaine Mae Carson. She lived in Bakersfield, California, and was a sewer and worked in the laundry. On the 9th of November 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 25 and was a field worker. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in St. Ignatius Catholic Cemetery in St. Ignatius. Jewel James Simpson was born on the 31st of December 1921 in Okema, Oklahoma. He was previously married to Dorothy Georgina Simpson, nee Clark, who he married in 1969. Living in Bakersfield, he was a farmer. On the 4th of November 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 25. There he was part of the ACAO, farm management overseeing crops, and was part of the garden crew and an agriculture and livestock commission analyst. Nancy Virginia Sinus was born on the 25th of September 1949 in Linwood, California. She was the daughter of Barbara Ann Sinus nee Walden. Her sibling Ronald Bruce Sinus was part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a graphic artist. On the 20th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown. There she worked in family services, was a hairdresser, worked in art, was part of a banana crew, worked in the serving area, and was a supervisor in the graphic shop. She lived in Cottage 16. She was cremated and her remains were left at sea. Her mother died on the 15th of January 2014 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ronald Bruce Sinus was born on the 18th of February 1948 in Hunting Park, California. His sibling was Nancy Virginia Sinus. He was the son of Barbara Ann Sinus and E. Walden. He lived in Redwood Valley and worked at construction. On the 28th of April 1977, he moved to Guyana. He lived in Cottage 24 and worked in the construction of cabinets, was a beekeeper and worked in a sawmill tent. His mother died on the 15th of January 2014 in Las Vegas. Donald Edward Sly was born in Oakland, California on the 3rd of March 1936. He was the child of Henry Wayne Sly and Delifa Olia Edeline, neither of whom were part of the People's Temple. His wife was Never Jean Hargrave Sly, but he was also in a relationship with Sylvia Elaine Grubbs, and he had one child, Mark Andrew Sly. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a bus driver, mechanic, fisherman and care home supervisor. His father died on the 27th of May 1972. On the 11th of November 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in College 3. He worked in construction, was in the business department, public utilities, and worked on the Kujoe boat. However, according to FBI records, he worked in security. It was Donald Sly who stabbed Congressman Leo Ryan with the intention of killing him before he left Jonestown.
What happened? Well, we were, all of a sudden, we had a whole lot of people at the last minute who wanted to go suddenly rushed forward and said, we want to leave. We knew about 2 as early as last night. We knew about a family this morning that said, we got to go. And you have to understand there's a high degree of agitation on the part of those who want to go, and they were really very much in fear. And so we made arrangements for them. Of course, the transportation is extremely limited and very difficult. So we had to begin planning. And of course, most of these people, if they come out, will not have enough food and won't have enough clothing, a place to stay, and the rest. So we had to begin a real operation, at which point we divided up the work, and my responsibility, for among the 3 of us, my assistant and the deputy chief of mission, Snyder and I, my job was to stay behind and get the list of people who wanted to go, make sure they had their stuff, make sure they made their declarations they wanted to leave, and all, and just keep it straight. And I was doing that, which included going with some of them to get their belongings, because they were reluctant to go back to their buildings alone. And I think in the process, people could see me doing that and were pretty hostile about it, apparently, from the looks they gave and some of the comments they made, not to me, but to the people who were leaving. And the next thing I knew, back in the pavilion, we had the group beginning to get together. I stood up and had been talking with the 2 attorneys for the temple, and suddenly the knife was around my neck, and I was in danger. And I pushed the hand away, fell back against him. Others grabbed him and pulled him off me. And that's where we are. Who grabbed him? Everybody did. Who grabbed him? Well, everybody did. I think the man closest, because he'd just been talking, it was Mark Lane. Mark, I didn't know at the time, but there was a hand there grabbing for the knife along in mine, and I was very grateful. And we began to ride him down. Others jumped on. There was radio screaming and carrying on and so on. And everybody just jumped on and began riding him down. I sagged and went this way and began leaning backward, and kept doing that until somebody actually got the knife out of his hand.
He was cremated and his remains were scattered at Soy. His mother died on the 5th of January 1990. Mark Andrew Sly was born in French Camp, California on the 30th of March 1961. He was the child of Never Jean Hargrave Sly and Don Sly. Living in Los Angeles, he was an electrician and a student at Opportunity High School, playing on the Cobra baseball team. In an IQ test, he was judged to be a genius. On the 17th of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in College 4, where he was a field worker. His remains were scattered at Soy. Alfred Lofton Smart Jr. was born in Los Angeles on the 3rd of June 1960. He was the son of Joanelle Louise McGee Smart and Alfred Lofton Smart. However, his father was not part of the People's Temple. His grandmother, Enola Mafenya Nelson Nee McIlvaine, who went by Kay, his great-uncle, James Nelson McIlvaine, his siblings, Tenetra Ladesse Fain, Scott Cameron Smart, and Terry Lynn Smart, were all part of the People's Temple. He attended Silmar High School. Living in Los Angeles, he was a printer and farmer. On the 18th of July 1978, he entered the People's Temple, but it is unknown where he lived there. According to the records of the People's Temple, he was a field worker student on the wood crew. He continued to receive SS benefits while in Jonestown. According to FBI records, he was the one that shot Congressman Leo Ryan on the Port Kaituma airstrip. While his mother was a member of the People's Temple, she was not in Jonestown and died on the 22nd of April 2024 in Indianapolis, Indiana. Scott Cameron Smart was born on the 11th of June 1963 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Joanelle Louise McGee Smart and Alfred Lofton Smart. However, his father was not part of the People's Temple. His grandmother Enola Mafenya Nelson Nee McIlvaine, who went by Kay, his great-uncle James Nelson McIlvaine, and his siblings Tenetra Ladesse Fain, Alfred Lofton Smart, and Terry Lynn Smart were all part of the People's Temple. Arriving in Guyana on the 18th of July 1978, it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown, but he was a field worker and a student. While his mother was a member of the People's Temple, she was not in Jonestown and died on the 22nd of April 2024 in Indianapolis. Terry Lynn Smart was born in Los Angeles on the 11th of September 1964. She was the daughter of Joanelle Louise McGee Smart and Alfred Lofton Smart. However, her father was not part of the People's Temple. Her grandmother Enola Mafenya Nelson Nee McIlvaine, who went by Kay, her great-uncle James Nelson McIlvaine, and her siblings Tenetra Ladesse Fain, Alfred Lofton Smart, and Scott Cameron Smart were all part of the People's Temple. On the 18th of July 1978, he moved to Jonestown, but it is unknown where he lived there. Barbara Ann Smart Nee Grisette was born on the 6th of October 1944 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Fred Grisette and Isabel Marble, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. She was described as a wonderfully kind and sweet person. She was previously married to Alvin Smith and William Platts, however both were not members of the People's Temple. Her children Yolanda Smith, Hassan Ali Hanley, Detra Renee Murray and Stephanie Marie Smith were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, she was a nurse's aide. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in College 10 and worked in the medical staff as a treatment nurse and continued to receive welfare. Bertha Charles Smith was born on the 2nd of September 1902 in Cherrington, Louisiana. She had two sons, Robert Smith and George Smith, and two granddaughters, Gwen Smith and Karen Smith Jackson. However, none of them were in the People's Temple. Living in Beverly Hills, she was a domestic worker, entering Guyana on the 11th of August 1977. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. David Albert Vesta Smith was born in Edgewater, Colorado on the 17th of September 1926. He was the son of Truman Elbert Smith and May Bowena Wiseloy, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. His wife was Gladys Smith, with both marrying in 1964, and his children Jeffrey Daly Smith, Carl Wayne Smith, Kellen Kirtas Smith, Krista Lynn Smith, Michael Vale Smith, Vance Smith, and Vaughan Smith were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, he was an accountant, bookkeeper, and typist. It is unknown when he entered Jonestown or where he lived there. However, he worked as a carpenter. He continued to receive UIB benefits. He was buried in Wheeler Cemetery in Wheeler, Texas. Edrena Dimitra Smith was born on the 4th of October 1958. She lived in San Francisco and was a student carpenter and seamstress. She entered Guyana on the 16th of October 1977 and lived in College 20. She worked in security as a dispatcher, continuing to receive SSI benefits. Gladys Smith Nee Meadows was born in Wheeler, Texas on the 11th of January 1946. She was the child of Melvin William Meadows and Mary Gertrude Rothwell, neither of whom were in the People's Temple. Her mother died on the 24th of August 1959 in Wheeler. Her husband was David Elbert Vesta Smith, with both marrying in 1964, and her children were Jeffrey Dale Smith, Carl Wayne Smith, Kellen Kirtis Smith, Krista Lynn Smith, and Michael Vale Smith, none of whom were in the People's Temple. She had one brother, Bobby Glenn Meadows, who was not part of the People's Temple, and one half-sibling, Melvina Carolyn Meadows, who was also not part of the People's Temple. Melvina died on the 23rd of November 1973 in Beckham County, Oklahoma. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a housewife and moved to Jonestown on the 4th of August 1977. She lived in Cottage 20 and worked in the senior center amongst the medical staff. Her brother died on the 29th of October 2010. James Alfred Smith was born on the 25th of December 1959 in San Francisco. He was a cabinet maker and a plumber. On the 9th of May 1978, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 47 and worked in public utilities and in the sawmill tent. Jeffrey Dale Smith was born in Denver, Colorado on the 6th of February 1971. He was the son of Gladys Smith and David Elbert Vesta Smith. His siblings were Carl Wayne Smith, Kellen Kirta Smith, Krista Lynn Smith, Michael Vale Smith, and he had two brothers, Vance Smith and Vaughn Smith, who were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he entered Guyana on the 23rd of July 1977. It is unknown where he lived there. Joey Gilbert Smith was born on the 17th of April 1951 in Los Angeles. He was alone in Jonestown as his parents, Jack Warren Smith Sr. and Adeline House, as well as his wife, Geraldine Teresa Newman, were not members of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he worked as a truck unloader. On the 28th of December 1977, he entered Guyana and lived in Cottage 28, working in the piggery. Carl Wayne Smith was born on the 25th of October 1967 in Ventura, California. He was the son of Gladys Smith and David Elbert Vesta Smith. His siblings were Jeffrey Dale Smith, Kellen Kirta Smith, Krista Lynn Smith, Michael Vale Smith, and he had two half-brothers, Vance Smith and Vaughn Smith, who were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977. He lived in Cottage 31. He was buried in Wheeler Cemetery, Wheeler, Texas. Kellen Kirta Smith was born on the 4th of March 1965 in Ventura, California. He was the son of Gladys Smith and David Elbert Vesta Smith, and Robert Houston was his guardian. His siblings were Jeffrey Dale Smith, Carl Wayne Smith, Krista Lynn Smith, Michael Vale Smith, and he had two half-brothers, Vance Smith and Vaughn Smith, who were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 8. Kevin Earl Smith was born on the 12th of January 1948 in Orange, New Jersey. Living in Oakland, he was a refrigerator repairman. On the 28th of April 1977, he entered Guyana and lived in Cottage 4 in Jonestown. He worked as a garden supervisor, field worker, refrigerator and small appliance repairman, horticulturalist and machinist. Kirsta Lynn Smith was born on the 28th of April 1966 in Ventura, California. She was the daughter of Gladys Smith and David Elbert Vesta Smith. Her siblings were Jeffrey Dale Smith, Carl Wayne Smith, Kellen Kirta Smith, Michael Vale Smith, and he had two half-brothers, Vance Smith and Vaughn Smith, who were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he entered Jonestown on the 14th of February 1977 and lived in Cottage 43. Martin Luther Smith, named after Martin Luther King, was born in Jonestown on the 7th of June 1978, and I do apologise as there's no photo of him. He was the son of Ollie Marie Smith and Eugene Esquines Smith. In addition, his parental grandmother, Mattie Gibson, and Nancy Clark, his maternal great-grandmother, were in the People's Temple. It is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. Michael Vale Smith was born on the 17th of July 1969 in Denver, Colorado. He was the son of Gladys Smith and David Elbert Vesta Smith, and Robert Houston was his guardian. His siblings were Jeffrey Dale Smith, Carl Wayne Smith, Kellen Christus Smith, Krista Lynn Smith, and he had two half-brothers, Vance Smith and Vaughn Smith, who were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 31. Ollie Marie Smith, nee Weideman, was born on the 6th of November 1959 in Temple, Texas. She was the daughter of Marvin Lee Weidelman and Julian Jackson, neither of whom were part of a People's Temple. Her partner was Eugene Erskine Smith, and she had one child, Martin Luther Smith, named after Martin Luther King. In addition, her grandmother, Nancy Clay, was in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a legal secretary and a nurse's aide. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of February 1978, she lived in Cottage 13 and worked in preschool education. Shirley Faye Smith was born in Marlin, Texas on the 3rd of February 1948. As secretary, she lived in Redwood Valley. On the 22nd of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 17. She worked in farm management, overseeing crops, was part of a garden crew. As part of family services, worked in the miscellaneous services, was a needs worker, a field worker, a skilled gardener, and a needs supervisor. Stephanie Marie Smith was born on the 5th of November 1964 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Barbara Ann Smith and had two siblings, Yolanda Smith, Hassan Ali Hanley, and Detra Renee Murray. The entire family was in the People's Temple. A student in San Francisco, on the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 17. She would care for her younger siblings when her mother was busy and was described as graceful, helpful, gentle and kind. Vernon Smith was born on the 23rd of April 1914 in Carthage, Texas. His wife was Winnie Fred Smith Nee Barton. A carpenter in the US, it is unknown when he moved to Jonestown. In Jonestown, he would work in public utilities, but it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. While in Jonestown, he continued to receive his SSA and retirement benefits. Winifred Smith Nee Barton was born on the 11th of January 1923 in Ruston, Louisiana. She was married to Vernon Smith. Living in Los Angeles, she was a business owner, file clerk, hotel inspector, cook, and worked in caning. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown. Living in Cottage 15, she was a rice sorter. Yolanda Smith was born in Los Angeles on the 15th of June 1966. She was the daughter of Barbara Ann Smith, and her siblings were Hassan Ali Hanley, Detra Renee Murray, and Stephanie Marie Smith, with the entire family in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco on the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana. Slivier Louise Sneed, nee Craig, was born on the 14th of August 1920 in Covington, Tennessee. She was the daughter of George Craig and Betty Taylor, neither of whom were part of a People's Temple. She was previously married to Harold Gaze, both of whom were divorced, and would then marry Willie Deloy Sneed, both of whom were in the People's Temple. However, she had one daughter, Slivier Gales, who was not in the People's Temple. Living in Pasadena, California, she was a licensed vocational nurse, care home operator, and owner. Moving to Jonestown on the 30th of December 1977, she lived in Cottage 1 and worked in the geriatric care unit in the business department and made jewellery, was amongst the medical staff and a supervisor in the senior citizen centre. Clavier would remarry and become Clivier Anderson and would pass away. Eloise Williams Sneed was born on the 18th of May 1907 in Travis, Texas. She was the daughter of Will Ed Williams Sr., who died in Austin on the 12th of June 1954, and Clara Louise Williams Nee Franklin, who went by Cherry, who died in Los Angeles on the 12th of December 1977. Her siblings, Sayola Williams Turner and Mabel Williams Medlock, as well as her daughter, Clara Lenure Johnson Nee Sneed, and grandchildren, Thomas William Johnson III, Willa Joanne Johnson, Janice Aloyne Johnson, and Gwendolyn Joyce Johnson, were all in the People's Temple. However, her siblings, Arnold David Williams, Janie Ermine Carter Nee Williams, and Willie Edgar Williams Jr. were not part of a People's Temple. Her sister, Janie Ermine Carter, died on the 9th of February 1977 in Austin. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. On the 14th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown. There she was a senior and continued to receive SSA benefits. Arnold David Williams would die on the 15th of December 1981. Willie Edgar Williams Jr. died on the 25th of February 1990, and Mabel Maxine Medlock Nee Williams would die on the 7th of April 2002. While Clara Lenure Johnson Nee Sneed died in Jonestown, her other children, Reuben Jerome Sneed, died on the 20th of December 2006 in Houston, and Airman Sneed died on the 9th of March 2019. Novella Novice Sneed was born in Austin on the 18th of June 1907. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a nurse's aide. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits living in Dorm 4. In an undated letter to Jones, she would state, "Father," referring to Jones, "I don't have no children, 2 sisters and 4 bros. I don't have nothing to live for. So I die you my sister and bro here and child. May, if something would happen to the plane, kill Tim and Grace," referring to Tim and Grace Stone, both of whom defected from the People's Temple and were in a custody battle for their son John Victor Stone, who Jones claimed as his own, and both would travel with Congressman Leo Ryan down to Jonestown. Willie Deloy Sneed was born in East St. Louis, Illinois on the 1st of August 1919. He was the son of William Sneed and Hattie de Shields and had one stepdaughter, Clavia Gales Snoid, who were not part of the People's Temple. He and his wife, Clavia Louise Snoid, were both described as professionals, a close couple, and a hard-working Tory. Living in Pasadena, he undertook numerous roles, including brickmaking, truck driver, machine operator, auto mechanic, chauffeur, medical administrator, and jewelry maker. Moving to Guyana on the 30th of December 1977, he lived in Cottage 1 and was the supervisor at the brick factory. Helen Sneal was born on the 28th of February 1902 in Palestine, Texas. She was the daughter of James Jim Jefferson and Sally Porter Jefferson, both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. She was previously married to Arthur Wallace and Curtis Snell, neither of whom were part of a People's Temple. A homemaker and living in San Francisco on the 11th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Dorothy Pearl Solomon was born on the 19th of September 1940 in Willer County, Georgia. Her siblings were Willie Maud Harris and her children Doris Henry Solomon, Sirkia Lashina Solomon, her granddaughter Julkis Chantrea Turner, niece Dorothy Lashina Harris, and nephew Benjamin O'Neill Robinson were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a cook and also worked as a dietitian. In the shoe factory, in the pillow and chair factory, the beauty shop, in the laundrette, and was a convalescent sanatorium maid. Moving to Jonestown on the 27th of July 1977, she lived in Cottage 16 and was an agricultural analyst and worked in the piggery. She continued to receive welfare while in Jonestown. Doris Henry Solomon was born on the 23rd of December 1956 in Vidalia, Georgia. He was the son of Dorothy Pearl Solomon and had one aunt, Willie Maud Harris. His siblings were Skiria Lashina Solomon, who went by Tiny, Dorothy Lashina Harris, and Benjamin O'Neill Robinson, as well as one niece, Julkis Chantrea Turner, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a student. On the 20th of December 1974, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 6, where he worked as a supplies inspector and cook. Skiria Lashinia Solomon, who went by Tiny, was born on the 29th of September 1959 in Long Branch, New Jersey. She was the daughter of Dorothy Pearl Solomon and had one aunt, Willie Maud Harris, and one brother, Doris Henry Solomon, and two cousins, Benjamin O'Neill Robinson and Dorothy Lashiana Harris, who were all part of a People's Temple. Her partner was James Elmore Turner Jr., and she had one child, Julkis Chantrea Turner. Living in Ukiah, she was a student, and on the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 2. She was described as wonderfully talented and an energetic young person. Delicia Jeanette Soda was born on the 14th of March 1972 in Los Angeles, California. She was the daughter of Wanda K. Suda, and her grandparents Martha May Suda and Orville Archie Suda were all part of a People's Temple, in addition to her sister Yolanda Patrice Berkeley. On the 15th of March 1978, she entered Jonestown. Martha May Suda Nisea was born in Little Rock, Arkansas on the 5th of March 1916. She was married to Orville A. Suda, however, both divorced in 1969. Her children, Wanda K. Suda, and grandchildren, Delicia Jeanette Suda and Yolanda Patrice Berkeley, were all in the People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker in Pierce Quilts. On the 25th of November 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 32. There she worked in letter writing as part of Correspondence for Life. She continued to receive SS and welfare benefits while in Jonestown. Wanda K. Suda was born on the 17th of December 1953 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Martha May Suda and Orville Archie Suda, and her children were Yolanda Patrice Berkeley and Delicia Jeanette Suda, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a clerical worker. On the 15th of March 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 22. There she worked in the sewing department, was a field worker and rice sorter. Alfred Richmond Stall, Sr., was born on the 24th of July 1911 in Smith Grove, Warren County, Kentucky. He was the son of Wesley Stall, who died on the 7th of August 1961 in Bowling Green, Warren County, Kentucky, and Cora Gunnell Stahl, near Richmond, who died on the 21st of November 1929. He had 6 siblings: Farrell William Stoll, Maris Gladys Patterson, nee Stoll, Reba Mildred Mulder, Stoll, Bessie Mae James, Stoll, John Wesley Stoll, and Linnie Lorena Crabtree, near Stoll. Only one, Bessie Mae James, would die before him on the 14th of December 1977 in Marion County, Indiana. His first wife was Mary Alice Stoll Tishetta nee McRoy, who he married in 1946, and his second wife was Carol Ann Stoll, who he married in 1968. Both of his wives were part of the People's Temple. His children were Kathy Ann Stall Barrett, Alfred Richmond Stall Jr., who went by Ricky, Judith K.I. James, Judy Stall, Bonnie Lynn Stall, and his grandchildren were Becky Ann Barrett and Maya Lisa E. James. Living in Ukiah, he was a truck driver. On the 23rd of September 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 52, working as a night shift kitchen and continued to receive SSA benefits. Only Alfred Richmond Stall Jr. would not die in Jonestown and died on the 15th of March 1998 in Boys Hot Springs, Sonoma County, California. Bonnie Lynn Stall was born on the 20th of October 1970 in Ukiah, California. She was the daughter of Carol Ann Stall and Alfred Richmond Stall Sr. His half-siblings were Alfred Richmond Stall Jr., Judith K. James, Judy Stall, Kathy Ann Stall Barrett, Robin Faye Tashetta, and Betty Jean Tashetta, in addition to his nieces Becky Ann Barrett and Maya Lisa E. James. Living in Ukiah on the 23rd of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Only Alfred Richmond Stall Jr. would not die in Jonestown and died on the 15th of March 1998 in Boys Hot Springs, Sonoma County, California. Carol Ann Stall was born in Mariposa, California on the 28th of October 1938. She was the daughter of George Edwards and Rose Helen Harrison and had one sister, Norma G. Edwards. However, none of them were part of the People's Temple. Her partner was Alfred Richmond Stall Sr., who she married in 1968, and she had one child, Bonnie Lynn Stall. She was described as a proud and attentive parent. Living in Ukiah, she was a teacher. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown, but she lived in Cottage 52 and was a teacher in the Jonestown School and was also in the Planning Commission. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Lula Mae Stalling was born on the 23rd of September 1924 in Bristow, Oklahoma. She was the daughter of Henrietta Stalling, who was not part of a People's Temple. She lived in Los Angeles. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there. Donna Elizabeth Stanfield, nee Holzinger, was born on the 31st of January 1909 in Roberts County, South Dakota. She was married to Jerry Stanfield. However, both were divorced in July 1978. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown and when she moved there. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, California. Yvonne Renee Stanley was born on the 20th of May 1975 in San Francisco. He was the son of Jackie Rochelle. His cousins Christopher Darnell Franklin, Kim Dwight Rochelle, Anthony Eugene Rochelle, Aunt Tommy Charlotte Rochelle, and Uncle Johnny Franklin were all in the People's Temple. On the 15th of March 1978, he moved to Guyana. Abraham Lincoln Stanton was born on the 10th of April 1912 in Bacon, Virginia. His partner Amiel Dayton nee Douglas would also die in Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, he was a truck driver, heavy equipment operator, and worked in maintenance. On the 23rd of July 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 1 in Jonestown. A cook, he continued to receive SSA benefits for disability. Emil Staton nee Douglas was born in Kentwood, Louisiana on the 7th of January 1974. Her partner was Abraham Lincoln Staton. She was a domestic worker and a hotel worker. She moved to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 1. There she was a rice sorter and cook and continued to receive SSA benefits for a disability. Frances Lee Stevenson was born on the 30th of July 1916 in Little Rock, Arkansas. Living in San Francisco, she was a barber. She was described as a tall and strong individual as well as a personable, articulate and knowledgeable individual. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown. In 1978, she was one of 12 people selected to go to the People's National Congress to represent the Agricultural Project. Living in Cottage 18, she worked in the family services, was a hair cutter and a seamstress. Aurora Mae Stewart was born on the 17th of September 1967 in Santa Barbara, California. She was the daughter of Yvonne Ramona Van Hook. In addition, her siblings Terry Frederick Stewart Jr., Lisa Ann Whitmer, and cousin Malcolm J. Carter, as well as her uncle Timothy James Carter, and her aunts Gloria Carter and Gloria Maria Rodriguez, who were in the People's Temple. On the 2nd of June 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Santa Barbara Cemetery in Santa Barbara. Terry Frederick Stewart Jr. was born in Santa Barbara on the 21st of March 1969. He was the son of Yvonne Ramona Van Hook. In addition, his siblings Aurora Mae Stewart, Lisa Ann Whitmer, and cousin Malcolm J. Carter, as well as his uncle Timothy James Carter, and his aunts Gloria Carter and Gloria Maria Rodriguez were all in the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco on the 2nd of June 1978, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 31. His remains were claimed and he was buried in Santa Barbara Cemetery. John Victor Stewart was born on the 25th of January 1972 in Santa Rosa. His mother was Grace Lucy Stowen, and his father was Timothy Oliver Stowen. However, Jim Jones claimed to be his father, and just 2 weeks after his birth, on the 6th of February 1972, Tim Stowen signed an affidavit stating that John Victor Stewart was the son of Jim Jones. Over the next 6 years, this would become a key document for Jim Jones in trying to prove that he was the son of John Victor Stewart. Ultimately, it was the custody battle of him that was at the crux of Jonestown, with Tim Stowen and his wife, Grace Stowen, fighting Jim Jones for custody. Initially, Tim Stowen supported his son moving to Jonestown and thought he might be safe there. However, Tim Stowen eventually ended up staying with his wife in the United States of America. Ultimately, the Stowens would travel to Jonestown in an attempt to claim John Victor Stewart. Christine Miller, in challenging Jones' revolutionary suicide, would state, "You would see the little ones die, even John." On the death tape, he was heard crying, saying that he did not want to die as he was forced to drink the poison. Sharon Lee Stone, nee Tobier, was born on the 13th of December 1942 in Pacific Grove, California. She was the daughter of Roscoe S. Stone and Selma Haynes. However, neither were part of the People's Temple. She had 3 daughters, Tobiana Joanna De Lorenzo Stone, Tracy Lamont Stone, and Sharon Louis Stone II, who went by Tilly, with Tilly the only one not part of the People's Temple and not in Jonestown. Living in San Francisco, she was a welder. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 19. Tobiana Joanna De Lorenzo Stone was born on the 1st of November 1969 in San Francisco, with her mother Sharon Lee Stone, who went by Toby, as well as her sister Tracy Lamont Stone, also in Jonestown. However, she had one sister, Sharon Lee Stone II, who went by Tilly, who was not part of a People's Temple. On the 28th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. Tracy Lamont Stone was born on the 4th of February 1967 in San Francisco. Her mother, Sharon Lee Stone, who went by Toby, as well as her sister, Tobiana Joanna De Lorenzo Stone, were all in Jonestown. However, she had one sister, Sharon Lee Stone II, who went by Tilly, who was not part of the People's Temple. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 12. Adeline May Strider was born in Trinidad, Colorado on the 15th of September 1904. Her sibling, Madeline Brooks, and her partner, Jessie Strider, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, she was a seamstress. Moving to Guyana on the 24th of July 1977, she lived in Dorm 2 and worked in letter writing as part of Correspondence for Life, and worked in the serving area. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Nathaniel Brown Sweeney was born on the 5th of July 1922 in Jamestown, Ohio. He was the son of Roscoe Sweeney, who went by Ross, and Ethel Sweeney nee Bauman. Both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. His father died in 1961, while his mother died in 1968. His sister Edith Parks nee Sweeney, partner Maxine Morningstar, children Sharon Rose Cobb, Doxy Sweeney, granddaughter Stephanie K. Sweeney, and nephew Gerald Pars were all part of a People's Temple. However, he had one son, Larry Wade Sweeney, who was not part of a People's Temple. He also had one sibling, Mildred Isabel Struring, nee Sweeney, who was not part of a People's Temple. He would marry his wife, Maxine Elizabeth Sweeney, nee Morningstar, in 1941, who would die on the 22nd of January 1976 in Redwood Valley. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a farmer. On the 9th of March 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 15, working in warehousing. His remains were claimed and he was buried in Grape Grove Cemetery in Jamestown, Ohio. Edith Amelia Parks would be among those defecting from Jonestown, and when targeted in the Port Kaituma airstrip shooting, she ran into the jungle to survive. She would pass away on the 21st of April 1985 in Mendocino, California. Mildred Isabel Struring, nee Sweeney, would pass away on the 26th of November 1993 in Richmond, Wayne County, Indiana. Stephanie K. Sweeney was born in Springfield, Ohio on the 21st of November 1966. She was the daughter of Doxy Paris Sweeney and had one aunt, Sharon Sweeney, and one grandmother, Maxine Morningstar Sweeney, as well as her grandfather Nathaniel Brown Sweeney and her uncle James Cobb Jr. were all in the People's Temple. Her father Stephen Sweeney and uncle Larry Wade Sweeney were not in the People's Temple. On the 28th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. Cleve Lonzo Sweeney was born on the 5th of April 1911 in Charleston, Missouri. His wife was Helen Beatrice Sweeney. His children, Timothy Maurice Sweeney, Marvin Sweeney, Carol Joyce Rouchette. Grandchildren, Albert Ardell Touche, Michael John Touche, Michelle Elaine Touche, Mickey Touche. Adopted child Neil Swan Welcome. Adopted child David George, as well as Darren Eugene Werner Sweeney, Larry Sweeney and Don Sweeney were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a master mechanic, plumber, electrician, worked construction, appliance repairman, worked in welding, was a care homeowner and a tool and die maker. Based on Temple records, he worked at construction and transportation as part of a machine shop, operated the Albatross boat and was a master machinist. However, according to FBI records, he was designated an angel and was on the planning commission. He continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Darren Eugene Sweeney was born on the 8th of September 1968 in Oakland, California. He was the son of Timothy Morris Sweeney and Wanda Shirley Sweeney. In addition, his aunt, Carol Joyce Sweeney Touche, grandmother Helen Beatrice Sweeney, grandfather Cleve Lonzo Sweeney, uncle Charles Touche, and cousins Albert Ardell Touche, Michael John Touche, Michelle Elaine Touche, Mickey Touche, Neil Swan Welcome, David George, Larry Sweeney, and Don Sweeney were all in the People's Temple. On the 24th of November 1975, he entered Jonestown. Timothy Morris Sweeney was born in Indianapolis, Indiana on the 28th of September 1938. He was the son of Helen Beatrice Sweeney and Clevis Lonzo Sweeney. He had one sister, Carol Joyce Sweeney. His partner was Wanda Shirley Sweeney Werner, who he married in 1970. His child, Darren Sweeney, nieces Michelle Elaine Touche, Michael Touche, and nephews Albert Ardell Touche, Michael Joan Touche, Neil Sean Welcome, David George, Larry Sweeney, and Don Sweeney were all part of a People's Temple. A bricklayer who lived in Redwood Valley. On the 18th of March 1974, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 2. Sylvia Grubbs noted that while he was depressed and struggled in adjusting to life in Jonestown. In Jonestown, he worked in construction as a mechanic supervisor, piloted the Kujoe boat, and was a mechanic shop administrator. After his death, it was revealed that a telephone call from Tampa, Florida to San Francisco was made regarding his death and remains. The name was redacted from the RYMUR files, and it is unknown who the person was. Indeed, his remains were not collected, and he was buried at the Evergreen Cemetery in Oakland, California, at the Jonestown Memorial. His mother survived Jonestown and died on the 17th of October 1999 in Loris Horry County, South Carolina. He previously dated Olga Booker, who would move to Tampa, Florida. In November 2023, Olga Booker would tell Fox 5, the Fox affiliate in Washington, D.C., that he was brainwashed and believed that in following Jim Jones, he was following a god. Wanda Shirley Sweeney Werner was born on the 20th of August 1947 in Casper, Wyoming. She was the daughter of Evelyn Jean Werner Nee Bradley and Chelsea Guy Werner Sr. Her siblings were Leonard Werner, Jannie Lou Werner Parrish, and Charles Guy Werner Jr. Her mother would die on the 12th of March 1958 in Goshen County, Wyoming. In 1970, she would marry Timothy Morris Sweeney. Her child, Darren Sweeney, nieces Michelle Elaine Touche, Mickey Touche, and nephews Albert Ardell Touche, Michael John Touche, Neil Sean Welcome, David George, Larry Sweeney, and Don Sweeney were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a bus driver and accounting clerk. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 4. There she worked in the piggery and looked after large animals. Her brother Leonard Albert Werner died in King County, Washington on the 14th of June 2011, and Chelsea Guy Werner Jr. died on the 27th of June 2017 in Louisville, Kentucky. Christine Shannon Taylor was born on the 22nd of June 1957 in Long Beach, California. She was the daughter of Elizabeth Lenore Riley and Evelyn Aldred Riley, both of whom were not part of the People's Temple. Her siblings Ronald Wayne Taylor, Maureen Cynthia Fitchney Taylor, Marloine Diane Wheeler and Michaeline Patricia Brady Nee Edwards were all in the People's Temple, as was her partner Benjamin Franklin Bowers, her child Darius Daniel Wheeler, her nephew Jeff Wheeler and nieces Michelle Margaret Brady, as well as Georgiana Patricia Brady, all of whom were in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a children's worker and moved to Guyana on the 1st of August 1977. She lived in Dorm 5. There she worked on the ACAO in the tool shed, oversaw small animals and was in the serving area. She would write 4 letters to Chloe Gennaro, who oversaw the People's Temple Raj. After Jonestown took place, her mother would tell the Washington Post on the 3rd of December 1978, "I didn't want her to go." Ronald Wayne Taylor was born on the 15th of October 1945 in Long Beach, California. He was the child of Elizabeth Lenore Riley and Evelyn Alfred Talley, both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. Her siblings Maureen Cynthia Fitch Nee Talley, Michaeline Patricia Brady Nee Edwards, Marloine Diane Wheeler and Christine Shannon Bowers Nee Taylor were all part of a People's Temple. In addition, her nephews Darius Daniel Wheeler, Jeff L. Wheeler and nieces Michelle Margaret Bardi and Georgiana Patricia Brady were all part of a People's Temple. A salesman who lived in Ukiah. On the 26th of October 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 45. He was a supervisor in the food vacuum and oversaw barrel storage of wheat and beans. However, he also provided drugs to Jones. According to the FBI, he was in security and was also one of the airstrip shooters at Port Kaituma. Vera Marie Tully Nee Sadie White was born on the 3rd of February 1903 in Cass County, Texas. Her husband, Leon Tully, who went by Lee, was not in the People's Temple. Both would marry in 1921. She had one child, John Martis Tully, born on the 16th of May 1932 in Nash Bowie County, Texas, who died in Texarkana, Bowie County, Texas on the 1st of March 1941. She had one child, Loris Tully, who died during birth. Living in Ukiah, she was a farmer and worked in the animal husbandry. It is debatable when she entered the People's Temple. Some records say 8th of January 1977, while others say the 1st of August 1977. She lived in Dorm 2 and continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Her husband died on the 12th of December 1981 in Los Angeles. Both were buried in Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, Los Angeles County, California. Amela Tardy was born on the 12th of February 1946 in Prentiss, Mississippi. She had one child, Elliot Wade Tardy. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide and also worked in cooking, sewing, and as a cashier. On the 6th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown and worked in the Bay Nursery, living in Cottage 20. Elliot Wade Tardy was born on the 18th of April 1968 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Amela Tardy. On the 27th of July 1977, he entered Guyana and lived in Cottage 31. Lillian Murray Taylor was born on the 27th of December 1905 in Washington, D.C. Her parents were Louis E. Taylor and Margaret Taylor, both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. She was married to Otto William Connolly and had one child, Mary Ann Connolly, both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there, but she continued to receive SSA benefits. Lucille Beatrice Taylor was born in Doylestown, Tennessee on the 3rd of February 1898. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a domestic worker and a nursery keeper. On the 6th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Combe. She was a sandwich maker and continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Virginia Vera Taylor, who went by Mum, was born in Cincinnati, Ohio on the 29th of July 1894. She was a practical nurse and lived in San Francisco. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in the Senior Citizen Center. It is unknown where she lived there. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. She would appear in promotional videos in Jonestown, encouraging members of the People's Temple to move there. Alma Thomas Nee Colley was born in Caddo Parish, Louisiana on the 10th of March 1924. She was the daughter of Tommy Colley and Bobby Jacob and had one brother, James Colley, none of whom were in the People's Temple. Her husband was Gabrielle Thomas. Living in Los Angeles, she was a hospital attendant. On the 7th of January 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 2. In Jonestown, she oversaw the daytime generators and wells, worked in the banana shed, and was in the security in the bathrooms and showers. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Bernice Thomas was born on the 7th of January 1910 in Shreveport, Louisiana. Living in San Francisco, she was a practical nurse. On the 17th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 3. She continued to receive SSA benefits. Her remains were collected and she was buried at Golden Gate National Cemetery in San Bruno, California. Ernest Thomas was born on the 20th of October 1919 in Lebaille, Louisiana. Living in San Francisco, he worked at construction. On the 7th of January 1978, he moved to Jonestown. Living in Cottage 47, he was a senior rice sorter. He continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Evelyn Thomas was born on the 1st of November 1944 in Richmond, California. She lived in San Pablo, California, and was a typist and secretary, including the J.C. Penney's credit office in Oakland. She was described as a lovely person dedicated to the People's Temple and her friends. It is unknown when she moved to Guyana. She lived in Dorm 2 and was a field worker. Gabrielle Thomas was born on the 13th of March 1919 in Monroe, Arkansas. His wife was Alma Thomas Nee Coachman. Living in San Francisco, he was a TV repairman and electronic technician. On the 7th of January 1978, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 2. Working in the nursery, he continued to receive disability payment from the Army. Lavon Chanel Thomas was born on the 30th of December 1970 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Carolyn Ann Kirkendall nee Thomas, and her stepfather was Chuck Robert Kirkendall. On the 6th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown. She lived in Cottage 2. Scott Thomas Jr. was born on the 19th of June 1957 in New Orleans, Louisiana. Living in San Francisco, California, he was a tape editor. On the 31st of January 1978, he moved to Jonestown. He worked in family services, the warehouse, and was an assistant supplier in electronics. He lived in Cottage 23. The location of where Willita Thomas was born is unknown, but it is speculated that she was born in California or Georgia, depending on which record you use. She was born on the 28th of July 1960. On the 6th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in farm management, overseeing crops, and was in the garden crew, was a field worker, a student, and worked in the bakery. In an undated poem while in Jonestown, she wrote, "Somebody tell me, young, old, poor and black, shot, burned, killed, beaten, for what reason? Our dark skin? Prejudice? Please help. They're laying down a little black child. Who killed that little boy? Somebody tell me, who killed him?" Ella Thompson was born in Palestine, Texas on the 22nd of February 1904. Living in Ukiah, she was a domestic worker. On the 16th of October 1977, she moved to Jonestown. There she was a supervisor in the soap factory, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Betty Thompson was born on the 3rd of April 1902 in Columbia, Louisiana. One daughter was Fannie Mae Johnson nee Winters, who was not part of a People's Temple. Fannie would die on the 11th of January 1968 in Omaha, Nebraska. Another daughter, Doris Helen Howard, and her grandchild, Garnett Blake Johnson, the child of Fannie Mae Johnson, were part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a domestic worker. On the 27th of July 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 2 in Jonestown and was a rice sorter. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Camilla Tiffany Tom was born on the 7th of February 1976 in San Francisco. She was the child of Marcia Ann Simon and Robert Homer Stroud. She moved to Guyana on the 17th of January 1978, but it is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Albert Ardell Touche was born on the 13th of September 1954 in Indianapolis, Indiana. He was the son of Charles Touche and Michael John Touche. In addition, his grandmother Helen Beatrice Sweeney, grandfather Cleve Lonzo Sweeney, uncle Timothy Maurice Sweeney, and aunt Werner Sweeney were all in the People's Temple. However, his siblings Michael John Touche and Michelle Elaine Touche, Missy Touche, and adopted siblings Neil Swan Welcome and David George, as well as his cousin Darren Eugene Werner Sweeney, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he moved to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1974. There he lived in the warehouse. He did odd construction jobs and was an administration coordinator, a member of the unloading crew, worked in construction, power and transportation, and was a carpenter. However, FBI records showed that he played a far greater role in Jonestown as part of security, the radio room, construction committee, and was an airstrip shooter at Port Kaituma. It is speculated that he shot NBC cameraman Bob Brown and can be seen firing at him. His remains were claimed and he was buried at Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, San Mateo County, California. His father survived Jonestown by being on the Cujoe boat of the People's Temple. He would pass away in Las Vegas, Nevada on the 30th of March 2007. Carol Joyce Touche, nee Sweeney, was born in Indianapolis, Indiana on the 14th of May 1933. She was the daughter of Helen Beatrice Sweeney and Cleve Lonzo Sweeney. She had one sibling, Timothy Morris Sweeney. Her partner was Charles Touche, who she married in 1950. Her children were Albert Ardell Touche and Michael John Touche, Michelle Elaine Touche, Mickey Touche, and her adopted children were Neil, Sean Welcome, and David George. The entire family was in the People's Temple. In addition, her nephew Werner Sweeney was in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a housewife. On the 23rd of July 1974, she moved to Jonestown and lived in the office. She worked in the Central Supply, was an administration coordinator, worked in housing, and was a new arrivals inspector. However, according to FBI records, she was the head of a kitchen and worked in the Planning Commission. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, California. Her mother would survive Jonestown and died in Loras Horia County, South Carolina, on the 17th of October 1999. Her husband survived Jonestown by being on the Cujoe boat of the People's Temple. He would pass away in Las Vegas on the 30th of March 2007. Michelle Elaine Touche was born on the 21st of July 1958 in Indianapolis. She was the daughter of Charles Touche and Michael John Touche. In addition, her grandmother Helen Beatrice Sweeney, grandfather Cleve Lonzo Sweeney, uncle Timothy Morris Sweeney, and aunt Werner Sweeney were all in the People's Temple. Moreover, her siblings Michael John Touche, Albert Ardell Touche, Mickey Touche, and adopted siblings Neil Sean Welcome and David George, as well as his cousin Darren Eugene Werner Sweeney, were all part of the People's Temple. She moved to Jonestown on the 28th of April 1977 and lived in Cottage 50. She worked in the family services, was a laundry supervisor, and according to FBI records was on the Planning Commission. She was buried at Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma, California. Her father survived Jonestown by being on the Cujoe boat of the People's Temple. He would pass away in Las Vegas on the 30th of March 2007. Essie Mae Towns nee Wisner was born in Wewoka, Oklahoma. She was born on the 3rd of July 1903. Her parents, James Wisner and Mary Neal, were not part of the People's Temple. Her husband, Dewey Seaman Towns, was also not part of the People's Temple. However, her cousin, Elsia Ingram Bell, was in the People's Temple. She was described as a well-educated and articulate individual. Living in Los Angeles, she was a domestic worker. On the 14th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 9 and worked in letter writing. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Harriet Sarah Trupp nee Randolph was born on the 16th of April 1950. She was born in Oceanside, New York. Living in San Francisco, she was a lawyer. Her mother died on the 30th of April 1966. On the 1st of May 1971, she married James Randolph in Mendocino County. Both were divorced in November 1974 in San Francisco. On the 19th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 48. She worked on the Administrative Tribunal, the ACAO, and was a teacher. However, according to FBI records, she was also part of a radio room. Vienna Call was on the Planning Commission. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Florida. Her father would die on the 17th of January 1994 in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Richard David Trupp was born on the 9th of October 1942 in Brooklyn, New York. He was the son of Herman Ayur Trupp and Eleanor Trupp. Her sister was Harriet Sarah Trupp. His mother died on the 30th of April 1966, living in Redwood Valley. He was a teacher, an English instructor, and writer in a college. On the 18th of October 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 9. He worked in family services, including overseeing entertainment, movies and videos, worked in the high school as a teacher and oversaw publications. He was on the Planning Commission, according to FBI records. His father would die on the 17th of January 1994 in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Cornelius Lee Truss Jr. was born in San Francisco on the 20th of September 1960, the son of Barbara Hickson, and had one sister, Marilyn Truss, and one cousin, Dana Truss. He attended Opportunity High and was best friends with Vance Smith, who was also in the People's Temple. Living in Oakland, he worked in woodwork. On the 5th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown, lived in the sawmill and worked in the Alaskan sawmill. Dana Danielle Truss was born on the 8th of June 1970 in San Francisco. She was the daughter of Carnella Truss. Her grandmothers, Mary Magdalene Griffith, Onita Jones, aunts Louise Griffith, Gloria Faye Warren, grandfather Emmett Alexander Griffith Sr., and uncles Armando Griffith and Emmett Alexander Griffith Jr., as well as her cousins Camilla Griffith nee Camilla and Cornelius Lee Truss Jr. were all part of a People's Temple. On the 5th of April 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 1. Alfred Walter Teschetter was born on the 19th of June 1921 in Bridgewater, South Dakota. He was the father of Reverend David Walter Teschetter and Anna Teschetter nee Glanzer, with his father dying on the 6th of August 1955. His partner Mary Alice Stahl Teschetter nee McRoy, who he married in 1970, and child Robin Faye Teschetter, as well as his adopted child Betty Jean Teschetter, were all in the People's Temple. He was previously married to Catherine Verna McGard nee Hoffer, who he married in 1941. He had 6 siblings, however none of them were in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, he was a technologist and an X-ray technician. On the 23rd of September 1977, he moved to Jonestown. Though he worked in the healthcare center as an X-ray technician, was among the medical staff as part of the infection control, and according to FBI, was part of security. He continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. His mother would pass away in South Dakota on the 31st of March 1981. Betty Jean Teschetter was born Yoon I Kim on the 17th of August 1959 in South Korea. She was adopted by Mary Alice Stahl Teschetter nee McRoy and her husband Alfred Walter Teschetter. Through adoption, her siblings were Robin Faye Teschetter, and half-siblings were Judith K. E. James, Judy Stoll, Alfred Richmond Stoll Jr., and Kathy Ann Stoll Barrett. Her siblings were Becky Ann Barrett and Maya Lisa E. James. The entire family was in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, she was a student as well as a secretary and switchboard operator. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 33. Mary Alice Teschetter nee McRoy was born in Indianapolis on the 7th of June 1928. She was the daughter of James Lewis McRoy, who went by Pete, and Deanna Ilga McRoy nee Costello. However, both were not part of the People's Temple. She had one brother, Frederick Charles McRoy, who was also not in the People's Temple. Her first husband was Alfred Walter Teschetter, who she married in 1946. And her second husband was Alfred Richmond Stoll Sr., who she married in 1970. Her children were Kathy Ann Stoll Barrett, Alfred Richmond Stoll Jr., Judith K. James, Judy Stoll, Robin Faye Teschetter, Betty Jean Teschetter, who was adopted, and her grandchildren were Becky Ann Barrett and Maya Lisa E. James. The entire family was in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, California, she was a nurse. On the 23rd of September 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 35. She worked in the kitchen and in food preparation, as well as in the front kitchen, and was a serving area supervisor. She was described as a calm, affable and steady, conscientious worker and a good manager. Her mother died in Beech Grove, Marion County, Indiana on the 21st of October 1980, while her father died on the 10th of February 1986 in Beech Grove. Her brother died in Indianapolis on the 29th of July 1997. Allian Tucker was born on the 1st of April 1929 in Oakville, Tennessee. Living in Ukiah, she was a cook and nurse's aide as well as a baker and waitress. On the 14th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and worked in farm management, overseeing crops as part of a garden crew, was a field worker, a student, and worked in orchards. She lived in Dorm 1 and continued to receive unemployment benefits while in Jonestown. Newsweek reported that she launched a quiet protest against Jonestown and Jim Jones and was reprimanded for singing slave songs while working in the fields of Jonestown. Janet Marie Tupper, who went by Janet Lennon, was born on the 31st of July 1963 in Oakland. Her mother was Renita Jeanette Tupper. Her siblings were Larry Howard Tupper, Mary Elizabeth Tupper, Ruth Ann Tupper, Timothy Tupper, and Tim Jones nee Day, who was adopted by Jim Jones and Marceline Jones. Living in Redwood Valley, California, she arrived in Guyana on the 17th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 37. Despite being aged 15 at the time of Jonestown, she worked as a field worker and worked in preschool education. Howard Larry Tupper was born on the 5th of December 1964 in Oakland, California. He was the child of Rita Jeanette Tupper. His siblings were Janet Marie Tupper, Mary Elizabeth Tupper, Ruth Ann Tupper, Timothy Tupper, and Tim Jones nee Day, who was adopted by Jim and Marceline Jones. Living in Redwood Valley, he arrived in Jonestown on the 17th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 36. Mary Elizabeth Tupper, who went by Mary Lennon, was born on the 16th of December 1960 in Contra Costa County, California. She was the daughter of Rita Jeanette Tupper. Her siblings were Janet Marie Tupper, Larry Howard Tupper, Ruth Ann Tupper, Timothy Tupper, and Tim Jones nee Day, who was adopted by Jim Jones and Marceline Jones. Living in Redwood Valley, she moved to Jonestown on the 17th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 5. Despite being a student at age 17, she worked in internal security. Rita Jeanette Tupper, nee Grius, was born on the 14th of June 1933 in Ottawa, Iowa. She was the daughter of Richard Glenn Grius and Hildred May Grius, nee Powell, both of whom would die in 1939 and 1969 respectively. She was one of 5 children, with none of her siblings part of a People's Temple. Only one would outlive her, Wayne Floyd Grius, who died on the 7th of May 2019 in Whiting, Monocacy County, Iowa. Her children were Jeanette Marie Tupper, Larry Howard Tupper, Mary Elizabeth Tupper, Ruth Ann Tupper, Timothy Tupper, and Tim Jones nee Day, who was adopted by Jim Jones and Marceline Jones. Their father, Lawrence Tupper, was not part of a People's Temple, and both were divorced in Costa Nostra County in California in January 1970. Living in Redwood Valley, she would move to Ukiah. On the 17th of July 1977, she entered Jonestown. There she lived in Cottage 46. According to Temple records, she worked in the family contact letters as part of the outreach, but according to FBI records, she was on the Planning Commission and worked in the center. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in St. Clair Cemetery in Ukiah in Monocacy County in Iowa. Ruth Ann Tupper was born in Ottawa, Iowa on the 4th of November 1956. She was the daughter of Rita Jeanette Tupper and Lawrence Tupper, the latter of whom was not a member of the People's Temple. Her siblings were Janet Maria Tupper, Larry Howard Tupper, Mary Elizabeth Tupper, Timothy Tupper, and Tim Jones nee Day, who was adopted by Jim Jones and Marceline Jones. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a secretary. In January 1977, she participated in a picket line in an anti-eviction protest at San Francisco's International Hotel, along with Jim Jones and other members of the People's Temple. On the 29th of June 1977, she arrived in Guyana. Living in Cottage 48, she worked in internal security. Bruce Edward Turner was born on the 11th of April 1954 in M. Campo, Texas. Married to Tina Mae Berg, his sister Irvin Perkins, sister-in-law Maud Esther Gentry Perkins, and nephew Irvin Perkins Jr. were all in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he worked as a mechanic. On the 16th of October 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 2. There he worked in construction and transportation and was a diesel mechanic. Survivors alleged that they saw Bruce Turner and Jim McIlvaine force 2 seniors, one misidentified as Freddie Lewis and the other Nancy Jones, drink the poison. Who the other senior was is unknown. His half-brother Irvin Perkins was in the People's Temple but was not in Jonestown. Following the mass murder on the 11th of December 1978, Irvin Perkins would tell the New York Times, "I cried a river around San Francisco for my friends and family. It's obvious that the People's Temple will not exist." James Elmore Turner Jr. was born on the 5th of May 1959 in Los Angeles. His partner was Skyria Lashina Solomon, and he had one child, Juquise Chantrea Turner. Living in Los Angeles, he worked as a maths teacher. On the 17th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 2. According to People's Temple records, he worked in public utilities, but according to FBI records, he was a maths teacher. Juquise Chantrea Turner, and I do apologize as we do not have any pictures of him, was born in Jonestown on the 18th of March 1978. He was the daughter of Skyria Lashina Solomon and James Elmore Turner Jr. In addition, his aunts Dorothy Lashina Harris, Shirley Ann Robertson, Joyce Faye McIntyre, grandmother Dorothy Pell Solomon, great-aunt Willie Morrissey Harris, and uncles Benjamin O'Neill Robinson and Doris Henry Solomon were all part of a People's Temple. It is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. Martha Elizabeth Turner was born on the 23rd of September 1910 in Mississippi. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown, but she was a cook. On the 19th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown. Living in Dorm 5, she was a rice sorter and continued to receive SSA benefits. Roosevelt Turner was born in Weowaka, Oklahoma, on the 4th of August 1926. His partner was Louis Breidenbach, who went by Rocky. Living in Long Beach, he worked in construction, soap making, irrigation, and was a carpenter. Moving to Jonestown on the 17th of January 1978, he lived in Cottage 26 and worked in public utilities and in the soap factory. Soila Williams Turner was born on the 27th of June 1912 in Travis County, Texas. Her siblings were Eloise Williams Sneed and Mabel Williams Medlock. In addition, her niece Clara Lenue Sneed Johnson, great-nieces Willa Joanne Johnson, Janice Alwyn Johnson, Gwendolyn Joyce Johnson, and great-nephew Thomas William Johnson III were all part of Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a hairdresser. On the 14th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown. It is unknown where she lived, but she was a rice sorter and worked in the Senior Citizen Center. Gary Lee Tyler was born on the 3rd of August 1958 in Los Angeles. Living in San Francisco, he worked on PA equipment. On the 4th of August 1977, he moved to Jonestown. Living in Cottage 28, he worked in farm management, overseeing crops, the banana crew, and field work. Lily Maya Victor was born on the 2nd of February 1958 in Los Angeles. Living in San Francisco, she was a student and also worked as an audiovisual operator and worked in the sound system. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 18. There she worked in the baby nursery. James Edward Ford Reid Jr. was born in San Bernardino, California on the 6th of June 1966, the child of Mary Lee Ford. He had two brothers, Anthony Lamar Ford and Edward Lee Ford. Living in San Francisco, he entered Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, but it is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. Roberta Lee Wade was born on the 12th of December 1910 in Mort, Texas. She had 14 children who were not part of the People's Temple, 72 grandchildren and 62 great-grandchildren. She had one brother, Charlie Davis, who lived in Kansas. Living in Fresno for 24 years before moving to San Francisco, she was a kitchen helper, worked in vegetable preparation and agriculture. On the 15th of March 1978, she moved to Jonestown, but it is unknown where she lived there. She was a senior rice sorter and continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Oddfellow Cemetery in Fresno, California. Terrence O'Keefe Wade was born on the 6th of September 1961 in Los Angeles. He was the son of Lou Esther Lewis and had one sister, Lisa Renee Williams. On the 3rd of December 1977, he entered Jonestown. Living in Cottage 24, he was a field worker and a student. He once tried to escape with Vernon Gosney and was severely punished, with Vernon Gosney convincing him to escape. Inez Jeanette Wagner Nee Liggins was born on the 13th of December 1927 in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. She was the daughter of Lucille Smith Nee Thompson. Her children were Mark Stacy Wagner, Michelle Renee Fitch, Michelle Renee Davis, Leslie Monique Wagner, and her grandchildren were Darren Kenate Davis, Dawaniele Fitch, and Jakari Lafayette Wilson. The entire family was in the People's Temple. She had one child, John Owens Wesley, who was stillborn. Living in San Francisco, she was a typist, worked in drafting, was a cook, a waitress, and worked in real estate. On the 23rd of February 1978, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 48, working in the school depository and as a secretary in the Jonestown School. Her daughter Leslie and grandson Darren Kenate Davis survived Jonestown by leaving on the morning of the 18th of November 1978 to go on a picnic. Her daughter, Leslie Monique Wagner, would write her autobiography, Slavery of Faith, which was published in 2009. Her mother, Lucille Smith, died in 1994. Mark Stacy Wagner was born on the 7th of January 1962 in San Francisco, the son of Inez Jeanette Wagner, his siblings, Michelle Renee Wagner Fitch and Leslie Monique Wagner, as well as his niece, Dawaniele Fitch, and nephews Darren Kentate Davis and Jakari Lafayette Wilson, were all in the People's Temple. His father, Richard Clayton Wagner, who went by Wag, was not in the People's Temple. He suffered from asthma as a child and spent summers with his father at a cabin in Lake Tahoe. He enjoyed swimming, water skiing, kayaking, and fishing. On the 16th of October 1977, he moved to Guyana and worked in the sawmill tent, despite being a miner. He lived in Cottage 9. While there, he had a girlfriend named Pat. His father died on the 24th of September 1982 in Oceanside, San Diego County, California. Barbara Jean Walker was born on the 25th of October 1952 in Los Angeles. Her children were Bethany Schwanier Parker, Jerica Rockwell Walker, and Marlon Detrike Porter. She had two sisters who were not part of a People's Temple, Lorraine Bennett and Joyce Bennett. Living in San Francisco, she was a nurse's aide. On the 23rd of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown. There she would live in Dorm 2 and work in health education as part of a healthcare center, senior exercise class, and as part of a medical staff as a treatment nurse. She continued to receive welfare while in Jonestown. While in Jonestown, audio recordings showed her abused in the box, and she was also taken to the infirmary by Jones, where troublemakers were drugged. Derek Dion Walker was born on the 18th of November 1965 in Los Angeles. His mother, Gloria Dawn Walker Nee Douglas, and grandmother, Farine Douglas, as well as his brother, Tony Jared Walker, were in the People's Temple. Living in Oakland, he moved to Jonestown on the 17th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 36. Despite only being aged 13, he was a supplies inspector. Gloria Dawn Walker Nee Douglas was born on the 4th of November 1937 in Wichita, Kansas, the daughter of William L. Douglas and Farine Douglas. Her mother was part of a People's Temple. Her sister was Phyllis Tally Nee Douglas. In addition, her husband, Thomas David Kice Sr., who went by Tom, and children Derek Dion Walker and Tony Gerard Walker, were all in the People's Temple. Living in Englewood, California, she was a secretary overseeing filing, typing, receptionist, and a bookkeeper. On the 10th of December 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 5. While in Jonestown, she worked in preschool education. Her sister would die on the 28th of December 2021. Jericho Raquel Walker was born on the 23rd of December 1970 in New Orleans, Louisiana. Her mother, Barbara Jean Walker, and her siblings, Bethany Shawnee Parker and Marlon DeTyke Porter, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Jonestown on the 13th of July 1977 and lived in Cottage 43. Mary Nelia Walker was born in Hope, Arkansas on the 17th of February 1904. Living in San Francisco, she was a beautician. On the 15th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and received SSA and SSI benefits. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Lincoln Memorial Park in Carson, California. Tony Gerard Walker was born on the 29th of December 1957 in Los Angeles. His mother, Gloria Dawn Walker, grandmother, Farine Douglas, brother, Derek Dion Walker, and partner, Andrea Yvette Walker Nee Martin, were all in the People's Temple. Living in Englewood, he worked in shoe repair. On the 7th of January 1978, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. He was a new arrivals inspector, worked in public utilities and in night security. His body was found in a building that housed Miner's Funeral Home in Dover, Delaware, where the bodies found in 2014. He remained unidentified until this time, and on the 21st of October 2014, his remains were placed into a memorial in the Jonestown Memorial in Oakland, California. Brenda Ann Warren was born on the 9th of November 1961 in Warren County, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Anita Jones. Her sisters, Gloria Faye Warren, Janice Marie Warren, niece Camilla Griffith, cousin Shirley Ann Edwards, Ann Newell, Alan Newell, Christopher Newell, Cleveland Newell, Jr., Herbert Newell, Jennifer Newell, Carl Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and second cousin Isaac Edwards, Jr. were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Guyana on the 10th of August 1977 and was a field worker and a student. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Gloria Faye Warren was born in Vicksburg, Mississippi on the 9th of September 1959. She was the daughter of Anita Jones. Her sisters, Brenda Ann Warren, Janice Marie Warren, niece Camilla Griffith, cousin Shirley Ann Edwards, Ann Newell, Alan Newell, Christopher Newell, Cleveland Newell, Jr., Herbert Newell, Jennifer Newell, Carl Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and second cousin Isaac Edwards, Jr. were all part of a People's Temple. In 1977, she married Emmett Alexander Griffith, Jr., a student and typist. She lived in San Francisco and moved to Guyana on the 19th of July 1977 and lived in Dorm 3. Janice Marie Warren was born on the 23rd of March 1960 in Vicksburg, Mississippi. She was the daughter of Anita Jones. Her sisters, Brenda Ann Warren, Gloria Faye Warren, niece Camilla Griffith, cousins Shirley Ann Edwards, Ann Newell, Alan Newell, Christopher Newell, Cleveland Newell, Jr., Herbert Newell, Jennifer Newell, Carl Newell, Hattie Newell, Otis Newell, and second cousin Isaac Edwards, Jr. were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she moved to Jonestown on the 10th of August 1977 and worked in internal security. Annie Bell Washington was born in Greene County, Alabama on the 24th of May 1912. Living in Los Angeles, she was a horticulturalist as well as a practical nurse. She loved music and was a musician. On the 12th of May 1978, she moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 5. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Glover Washington was born on the 27th of June 1927 in Florence, South Carolina. His mother, Mary Maid Cottingham, was part of the People's Temple, while his father, James Washington, was not in the People's Temple. However, his sister, Florence Edith Heath, nephew, Michael D'Angelo Heath, niece, Mary Nathaniel Morton, and great-niece, Gloria Victoria Parker, were all part of the People's Temple. Living in Pittsburgh, it is unknown what he did for work, but he moved to Guyana on the 4th of February 1978. It is unknown where he lived there, but he was a field worker. An FBI document 89-4286-1302, prepared in December 1978, accidentally said that he was a survivor of the Jonestown Massacre, but this was likely referring to survivor Grover Cleveland Davis. His remains were claimed and he was buried in Fair Lawn Memorial Cemetery and Mausoleum in Fair Lawn, Bergen County, New Jersey. Huldah Eddie Washington was born in Wascom, Texas on the 27th of July 1901. She went by Eddie. A cook, she lived in Los Angeles and moved to Jonestown on the 17th of August 1977. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown, but she was a rice sorter. Helene Watkins, nee Kidd, was born in Dallas, Texas on the 14th of July 1907. It is unknown where she lived in the US, but she was a cook. On the 10th of August 1977, she entered Jonestown and continued to receive SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Gregory Lewis Watkins was born on the 9th of November 1955 in St. Louis, Missouri, living in San Francisco and a cook as well as a drywaller. On the 9th of March 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 15. He worked in numerous roles, including as a prefab carpenter, field worker, was a student, worked in warehousing, public utilities, was in night security, and worked in the sawmill tent. William Allen Watkins, who was also known by Billy Moore, was the son of Betty Karen Moore, and was born on the 28th of April 1970 in San Francisco. He was the son of Betty Karen Moore. On the 10th of December 1976, he entered Guyana and lived in Cottage 23. Neil Sean Welcome, who was known by Neil Sean Touche, was born on the 10th of July 1975 in Guyana. His mother was Mildred Welcome, and he was adopted by Carol Joyce Touche and Charles Touche. In addition, his grandmother was Helen Beatrice Sweeney, and aunt was Wanda Shirley Werner Sweeney. His uncle was Timothy Morris Sweeney, and his grandfather was Cleve Lonzo Sweeney. His adopted siblings were Albert Ardell Touche, Michael John Touche, Michelle Elanine Touche, Mickey Touche, David George, and he had one cousin, Darren Eugene Werner Sweeney. All of them were in the People's Temple. In Jonestown, he lived in the office. Bessie Mae Wesley was born on the 8th of October 1950 in Bedford, Alabama. Living in Richmond, California, she was a seamstress and a dressmaker. On the 24th of March 1978, she moved to Jonestown and worked in the sewing department. She lived in Dorm 5. She continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Darius Daniel Wheeler was born on the 28th of September 1970 in San Francisco. He was the son of Marlene Dion Wheeler and Larry Wheeler. However, his father was not part of the People's Temple. His stepfather, Rob Tarver, uncle Ronald Wayne Talley, aunts Patrician Michaelian Brady, Maureen Cynthia Fitch, and Christine Shannon Bowers, as well as his brother Jeff Wheeler and cousins Michelle Margaret Brady and Georgianne Patricia Brady, were all part of the People's Temple. On the 28th of July 1977, he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 33. Jeff Wheeler was born on the 30th of July 1965 in Long Beach. He was the son of Marlene Dion Wheeler and Larry Wheeler. However, his father was not part of the People's Temple. His stepfather, Rob Tarver, uncle Ronald Wayne Taylor, aunts Patricia Michaelian Brady, Maureen Cynthia Fitch, and Christine Shannon Bowers, as well as his brother Darius Daniel Wheeler and cousins Michelle Margaret Brady and Georgianne Patricia Brady, were all part of the People's Temple. Moving to Guyana on the 4th of August 1977, he lived in Cottage 36. In a letter written on the 19th of November 1977 by his mother, she would state that he ate like a horse, was healthy and a good worker. Despite being aged 13, he worked in the baby nursery in addition to being a student. Marlene Fionn Wheeler Nee Tully was born on the 11th of February 1947 in Long Beach. Her siblings, Ronald Wayne Taylor, Maureen Cynthia Fitch, Mickey Leanne Patricia Brady Nee Edwards, and Christian Tully, were all part of a People's Temple. In addition, her partner Rob Tarver and her children Darius Daniel Wheeler and Jeff Wheeler, as well as her nurses Michelle Margaret Brady and Georgianne Patricia Brady, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, she was a secretary as well as a counsellor for the mentally R-word. On the 2nd of November 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Dorm 3. There she was a teacher in the Jonestown School. Lisa Ann Whitmer was born on the 30th of March 1960 in Santa Barbara, California. Her mother Yvonne Ramona Van Hook, grandmother Aurora Rodriguez, and aunt Gloria Maria Carter, as well as her uncle Timothy James Carter, and siblings Terry Frederick Stewart Jr., Aurora May Stewart, and cousin Malcolm J. Carter, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Santa Barbara, she entered Guyana on the 2nd of June 1978. There she lived in Cottage 23, and despite being aged only 12, was a field worker in addition to being a student. Her remains were collected and she was buried in Santa Barbara Cemetery in Santa Barbara. Cheryl Gale Wilhite Nee Gray was born on the 10th of August 1955 in Oakland. She was the daughter of Myrtle Sims. In addition, her partner Kennard Joseph Wilhite Sr., Janilla Shirley Wilhite, and Kennard Joseph Wilhite were all part of a People's Temple. She would marry Kennard Joseph Wilhite Sr. in 1975. She was described by her cousin Daphne Walker Foff as a compassionate and caring individual who lived a quiet and simple life. Living in San Francisco in a nurse's aide, she moved to Guyana on the 6th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 21. She worked in the baby nursery as well as in the bakery. Janilla Sherry Wilhite was born in Los Angeles on the 27th of February 1974. She was the daughter of Cheryl Gale Gray White and Kennard Joseph White. In addition, her siblings Kennard Joseph Wilhite Jr. and Chi Wilhite, and her grandmother Myrtle Sims, as well as her great-grandmother Lillian Boyd Alexander, were all part of a People's Temple. She entered Guyana on the 6th of August 1977 and lived in Cottage 41. Kennard Joseph Wilhite was born in California on the 25th of August 1952. He was the son of Ida Mae Childress Jones nee Booker. He would marry Cheryl Gale Gray Wilhite in 1975. In addition to his wife, his children Janilla Sherry Wilhite and Kennard Joseph Wilhite Jr. were all in the People's Temple, working in construction including farming, cement work, masonry, carpentry and painting, as well as a professional musician. He entered Jonestown on the 15th of March 1978. As a field worker and working in insecticide control, he was also a member of the Jonestown Band. His mother would outlive him and die on the 20th of July 1993 in Los Angeles. Kennard Wilhite Joseph Jr., and I do apologize as there was no picture of him, was born in Jonestown on the 4th of February 1978. He was the son of Kennard Joseph Wilhite Sr. and Cheryl Gale Gray Wilhite. In addition, his grandmother Myrtle Sims and great-grandmother Lillian Boyd Alexander were both part of a People's Temple. It is unknown where he lived in Jonestown. Deanna K. Wilkinson was born on the 19th of October 1950 in Cook County, Illinois. She was abused by her family and worked as a prostitute and was a drug user before being adopted. Her adoptive parents, Reaviana Beam and Jack Beam, as well as her siblings, Jack Arnold Beam, Eleanor Marie Beam, Joyce Ann Parks, and Joseph Leoya Heller III, were all part of a People's Temple. She was described as a kind, observant, direct, down-to-earth, and inspiring woman who wanted freedom and respect. She was also a lesbian, with California only legalizing same-sex sexual activity in 1976. She became romantically involved with Loretta Cordell, who would also move to Jonestown. Living in Los Angeles, she was a diesel mechanic. In 1973, she was on the People's Temple's album, He's Able, in which she both sang and played the piano. On the 19th of February 1978, she entered Guyana, where she was a diesel mechanic and a member of the Jonestown Band, and moved into Cottage 13 with Loretta Cordell. While briefly in Georgetown before moving to Jonestown, she made a big hit for herself, singing in churches and also singing in a nightclub. And she was the singer of Earth, Wind and Fire's That's the Way on the 17th of November 1978, capturing some of the most haunting and bizarre footage ever recorded on camera, almost indicative of the calm before the storm. Charles Wesley Williams was born on the 8th of September 1942 in Kaufman, Texas. He was the son of Dorothy Lee Daniel (nee Box) and Steve Nathaniel Daniel, and had two brothers, Richard Brown and Steve Nathaniel Daniel Jr., none of whom were in the People's Temple. However, one brother, Melvin Johnson, his uncle Peter Holmes, and his cousins Sonia Regina Duncan and Tyrone Duncan were all part of the People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he was a carpenter and moved to Guyana on the 28th of April 1977, working in central supply and public utilities. He lived in Cottage 28. His brother Melvin Burnett Johnson died on the 18th of February 1994 in San Francisco, and his mother died in San Francisco on the 30th of August 1996. Lisa Renee Williams was born on the 27th of June 1966 in Los Angeles. She was the daughter of Louis Esther Lewis and had one brother, Terence O'Keefe Wade, all of whom were in the People's Temple. On the 3rd of December 1977, she entered Jonestown and lived in Cottage 14. Louise Tasker Lee Williams Nee Griffin was, according to her passport, born on the 31st of January 1913. However, her second People's Temple occupation list noted that she was born on the 13th of September 1923. Her passport noted that she was born in Marlin, Texas. However, other records say that she was born in Louisiana, working as a supervisor assistant in sewing. She lived in San Francisco. On the 10th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown, where she was a part-time field worker and worked in letter writing. She continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. Theo Williams Jr. was born in Beaumont, Texas on the 6th of December 1915. He married in 1944 but was separated by the time he was in Jonestown. In the 1960s, he moved to California. Living in San Francisco, he was a carpenter and construction worker. On the 10th of August 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Dorm 1, working as a rice sorter. He continued to receive SSA benefits. Mary Pearl Willis was born on the 21st of December 1940 in Rayville, Louisiana. Living in Los Angeles, she was an EKG technician, practical nurse, lab technician, and also worked as a mechanic and in electrical wiring. It is unknown when she moved to Jonestown and where she lived there. She worked in the baby nursery and continued to receive SSA benefits while in Jonestown. The Mary Pearl Willis Foundation was founded by her niece Lilla Howard in 2007. The foundation aims to help low-income families with burial needs, strategies that enforce cemetery codes and ethics, and support women and gender equality, as well as increase awareness of life insurance and pre-need arrangements. The foundation was able to pay for a memorial listing all victims of the Jonestown Massacre on the 30th anniversary of Jonestown at Evergreen Cemetery in Oakland, California. Janice Louise Wisely was born on the 23rd of September 1949 in Ukiah, California. She was the daughter of Hank Wildsey and Barbara Wildsey, neither of whom were part of Jonestown. She had two brothers, Douglas and Sam. It was while in Ukiah High School that she would meet Jim Jones and would join the People's Temple for what would become 13 years. In 1972, she was in the People's Temple documentary by David Gottlieb and Jim Ruxin, whereby she stated that she was overwhelmed by the undivided attention that she had been given by Jones when she met him. Living in San Francisco, she was among the first people to move to Jonestown, moving there on the 20th of December 1974. She lived in Cottage 22. She undertook numerous roles, including as part of the ACAO, worked in farm management and overseeing crops, was a field crew supervisor, worked in agriculture, and was a livestock commission analyst, was in the Legislative Steering Committee, and worked on citrus trees. A Native American, her remains were claimed, and she was buried at Round Valley Reservation Headquarters Cemetery in Cavello, California. Ezekiel Wilson Jr. was born on the 5th of January 1962 in Amarillo, Texas. He was the son of Ezekiel Wilson Sr. and Dolores Wilson, and had three siblings, Marcus Wilson, Brianna Wilson, and Jocelyn Wilson, none of whom were part of the People's Temple. His other sibling, Burrell Bernardo Wilson, was also part of the People's Temple. On the 14th of August 1977, he entered Guyana. Despite being age 16, he worked as part of the unloading crew. Jerry Lee Wilson Jr. was born in Los Angeles on the 14th of February 1961. He was the son of James Samuel Basie Sr. and Shirley Mae Basie. However, his father was not part of the People's Temple. His aunt, Pacey Ruth Johnson, siblings James Samuel Basie Jr., John Deshi Basie, Kasia Basie, Siburi Jamal Basie, Trinidad Basie, Wanda Basie, and his cousin Sharon Fulton, Saliata Latias Johnson, Deshaun Johnson, and Glenniel Johnson were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he was a drafter, mechanic trainee, dancer and performer, and bass drummer. He moved to Guyana on the 29th of May 1977 and lived in Cottage 12. Very was a server. Joel Lee Wilson was born in Magnolia, Arkansas on the 24th of June 1929. She was the daughter of Bill Pitts and Mary Franklin, neither of whom were part of a People's Temple. Her children, Rochelle Dawana Hultman, Yvonne Paris Hayden E. James, as well as her grandson, Ronald Ray Campbell, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, she was a cook, worked in food processing and handling, worked in the library and was a childcare supervisor. On the 18th of January 1978, she moved to Jonestown. She worked in the night shift kitchen and continued to receive SSI benefits while in Jonestown. It is unknown where she lived in Jonestown. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Union Cemetery in Homer, Louisiana. Joseph Lafayette Wilson was born in Atlanta, Georgia on the 29th of June 1954. His partner Leslie Monique Wagner, as well as his child Jakari Lafayette Wilson and his nephew Deron Kentire Davis and niece Dawanielle Fitch, were all in the People's Temple. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a counselor and also worked in construction. He was described as a violent individual. Moving to Jonestown on the 11th of August 1977, he worked in security as part of a nighttime patrol and was also a carpenter. He and his wife would separate and he had a mistress. According to the FBI, he was an airstrip shooter at Port Kaituma. His mother died in Aiken County, South Carolina on the 9th of December 2009. Emma Mariam Winfrey Nee Fisher was born on the 19th of December 1899 in Melvin, Texas. She was described as a shy individual. She was previously part of a Fountain of the World cult before joining the People's Temple in 1972. She would send glowing letters to her former colleagues in the Fountain of the World cult, attempting to get them to join the People's Temple. However, she was classified as being a very negative individual because she complained when the People's Temple wouldn't give her money. Working as an elevator operator, she moved to Guyana on the 27th of July 1977 and lived in Combe. She worked in the Senior Citizen Centre and continued to receive SSA and SSI benefits. Alizia Yvette Winston was born on the 21st of July 1974 in Los Angeles. Her mother, Aquinetta Evan Devers, her grandmother, Nina Bella Downs, Aunt Darlene Rudelfa Newman, and cousins Kenya Lakia Henderson, Lonnie Alexander Newman, and Luigi Lemognone Newman were all part of a People's Temple. On the 4th of August 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 23. Curtis Lorian Winters was born in Indianapolis, Indiana on the 9th of January 1925. Living in Redwood Valley, he was a carpenter. It is unknown when he moved to Guyana, but he worked in public utilities and lived in Cottage 12. Dorothy Lee Worley Nee Brady was born in Lexington, Kentucky on the 11th of August 1914. She was the daughter of Willie Ora Vance Nee Mulkin, who died in Lexington, Kentucky on the 14th of May 1949. She had one sibling, Raymond Stewart Vance. Living in Mendocino County, California, she was a cook, dietitian, nutritionist, practical nurse, and a hospital cook. Moving to Jonestown on the 23rd of July 1977, she lived in Cottage 18 and worked in the family services, overseeing kitchen and food preparation, was a dietitian, worked in the healthcare center, Weight Watchers, and oversaw the diet of individuals. She continued to receive the Mendocino County pension and DIB benefits. Her brother died in Lexington on the 29th of September 1994. Mary Beth Wotherspoon Sr., nee Jansma, was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan on the 26th of October 1949. She was the child of Jack Jansma and Mary Henrietta Jansma, nee Van Zeitveld, both of whom were not part of a People's Temple. Her dad had passed away by the time of Jonestown. Her partner, Peter Andrew Wotherspoon, who she married in 1970, and her child, Mary Margaret Wotherspoon Jr., were all in the People's Temple. Living in Ukiah, California, she was a care home owner and operator, a secretary, bookkeeper, buyer, and a salesperson. Moving to Guyana on the 19th of July 1977, she worked in farm management, overseeing crops, was part of a banana crew, worked in the cassava mill, the warehouse, was in business management and was a teacher in the Jonestown school. She lived in Cottage 46. Her mother died on the 25th of February 2000 in Michigan. In 2024, her sister H.J. Jones penned a book entitled Jonestown, An American Family Tragedy. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Oak Grove Cemetery in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Mary Margaret Wotherspoon Jr. was born in Santa Barbara on the 7th of November 1970. She was the daughter of Mary Beth Wotherspoon and Peter Andrew Wotherspoon. Living in Ukiah on the 19th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 29. Her remains were claimed and she was buried in Oak Grove Cemetery in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Peter Andrew Wotherspoon was born in San Diego, Chile on the 5th of May 1947. Moving to the U.S. as a child, he would live in York, Pennsylvania, where he attended First Presbyterian Church of York. Living in Ukiah in 1970, he married his wife, Mary Margaret Wotherspoon Sr., and had one child, Mary Margaret Wotherspoon Jr. In the same year, he was a biologist, teacher, musician, artist, weaver, food preserver, worked in construction, leather work, tutoring, and was a security guard for the People's Temple. In 1976, he was severely beaten by Jim Jones, which led Grace Stone, who would travel with her husband Timothy Stone to Jonestown, along with Congressman Leo Ryan, to leave the People's Temple. On the 19th of July 1977, he moved to Guyana and lived in Cottage 11 in the People's Temple. He was a teacher in the Jonestown School and worked in the graphics shop as well as in security, and according to FBI records, he practiced with weapons. It was alleged that he was a paedophile and was beaten so badly with a garden hose and the genitals that he was sent to Georgetown Hospital. In a letter to Jim Jones, he would state, "I am aware of my responsibility and the terrible consequences my deviant behavior has brought to our children, complicating their lives and promoting my own problem in them. Your continued love, patience, and acceptance, in parentheses, even while rejecting my negative patterns, in parentheses, have won my total trust in you despite my paranoid tendencies." Alisa Lavette Wright, who went by Lisa, was born on the 23rd of July 1961 in Los Angeles. Her mother, Naomi Wright, aunt Alvari Sada White, grandmother Aluvine McGowan, née Sarchel, siblings Charles Douglas Henderson, Stanley Glenn Wright, Keith Arnold Wright, cousin Johnny Goodwin, nephew Charles Gary Henderson, and first cousin, once removed, David Lee Goodwin, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles on the 29th of July 1977, she moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage 41. She worked in farm management, overseeing crops, worked in the sewing department, was a field worker and a student. Keith Arnold Wright was born on the 15th of June 1962 in Los Angeles. His mother, Naomi Wright, aunt Alvari Sada White, grandmother Aluvine McGowan, née Sarchel, siblings Charles Douglas Henderson, Stanley Glenn Wright, Alisa Lavette Wright, cousin Joni Goodwin, nephew Charles Gary Henderson, and first cousin, once removed, David Lee Goodwin, were all part of a People's Temple. He moved to Guyana on the 11th of August 1977, and despite being aged just 16, worked in the sawmill tent. He lived in Cottage 47. In a recording, Wright would report an unnamed woman for being involved in a security meeting. Naomi Wright, née McGowan, was born in Waco, Texas on the 22nd of May 1921. She was the daughter of Aluvine McGowan, née Sarchel. Her sister was Alavari Sada White. In addition, her children, Charles Douglas Henderson, Keith Arnold Wright, Stanley Glenn Wright, Alika Lavette Wright, grandson Charles Gary Henderson, nieces Johnny Goodwin, Doris Jane Scott Lewis, Fairy Lee Lewis Norwood, great-nephews David Lee Goodwin, Barry Jane Lewis, Freddie Louis Lewis Jr., great-nieces Karen Scott Lewis, Aroin Roshan Lewis, Aleka Julianne Lewis, Cassandra Florence Lewis, and Lisa Michelle Lewis were all part of a People's Temple. Living in Los Angeles, she was a baker and a cook. Moving to Jonestown on the 28th of December 1977, she worked at a sewing factory and lived in Cottage 43. She continued to receive welfare as well as SSA and SSI benefits while in Jonestown. Stanley Glenn Wright was born on the 11th of June 1960 in Los Angeles. His mother, Naomi Wright, aunt Albury Sada White, grandmother Aluvine McGowan, née Sarchel, siblings Charles Douglas Henderson, Keith Arnold Wright, Alisa Lavette Wright, cousin Johnny Goodwin, nephew Charles Gary Henderson, and first cousin, once removed, David Lee Goodwin, were all part of a People's Temple. Living in San Francisco, he was a student attending Opportunity High and played baseball for the 1977 Cobra baseball team. His coach, Ron Cabral, noted that he was an equipment manager and always seemed a little confused, quitting the team after the fifth game. After a game in freezing wind at West Sunset, Cabral and the assistant coach Norman drove all players to the nearest bus stop. Wright jumped in front of Cabral's car and demanded a ride. Cabral would offer him the bus fare, but he said that there was no more room in his car. He then yelled at both, "I'll get you for this," and Norman's van was later vandalised. Cabral would state that Wright seemed to be lost and had wild eyes and a sad smile. He worked in cabinet making, artwork, tailoring, house construction, cement work and drafting. On the 11th of August 1977 he moved to Jonestown and lived in Cottage Sucks. He was part of the unloading crew and worked in the sawmill tent. His remains were collected and he was buried in Angels Abbey Memorial Park in Compton, California. Ramona Lamofa Young, who went by Mona, was born on the 19th of July 1970. She was the daughter of Christine Cobb and adopted by Guy Young. Her stepmother was Eloise Christine Cobb. Guy Young would write that she came to them battered and bruised. Her siblings were James Cobb Jr., Teresa Ann Cobb, Ava Penicia Jones, Brenda Carroll Cobb, Joel Raymond Cobb, Johnny Cobb, Sandra Yvette Cobb Jones, who went by Sandy. In addition, her nephew, Marshawan Cobb, and nieces Stephanie Brown, Marshall Jacqueline Jones, and Monielle Myloin Jones were all part of the People's Temple. It is unknown where she lived or when she arrived at Jonestown. And that is everyone who died on that tragic night on the 18th of November 1978 in the Jonestown Massacre. Thank you for watching. Please do yourself a favour and hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to be notified of when new videos come out. Also, why not hit that like button and leave a nice comment? It helps more than you know and your support is truly appreciated. Until next time, stay awesome, stay classy, be kind to everyone you meet, have an amazing day, and remember, the truth is always more interesting than fiction, and I promise that I won't take 6 months to publish the next video.